Loyalty FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you till 10 a.m. this morning. I am Sean Pendergast. He is an eager Seth Payne. He's already got the finger out, pointing at the, pointing at me.
I just
ready to say something.
We hear D'Amico's voice every day, demanding that we give him some juice.
Yeah.
And I will deliver the juice unto him.
Got 4 hours
D'Amico.
Of juice. Yes.
Yeah. It does. Somebody else was talking about juice the other day in that metaphorical way about just somebody's got some juice to him. And it really is. It's one of those undefinable things that you can just sometimes when you meet people, well, boy, this guy's just got some juice to him. Mm-hmm. And we're lucky enough that we're in this world where there's a lot of people either as athletes or who are in media. They have a certain juice to them.
Yeah.
And you feel it, and you can't really put a finger on it. They've just got some juice to them. And I never want to let D'Amico down.
No,
damn it, Sean.
No, yeah, I know.
I never want to be one of these guys that's like, well, what did you do? Watch the All-Star game and like Ben. Ben doesn't strike people as somebody that, like, when you meet Ben, it's not like he's high energy or anything.
Yeah.
But Ben has a certain juice.
He has juice. No, Ben has juice. Yeah, Ben has juice.
He's got. We're both a little bit scared of Ben.
Yeah.
People would be surprised to know that.
Yep.
Sometimes I'll tell Sean to tell Ben something.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
And I'm acting like it's more convenient for Sean to tell him. But I know it's that Sean's a little afraid of Ben, and I want Sean to face his fears.
Ben would never shoot the messenger, but he might hurt the messenger. He
That's
might.
true.
Yeah. Yeah, that's Ben. Am I accurate on that?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I can tell. Every time
Ben, how many hours a day do you typically work? Because you have 2 jobs.
I don't work the other one every day. It's only a Friday thing.
Oh, Ben,
never mind. I'll leave you out of it. Ben, I wanted to prove a point, but now I realize I'm way out over my skis.
Yeah, that's all right. Ben,
so thank you for having juice every day, Ben.
Yes.
You're most welcome.
Yeah, good job, Ben. Good job with the juice.
Ben hates to talk on air.
I know.
That's one of the things I'm scared of Ben about is addressing him on air. I'm sorry, Ben. I'll never do it again. All right, let's do this thing.
Let's do
All-Star
this.
break.
Yep, All-Star break.
Big dumper.
Bringing juice on the most juiceless week of the year on the sports calendar.
Truth be told, those of you who are listening to the Sports Minute heard a Sports Minute by Boomer Esiason that could not have been more of a grumpy old man take. And I thought to myself, Sean and I can't become quite that grumpy old manish. Okay?
No. We can't avoid our age, but there are things that you can. It's the All-Star game. It's fun. Why are we getting angry about this thing? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, did you watch the home run derby last night?
I watched the requisite highlights.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
leave me alone. Get off my back.
No.
boss.
I didn't. I watched Monday Night Raw.
frankly, my grumpy old man take is I just can't get into. I've been mad at the home run derby ever since I thought I had bought tickets to the All-Star game in Houston back in 2005 or so.
Yeah, it was 2005, yeah.
And I didn't have a smartphone. I didn't pay attention to anything. I thought I had bought tickets to the All-Star game. Brandy and I showed up, and lo and behold, it was the home run derby.
The day before.
This is when I was a professional football player. Paid for my brawn, not my brains, you see.
Yeah.
I was not the logistical genius that I am these days.
No, you've got it all together now. What did you do in that situation? Did you just not go?
We watched the All-Star, or we watched the home run derby. We were in right field somewhere down the first baseline there.
Oh, okay. So but the home run derby is on a totally different day. So you thought the game was on a Monday. Yeah. You thought it was the game.
Was back before I really figured out how to fix my brain a little bit. I used to. More than one time in my life, I've shown up to the airport on the wrong day.
Okay.
So showing up to the home run derby instead of the All-Star game, that was no big deal.
Yeah.
It didn't involve other people canceling their plans or anything because I either was a day early or a day late to my airplane ticket.
Oh, wow. The day late thing is tough. Yeah, that.
The other thing, too, back in the day when I was flying, kids, before smartphones, it wasn't as easy to always know what time it was in the time zone you were in if you were traveling.
Oh, yeah.
So many times I would be sitting enjoying a coffee while reading a newspaper, and casually stroll up to the gate thinking I had plenty of time.
Left.
And I'm like, why is the gate empty? And I go up to the gate agent, like, did they change the gate? Because kids, you didn't get an update on your smartphone either about the gate change or anything. And they'd say, sir, the plane left 15 minutes ago.
Yeah.
And I would think, oh, drat.
Yeah.
That's why we used that word back in the day.
Right.
I said, oh, drat.
Right. Seth and vaudeville villains, they used the word drat back in the day.
The gate agent twisting his mustache.
That's right. Curses.
That plane left town weeks ago.
This is not 23 Skidoo. What are you doing here? They've Seth-proofed everything now, though.
What's that?
They've Seth-proofed everything now when it comes to travel. It's really nice.
Like, I was thinking about I was experimenting with. I was thinking about getting rid of my smartphone again yesterday, and that's what always gets me is, man, I can't travel without my smartphone.
Yeah, not if you're getting ready to travel. The luggage checking thing is the game changer for me. I am completely neurotic about my luggage getting there. I used to travel all the time before I got into radio. I was running sales for the whole country, so I was on the road 5 days a week. And that was the most stressful thing for me. It wasn't like making quota. It was my bag going to get there? Because this is back in 2003 when there was no information on it. There's no Uber back then, so you call a cab and you're just waiting. That we can track everything now on our phones is a big, I say it's a big stress reducer, but when Amy and I went on our last trip when we went to Jamaica a couple weeks ago, we were flying United, and they have the thing where they tell you your bag just got checked onto the plane. They tell you really do know your bag's on the plane. But when we were sitting at Intercontinental just waiting for our flight, waiting to board, Amy has those bag tags. And those Apple bag tags she puts in each of our bags so she can actually look and see physically where the bag is. Mm-hmm. And we were sitting there waiting to leave, and I said, hey, just for fun, just check where our bag is. And we're in Terminal E, the international terminal. And my bag is next to the plane. Her bag is over in Terminal C somewhere, so I'm like freaking out. I'm like, oh my God, they put it on some plane to Topeka or something like that. And she's like, it's fine. I probably told this story on air. I feel like I have. Either I told it to you personally or I told it on air. But I walked over to she's like, don't walk over to the gate agent. Don't ask. They've got enough on their plate. I'm like, no, I got to find out what's going on with your bag. It's at Terminal C. And as it turns out, it's just... it's just part of the process.
Yeah,
our bags got separated at the gate, and which.
I try really hard to just set up travel in such a way that if there are glitches, it's not a huge deal. So I always got a time cushion and everything.
Yeah.
The one thing I've discovered, Sean, by and large, the 3 times in my life that my baggage has been lost, it's pretty damn impressive, at least with United, how aggressively they try to get the bag to you, even if it ends up being they drove it when I was up in my wife's hometown. They misplaced my bag somewhere. It's an hour 45-minute drive from the airport to her house, and it was they were I got in at 6 p.m. My bag wasn't there. 6 a.m. the next morning, they had my baggage there. Some dude dropped it off.
Yeah.
It was so I just as long as you've got enough on your little carry-on bag to make it through 12 to 24 hours, you're all right.
I don't. That's the thing.
You're a heroin addict.
I'm out over my skis.
And you're all stressed about the fact that, what if they search the bag and they've got all they find all those stolen credit card numbers.
Yeah. I like to make my own meth when I'm on the road, so I got to carry that stuff with me on the plane. So just kidding. And if any DEA agents are listening to the show early in the morning, just listening.
The algorithm's going to red flag you.
Yeah, big time.
So what do we have on the show today?
Well, let's see. Cal Raleigh won the home run derby. Just to close that little bit, I didn't actively watch it. The big pooper.
The junk in the trunker.
I was happy for him. There was a video that surfaced this week online of him at 8 years old, just out at the park with a bat. I think he was either out at a park or at his house in his backyard or something. And he was 8 years old, and he was taking, like wiffle ball batting practice and fantasizing about winning the home run derby at 8 years old.
Now.
Oh, are you really? Okay, yeah. I thought that was cool. Like,
that is pretty cool, man. That's pretty cool.
And he seemed like a real likable little kid. He didn't seem like a snot-nosed brat. Yeah,
he wasn't a chunky kid, but he was like, his face was like now kind of a rounder face and kind of just a cute little kid.
Yeah,
just dreaming about baseball. It is, man. If you can take it back to that. If you can set aside the cynicism of modern sports and free agency and everything like that, baseball is still one of the purest when it comes to, man, at some point you're either winning the home run derby or you get a walk-off in a big game or something. It's the stuff that we all dreamed about as little kids. It's pretty incredible.
It was cool. It was a very likable video, so I was kind of rooting for Cal Raleigh. I saw a thing the Astros did in the last couple of days. It looks like Isaac Paredes, I think we had talked about that yesterday. He's not going to the All-Star game, so they didn't do this with him. But Pena, Hader, and Hunter Brown are all going. Pena and Hunter are not going to play in the game, but they're going it's their first All-Star game. I think just being introduced as an All-Star for the first time. I mean, they're obviously at the stage where it doesn't get old. This is their first one. Hader's been a couple of times already, but he's going. He might pitch tonight. Who knows? But they did They did one of those deals where they had a person that's really important to each of them. I think it was Hader, it was his wife and his kid. Pena was his girlfriend, and with Hunter Brown, it was his mom. And they each did like a 2-minute, we're so proud of you kind of video for them. And they spliced it up and chopped it up, and they showed the three of them individually watching it on an iPad. So that was cool. Add that to the list of things that make me well up a little bit. To try to shield my eyes if there's people in the room. Oh yeah. So they can't see me being a total softie.
That's all right. I think that's where you're at an age where it's okay. It's expected that you tear up a little bit.
I get emotional at more things on TV now than I ever have, and it's weird. It's very
right,
strange.
Man, go with it. I remember seeing my grandpa was as stoic as they come. Yeah. Just a kind of a scary old man. Yeah. Oh, very very much. Just the old, very much a Calvinist. Mm-hmm. And I remember when he and my grandma were moving out of the house that they'd had on their farm for 40 or 50 years, however, raised all their kids and everything. Yeah. And he was going through some pictures that my grandma had brought down from the attic, and he started crying, like just tearing up. I was like 12 or 13 years old. And it kind of changed everything for me. I was like, oh, my tough old grandpa's actually a wimp. Oh, yeah. What a wimp.
Did you see that?
And I lost respect. I'm just kidding. No,
I know you're joking. Did you see that as a green light to start crying at things? I'm like, well, if Grandpa can cry at it, then I guess I can. All these, I don't know what it would have been episodes of.
No, it just kind of changed. I was like, oh, okay. There were a couple times my grandpa showed things, because my grandpa was a tough old dude. Yeah. And there were times my grandpa would every now and then say things where I was like, oh, okay, some of this not everything's as hardcore as it needs to be. I remember, because I used to work at his farm in the summer when I was like 12, 13, 14 years old. And so I would be with him all day long, and I was always just kind of scared of him. But I remember every day at lunch we would sit, and it was usually just me and him and me, eating lunch and reading the newspaper. And there was somebody, I can't remember which singer it was. I don't know, David Bowie or somebody. The news was that they had to cancel their tour because of exhaustion. And I'm trying to fit into the old Protestant work ethic, and I'm like, Grandpa, can you believe these kids these days? What a softie. And my grandpa said, well, I can understand it. You're traveling all the time. It can get exhausting. They have erratic schedules and everything. And I was like, oh, all right. There's room for sympathy in some. I can carve out. And I'm trying to carve out my worldview here. Like, okay, somebody who leads a lifestyle I don't really know that much about might face challenges that I don't realize.
That's a good life lesson right there. I love that you're trying to mirror your hardcore grandfather's attitude. That's tremendous. All right.
Luckily, he wasn't all that racist by the Greatest Generation standards. Yeah. He was like, he was actually pretty forward thinking for a grumpy old dude.
I can tell, yeah.
I didn't try to emulate. I don't have to go give myself 10 lashes over some of the stuff I might have said. Yeah.
All right, we're off and running on a Tuesday. Let's stick with the Astros. Let's stick with Hunter Brown. Hunter Brown tells the story about not just Alex Bregman helping him when he had a 10 ERA last year, but one other Astro legend, and we got another Bregman story, another Bregman long form. Does this make you nostalgic for Alex Bregman as a Houston Astro? We've got that coming up next. But first, West Point Lincoln.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
People don't realize when you talk about bringing the juice on this show is in constant motion. There's constant thinking going on, even during the breaks. I mean, it is really a petri dish for all kinds of tremendous ideas. I was thinking,
really a think tank more than anything.
It is the Payne and Pendergast think tank. But I was
constantly nervous we're going to lose our federal funding.
No, I've already this morning. I was talking about, like, as I get older, how emotional I get over just watching things on TV. But I'm not going to say who it is. But we have a coworker who they're having to put their dog to sleep later on today, and I've already had a good cry this morning because I love their dog. Yeah, man. Yeah.
So you and I came up with the idea because one of our listeners told me this a long time ago, and it stuck with me. It said, hey, because I had to put a couple of pets down, and they said, hey, just, a lot of people don't think of this, but just be sure that you're in the room with them when it happens. Yeah. Because pets, don't like to be in the vet in the first place, and it's pretty stressful. And it's nice if they could have somebody there, in their final moment. Mm-hmm. So I did that, and it did. I'm glad that I did. But I think to amp that up a little bit, the idea you and I came up with is traveling pet euthanizers. So your dog doesn't have to go to the vet,
right?
When it's time to go off into the great beyond,
right?
That you can come in and just like, oh, hey, here's Sean and his assistant. Yeah. You remember Sean? He's got a squeezy toy,
right?
And they just do it nice, and they can be laying in their bed at home when you do it.
They already have the truck that drives around washing the dogs. Like why not?
Right.
Yeah, why not have
it be that same guy?
Right. Just make sure.
You're gonna pull it. Yeah.
Just make sure you get the order right.
Right. Yeah.
I ordered a shampoo. Like why? He's not moving. What's going on?
Yeah.
There is a.
It sounded kind of morbid when we brought it up, but I think it's a slam dunk idea.
I think the spirit behind it is a good idea. I
wonder if I even need a license for this or anything. I probably don't have to be a veterinarian to do it. I'll be your Grim Reaper.
Just an LLC. Yeah, Grim Reaper. Canine Grim Reaper LLC.
Well, you know what? For the drugs, that's what you need the license for.
Oh, yeah. You're administering things. Yeah, that's true.
Right.
That's true.
It's going to be hard for me to sell it if it's that, hey, I'm providing a great service. It's a nice, gentle exit of this world. And then they say, well, how do you do it? Shotgun. There you go.
The whole family's there.
Yeah. So I put it in the big. We need to workshop it a little bit. I put it in the big Google Doc of business ideas.
Okay.
A few of the previous ones that we've got in the big book of business ideas.
I haven't looked at this in a while.
This is fascinating. This is a great idea right here. Licensed perp walk shawls. So when somebody's doing the perp walk,
we did come up with that. Yeah.
So you think about how much exposure you get if a high-profile person is walking out of the court. Just imagine if Kleenex had over OJ's head as he was walking out of the courtroom or something.
Or
That's
maybe
great advertising.
Or maybe OJ himself wanting to make a statement and having a Buffalo Bills shawl over his head. Get it licensed, NFL licensed perp walk shawls. Yeah, it's we were on
Hall
of
Fame catacombs.
Oh, yeah.
So that I have a note under this. I said no memory of this. I'm guessing that his Hall of Fame members will be buried on site. Badass. That was my note. So this is the third time that this idea is occurring to me because I don't remember the first two times.
Yeah.
So and the Hall of Fame. Why cannot Hall of Fame members actually be buried at the Hall of Fame?
Yeah.
That would be really cool.
Oh, especially if it was like in Game of Thrones down in the catacombs where they're just like standing mummies down there. That would be awesome. Look at this, kids. There's Y.A. Tittle's standing mummy right here. Yeah. What else do we have?
And then the one that I still wonder if Jim Crane is going to act on because it's such a brilliant idea is a retirement home attached to a major league ballpark.
You've mentioned that one several times.
Yeah, I think that's a bona fide brilliant idea.
That's a legit good idea, yeah.
People pay, it costs, and not to mention, man, you can get, there's just, your grandma or your grandpa gets to watch 81 games a year.
It's beautiful.
Plus playoffs from up in there on a lofty perch up over the Crawford boxes or something.
It's a really good idea. Yeah, it's a really good idea. All right, so if there's any more on there, don't give any more of them out because these are our ideas. You know what I mean? Like these are. I don't want people making. I
don't mind if Jim Crane steals my retirement.
That'll be a tough one for us to go do, the two of us. It's a good idea. Just
I don't know what happened. Plus, remember, I named the Astropolis, the residential / office, everything retail that they're planning to build down there one day. You got to call it the Astropolis
someday. Yeah, when's that getting started? I'm not asking you. I'm asking rhetorically.
I'm ready to put money down on a condo down there. I would love it.
I used to live in those lofts on the other side of 59 right there, walking distance to Minute Maid, and those got knocked down. Whatever it is they're getting ready for down there, those lofts are gone. So
that's where I feel like an old timer, because I think when I first came to Houston to play for the Texans, they were just building those. So they had just been completed. Because Brandy and I thought about it and about living there because being able to go to baseball.
It's great. It was great. It was one of the more fun years I've had living in Houston. It was fun. Speaking of the Astros, Hunter Brown on his way to the All-Star game, he did a sit-down interview and he talked about the story that we've heard. We've heard that the big turnaround for Hunter Brown happened when Alex Bregman came up to him and said, "Hey, bro, use your sinker more." Probably wasn't just as simple as that. They looked at some film. But Hunter Brown told that story. Not just Bregman, but Altuve chipping in. It takes a village to raise a Hunter Brown.
I had an awful start against Kansas City, but I felt like my stuff was fine. So I started around the clubhouse. I'm like, all right, guys.
Help.
Am I tipping? I finally got to Tuve. I said, hey, Tuve, how would you hit off me? Oh, Bobby, easy. Fastball's away. Look hard away. And I'm like, man, he didn't even think about it.
That easy.
And obviously it's Jose Altuve.
Sure.
The guy's got 2,300 hits. But when he didn't even blink, I was like, all right, what can I do? So I talked to Reggie, and he was like, man, it doesn't even have to be good. You got to throw something that can get in on some righties. I went into the bullpen that next day, told the pitching coaches, I said, I'm going to start throwing sinkers. They were like, oh, really? It was average, but big league average is pretty good at times. Julio Rodriguez was up, and then I punched him 3-2 on a 2, and I'm like, all right,
come on,
we got something.
Come on.
It was a video, obviously, and he's sitting down. There's very little of Hunter Brown in the video. A lot of it is highlights of Hunter Brown, and the pitch that he talks about striking Julio Rodriguez out was nasty. It was just a nasty sinker, like right in on Rodriguez's waist and knees. It was awesome. It was so cool.
Especially in that ballpark, when you're righty throwing to a righty, if you're giving them anything on the outside, those dudes, their eyeballs get big, and you got to make it hard to pull that thing. And this is where I've always wondered with this, going back to when the story first came out about Bregman telling him he should add a sinker, was that a lot of people think, well, boy, shouldn't the analytics staff and all these super brilliant coaches be able to tell him that? There's a good chance that they had already told him that. It's just, this is where sometimes the value of veteran leadership comes in.
Yeah, the messenger.
The message just hits different.
Yeah.
If anybody's ever coached their own child, you probably know what I'm talking about. That sometimes it doesn't, you could be Peyton Manning coaching your own kid. The kid's going to hear the message differently from somebody else sometimes.
Yeah.
So likewise, there's times where a coach could be telling you something over and over again, and it just either doesn't hit right or you're obstinate about it. It's when an older player tells it to you that it kind of clicks.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't be surprised if when that story about Bregman telling Hunter Brown to start throwing the sinker was out there, that there were a couple people on the Astros coaching staff that were like, well, yeah, we kind of we were kind of telling him the same thing.
Bregman's getting all this credit in the Athletic for this stuff they've been doing. Well, I think too, Seth, it speaks to the power of desperation at that point in Hunter Brown's, not just his season, but probably his career. Like that was 2024. He came up in 2022, was okay in 2023, but not great. And now all of a sudden he's in the first month of 2024. You're in year 3, essentially, or year 2 plus, and you're getting racked for 9 runs in the first inning against Kansas City or whatever. I mean, I remember the outing he's talking about. It was freaking terrible. It was awful. Yeah. So I think it speaks to 2 things. One, what you just said, which is sometimes the messenger matters, and I think sometimes too, and we've all probably experienced this in our careers, whether it's in radio or before radio for me or whatever, where you're like, man, like I'm staring into the abyss right now,
You know what? It just reminded me. I hadn't thought about this in years. Chester Pitts. I'll have to call Chester and fact check myself on this. But when Chester Pitts was a rookie, I remember having a conversation with him where his coach, can't remember who it was at the time. Might have been Joe Pendry. But his coach was just banging on him about, like, cleaning his hands up. And I was having a conversation with Chester one day early in his rookie season, and Chester said something along the lines of, well, I just don't have good hands. That's just not naturally my game. And I said, Chester, there's no such thing as an NFL offensive lineman who isn't good with his hands. Like, just get that in your head right now.
You gotta get good.
That's a non-starter right there. Like, you have to be good with your hands.
That's the cover charge.
You'll get all these long-armed defensive ends, like the freaks of nature. If they can get their hands on you, the battle is lost.
Yeah.
So, and I don't know if it resonated with him or not, but it's a little bit of the combo of the coaching plus the veteran players helping younger guys get the message.
Yep, no doubt about it.
I would like to think I played some small part in it because Chester Pitts ended up being one of the most durable offensive linemen who ever played the game.
Chester had a solid
played a long,
career.
long, productive career.
He did. Chester had a solid career, man, no doubt. Speaking of which, there's another why Alex Bregman is awesome story in The Athletic this past week. Guy hasn't even played in like 2 months, and they're like, iPad quizzes and pop quizzes, and these are the reasons why Alex, that was the title, something like that. But Bregman in Boston, there's all sorts of anecdotes in it. Like, since getting injured, Bregman basically stands next to Alex Cora like a second manager in the dugout, and he's shouting instructions and helping guys out in a way that in this, at least this piece, makes it feel hyper productive. Like, it's like guys talk about the advice they get from Bregman as really being game changers for them. He does pop quizzes with the hitters on opposing pitchers. I don't know if he ever did this stuff when he was with the Astros or not, but it's getting a ton of attention with the Red Sox. And they've got a lot of young guys on that team. Apparently, Bregman had 16 pages worth of questions during his free agency sit-down with the Red Sox to ask them. 16 pages.
I've told you this before. The Houston Sports Awards?
Yeah.
Dude, I've never been so impressed with any athlete in this type of setting where Bregman was emceeing the Houston Sports Awards, and this guy was more prepared than probably every professional MC I've ever seen. Because I went up to him just to go over exactly. I think I had one or two kind of interactions with him during the program.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of looking at what I'm supposed to be doing. And I was like, okay, so just to be sure that you're going to be standing here, I'm going to be standing. And he's like, yep, and then you're going to talk about such and such and such and such.
He knew.
Then I'm supposed to present this thing, and then we go back to you without looking at his notes.
Yeah.
Like, and he had my prompts verbatim down. So who knows how much time he had spent on this, prepping for it and everything. But he was as professional as I've ever seen.
That's amazing.
It was really, really impressive.
So you're not surprised? You're not surprised?
Sean, I think he had the whole rundown memorized.
It's crazy.
For a 3-hour program.
Yeah.
And he was giving me my verbatim the instructions on my piece of paper. It was crazy.
And then he went and told you to throw the sinker more. Like, Seth, you really need to throw more sinkers. Yeah.
It's like, you know what, Seth? I noticed in the previous segment you ended a phrase with a preposition. You might want to try to clean that
it's
up.
on your syntax. That would be great. That would be so good. I came away from reading this article. I'm like, man, they'll never do it again, I don't think, in Major League Baseball. But, like, if there were ever a player manager again, like, Alex Bregman could do that. If anyone could play and the last one to do it was Pete Rose very late in his career. And he managed to do that while gambling on his team. That's a lot to process. Playing,
able to do it in
managing,
this age of...
betting. That's three big things.
Do you think it would be an addition or a subtraction to his performance with the availability and the ease of gambling now, where with a smartphone, I feel like it might be too much for him to balance all those things if he had the option of retreating to the clubhouse during the commercial breaks to put in bets and everything.
Way easier in 1986 when you had to call in all your there was no live wagering back then because of the no internet yet. Yeah, but way easier back then.
Imagine the live wagering at the end of. He would inevitably get caught when it was late in game type stuff.
Oh yeah,
especially in games where you might have a 7-run lead or something. Some of some of the crazy, but people, the announcers would be saying like, he is managing his butt off for having a 7-run lead. Wow. He's swapped that position out 3 times.
Yeah, there'd be too many tells. There'd be too many tells.
Oh, there'd be so many tells.
Yeah, there'd be too
like
many
every
tells.
every single Cooper Hummel and everybody else that had a half an RBI on their over under and everything would be getting in the game.
Oh yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's get to some headlines. We got the All-Star game tonight. We got a little bit of Rockets news. We've got news in the NFL. News that's going to make you feel really good about a Texans contract from a year ago. We've got that coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
SportsRadio.com.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's get to headlines. Boy, y'all are you're on a heater on the text line today. We'll get to some of those because there aren't that many headlines. All-Star game tonight in Atlanta. Home Run Derby was last night. Cal Raleigh, the winner. He was the favorite going into it. He was the betting favorite going into it. He won. I guess the two biggest things that I saw come out of this, because I was watching it smaller screen. You're just kind of keeping an eye on the Home Run Derby. The two big things were Cal Raleigh advanced to the second round by beating Brent Rooker by like 2 inches on his longest home run. Like that was they each hit 17 home runs, but Cal Raleigh's longest home run was like 470 feet and 8 inches, and Rooker's was 470 feet and 6 or 7 inches. That's how close it was for the winner just to get to the second round. The other thing was I saw a video in the final round where Raleigh was going up against Junior Caminero from Tampa. And a kid, they have all those kids out there fielding the fly balls.
Yeah.
One of the kids jumped up and robbed a home run from Caminero. People are like, what the hell, man?
How did they rule that?
I don't know.
I gotta think they just, they gotta, yeah.
I don't know that it mattered in the end. Raleigh, I don't know what the final score was. I know Raleigh ended up hitting 48 home runs total in the contest. But it was a funny visual. Like you got this 10-year-old kid leaping up over the fence to
that kid, man.
Yeah, man.
Now you know what's going to happen is 15 years from now, that kid's going to be in the All-Star game, or that kid's going to be a Major League Baseball player or something.
He'll be
it's like Tiger Woods showing up on the Tonight Show when he was a toddler.
Yeah,
and at the time you're just thinking, oh, that's cute, and then all of a sudden, lo and behold, he turned out to be a pretty good golfer in real life.
Yes, he did. He did. That kid he's going to be a Gold Glover. That kid. Rockets are shutting down Reed Shepherd for the rest of Summer League, not for injury or anything. They've seen enough after 2 games.
They've
seen enough. We feel like he can competently get out there for 15 to 20 minutes a game. We've seen enough. So,
Rafael Stone said this kid is. He didn't say anything, but I wish he had just come up and be like, "Hey, look, we've seen enough. He's the next Steph Curry. What do you want me to say?
Yeah,
we can't have him. We can't have him down here trudging around with these jamokes. We gotta get him ready for the season."
Yeah, man. Cocaine Curry. That's right, Stone. Kevin Durant, apparently, this is according to Chris Baldwin from Paper City, underwent thumb surgery this offseason on his left thumb, not his shooting hand. Obviously not enough to deter the Rockets from trading for him, but just worth noting he did undergo a left thumb procedure. How about this, Seth? Garrett Wilson, New York Jets, 4 years, $130 million, $90 million guaranteed. The Nico Collins contract continues to age like a fine wine. It is.
I think the amount of guaranteed money is just continuing to rise as a percentage of the contract, and it's probably a good thing in terms of just fans. I know most fans don't care too much about the nitty-gritty of the numbers and everything, but the more guaranteed money there is, the more chance that teams are going to be able to retain their own guys, and there's less drama.
Yeah,
I like that. I like that it's less drama, which means that more stability for people who like their favorite players.
Garrett Wilson, 4 years, 130. So Garrett Wilson, not really, he's not had great quarterback play his 3 years in New York, and still manages to eclipse the $30 million mark in his second contract, I should say.
He's a little bit in the Andre Johnson, DeAndre Hopkins boat. What would that guy be? What would he have done if he'd had an awesome quarterback the whole time he's there? And, obviously when Matt Schaub was working well in the offense, things were going all right in terms of production. But Garrett Wilson has had the experience that DeAndre did when he had to play with 7 different quarterbacks over the course of 3 years.
Yeah. Like
it was obvious that DeAndre was still a really good receiver. It's just, all right, come on, what are we working with here?
Yeah, I mean, Aaron Rodgers last year was by far the most stable situation he's had, and Aaron Rodgers was not great, and they went 5-12. That's the best it's been for Garrett Wilson in New York. So he gets that deal, $31 million a year. Again, Nico Collins, I think just going in on his 3-year extension starts this year at $24 million a year. I mean, that was a great contract by Cacerio.
That's where, and I think when Sauce Gardner gets his deal, I know a lot of people looked at Derek Stingley's contract and thought, oh dear, oh me, oh my, that's a lot. I think Nick's got a pretty good feel for getting in early, and yes, even if with Derek Stingley, Though people will, people side-eyed Jalen Petre's contract too, in an unfair way because they were pigeonholing him into being a slot corner, which it's different than that. But I think within a year or two it ends up looking just like a pretty good bargain. Yeah. So I feel comfortable with all that.
We'll talk about Nick a little later on in the show. This guarantee to Jaden Higgins is still mushrooming into a big topic. Nick Caserio guaranteed Jaden Higgins top of the second round, guaranteed his full contract. That had never happened before in the NFL, a second-rounder getting his full contract guaranteed. And now there's gridlock with all the second-round picks other than the top two guys taken in that round.
Including Ariante Ursary, the Texans' second-round pick, remaining unsigned. That's where, if Cacerio goes ahead, because it's one thing when you guarantee the second overall pick in the second round, where you're so close to all the first rounders get their pick guaranteed, so or get their contract. And guaranteed.
Last year's second rounder had 92% of his contract guaranteed. The 34th overall pick last year had 92%, so they were almost there anyways.
So right now it's a headache for everybody, but if all of a sudden Nick, a couple days before camp, says, we'll guarantee Ariante Ursary the 48th pick overall. Higgins is a 34th pick overall. So everybody between 34 and 48. Nick we got to go look at the draft, the draft and see how many opponents the Texans have in the first few weeks, especially. Where those second rounders on some of those teams might be playing an integral role. That some of those guys might have gotten to camp late and everything, all because Nick Caserio threw a wrench into your plans.
I'll have that open when we talk about it. Well, that's a good angle. We'll take a look at it. Well, let's read some of these texts. We were talking about Alex Bregman in the previous segment, just how maniacal a preparer he is and how he's a second manager on the bench. And Seth told a story about how over-prepared maybe Bregman was for the Houston Sports Awards to MC it. Hearing that Bregman anecdote from Seth makes me really curious what it was like on the set of those HEB commercials, because the other guys weren't that prepared. Dude, Kyle Tucker and Jose Altuve, no chance they were prepared at all for those HEB commercials.
Yeah, I bet Bregman probably went off and took an acting seminar or something and then had everything memorized. I'm telling you, everybody, if you didn't hear it, I was at the Houston Sports Award. I did a couple little appearances that lasted like 35 seconds or so apiece. Bregman's emceeing the whole thing for this 3-hour event. Yeah. And as far as I could tell, he had the entire rundown memorized almost verbatim. Yeah. It was really, really impressive.
Yep. We've had people weighing in on your idea to do a mobile dog euthanizer. When it's time to put the dog down, not just walking around. So
somebody can
dogs.
come and your pet can be in their own comfortable environment when they go to meet their maker.
Yeah, apparently that idea has been taken already.
They stole it already?
Already, yeah. Someone said that.
Everything moves so fast.
Someone said that on the text page. They're like, too late, guys. Someone just stole your idea. I would love to think that just popped up in the last 5 minutes.
It would be awesome. Well, it was already on the big Google Doc of business ideas.
Yeah.
I call it the beautiful Google Doc of business ideas.
Big, beautiful
It's the big, beautiful Google Doc of business ideas. And so it was already on there. I don't even remember coming up with that idea. Okay. So maybe whenever we talked about it the first time, that's what happened.
Yeah.
So what did the person say about him?
They said that there's a service that does that already.
Yeah, but the difference is we offer street drugs to make it more enjoyable. We'll give them ecstasy and LSD.
Okay.
To just really give them a kind of a mystical experience.
I like that we're differentiating ourselves already. That's a good job. Hell of a marketing job by you, Seth. Someone also says that as long as Seth has his smartphone guiding him, I trust him to put my dog down. Sort of, maybe.
A YouTube tutorial.
Sort of, maybe, it says. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
We could put a supernatural bent to it. Remember, Heaven's Gate, their whole thing was that they were planning on riding on a spaceship that was either on or trailing the Hale-Bopp comet.
Okay.
So if we could just somehow convince a bunch of people that we're going to send your pets off to ride on a spaceship that's following a comet, then big
differentiator. Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
In a country of 300 million, I could convince at least 100 pet owners a month that's what's going to happen.
For sure. It's a lot. A lot of prospects out there, man. All right, C.J. Stroud finished outside of the top 10 quarterbacks on the ESPN annual poll of executives, coaches, and scouts. There is one particular ESPN personality that is, I think, on the side of Houston in this one, is standing on the table for C.J. Stroud. Got a nice long segment coming up here. We'll talk some football coming up next.
Texans training camps. Sports Station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you. So the ESPN.com is putting out their top 10 at each position in the NFL. You know that already. If you listen to this show, you know that because we've hit it every day. A few of the Texans have popped up on the radar at a few positions, some in the top 10, some in the honorable mention, some in the also receiving votes. The one that's getting the most attention right now, as it should, the quarterback position is the thing in the NFL, is C.J. Stroud, who finished 7th last year. Again, this is a vote. This is a poll of 70 total executives, scouts, and coaches. They submit 1 through 10, their top 10 at each position, and ESPN tabulates all the votes, spits out a top 10, tells you a few of the guys who are honorable mention, and then everybody who got votes in this thing. C.J. Stroud was 7th last year, coming off of his rookie year, where he was the Offensive Rookie of the Year. In his second year, he backslid a little bit in this poll, similar to how he backslid statistically. He finished honorable mention. I think it's safe to say there were only 2 honorable mentions, him and Jordan Love. CJ was the first one they mentioned. So I think we can safely say he finished 11th in this poll, Seth. You and I talked about this yesterday. It was a big topic on ESPN. It's their poll. Dan Orlovsky, not happy at all with the pollsters when it comes to CJ Stroud's finish in this top 10.
My biggest issue with the list, 2. 1, C.J. Stroud not being on the list is, I think, silly, dumb, idiotic. Okay. The people that said after C.J. Stroud's rookie year, best rookie season we've ever had. And in that year of 2023, he was like 4,100 yards, 23 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, like 63% completion percentage. So numbers-wise, pretty darn good. Last year, with bottom 5 offensive line, he lost his number 1, number 2, and number 3 receiver for significant stretches. 63% completion percentage, 3,800 yards, and I think he had 20 touchdowns. Now 12 interceptions. Interceptions went up. So disaster all around him. By the way, offensive coordinator never evolved. Disaster around him. And puts up somewhat similar performance-wise. Yeah. So the guy that people were saying, like, hey, he's the next Joe Burrow, top 5 player, all of a sudden is out of the top 10. That, for me, is probably the biggest gripe. We can make the conversation Jalen Hurts higher than a Justin Herbert. Okay. But C.J. Stroud not being in there is the biggest issue. Yeah, for those who don't know, Herbert finished 7th. Hurts finished 9th. So that's the other thing. That's the second one he was alluding to. He called it dumb and idiotic that C.J. Stroud finished 11th in this poll.
I think this is where, and I know as a sports radio host I should be irate and just be besides myself with rage about all of this. This is why I can't. It's that he's only got a 2-year track record, and I think by and large people feel still very bullish about C.J. Stroud, but he's only got 2 years, and they can kind of park him off to the side and say, as some of the quotes in this article from these anonymous executives and scouts and coaches says, that they point out that most, where did he say it? He said that most people most doubters expect him to be back in the top 10 next year. Mm-hmm. So that's weird. I wouldn't call him a doubter necessarily if they expect him in the top 10 next year. But if let's take C.J. Stroud and swap out situations with the guys above him. I feel very good that if Baker Mayfield were in Houston last year and C.J. were in Tampa, that C.J. would be above Baker Mayfield. Yep. I think Jalen Hurts, it's kind of a whole different – that's a tough comparison in general, different offense, different skill set. Jared Goff, I think C.J. would be above Jared Goff in that situation. Justin Herbert, similarly. Matt Stafford, I think that's a trickier one because Matt Stafford's got a lot of the veteran nuance stuff is just above and beyond what any young quarterback's going to have. But I would imagine most coaches feel that same way, that, boy, the situation was so bad and there were so many disjointed things going on in that offense that we can't really just throw him up there and say it's a one-year outlier because it's 50% of his entire career. But if Nick Caley is a good offensive coordinator, or even even an average offensive coordinator, CJ will easily be back in the top 10 on lists like these next year.
I think Orlovsky also minimizes the 12 interceptions a little too much.
Yeah.
He listed chapter and verse all of CJ's stats from his rookie year. And then I think his point was that, well, the stats didn't change all that much. And my reaction was, well, they all went backwards. Like the yardage went down, the touchdowns went down, and the interceptions went way up from 5 to 12.
What's interesting is, Sean, is I've gone back in the offseason and just watched various games, and usually I'm trying to look at the offensive line or watch what the defense is doing or whatever, but along the way, you can kind of – the trends I kind of picked up on unscientifically with CJ is earlier in the season, in the first half of the season, there were times where I'm thinking, man, CJ's got to realize that in situations like this, he can't trust or put as much pressure on his pass protection as he is. There's times where he was turning down the easy stuff underneath, kind of waiting to see if something's going to develop. So I'm kind of criticizing him for that. Then we get into the playoffs and we get into the second half of the season, and especially in fourth quarters, my same brain is saying, well, boy, CJ he doesn't trust the pass protection and he bails on this too early. I'm like, well, yeah, there's a reason for that. In the fourth quarter of some games last year, sure, if he had hung around in the pocket a little bit longer, this play would have developed downfield. But he'd gotten hit 19 times before that.
He might have died.
Yeah, I can't ask for both things.
Right.
Hey, CJ, figure out when you can trust the pass protection and when you can't.
Yes.
And then just go operate like a fully functioning quarterback.
Yes.
There were so many times in the fourth quarter, in the Chiefs game, the Packers game, a few other games where you realize, all right, sure, should he try to hang in the pocket and wait for his third read to clear? Mm-hmm. I don't know that you can ask him of that because he's gotten hit in the ribs multiple times, at times by unblocked people or minimally blocked people. So that's what was so hard to figure out about it last year, and just with some semblance of consistency in pass protection, you're going to see a much different version of CJ.
Well, and will that be the big change, too, that we hope we see, is just CJ taking the easy money a lot more this year?
Well, yeah, and that's where he can help out the offensive line too. Yeah. And I'm really honestly not trying to put too much of this on CJ because it's like trying to learn how to be a good marksman while you're standing on the back of a horse-drawn carriage driving over a bumpy dirt road.
Right.
It's like, go ahead. Yeah, just go ahead and, steady as she goes. There's a whole lot of instability around him. There were times where, like, with basic covered, like, zone coverage looks, where sometimes, especially on first and second down, hey, if your first read is open, hit your first read. Yeah. It's an easy 7 or 8 yards. Just do that. And that's where young quarterbacks are just a little too greedy sometimes. Or if you've got a certain play called and it's a bunch of deep routes versus zone, that hit the check down. Don't even tempt fate. Hit the check down because that check down will go for 7 or 8 yards. That's the stuff where young quarterbacks, including Pat Mahomes was like this as a young quarterback, that you got to just really learn that, man, you can't turn down 7 easy yards. That's just, there's no reason to. If you trust yourself as a quarterback, those big play opportunities will be there later the more you hit that easy 7 or 8 yards early in downs and early in the game.
Text message, CJ doesn't need to be top 10. The popularity goes to his head.
I think CJ's been very open and transparent about that process of being a young quarterback in the league. And what he said at the end of last season, I think it was in his final press conference after the Chiefs playoff exit, that basically said something along the lines of, I didn't know what I didn't know. Yeah. So I think Sarge had asked him about, learning what it takes to be a franchise quarterback. And CJ gave an answer along the lines of, I didn't know what I didn't know. That challenge, all those cliches about how teams have an entire offseason to look at you and look at Bobby Slowick and everything else. Yep, that's 100% true. It gets harder. The more success you have, the harder it gets.
Well, and I think handling an offseason too. This is a much different offseason for CJ than the one after his rookie year. Like it's very clear to me that whatever he's saying about the difficulties he had and acknowledging the difficulties he had in his second year and maybe his role in not adapting or adjusting to that was not lip service. He's conducted this offseason very, very differently than he did last year, it feels like.
Can I tell you something on the flip side with a different athlete who plays defense, but who the Texans face in Week 1?
Yes.
Jared Verse, the edge rusher for the Rams.
Yeah.
Oh my God, dude, he's going to be so good. And there's so much of him that reminds me of Will Anderson in that in his rookie year, he only had 4.5 sacks or so. Not a bunch of sacks, single-digit sacks. But if you look at most of the great pass rushers, including J.J. Watt, their rookie year, they tend to be in single-digit sacks. And then sometime in year 2 or year 3, after they've refined everything a little bit, they take a big leap upwards. The Texans' offensive tackles, whomever they might be, they got a big challenge. Not just with Jared Verse. That entire front seven for the Rams is really good. But there's a... I just did a cut-up reel yesterday for a video I'm doing on Jared Verse, and there's one really nice rep he has versus Cam Robinson when Cam Robinson was with the Vikings, and he's a headache, man. The Texans' offensive line is going to get tested really, really early in the season, and we're going to have a good feel for where they are.
Oh, that is going to be that's going to be fun, man. That opener is going to be fun.
So with Jared, but likewise with Jared Verse. So we talk about CJ after his rookie year. Yeah. Teams are watching the whole offseason to figure out what his issues are. Jared Verse has some real work to do in the run game. He's kind of unaware of a lot of things. So I think Nick Caley, who was there and would have observed this or heard conversations about it, there's some things they can do to scheme against Jared Verse in the run game that we'll find out early on. Has Jared Verse addressed that? Has he realized, okay, everybody's watching film? Because there are some opportunities. That very same guy that I'm really nervous about as a pass rusher, there's some opportunities there against the run game, unless he improves on what he did last year.
Jared Verse is 10th in the edge rusher poll on ESPN, behind number 9, Danielle Hunter, and number 8, Will Anderson. If you had to bet who's higher on this list next year, forget about Danielle, he's a vet. Will Anderson and Jared Verse are rising players. Who do you think is higher on this list next year?
I think it'll still be Will Anderson because, as I look at it right now, there's some things about Jared Verse's game where and this is so much like Will Anderson his rookie year, where he gets a boatload of QB pressures, but there's a couple things he needs to refine at the top of his rush to just complete it and get a sack. And then you also, though, that takes... Some of it is that Jared Verse needs to rely on the coverage being there, so that when he's winning a pass rush, that the quarterback doesn't have an easy option to get rid of the ball. So I think that because the total defense is better and because Will has refined that part of his game, I still think it's going to be Will Anderson. But Jared Verse is going to be very, very good. I'll be really surprised if he's not a consistent All-Pro sometime within the next few years.
Wow. Texter asking, can you all name the entire top 10 on the quarterbacks? I'll rapid fire it here. Mahomes is number 1 again. Still, Mahomes is number 1. Josh Allen 2, Joe Burrow 3, Lamar Jackson 4. We knew that would be the top 4 in some order.
And that's where a lot of the heated debate is right now. The fact that Lamar Jackson is 4th, that people are either furious or saying it's rightful that Burrow is above him, all that.
Jaden Daniels at 5 has gotten a lot of attention as well. The first one after the top 4 is the rookie of the year.
The really interesting thing with Jaden Daniels is that his offensive coordinator was Cliff Kingsbury. Mm-hmm. And the book on Cliff Kingsbury is, man, that offense can look really good, but then defenses get a beat on it and figure it out. That was always the story in Arizona. I think the difference this time might be that Jaden Daniels is way smarter than Kyler Murray when it comes to just identifying, getting the ball out when you need to, all that. That Jaden Daniels is really, by rookie standards, he's way ahead of the curve. So now the question is, can Cliff Kingsbury is now that he's just an offensive coordinator and not a head coach, and he can just devote all his attention to that, does he do a better job of adjusting to the adjustments?
Yep. Number 6, Matthew Stafford. Number 7, Justin Herbert. Number 8, Jared Goff. 9th is Jalen Hurts. And 10th is Baker Mayfield. Then comes C.J. Stroud and Jordan Love in the honorable mention.
Yeah. I think that and a few of those guys, like we talked about earlier, if you put C.J. Stroud in Tampa's offense last year, I think you see a much different version of C.J. Stroud. Liam Cohen, who's now the head coach of the Jaguars, helped Baker Mayfield to have really probably the best season of his career.
Yeah.
And, and he's doing that as the receivers were, struggling with injury issues the entire season. He has some big-name receivers out there, but they were banged up all year long.
6 or 7 is about where I feel like if I needed to argue on behalf of C.J. Stroud being as high as he possibly could be on a poll like this, Seth, 6 or 7 is about the limit of where I feel, coming off of last year, I feel like I could argue, argue in a court of law for C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, and I have an issue with putting a rookie up as high as they did. I was uncomfortable last year when C.J. Stroud was on some people's list in the top 5. And I wasn't overly worried that C.J. was going to have a sophomore slump. I should have been more worried, obviously. But it's way too early. And we've just seen too many young quarterbacks come through and be offensive rookie of the year, be incredibly promising, and then the second year just the level of difficulty goes way up. So it's not a criticism of Jaden Daniels. It feels a little too early. It felt too early for C.J. Stroud last year when anybody had him in their top 5.
The off-ball linebacker list is out. It just dropped a few minutes ago. Yeah. The off-ball linebacker list just dropped a few minutes ago, and it's interesting. Is there Texans representation on this list anywhere? Well, I'll rapid fire the top 10 here. Fred Warner, number 1. Roquan Smith, number 2. Zach Bond. How about Zach Bond? Zach Bond goes from a 1-year, $3 million contract in Philly to a journeyman to a multi-year, top-of-market off-ball linebacker deal and the number 3 off-ball linebacker in football, according to people inside the game.
He's one of the best examples ever of sometimes a guy just needs to be in the right fit. And Vic Fangio is that type of defensive coordinator that he can get more out of less in some ways. The skill set of the players is very, very key and critical to Vic Fangio. So just as Zach Bond found the right situation for him, Vic Fangio kind of found the right kind of guy for his defense.
Number 4, Nick Bolton, Kansas City. Number 5, Frankie Louvu, Washington Commanders. Number 6, Tremaine Edwards of the Bears. Number 7, Levante David, old school, still hanging around at age 35. He's number 7, Tampa Bay Buccaneers. DeMarvion Overshown, Dallas Cowboys, who got injured at the end of last year, 24-year-old. He's 8th. He's 8th on the list. Dre Greenlaw, who is now with the Denver Broncos, but of course made his bones with the San Francisco 49ers. He's number 9. Finishing out the top 10, Quincy Williams with the New York Jets. So
I'll save you the scroll, Sean. You have to go down to the also receiving votes section to see, in a big surprise, Christian Harris.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, if you had told me that a Texan was in also receiving votes, and that's all the representation there was, I would have said, okay, Azeez Al-Shire got a few votes, a couple of votes. Christian Harris was on at least one person's top 10 list in the NFL.
I think that's probably a vote on upside, and maybe somebody that had played against Christian Harris in the second half.
It's not on production. We know that.
I think the biggest thing about all the Texans linebackers is that they need to get better in pass coverage. They don't have to be awesome. They don't have to be, just incredible or anything like that. They've just got to get more solid and dependable in pass coverage.
They've got a bleep ton of honorable mentions here. There's like 10 honorable mentions.
Not the Texans, but the list.
No, the league. Yeah, the league. Yeah, there's the top 10, and then honorable mention at any given position. Like there were 2 honorable mentions at quarterback. There's literally 9 or 10 of them, or 11 maybe. And then the also receiving votes, there's another 10 or 12, one of which is Christian Harris.
My favorite, former Texan, Blake Cashman, who's now with the Vikings. One of the many Texans that's now with the Vikings. Tell me if this is a surprise. If you can picture Blake Cashman's headshot in your mind and say when this little nugget. Extremely smart, scheme versatile, can wear the green dot or flip to will. Good getting people aligned, plays with correct patience and timing, which can mask his athleticism. Oh, is that what masks his athleticism?
Okay.
The football people.
Patience and timing.
This is some cavemen. Just how many times do we have to hear deceptively fast or faster than you think or anything about a guy? When have people ever doubted Blake Cashman's speed? It's very apparent when you turn on. If you ignore the hue of his arms on the film, a lot of times on the All-22, that's how you differentiate between your players. There's nothing deceptive about Blake Cashman's speed.
Guy.
They need to seek these guys down and fire them because they're operating at a base level of bias that's just way too big.
Would you? Now, it's interesting. They gave Azeez Al-Shire, the Texans did, 3 years, like $30 million. I forget what the contract was for Blake Cashman, but Blake Cashman being on this list and no Azeez Al-Shaair, should the Texans have gone the other? Should they have retained Blake Cashman instead of doing Azeez?
No, I think with Cashman, I figured at the time that was probably what was going to happen. Is they've got young guys that they want to develop, and that he's been very, very injury prone in his career.
Yes, that's true.
That's the dicey part of it. That I think the factor of how much do they want to pay when they have these young guys like Christian Harris and Henry To'oTo'o, not to mention Jamal Hill and other guys now that they would eventually draft. Like, how much do you want to pay Blake Cashman given his injury history?
Yeah,
so I'm cool with that.
I am too. I like Azeez. I'm cool with Azeez on the Texans. So that's the. I'm a little surprised, man. Christian Harris got a vote from somebody on the also receiving votes for off-ball linebacker. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We mentioned Nick Caserio making waves with giving Jaden Higgins the full guarantee on his 34th overall pick deal, top of the second round. Here's Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network describing the environment right now with training camp upcoming for the league. A couple teams in training camp already. The Chargers and the Lions are starting up training camp because they're playing in the Hall of Fame game. Everybody else is starting up next week, including the Texans. Here's Ian Rappaport on the wave of second-rounders holding out for more guaranteed money.
Yeah, and I would guess if I had to do it right now, Tom, that it's going to be several other holdouts as of right now. Trey Harris, the first to take a stand, to fight for that guaranteed money. He's way back toward the end of the second round, but there are several others in the middle, early part of the second round who are going to want that fully guaranteed deal. A lot of attention is going to be paid to the contract that Tyler Shough, the Saints quarterback, gets. Does he get the fully guaranteed deal? Does he get the quarterback premium? And does he take all the picks before him with him as far as fully guaranteed? Plenty of drama to play out. So, yeah, unlike most years, we may get a few holdouts for training camp.
Okay. So that's Ian Rappaport. And Tyler Shough, the reason that one's a little different, now that guaranteeing the whole contract has entered the chat, but the feeling is that, okay, the guy that's got the most leverage right now to be able to do that and affect the guys that were drafted around him. Tyler Shough was drafted 40th overall, so 6 picks after Jaden Higgins. He was drafted 40th overall quarterback out of multiple schools. That he's got the most leverage, A, because of the position that he plays, B, he might be their starting quarterback. They've got Derek Carr retired. So it's Spencer Rattler and it's the Hainer kid out of Fresno State and it's Tyler Shough. And Shough, as a second-round pick against those two guys, definitely has a chance to be the starter, but he needs to get into camp. He's the one that has the best chance, probably, Seth, of winning a staring contest with the team that drafted him. Would be Tyler Shough, I would say.
Yeah, I think so. And the quarterback dynamic is always – there's other tweaks to second-round quarterbacks that have happened that make it more complicated. I guess when it comes to Texans opponents, it doesn't really match up that great for guys in the second round that might be unsigned during training camp but then face the Texans early.
Yeah.
I just did a brief perusal of it earlier. I don't think there's not a lot of guys – that, man, you look at, okay, one of the early Texans opponents might have really been depending on this guy, and it could be a competitive advantage if they don't have him.
Yeah.
I don't think the Jaguars even had a second-round picks, right? So that
the Rams have one there, the tight end Terrence Ferguson. They open with the Rams,
right.
but that's
Ferguson.
Oh, he gets hit with that all the time.
I know, that's a tough one, man.
That's a tricky.
You have a last name if your last name's Ferguson, you can't give him any kind of a T first
you can't name him something that's the closest thing to turd would be.
What's Turd Terrence Ferguson from? I can't even remember.
I forget.
SNL Celebrity Jeopardy.
Oh,
that's right. That's right. That was that was Norm Macdonald doing the Burt Reynolds impression.
That's right. That's right. Good job bringing the juice, Ben.
Good job, Ben.
Bringing the nice work.
Thank you.
Yep.
Tyler Warren would be one that if Tyler Warren isn't signed, the Texans don't play the Colts until week 13, so any kind of holdout's not going to necessarily hurt him.
No, well, he was a first-rounder, Tyler Warren.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
He was a first-rounder.
Yeah, good call.
Ari Meroff, who is he provides NFL content, I guess, right? It's fair to say, right? He did an interview with Sam Monson. They had kind of a conversation, and Cacerio Caserio came up again with this second-round guarantee, but they took it a step further, saying this is kind of how Caserio's done business, and could there be a concern around the league that the next big contract to come up for the Texans would be one where Cacerio goes and colors outside the lines once again?
If you look at the Nick Cacerio front office in Houston, they actually have a bit of a history here when it comes to rookies with, I guess, breaking precedent or going away from what previous players have done. A couple years ago, Jalen Petrie got a significant amount of his third year fully guaranteed when that was not normal for picks. Dameon Pierce, who was picked in the 4th round, had an obscure number of fully guaranteed money. I believe it was in year 2. So there was a lot of things over here that have been done in recent history with the Houston Texans when it comes to contracts. Even this offseason when it comes to veteran contracts, Sam, think of what they did of Derek Stingley, who still had 2 years left on his contract. They gave him a 3-year deal, which is, a low number of years for $90 million, $30 million per year when the quarterback market was still at 25. Like, they jumped it by $5 million. They didn't even get that many more years on the contract. Usually if you're going to jump the market by that much, you try to get a 5-year deal, a 6-year deal, or something like that. The Texans were like, no, we'll do a 3-year deal and jump the market significantly. And I'll tell you this much, there's already rumblings around the NFL that next year with C.J. Stroud, when he becomes eligible, the Texans might do something very, very unprecedented with him as well when it comes to a quarterback. So for whatever reason, they have a history of being more lenient with contracts compared to other teams who are more stringent, and we're seeing it again here this year of the second round.
Well, the one thing that Ari Meroff didn't even mention there is that they guaranteed almost every penny of Derek Stingley's contract extension. It wasn't just that they jumped the annual value of the new money up so much. They guarantee of the $90 million, I think 89 of it is guaranteed. It would not shock me if C.J. Stroud's contract extension that he signed next spring or summer. I mean, he's going to get it. Barring a disaster this year, C.J. Stroud is going to get a top-of-market extension. Would it shock you, Seth, if C.J. Stroud's contract was something like 3 years, $190 million with like $185 guaranteed or something like that?
No, I wouldn't be surprised if it was something that was maybe the closest to the Deshaun Watson contract as we've seen.
Maybe fewer years, maybe not 5 years, maybe 3 years.
Well, Lamar's was a huge percentage guarantee.
Yeah, it was
Lamar
good.
Jackson.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So no, it wouldn't surprise me. I think that Nick's approach, it almost feels like one of those car dealerships where there's just absolutely no negotiating. Like the whole, like an online buying used cars or something where like let's just simplify the process. We don't the no dicker sticker. Wasn't there a dealership in Houston that used to call it the no dicker sticker? You just look. We got other things to worry about. We can't be negotiating things all the time. We'll call it all guaranteed. It is what it is, and here we go.
1992, Saturn's no dicker sticker proves popular among Hoosier car buyers. No, it was in Indiana. They had the no dicker sticker.
It must have been. I wonder if Saturn in general. I forgot about Saturn. Do they still make cars?
I don't know.
Who the hell was Saturn? I don't know. There used to be Saturn cars.
There were.
It's just barely in one little nodule in my brain. I can't remember anything
No bartering, no bargaining, no blustery backroom brainstorming. That's how longtime KRTV reporter Derek Thomas describes Saturn's no dicker sticker pricing in a report filed 30 years ago.
So it was Saturn. Saturn used to be made by GM, but it was a standalone brand.
Yeah.
And they discontinued it in 2010. So kids, there used to be a day when you could go buy a brand new vehicle with a no dicker sticker.
No dicker sticker, man.
The price is what it is.
Yeah, that's it. Is that what they called it? Dickering? Is that a word for kind of going back and forth? It feels like
that's what I assumed.
Feels like I might get canceled for even asking.
They weren't trying to do like put the one attorney that advertises on our station. I don't think GM was in that game.
No.
Yeah, dickering. Dickering is to engage in petty argument or bargaining.
Okay, well, there you go.
I'm guilty of dickering every now and then.
Are you?
According to you and Brandy. Yeah. I take things too literally, and I start trying to over-explain things and everything.
Okay.
Seth, you're dickering again. Stop being a dickerer.
I'm going to slap
He's
you.
the massive dickerer.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm Seth Payne. I like to ramble on and tell dumb jokes.
The laugh is the
I wouldn't have to ramble on if you understood fully what I was trying to say the first time, Sean and Brandy.
It's true.
I can tell by your response, Sean and Brandy, that you don't fully understand what I'm trying to say.
It's
So what
true.
you look at as rambling is actually me trying to further elucidate my point. And that's why you think I'm a dickerer.
Joe in Minnesota. Sean is sitting here listening to Seth's amazement about Bregman going over the Houston Sports Show and knowing the entire rundown and Seth's cues. Sean's like, I do that every show, LOL. That's not true. No, that's not true. There's not cues on our rundown. We just have topics on there. It's not a script.
Yeah, plus Sean doesn't have it memorized.
No, God, no.
Sean, listen, you son of a bitch. I'm about to turn into a dickerer to you.
Yeah, Joe.
Sean is consulting the Google Doc and how we're going about things as we go along.
Yeah, man.
I just tend to operate better when I'm not bound by time and space.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So I let Sean steer the ship.
Thank you. Yep.
So I can come up with the actually interesting ideas.
That's right. That's right. It's worked very, very well.
He is the Dr. Watson to my Sherlock Holmes.
That's it, man.
Is the whole thing.
Best in the world. Best in the world. It is going to be fun, man. Like I wonder how much GMs around the league looked at that Jaden Higgins contract and are like, oh, crap. This guy's got C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson coming up next year. What kind of poison pill is he going to drop on us now?
I'll tell you what, Nick is he's single-handedly trying to defy the perception that there's collusion going on with guaranteed money.
That's right.
He said, well, if there's a collusion agreement, then Cacerio is definitely not being invited to the collusion
I'll
party.
throw them off the scent. Don't worry, guys.
Yeah, don't worry, guys. I'm
on it. Stingley, here's $90 million. How much guaranteed? 89.99.
Nick is the hero in a movie that basically says, "Everybody, you guys all go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go. I'll go in a different direction, and I'll make it. I'll leave a trail so the hounds follow me."
Yes.
Nick cuts his cuts his leg so he's bleeding, and then runs off in the other direction.
So the hounds all chase
The
him.
NFLPA is chasing Nick and realizing that everybody else is getting away with something.
Everybody else is colluding over here. They're chasing down Nick Caserio. We got a few. Speaking of superheroes, there were people a couple texters have texted in over the last couple of days asking if we've seen the Superman movie yet. I have not.
Who's the star?
Who is? Do you know who the star is of it, Ben? I'm not sure. Who's playing Superman?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
It got, like everything, it got politicized. I know that.
All I saw was a headline yesterday was somebody doing some kind of op-ed that said, the Superman is not nearly as political as people are saying it is. So as soon as I saw that, honestly, I was like, well, I'm not. Oh, screw this. I don't know.
Yeah.
I got too much of this in my life. I don't even know. I don't want to know how I'm supposed to feel about Superman, okay?
I wish I hadn't seen that because I would go see, and I'm not a huge superhero movie guy, but if everybody's talking about it, and in a positive way, I'll go see it. And it's, go seeing it. Seeing a movie like that in the theater, too, I'm guessing the special effects and all the CGI is incredible.
I think we are in an era where I think everything is so polarized politically that it's almost impossible to do anything notable where people don't read into it. And again, I have no idea about the Superman movie itself and what the issues people might have with it.
Yeah.
But it reminds me of back when I'll read stuff back from the late 60s and early 70s. It was almost like there was almost nothing written that people weren't reading heavily into the Vietnam War and whether this means this or this means that or what have you. So everything, whether they tried to be political or not, it became about that.
Yeah.
And everything was I try to ignore the discourse on popular culture when it comes to things like that.
At the very least, I'll need a...
It's annoying. It's annoying.
It is. Yeah, it's like it spoils it before you can even go see it, so... for me, at least, I'm not into.
Let me decide whether or not these are actually a bunch of commies making this movie.
Right, exactly. Although I suppose with a bottle of red wine, I can enjoy anything in a movie theater. I'll forget pretty quickly.
Did Ben Affleck play a Superman role at some point?
Did he play?
He was Batman.
He was Batman. That's right.
I know. I just saw a clip online. It must have been an AI generated something. It was Ben Affleck playing Superman, and I'm like, what the hell is that? I did not remember this at all.
Yeah.
So it's probably AI.
Probably AI. Yeah, that's everything I see now. I'm like, okay.
See why I want to get rid of a smartphone, Sean?
Yes.
I
don't
can't.
do it, but yeah, I can see why you'd want to.
I don't want to die, but I kind of want to leave this world. I'm tired, okay?
Yeah,
I'm just tired. I'm tired of not knowing what's going on about anything ever. And I'm tired of not being able to trust a single damn thing I see with my eyes.
How many things do you get push notifications on your phone?
No, zero. I don't get push notifications.
Zero push,
yeah.
huh? Not even
Yeah.
texts.
No, my phone never alerts me to anything other than when I set an alarm or something.
Oh, boy, I'm the
I
total
can't,
opposite.
Sean, my brain is a delicate ecosystem.
No, I'm aware. I know
not
that.
Pristine, certainly not pristine, but it's teetering on the edge of becoming a toxic wake stump at any given moment. So I try to eliminate as much as possible the electronic.
Oh, that's true, because I think when I text you, you've always got that little purple moon that says "Do not disturb" or something on there.
I mean, I put it in drive mode a lot during the day. If I have to do 3 hours of work, I put it in drive mode for like 3 hours.
Dude, I'm a circus. I'm looking at mine here. You know how you can just run your thumb down and it drags the list of things that you've been notified on over the last couple days? I've got YouTube, I've got Twitter, I've got CBS Sports, I've got Uber. I have push notifications on Uber. I get notified when my son gets in an Uber.
Well, but that's good for you. You can handle it. You're built for it. I think everybody's got to try to figure out, okay, this is the current environment and the way things operate, and how much are you capable of handling it? And I'm not capable. It's the same thing with like drinking. Like I'm jealous of you because you are incredible in your ability to imbibe and not have it affect your life. If anything, it might complement your life perfectly. Whereas I'm a disaster. Like I have to be very, very careful about any kind of chemicals I put into my body.
Recognition.
I've got very strict rules about when I can and cannot drink alcohol.
Recognition is key. No doubt about that.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you as we roll on here on a Tuesday. Okay, this is the wildest take that I've heard on the DeAndre Hopkins trade from 5 years ago. Did the Texans, in retrospect, win the DeAndre Hopkins trade? We'll let you be the judge. That's coming up next. I'm going to tell you where you will win right now is if you get to the men's tea clinic.
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, one quick factual thing to clean up. Seth, you had asked, did Ben Affleck play Superman? And Ben correctly said, no, he'd played Batman. But in a way, he did play Superman in a movie, as several people have pointed out. He played George Reeves in Hollywoodland. It was a biopic. George Reeves was the first person to play Superman.
Oh, okay.
On TV
so
or
the
movies.
scene I saw was a scene from that movie where he was out. That's okay. So that makes sense. The clip I saw was Ben Affleck, and he's at some event dressed up as Superman, and some kid comes up to him with a gun and says, "Superman, can I shoot you?" And
that's a little scary.
And I was wondering what was that. It makes a lot of sense now because I was like, why does Superman look so nervous? And he comes up with some cockamamie story about how the bullet might ricochet and hit an innocent person.
Oh, he did?
But he looked genuinely nervous. I was like, what's going on with Superman in this situation? Was it a kryptonite type deal or something?
Yeah.
Were they kryptonite bullets? I don't know. It turns out it was because it was actual human George Reeves. Like it was some kid come. That sounds like when. This situation kind of like when Houdini, the guy punched him in the stomach off stage and ended up killing him.
Yeah,
He wasn't ready for the punch.
Yeah, he stayed to stay in character, man. So that was he said, no, you can't do that. I might hurt somebody else because the bullet bounces off of me.
It's a good idea.
No, that's a good, in the moment, that's a really good way to stay in character. That's thinking on your feet right there.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so this is from the Underdog Twitter account. Is this Hayden? Is this Josh or Hayden that has this take?
This is Hayden Winks, I believe.
Hayden Winks, okay.
And he got me with the headline, because the headline was something along the lines of, oh, you thought the Texans lost the Hopkins trade?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I 100%.
Think again.
I 100%
Chump.
did. Yeah.
So it got me, and I watched it. And Hayden's a smart guy. Yeah. He's kind of dry.
Yeah.
And for the life of me, I want to believe he's joking, but I can't pick up any intended humor in this or anything. He's got an argument for why the Texans actually won the DeAndre Hopkins trade.
Which I'll remind people, it was DeAndre and a 2020 4th-round pick.
Yeah.
For a 2nd-round pick in 2020, David Johnson and his entire contract, and keep this in mind, a 4th-round pick in 2021, the following year. You need to keep that in mind as you listen to this.
You probably think that the Texans lost that David Johnson for DeAndre Hopkins trade, but guess what? You turned out to be wrong.
Wrong!
In addition to getting David Johnson, the Texans also received a 2020 2nd-round pick and a 2021 4th-rounder. That 2nd-round pick, well, immediately wasted, nose tackle, nobody cares. But that 2021 4th-rounder turned out to be awesome down the line. The Texans called the Panthers the next draft, offered that 4th-round pick and some other draft capital to move all the way up to 89th overall. They really had nobody at wide receiver, so they took developmental ex-wide receiver Nico Collins. Definitely took out some time, but Nico Collins is now a bona fide superstar and a 12th overall pick over on Underdog Fantasy.
How do you like them, Max?
More importantly, the Texans have C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins under contract through at least the 2027 season. They've already won 2 playoff games together. In those games, Nico Collins, 96 yards in a tutty, 122 yards in a tutty. Not bad for just a throw-in.
Okay, first and foremost, Tutty. Can we stop this Tutty talk?
Tutty's on the list of things that annoy me.
I hate so much when people call it a Tutty.
Tutties.
Oh, all right. I wasn't as agitated by this because what I was worried about was that there would be people in the comments saying, hey, you know what? You're right. Makes a good point. Turns out it was a good trade. I immediately texted you when I saw this, and I thought the initial... How do I clean this up for radio? The initial thought I had was that, this is like claiming that because you offered some service in a back alley to some dude for $15, but then eventually would use that $15 as part of a down payment on a Kia. That makes that it was actually it was good that I did that thing in the back alley for $15 because it's like trying to keep track of where you earned every dollar, and all of a sudden, as long as I earned $20 doing something back then, but now I use that. The cleanest analogy I could think of was this is like if a CEO sold all the inventory at a drastic discount that didn't make any sense. The company has to declare bankruptcy. company hires a new CEO to lift them out of bankruptcy, and then the new CEO takes what meager assets you have remaining and makes some really good moves with them. And then the old CEO says, see, selling everything at a deep discount was actually a pretty good move.
Now that's an important distinction that you just made, which is the trade. The trade that was made initially was made by Bill O'Brien and Jack Easterby.
Yeah.
The trade that this Hayden character is talking about here to recoup something out of it was actually made by Nick Caserio.
It was made by Nick Cacerio, and it was one of 3 picks used to get a draft selection that then you took a flyer on a lottery ticket, which every single draft selection is, who happened to be a wide receiver. Yeah. And that's why I was so in it, because Hayden's a really smart guy. And I desperately wanted to believe that he was joking, that he didn't fall into this trap of post hoc analysis. And yet I think he did. And I'm very, very annoyed by it, Sean, because I saw at least 2 Texans fans agree with him in the comments.
Oh!
I did. It was one thing if it was just him with a little attention-grabbing headline and a bad take or something. It annoys me that anybody in Houston wants to retroactively go back and relitigate one of the most horrendous trades in NFL history.
Well, you know what this gives us an opportunity to do.
Yeah.
It gives us an opportunity to at least do our semi-annual consultation of the Jack Easterby memo that was sent to the media after the DeAndre Hopkins trade. I'm not going to read the whole thing again. I just found it hilarious that one of the bullet points, and for those who don't know what we're talking about, after the trade was done and it was widely panned by every human being other than the 2 guys that made the trade. Like, there's nobody that was saying it was a good trade.
Inside and outside
everywhere.
Of Houston, resoundingly across the league.
Everywhere. The team put out a press release that explained bullet point style all the reasons why the trade made sense, and some of them were ratchet as hell. The one that made me laugh in light of this video that we just played, Jack Easterby's a big winner today, folks, because one of the bullet points was that in this trade they acquired Arizona's 2021 4th-round pick is an important part of the deal that nobody talks about. That's literally what it says. And here we are now, 5 years later, more than 5 years later, and now we're talking. Are you happy, Jack? We're talking about that pick.
Yeah, that's the whole problem. It's like trying to keep track of where you earned every dollar coming up. And as long as you end up as a billionaire in the end, then every decision you made was actually wise. Because, let me cherry pick, and I'll say, remember that one really bad decision I made, and we only made $1,000 on that deal? Well, we used that $1,000 as part of a down payment to do something else. It's idiotic.
It's dumb.
It's idiotic to the extreme. It ignores all the what you might have done with the other draft capital that you could have gotten above and beyond just a 4th-round pick.
Correct. Hey, what was the most insulting part of that press release from back in 2020 to you?
The one that claimed that is in a lot of ways it's better to have a 2nd-round pick than a 1st-round pick. Okay. Yeah.
Here, I'll read exactly verbatim the part that we acquired a very valuable 2nd-round pick in 2020, 40th overall. It's an area of the draft where you still get 1st-round talent, but the contract is less money.
Yeah. Right. Okay, yeah, we get that. So by that logic, you should always be trading out of the 1st round into the 2nd round. Yeah. If you're trying to, okay, great. Yeah, and it ignores probability. I texted Texans Cap yesterday because I feel like he would appreciate it the most. He's a really bright guy, does all the cap and everything. People love to kind of cherry pick when it comes to the draft and point out, hey, this 2nd rounder did this 3rd rounder did that. Right. Nobody's denying that can't happen. It's a matter of playing the odds and probability. And also your 2nd rounder cannot be Ross Blacklock.
That's it.
The guy that you use for that 2nd round pick cannot be Ross Blacklock, who the memo says it claims that the future, whoever they take with that 2nd round pick will be
a very talented, young, and cheap player to Houston for the next 4 years.
Yes. How long did he last with the Texans?
2 years. Yeah,
2 years. Was it even a full 2 years?
I don't even think it was.
Not calendar years.
Yeah.
That was the most insulting memo that anybody's ever put out, and that didn't involve actual war crimes, I think.
I have no problem. When the whole thing about trading, the whole thing about being in the 2nd round and getting 1st-round value, like Nick Caserio's done that. It is true. No, Nick's done that the last 2 years. He's done it while making good trades.
Right.
It's one thing to go get a 2nd-round pick and you pick it up because it's a 2nd-round pick and you get it for DeAndre Hopkins in his prime. That's a bad trade.
Yeah, no, and the part that bothers me the most about that memo was acting like there's any level of certainty about what happens with your draft picks.
Right.
Like to say that a guy will be a really valuable player, it's something that somebody that doesn't know what they're talking about would say. Because every GM that knows what the hell he's talking about knows that every single pick you make is a risk.
Yeah.
Whether it's at the top of the first round or the bottom of the seventh, is you just don't know until they get in the league. It was such a clown show, Sean. It was such a clown show. It was so bad.
This is good. This puts us in a good headspace to do the next segment because the Pettycast is upon us, Seth.
Oh, good. I'm feeling petty. You got me primed for pettiness.
This was a good warm-up. We're stretching out your petty hamstrings right now is what we're doing. So 8 o'clock Tuesdays, Pettycast. If you don't think we were petty right there, buckle up, Buttercup, because we're about to get super petty in this next segment. Text your petties in as well, 713-572-4610. What are you feeling petty about? We'll do that coming up next.
It's summertime, and, man, you talk about –
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Pettycast time. Let's get petty. 713-572-4610. That Hopkins topic was a good one to prime the pump because I've already got a couple of texts here, Seth, of people petty that the Vikings were able to get a first-round pick for Stephon Diggs.
Yeah.
That same day that the Texans were only able to get a 2 for DeAndre Hopkins, who to that point was a better wide receiver than Stephon Diggs. Now Diggs had great seasons in Buffalo, but that was a big thing that day.
The other part, too, that's annoying about both the Jadeveon Clowney and the Hopkins trade was how you'd hear from people around the league that they had no idea that it was even an option. Like, oh, we didn't realize we could have traded for him. Like, okay, whereas with Nick, if Nick desperately wanted to trade somebody, like, say, maybe perhaps a Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, yes.
That's where it's, honestly, the difference, because people will point out, hey, DeAndre Hopkins did this afterwards or what. It doesn't matter, including with Jadeveon Clowney. Because people try to reverse engineer the Clowney trade and say, well, he never ended up being the same type of player. Right, it doesn't matter. What was the value at the time? And how did you go about trying to trade him? And with both Hopkins and Clowney, the Texans were ham-handed in the operation.
Yeah.
If O'Brien and Caserio were working together and O'Brien said, I desperately want to get rid of this guy, he just isn't right, we know that Nick would have done more due diligence in getting the right price.
Yes, 100%.
Like with Deshaun Watson, that was the extreme version of, man, who the hell's going to want him in this situation?
Yeah.
Turns out enough people wanted him, and one of them was the Browns.
Yep.
Yeah.
For sure. And Texter points out, the Vikings ended up taking Justin Jefferson with the first-round pick they got from the Bills in that trade.
Right.
They were upgraded over Stephon Diggs. They traded for a first-round pick and got a much better wide receiver than Stephon Diggs.
The Bills GM had a really bad soundbite last year. Remember when he said something along the lines of, like, hey, you can't just go out and it's not so easy to just go out and draft a Justin Jefferson. And people were like, wait, they did it with the pick that you traded them for Stephon Diggs.
Yeah.
Why? Why would you bring that example up? Why is that the choice?
All right, let's get petty here. We got a lot of petty stuff to get to here. The first one is one I just want to read, and this one feels good. Apparently Chris Burke, former Astro, was on the coverage, it looks like, I'm guessing, of the MLB draft on ESPN during the week, or he was on ESPN talking about something baseball. And they put the graphic up of his resume, and one of the things it says is 2005 World Series champion with the Astros. A.J. Przinsky, who was on the actual World Series champion White Sox, caught a gander of this. I guess that seems like it's been a big topic up in Chicago because it's John Greenberg, who's a Chicago media member, who tweeted the picture of Burke on there and says, on Friday we kept asking 2005 White Sox like A.J. Przinsky about ESPN forgetting they won the World Series.
Yeah.
And then we get this happening on ESPN with them not only ignoring it, but giving that World Series to the Astros. Przinsky says, this has to be a joke at this point. Be better, ESPN. They didn't win a game in that series.
My favorite part about this level of pettiness is this is what people, maybe this helps your mental health at home. Whenever you see an inaccurate graphic on television, immediately people jump to their conspiracy theories about, I can't believe ESPN, the corporation, and Disney is disrespecting us like this. This is in actuality what happens 99.9% of the time. Some entry-level employee whose bosses don't understand how hard it is to actually get those graphics together has a list of 29 things he has to do in 33 minutes, and he screws it up.
Yep.
It's some kid who's fresh out of college working for what ends up being about $5 per hour probably because they gave him a $27,000 salary to work 12 hours. It's some kid in a bunker that screwed it up. It's not ESPN Core. Also, this is where I'll stick up for ESPN. We cannot do this. We cannot, at the same time, be the people who say, I'm not going to pay that amount for ESPN every month. That's bogus. And then, in the same breath, say, ESPN's just not what it used to be. Of course it's not. We don't want to pay for what it used to be.
That's right.
It's not what it used to be because we refused to pay for what we were getting back then.
That's a great point.
We're spoiled children.
That's a great point.
But we're petty about it, yes.
Yes, yeah. Petty and A.J. Brzezinski, definitely petty.
AJ, you're mad. Listen, I'll be petty towards Brzezinski, you idiot.
Yeah.
You've been around long enough. You might as well be yelling at an intern right now, which wouldn't shock me. If you told me Brzezinski's the type of guy that yells at interns, I'd say, yep, that tracks. Plus, you are not allowed to be as boring on television as you are, given the way that your personality was as a player.
Yeah.
I've watched. You've done it. He did an Astros game sometime this season, did he not?
Yeah.
And I was like, what's going on with him, man?
Yeah.
I feel like early on, he's gone the Romo route a little bit. Early on, I was like, you know what? I don't like Brzezinski, but this is pretty interesting. He just sounds bored now.
This is great. Seth's cranked up to 10 on this Pettycast. This is awesome. All right, here we go. LeBron James. It looks like this was from it looked like he and Steve Nash were doing their podcast for a live audience. Sometimes these podcasts will take their show on the road, sell some tickets, and go do it at a theater somewhere. And apparently the question was, name a player. I'm ascertaining from the answer. I'm kind of playing Jeopardy here. But it feels like the question was, name a legend from the NBA, LeBron, that you think you would have been good playing with back in your playing days.
When you talk about inspiration, there was nobody more inspiring to me than Michael Jordan. I mean, for me, I think our games would have complemented as well. MJ was a flat-out scorer. He was a scorer. He had a scorer's mentality. If I had to pick him, but I know I can't pick him because I know how social media works. You're going to be like, oh, you want to play with Michael Jordan too? You to play with everybody else. I didn't ask the question. I'm only answering it, guys. I didn't ask the question. But MJ was an inspiration. Anthony Penny Hardaway was an inspiration to me. Grant Hill was an inspiration to me growing up. Like that point forward, Scottie Pippen, that point forward guys, like Penny, like Grant Hill, like Scotty, those guys kind of inspired me because I kind of wanted to be that point forward. So those are some guys. I can see the headline already. LeBron wants to play with Michael Jordan. Like I said already, it's weird.
That is petty.
I don't know. I feel more petty towards LeBron for all right, I don't think that's what people would say. B, but why? I thought you don't care, right? But trying to put up the image of somebody that doesn't care what people say or whatever. Like, oh, you can't give some credit to Michael Jordan because I'm afraid of the social media response.
Yeah, I mean, he basically just said, "I hear and see everything," is what he said
LeBron.
right there. Yeah.
Poor LeBron.
Yeah.
Poor LeBron. It's so hard being LeBron.
It's tough.
Because he can't give a truthful answer about how nice it would be to play with one of the all-time greats.
You're 100% right. Like, he totally could have answered Michael Jordan, and I think it would have been fine. Like, that's got to suck going through life trying to anticipate and walk on eggshells about what the headline is going to be about what I'm going to say next. Having to think about everything that you say. All right, so that's LeBron. This got people petty up in Indianapolis. Miles Turner, former Pacers center, he'd been there for like a decade, part of the team that went to the NBA Finals, went to Game 7 of the NBA Finals. He hightailed it out of there. Tyrese Halliburton tears his Achilles. Not going to play next year. So Miles Turner goes to Milwaukee, which is in the same division. They're kind of rivals. And said, well, why'd you go to Milwaukee? They asked him, why'd you go to Milwaukee? Well, I wanted to make sure I stayed in a competitive situation.
For me, ultimately it was about just staying competitive. 2 years ago, got to Eastern Conference Finals. Obviously, last year we got to the finals. But, being there, being part of it, winning basketball, it's just changed my entire perspective on this league. And I saw a chance to remain competitive here. And, John, even Doc, has assured me that, winning is a top priority here. And we just align with our visions.
Yeah. Yeah, Miles Turner, not a foxhole guy. You know who loves that move by him, though, Seth? Kendrick Perkins. Because remember, Kendrick Perkins said, boy, if Devin Booker decides to stay in Phoenix, I will think less of him. That's a loser move right there. Miles Turner had decided to extend with the non-Halliburton Pacers. Loser move. So Kendrick Perkins likes it. Yeah. But other than that,
I know it just
it's so stupid.
Well, no. I don't. But it's not like he's taking a. Okay, yeah. What were his options? It was
Turner. Well, staying in Indy, but they're not. To Turner's point, if he had stayed in Indy, that's probably not going to be a good team because they lost their best player for the season next year when Halliburton tore his Achilles. So he just said, "I'm going to Milwaukee." because I got Giannis there, and I got a taste of being in a competitive situation. I want to make sure I stay with a winner and stay with a competitive team. People in Indy are irate at Miles Turner right now.
Right.
So they're feeling petty towards him right now. I don't want to skip down here. A lot of basketball today. This is last week. Jalen Williams of the Oklahoma City Thunder signed a max deal. It was the third max deal that OKC gave out in less than a week. They gave Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, the MVP of the league, deservedly so, a max deal. They gave Chet Holmgren a max deal, which we'll see how that ages. And they gave Jalen Williams, who was an all-star this year, a max deal as well. This is a podcast. This was Gilbert Arenas' podcast, and this audio you're about to hear is the reaction of Kenyon Martin, longtime NBA player, former first overall pick, made over $100 million in the league. This is them reacting to the Chet Holmgren contract. Chet Holmgren, who hasn't made an all-star team, has played 147 games, got 5 years, $250 million. This is their reaction to it.
OKC and Chet Holmgren have agreed to a 5-year rookie max extension, which will be worth up to $250 million.
15 and 8 get you 250?
Yes.
God! Up to 280. I thought it was 285.
No, so Shai got 285. Chet's got 5. Could be up to 250. I think he's got to make something in that range to hit that 250 benchmark.
From your rookie deal, too.
$535 million between those two players.
15 and 8 get you 250?
He's played a total of 147 total games in his career. You 7 foot boy, you you just got to look like you about to do some shit. And that's
because he got to stay healthy for that to even make sense for that long time.
I mean, he's 7 foot. I mean, it's just one of those things where Chet is going to ask for the max, and they're not going to be able to say no. Jalen Williams, you got MVP. Y'all going to get the same. You got a All-Star,
All-NBA,
and an All-NBA, and you're going to make the same exact money as Chet.
Yeah. Now, here's the ironic thing. I am petty about this because I'm watching Kenyon Martin and Gilbert Arenas, guys who between the two of them each played well over a decade in the league. Kenyon, I may have said Kenyon Green. Kenyon Martin played like 15 years in the league. Gilbert Arenas played over a decade. Combined, they made 4 All-Star games. Also combined, they made nearly $300 million. If this were the two of them still playing when they signed their big deals, there would be a podcast of guys from the late 80s or early 90s doing the same thing about their contracts that they got.
Well, yeah, Kenyon Martin averaged 12.3 points
for his career.
In his career, right? Yeah. You know what? You had told me about this. I'm going to fail on being petty about this a little bit and maybe it's because I'm sympathizing with the former athlete. I think if anything, it was more just older guys, kind of sitting in awe at what the money is these days, almost with a little bit of that could have been me if I. Which I don't think any athlete that played from the 1990s and later has the right to do ever. Because it wasn't. You go back to the 70s and 80s. That's when guys were making
second jobs.
I remember when Bruce Smith was the first defensive player to make $1 million a year.
Right.
So if Bruce Smith were to come out and say, "Wow, this is what guys are making," or whatever. That's crazy.
Yep.
But ever since the 90s, it's just escalated so much to being kind of mind-blowing numbers that I choose to give them a pass on this.
Okay.
I can't be as petty towards it as now if they had said, "Look, I'm better than I'm the kind of guy that should be making this kind of money."
Yeah. Were you ever the guy that people were aghast at the money you were making? Were you ever Chet Holmgren?
I think there was. There was at least 1 year where I think that I was in the top 5 of defensive tackles.
Yes!
And I remember hearing somebody say something like, "This guy, white defensive tackle? Are you kidding me?" That's basically all it was.
And you looked at them and just went like this instead of sweeping the money off your hands. You did the Johnny Manziel.
I knew the position I was in. I appreciated it.
Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. All right, I don't inject a lot of WWE into the Pettycast. In fact, I think this is the first time. But this was just so funny last night. LA Knight is a wrestler. I think he happens to be Nick Caserio's favorite wrestler right now. LA Knight, good, becoming a big star. On Saturday night on NBC, they had a WWE card where LA Knight was fighting Seth Rollins. And Rollins legit went down with a knee injury, like a legit tore his knee in a match. So they had to stop the match, check out his knee, restart the match just so Seth Rollins could take a finisher and get pinned so they could, say that there was an end to the match. I don't even think LA Knight was supposed to win the match. Once Rollins tore his knee, they just wanted to finish it and get the hell out of there. So last night on Monday Night Raw, LA Knight is getting interviewed, and he says this to Seth Rollins.
Seth, from the bottom of my heart, I want to wish you a speedy recovery. And I'm going to tell you why I want to wish you a speedy recovery, because it was just last week that I said I want to take your dignity, I want to hurt you. I didn't get a chance to hurt you because you hurt your damn self. So I want you to get better. I want you to come back, and I want you to let me hurt you the right way. Yeah!
Yeah! That's good, Petty.
It is very petty.
I hope you get better so I can do you proper.
That's like the old, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I wasn't the one that hurt your knee. That kind of thing. Like very, very, very empty wishes there.
So what happens in WWE when somebody gets injured on the fly like that and it's unexpected and it's not part of the script or whatever? So they just got to make a decision in the moment.
Yeah. So LA Knight wasn't even supposed to win that match supposedly on Saturday. So they just
probably also got to factor when you're in that moment. You also got to factor in okay, wait, what are the other storylines that unfold tonight and tomorrow?
Dude,
because you can't screw up whatever the storylines are too much on the fly.
Yeah, I think it's obviously the health of the guy takes priority over everything depending on the severity of the injury. But to your point, Seth Rollins was the guy they're building everything around right now. You know what I mean? This is like Deshaun Watson tearing his ACL in Week 8 back in the day. It just changes.
The NFL scriptwriters had to get to work. There was a lot of shuffling of papers after that.
They weren't planning on that, man. That's right. There's your petty cast. We'll read some of your petties that you send in. Most of them have to do with either the DeAndre Hopkins trade or the word tutty.
Does anybody approve of the use of tutty?
I'm glad y'all don't like tutty either. Sorry, I was driving. I couldn't text earlier. We hate tutty. Tutty and Chip. I don't
know who started it, but I think we should kill him.
Yes.
We should really, whoever coined that phrase, tutty, should really die a slow and agonizing death.
I agree. All right.
Like a really bad one. An embarrassing one, too.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Your search history is exposed as you die your slow and painful death.
You've thought about this. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Could Nick Saban coach again? Should Nick Saban coach again? This is the biggest topic at SEC Media Days right now. We will hear from one of Nick Saban's former assistants on that topic, and we'll give you our take on it as well. That's coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast. Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. SEC Media Days is going on. That's always the spiciest of the media days because they kind of run things. It's evened out a little bit in college football, but they haven't won a championship in 2 years.
That's where
feel like
also those media days, though, too. We sometimes get some epically bad takes out of people.
Yeah.
Remember when Mike Gundy was at the media day, the conference media day? He had said that was when didn't he try to explain how he had looked at the BAC calculator and he made some argument
like that
for why somebody's DUI wasn't a big deal or something? Yeah,
something like that. Yes.
Hopefully, we get something epic like that.
Yes. Well, the biggest topic we've gotten from SEC Media Days, two things. One, their commissioner Greg Sankey spoke about the college football playoff yesterday, and the rumor has been that it's going to go to 16 teams and that the Big 12 and the SEC are going to angle to get X amount of guaranteed spots for each conference. I think it's 4 apiece for each conference. Apparently, the SEC and the Big 10 are not as simpatico on that. The Big 10 and SEC getting those guaranteed 4 spots. The SEC, at least according to Greg Sankey, is kind of okay with staying at 12 right now. The Big 10 is the one that's really trying to get guaranteed spots and get it to 16, at least according to Sankey. That was one topic. The other one was Nick Saban. And we're still in a new era here where Nick Saban is not coaching at Alabama anymore. He's had his first year here on air on television. He was very, very good, I thought, Nick Saban on ESPN on game day. But here is Lane Kiffin, and he's not the only one saying this, but this was Lane Kiffin, Ole Miss coach, former assistant under Saban, saying that he thinks Nick Saban's going to come back and coach at some point.
I wouldn't be surprised. I kind of always thought that was going to happen. I kind of thought it happened after 1 year. But, and I say that just because even seeing recent stuff with him and talking to him on the phone, first of all, I have no knowledge that he's coming back. I don't think anybody does that. He's so sharp still. I almost feel like it's a waste that he's not. No disrespect to the media and what you guys do, but his ability to coach players and change lives in that, and he's so good at it. I just think he'll be back, whether that's NFL or college.
Do you think Nick Saban comes? Nick Saban's he's 74 years old. We should preface it with that.
Yeah. The difference between Nick Saban and Bill Belichick is that Belichick went to college and it was a surprise, but the way I felt about it was that the college game has become a lot more like the NFL than it is. It's closer to being the NFL and the way the NFL operates right now than it is to the way college football used to be. And it's kind of a natural transition that Belichick might actually have some advantages in operating in the current state of college football. Mm-hmm. Whereas with Saban, he very specifically cited the current state of affairs in college football as a reason that he doesn't really want to coach college football anymore. And it wasn't like he wasn't even being petty about it or anything. He was, I think, trying to kind of just plainly say the reasons that I loved coaching, those things have kind of vanished. Mm-hmm. And the way we recruit now, I'm not into it. So I think if he does come back, I think it might be as a defensive coordinator. I think he might look at it and really just like the challenge of being a defensive coordinator where somebody else can worry about all the extra BS that's in college football right now.
Okay, that's interesting because you think that feels like to me, Seth, when egos get involved, that feels like to me like Cam Newton when he finally, when the NFL finally cashed in their chips on Cam Newton. I don't think it was because Cam Newton couldn't play. I think it was because nobody viewed him being able to be a backup anymore.
Nobody viewed him as a backup, and they didn't like him they didn't think he would be good in that role well.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's where it comes down to the individual. Think of all the reasons that Bill Belichick would never accept a job at UNC.
Yeah.
Well, no. I mean, how would his ego allow that?
Yeah.
I mean, it's still a head coaching position, but a lot of people thought, no, he'll never take a job like UNC because that's beneath him.
Yeah.
He just wants to coach.
Yeah. This is levels, though. Like this, Belichick doesn't report to anybody. I mean, he reports to the board of trustees, but Belichick is running things in North Carolina.
Right.
Nick Saban would theoretically be reporting to some, unless he's just feels like I'm the boss of the defense.
He's gonna report to somebody, but he's also gonna select a situation where he trusts the head coach or something. There's a lot to. The difference is that I think Nick Saban. If you look at the spectrum of college coaches, there's some that are really, really good head college coaches because they're such great recruiters.
Yeah.
Maybe they're good leaders of men and motivators, but they're really not as much about the X's and O's. Whereas Saban was very much an X's and O's type of guy. And I think I remember having a conversation with Dom Capers about this once, that Dom, it wasn't a surprise. Now, Dom had never won a Super Bowl as a head coach or anything, so it's very, very different. But we were just having a conversation about how there's a lot that's just, it's really nice being a coordinator sometimes because it's all about the football.
Yeah.
And you just kind of get to live in that world. And I could very much see Saban having a part of him that says, hey, if you set aside the ego and everything else, I just really love working on the nuts and bolts of the defensive side of the ball, and that might appeal to him.
Well, and if what Kiffin was saying towards the end there is applicable about impacting young people, that's a chance to really do that, as a defensive coordinator. So, he's back with his hands in the clay on a bunch of young players, wherever that might be,
Another really bad example because of how many differences there are. Mm-hmm. But I just remember when Paul Pasqualoni was the defensive line coach with the Texans.
I do, yeah.
How weird that was, because, he was a head coach at Syracuse for a long, long time.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden one day you see him out there. I knew that they had hired him, but the first time I saw him out there at training camp, it was a weird disconnect. But I think he's a guy that just wanted to keep coaching. He was a head coach a couple of times, but he was also a defensive coordinator and a defensive line coach. And I think you can't look through your own filter or project how you might feel in that situation and think that Nick Saban's going to be the same way.
No.
How could he go down from such a lofty perch? I don't know. He might just really want to get back into being an actual football coach.
You're 100% right. Because if you were to ask me, like, what advice would you give Nick Saban? I would say, I tell him to stay in TV. It's fun. It's easy. You're not recruiting. You're not on the road all the time. You're not dealing with agents for 18-year-olds, which, as you pointed out, is a big reason why he left in the first place. But that's a bogus answer because I'm not Nick Saban. I'm not even close. The way Nick Saban is wired, I never would have put myself in position to even have the option to be in TV like Nick Saban is right now. You know what I mean?
Reading Belichick's book, there's a section in there that's relevant to something you and I had discussed, which is you were talking about, why won't he just stay in media because of the hours and all that? And it sounds like from his book that he was working the same hours when he was preparing for TV shows and everything
I believe
that he was as a coach. Because what Belichick does, when he was kind of explaining his work ethic, was that for Belichick, his joy, I think, is just flat out working and grinding. And to him, the way he presents it, it doesn't even sound like a grind because he looks at it as a big game of like, how am I going to do this? How can I fit in all the hours in the day? How can I do all the things that I need to do to be prepared? And so for him, there's no part of him that thinks about going back and taking a coaching job that thinks, but I don't want to work those hours anymore.
No.
To him, that is his contentedness in life, is just, I'm working towards a goal, and the challenge is figuring out how can I fit more hours in, or how can I fit more work into a day than other people are doing, and how can I do it more efficiently?
It's a really good point, and you've read the book, so you've read the Belichick book.
But I'm also paraphrasing, like the general theme I think was that.
Sure. Well, and I think that's why he had like 6 different gigs when he was in media. Remember, he was on that Inside the NFL show. He's going on McAfee all the time. He was doing stuff for at least 1 or 2 other outlets.
He was doing a lot of film prep for it. And I could tell when I watched some of the things, this looks like a 2-minute blurb on television, but to pick the plays that he wanted to talk about, he probably watched 8 hours of film.
No doubt.
And then watched film on each of the guys in the play to see what type of players they were and everything.
Well, and think about that, too, and he probably took great pleasure in this. When you're the head coach of a team, when you're breaking down film during the week, it's on one team, whoever your next opponent is. That guy goes into every Tuesday morning after the Monday Night Football game, like, which of these 32 teams am I going to watch today?
Yeah, it's kind of overwhelming.
It's like a buffet where you're like, you go to the brunch over a Cadillac bar, and there's 8 different stations over there on a Sunday morning.
There was one little blurb in his book, and if you buy his book, my experience was the first couple chapters, I was not optimistic at all. I thought this is not. It gets better and better as it goes along. But one part, he talks about adopting new technology, and I think this is a part where I love the lesson in it, because it's what so many other people tell you in business and what have you, or in life. It's that he's very open to the new technology and the way that they can utilize it to prepare and everything. But you can never fall into the trap of thinking, oh, I'll be able to do the same amount of work in less time. Because your competitors are also using those same tools. So what it becomes is, never get it in your head that you're going to work less than your competitors. You just have to know how to adopt those things. I mean, think about email. Think about what a great time saver email was going to be back in the day. And if anything, it's compounded the amount of work you have to do, because everybody's communicating via email at light speed all the time.
Yep.
So yeah, I think his joy in life is figuring out how to get an edge on people and pack more into a day than other people are doing.
Yeah.
So for him to, whether he's a head coach at UNC or a head coach in the NFL or anything, it's this game that he plays of, okay, how am I getting these edges? And as long as I think he's still physically and mentally capable of doing it, he's probably going to keep doing it that way.
Multiple texts saying that your idea on Sabin is very interesting about coming back and just wanting to be a defensive coordinator, just wanting to coach ball. These texters all point out this dynamic. No head coach would have Sabin as an assistant because the alumni would be calling for him to be the head coach after the first bad game.
Right. And that's where it comes down to, if Sabin doesn't want to be a head coach, then he's not going to be the head coach.
Yeah.
Now, he could change his mind somewhere along the way, but I think there's a huge asterisk on this, which is it would have to be the right situation. And it has to be with a head coach that Sabin really likes, has probably been friends with for a long time, that's a made man already.
Yeah.
I don't think it would be, if I were a young college coach, there's no way in hell I would. No, you know what? I take that back. If I were a young college head coach, my first thought would be, there's no way in hell I'm hiring him because he's my immediate replacement. But then I would check myself and say, wait a second, what am I doing here? My job isn't about preservation. My job is about putting together the best staff possible.
Yeah.
And as long as if I can use him for overall success, then that's the best thing I can do.
Executing your idea, if it's about ego, is way more about the ego of the head coach than the ego of Nick Saban.
Yeah.
You know?
I think, and that falls into wait a second, am I going to live in constant fear of, if you're a good head coach, you should hope that your underlings are smarter than you.
You should win at hiring in any job where you're hiring people, 100%. 100%.
You have a manager that hires people who aren't threats to take his job, that's a bad manager.
That's a bad manager, no question about it. All right, Will Anderson. Speaking of Nick Saban, guess who got Will Anderson ready to go dominate for the Texans? Nick Saban back in the day. He was on the Ross Tucker podcast at Radio Row. Ross just dropped it yesterday, though. Some good nuggets from Will Anderson, including the guy he most enjoys watching at his position. We'll have that for you coming up next. But first, I love talking about Dr. Ben Salento.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Will Anderson Jr. was on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. This interview is actually from back on Radio Row, but it's timeless because it involves two of our favorite people.
You know what's interesting, Sean? I did an interview with Ross Tucker during Radio Row, and guess whose interview was released before Will Anderson's?
Seth C. Payne.
Seth Payne. Yeah. I think Ross did a smart thing, which was he did a boatload of interviews during the Super Bowl, and then he's kind of waiting. It was smart to wait until now to release the Will Anderson one because that's like this is a dead time to where he probably, if he's trying to keep kind of his viewership numbers stabilized, Will's going to be a big hit now compared to whenever at 2 a.m. he dropped the Seth Payne video.
Well, he did a good job. Ross did too. He was probably cognizant of that like, hey, I'm not going to use this tomorrow or anything.
Yeah.
I'll use it in the dead days of July when I'm at the beach.
Yeah.
Ross is like on vacation right now. That I know from following him on social media. So this is him still able to get some content out there probably.
Yeah.
But so Ross did a good job of asking questions that don't get obsoleted in this interview. You know, they're just,
right. Yeah, they're more kind of general. I could tell that's what he was doing when. I'm joking about comparing my relevance to Will Anderson's right now, obviously. But I could tell when he was doing the interview with me. I told him afterwards, I was like, "Oh, you're not. This is like for the offseason, right?"
For
He's
April.
Like, oh, yeah, I'm not putting you out the day after the Super Bowl.
Smart, man. It's smart. Someone's got a pretty big ego if they're thinking you're going to get dropped on the Monday after the Super Bowl. All right, here's Will Anderson with Ross Tucker. Here's Ross asking Will, what do you need to get to the next level?
What do you need to add to your game so that people are mentioning you with Myles Garrett and Micah Parsons and Hendrickson and any of these guys that are considered elite? It feels like you're just below those guys right now in terms of public perception. I'm not saying you're not those, but what do you need to do to get to that level that people are talking about you like they talk about those guys?
Consistency. Consistently. I have to do it consistently every game. It can't be a drop-off, staying healthy, and me and my coach talked about that. Like, you got to consistently do that, like, every game, and, it's just doing more is just, we want to talk about sacks and stuff like that. Like, the sacks are going to come, but, like, doing more forced fumbles. Like, got to get the ball out more when you're sacking the quarterback. Like, that's one of my off-season things that I want to work on is, like, reaching with precision, like, really, like, turning that corner tight and really going for the ball, getting more of those. Like, those guys have a lot of forced fumbles, a lot of strip sacks and stuff like that. And, like, that's what separates them. That adds another thing to your career and stuff like that. So just doing that and just being more consistent in my game, like, I feel great where I'm at right now, but, like, it's more left on the table. Like, I'm starving for it right now. I'm hungry for it. So this offseason, I just want to continue to get better, be consistent, and, man, just keep growing and learning.
And that's very consistent with what he's said locally when doing interviews and every other time in the offseason, which I like because he's not just coming up with it in the moment.
No.
He talked in his first press conference this offseason about getting the ball out, all of those things. Those are the things he's focused on. But in going back and watching Jared Verse from the Rams, who's a rookie last year, there were so many similarities to Will Anderson's rookie year. There were similarities to J.J. Watt's rookie year. You can see so many times as I'm watching Jared Verse that it reminded me of Will Anderson's rookie year where, he was so close. If he could have created a little bit of separation at the top of his rush, if he could have just done this little thing a little differently, you're looking at 15, 16 sacks. Will was like that his rookie year, and he refined some of those things, and lo and behold, he ended up, I know sacks are, it's dicey using just sack numbers, but he improved on a lot of that stuff. His sack number went up. But I think Will still has, with what he talked about, getting the strip sacks, just those last two steps before you get to the quarterback are so important. It's one of the reasons that Jadeveon Clowney was really, really good at pressuring the quarterback, but not great at getting him down, because Jadeveon just was – part of it was, I think, the type of athlete he was, but also that he never got to the level of refinement that he could have.
Yeah.
Whereas with Will Anderson, I trust that he's going to get more refined every year.
He's totally focused on it.
J.J. Watt, you go back and watch J.J. Watt's rookie year and, talk about a guy that was focused on improving. So many opportunities. I watched the first 3 games of his rookie year once, and I was like, he left 3 tackles for a loss and 2 sacks on the table.
Yeah.
Just because he was kind of playing wildly and unrefined and everything. So, like I expect Jared Verse to work on all those things. I think he's going to be really, really good. Will Anderson's the same way. We've seen the evidence of him working on it.
Who does Will Anderson enjoy watching at his position?
Bosa was a good guy that I watched all the time just because we're in the same scheme. And I just wanted to see how he did things. And then Myles Garrett is a guy that I really watch a lot too because we're in the same scheme too. But we kind of do some more of the similar things too on the same side.
Yeah, Bosa's an interesting guy because he's not. He's so good with his hands.
Yeah.
He doesn't really beat him with speed.
Yeah.
It's all like
he has really big steps.
Yeah.
He gains really a lot of ground on his steps. He has really big steps. He uses his hands really well. His leverage is amazing. I love watching him. He does a lot of speed to power. Then he gets the O-lineman hands on him, and he gets to, like, swipe him off.
Yes.
Forklift, bull forklift, long arm, things like that. So from that aspect, I kind of watch him, and Miles does the same.
If you're not watching on YouTube, if you're not watching on YouTube, Seth loved this answer.
I got so excited with that one because I've told you before that I think that Nick Bosa is the guy that I would most want Will to emulate because there are a lot of similarities in body type and athletic profile. Neither Nick Bosa or Will Anderson are really, it's not like they have really fluid hips. They're not like Danielle Hunter who can kind of Gumby his way around people at times. It's a speed and power game. And what Bosa has in terms of an advantage when he came into the league is that Bosa was a hand-in-the-dirt defensive end from high school on up. So he was a lot more refined when he came into the league. Will's learning some of that. But one of the things that Bosa does really well, I was so excited when I heard Will Anderson say this, was that he takes these huge steps. So Bosa gets across the line of scrimmage really quickly, and in his first 3 steps gets so deep into the backfield that it really puts the offensive tackle into a bind. And Will has that same really good get-off, but when he was a rookie, I wanted him to see him emulate that, just take these huge, giant steps. And I think he's working on that. And I loved hearing that. I loved hearing that, partly for my own ego, because So
I've been saying that. Yeah.
I also like him bringing up Rod Wright, the defensive line coach.
Yeah.
I think Rod Wright's been really good for Will. And there's a YouTube video out right now the Texans put out of him, Rod Wright mixed.
I was just going to say that. Yeah, I haven't watched it yet.
I haven't watched it yet.
Yeah,
no.
I think I'm going to put that on the list of things to watch for today. I bet that's good. Everything
the
we
strip
hear.
sacks, if we see more strip sacks out of Will.
Yeah, I loved hearing how focused he was on that, you know?
Well, it is, Sean. Okay, so with Will, and again, I'm not comparing myself to Will Anderson in total, obviously, but like there's an element of Will's personality that I can empathize with, and that he's kind of an excitable dude. And sometimes as a pass rusher, I was a run stuffer, I wasn't a pass rusher. But as a pass rusher especially, when you're a hyped up guy, those last 2 steps you got to almost kind of slow down and let everything come to you. You got to get loose and relax because especially these days, the Kyler Murrays of the world they disappear so fast.
Yeah.
And I'm watching Jared Verse, and some of his missed sacks were on guys like Kyler Murray. And you can tell Jared Verse is wired kind of like Will Anderson. Like, man, this guy's got the right kind of attitude, but you got to learn how to just, those last couple steps, you got to slow down and let it, and just relax. And that's when because you got to also have the hand-eye coordination to focus on the ball and not just be sack hungry, but there's nothing but, sacks are great, but a strip sack is that's the pinnacle of existence right there.
Well,
the strip sack, there's nothing you can do to help your team more than a strip sack.
Yep.
Because it's a turnover. Hey, interceptions are great, but how often do they get back to the line of scrimmage? Strip sack, there's a chance for a fumble recovery for a touchdown. If the offense recovers it, they're still screwed on that. It's a drive killer.
Yeah.
So that is like for him to get 3 or 4 extra strip sacks, that can sometimes equate to 3 or 4 extra wins in a game.
Dude, that is a recipe to finally get a 2-seed or a 1-seed in the AFC if you're a good enough team. You know, if the offense does its job. Those are the plays. Those are the plays that change games.
You get a strip sack on the 50-yard line, and all of a sudden you're getting at least a field goal out of it.
Yep.
It's such a big deal.
Yeah. If you're looking for another mic'd up to kind of capture the phenomenon you're talking about, Seth, with Will maybe getting amped up at that last step before getting the quarterback, he was mic'd up, if I'm not mistaken, his rookie year for the Saints game in Week 6. Derek Carr was the quarterback. They won the game, 20-13, I think was the final score. But Will Anderson, that was when Will only had 1 sack on the season. It was in the opener against Lamar Jackson, and he went like the next 7 games without a sack. That was at the peak of him in a sack drought, and they had him mic'd up, and there must have been 5 times in that mic'd up where he's like, I had him.
There's also, you know what? The funniest thing to watch, any defensive lineman listening can probably empathize with this. There's a part, because Will is not a selfish dude at all, but it's so frustrating that sometimes you miss the sack, but somebody else gets it, but you're so pissed at yourself that for a moment, it could look like you're a selfish player because somebody else gets a sack, but you're so angry at yourself that you're beating yourself up over it. You're like the wide receiver who is upset after a win because you only got 3 catches.
You're Deontay for 5 seconds. You're Deontay Johnson for 5 seconds.
The key is that it passes, and then you get excited. You realize what you just did, and you feel bad about it, and you go congratulate your buddy. But in that moment, you're the most selfish person in the world.
That's hilarious. That's really funny. All right. Into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Up next, let's circle back to the Astros. It's the All-Star break, but we got to take inventory here, man. What are the reinforcements looking like coming back from the break later this week? We'll do the power rankings of that coming up next.
Area 45 with Bijani and KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, real quick, just to close the book on something you brought up when we were talking about Nick Saban a couple segments ago, Seth, where you were like, wasn't there a mic? We were talking about SEC Media Days and how much great audio and hot takes come out of Media Days in college football. And you had said, man, your favorite one was the one that Mike Gundy had. This was last year. We don't have the audio of it. We probably should have found the audio. Maybe we'll play it tomorrow. But we can do the best of Media Days. But Mike Gundy had a player, Ollie Gordon, who was his star running back last year, who got a DUI with a .11 that he blew, blood alcohol content. And Gundy didn't suspend him. And the rationale behind not suspending him at Big 12 Media Days, when he was asked about it, was, quote, I looked it up on my phone. The legal limit in Oklahoma is 0.08%, and Ollie was like 0.1%. So I looked it up based on body weight, not to get on the legal side of it, but I thought really 2 or 3 beers or 4. I'm not justifying what Ollie did. I'm telling you what decision I made. I thought I'd probably done that 1,000 times in my life, and, it was just fine. So I got lucky. People get lucky. Ollie made a decision he wished he could have done better. But when I talked to Ollie, I told him, you're lucky. You got out light, end quote.
So I'm trying to think about, okay, listen, Mike Gundy, you've been coaching young men for a long, long time. And during that entire period, DUI has been very much a point of emphasis. Like going back to the 80s is when they really started to focus on, hey, educating people about DUIs. I don't know how are you a head football coach for this long without understanding that, yeah, you can get a DUI if you have a few beers in an hour, even though you don't feel, he's never seen any of the commercials about hey, just because, how easy it is to be buzz driving is drunk driving, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. Well, and in this day and age where it's easier to get a ride than ever before, there's a jillion ride share things, and you can't use.
And the kids are making the money to do it too.
Thank you. That's what I was just about to say. You can't use, he's this poor college kid as an excuse anymore. He's your star running back.
Conservatively, probably making $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 a year.
Ollie Gordon, at least, and he was the star of their team. Yeah, so that's.
At least. What's the average? Okay, at a big-time school, I think even the offensive linemen, I want to say I saw that Division I offensive linemen on average at big conferences are making about $200,000.
That's what I saw the same report you did then. That's what I've seen too.
Any kind of star player is probably making on average, I'm guessing about $1 million a year or so. Not the superstars who are making more, but
quarterback. Quarterbacks
at least $500,000 a year. Let's say.
At least quarterback. Quarterbacks are good quarterbacks. Well, even bad quarterbacks are making 4. Carson Beck's making 4 at Miami. He sucks. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you into the 9 o'clock hour. We went through this little exercise yesterday, impromptu, but I got thinking about it after the show yesterday, Seth. And we're boiling down the names that can come back here and help the Astros anytime soon. I think there's 6 guys here that we're talking about, independent of going and making trades. I'm talking about existing Astros. And within the pitching staff, it's Arrighetti, Javier, and Garcia. And within the everyday lineup, it's Myers, Jordan, and Pena. And you had asked me yesterday about optimism levels with each of these guys coming back, which is very complicated for an Astros fan you can't just go by the book of what the injury is when it comes to the optimism level because of all the setbacks and the ups and downs that we've experienced over the last 2 years.
It's like if you got a diagnosis that you have some kind of disease and the doctor tells you, well, you've got an 80% chance of surviving. And you're like, I know that should sound good, but this 1 in 5 chance of dying is the thing I'm fixated on.
The other thing's death. 20% is quite a bit.
I appreciate you putting a positive spin on it.
If I had to, I'm going to count down here. I'm going to start with the ones I'm least optimistic about and go count up to the one I'm most optimistic about. Sixth place on the optimism scale for me is Jake Myers. Mostly because the diagnosis is not a target. It's it's going to be more than this.
Yeah, at least 3 weeks.
Yeah. You know what's more than 3 weeks? Forever. That's more than 3 weeks.
And it's also, set aside everything about the Astros individual issues, but we're coming off of Christian Harris missing pretty much an entire season with a mysterious calf injury. So when Jake Myers has a mysterious calf strain of some sort, and he's already had one set. You know what it felt like, Sean? Jake Myers leaving right before that game, at the very beginning of that game. Christian Harris, when he tried to come back during training camp, he ended up needing assistance off the field early in a practice up in one of those Ohio practices that they had, if I recall properly.
Yep. So that's number 6. Just the thing with him jogging out to center field to take his position before the game even started and coming up lame was jarring to me. And I know that at least right now I haven't heard anything where it's being framed as an Achilles injury. And yet I sit here and go, would it shock you if there came out a report that Jake Myers has some sort of Achilles issue or tear? Yeah, like something.
Right.
So that's the one I'm least optimistic about. The next one, and I know the latest report from Dana Brown is he has absolutely no pain in the hand, but this Jordan saga has been too much for me. It's just been too much with the setbacks. The fact that it's a repeat injury, that he had a hand a couple of years ago, now it's a hand. It was a muscle strain, then a broken bone, and then he's swinging a bat, and then he's not. And Thursday's a big day. He's getting reevaluated on Thursday. Dana Brown had said, quote, I think once that's over, the doctor could potentially clear him to start swinging a bat. As long as Jordan feels good, we're going to try to expedite his return. And so on the one hand, I'm like, ooh, expedite, he'll be back quick. And on the other hand, no pun intended, I'm like, isn't expediting what got us to this spot in the first place?
This is like when UPS tells you, well, it turns, listen, don't worry, we found your package. It's in a hut in the Sahara Desert somewhere, but we'll try to expedite it to you. Like, okay, great, thanks.
That's great.
We don't know how it got to the Sahara Desert, but that's where it is.
Am I off kilter with you when it comes to the optimism or pessimism on Jordan, or do you feel similarly?
I guess no, I don't think you are. I guess I was going to try to maybe split hairs and say it's just the uncertainty of everything. Yeah. Something you said yesterday, where I think you said at this point, because Jordan's had these issues in the past, it almost feels like a congenital issue or something. Yeah. And that makes it even murkier. Yeah. He's had these issues before, and now this seems to be the worst case version of it. That I'm pessimistic about.
This feels
and the fact that it was affecting him before it got to the point that he couldn't play at all. Yeah. It was affecting his play to the point that he was playing the worst he's played in his major league career.
Yeah. So that's if we're counting up, Myers 6, Jordan 5. Fourth on the optimism scale would be Luis Garcia, who, because if you've had setbacks, that puts you down the list for me. And Luis Garcia, people don't realize he didn't have Tommy. Some people do, but there are people who don't. Christian Javier had his Tommy John surgery like a year ago and changed. Yeah. Luis Garcia is 2 years removed. He got him and Urquidy got hurt in 2023, not 2024. Like Javier did. So Luis Garcia, who was up to 94 miles an hour, but he's going to take a little longer to get back. I feel 50-50 okay that he's going to come back and be able to contribute something to the Astros.
I chalk that all up to Garcia's laid-back nature. He kind of takes everything in stride.
He does.
And, he's just taking this in stride. So when he does come back, though, he'll be 100% ready to go.
Remember how
forged in steel, Sean.
Remember when you and I were at spring training this year, and we spent at least 1 or 2 games sitting down along the left field line where the pitchers would come in and out. They would come in from the bullpen at certain points during the game, or they would go back out to the bullpen. Yeah. And Luis Garcia, who was still in the early stages of a rehab of his Tommy John. Always a smile on his face, man.
He seems like the most pleasant person alive.
Remember
when he came back, when they changed the pitcher rules, the balk rules and everything, to where he was going to have to change
the rock the baby
his windup?
Yeah.
And remember at the very beginning of spring training, they asked him about it, and it sounded like it was just he was one of the players that was probably going to be most affected by it
100%.
in Major League Baseball.
Yes.
And it sounded like he was just getting word of this development, even though it had been out there for a while. He takes everything in stride.
He does, man. I like it. I like it a lot. So Garcia 4, Javier. I'm letting myself get against my better judgment. I'm letting myself get really optimistic about Javier based on how seamless. He got his Tommy John. I just looked it up on June 5th of last year. I mean, we're barely over 13 months with Javier, and he's throwing reportedly 95 miles an hour, and Dana Brown stated emphatically, and again, I know a lot of things have been stated about all these guys. He said, quote, he is going to help us this year, Javier.
He's going to help us this year. He doesn't have to throw any faster than 95. I mean, he's a 93, 94, 95 mile an hour fastball. Remember, the Invisiball is effective because his 94 mile per hour fastball looks it
99.
It has that rising, that optical illusion rising action effect of a 99 mile per hour fastball.
Yeah.
So I'm more. I'd love to see what his spin rate is now. That's a big key for Javier. It's his spin rate that makes him so effective.
I like that. And the thing about Javier, and I know you've pointed this out several times, is he can really, if you feel comfortable with 5 or 6 guys already in the rotation, Javier is a guy who's been down that road of pitching 2 or 3 innings when you need it.
Yeah.
An inning when you need it.
He's a reliever / starter, and one of the big questions has always been, and we still don't really know, is how could he be for a full season as a full-time designated starter?
Yeah.
His best season was when he started off. They ramped him up very, very slowly, and then he was just absolutely brilliant that year. So him coming in as a piggyback guy or either long relief sometimes or as a starter, he's totally comfortable in that role. The other day, Gusto had a good performance. I don't want to bag on Gusto, but when McCullers failed, Gusto comes in and gives you 4 1/3 innings, and he gave a really good performance.
He did.
But I would still feel better about Javier in that situation than Gusto.
Javier, and Arrigetti's number 2 on my optimism list, just because it's a broken hand. I feel like the comeback from that is going to be fairly normal. We've not heard anything negative about his live BPs he threw in Florida. He's about to come back and throw rehab starts. Of these pitchers, though, the 3 that could come back and help you, Arrigetti, Javier, Luis Garcia. I don't have JP France on the radar right now. I apologize, but he's just had so many issues with that shoulder. Javier is the one guy that you can say the ceiling on Javier is elite. His 2022 was the only thing that kept him off of all those top 5s at all those stats was he didn't throw enough innings. But his ceiling is throwing no-hitters in the World Series. So that's the guy that I'm most excited about. Number 1 on the optimism list is Pena. Seems like they're taking it the right speed with him. I know there was a misdiagnosis again with him. It was a broken rib, not a contusion. But part of it I'm judging just by his demeanor and all these videos that I'm seeing of him heading to Atlanta for the All-Star game and the footage that we've seen of him actually doing things on the field. Like, he looks pretty fluid right now.
The only thing that gave me a little bit of a pause, and I'm trying not to read too much into it, Brandy noticed it when we were watching the other day, was when Bagwell was talking about Pena doing some fielding work, and Bagwell was talking about how hard it is to make some of those throws that Pena makes when you've got a rib injury and a little bit of an oblique. I didn't know if he meant. I don't know if he meant like it's just in general it's tough because you're using your oblique so much, or if that perhaps there might be a little, maybe Bagwell let something slip about an oblique injury that also occurred along with it. It'd be weird because an oblique is usually a strain type action, not a getting hit type of. So I think he was just talking about the whole action.
In general, yeah. That's what that is what I am choosing to believe right now. That it was just Bagwell being general.
I think he meant when you're throwing, it's you've got those hurt ribs, but you're also straining your oblique. That's how I choose to interpret it.
It makes sense. Okay, someone pointing out Ollie Gordon, the running back we were talking about with Oklahoma State, was 20 years old when he got the DUI also.
Oh, so there was an underage drinking element to it also.
Yeah, not enough. That'd be great.
I mean, it's one of those things. It's where I understand what Gundy was saying.
Yeah.
It's like anybody that drinks, anybody that drinks is probably, they've made some bad decisions at times in their life when they're driving, and you don't approve of it or whatever. It was Gundy saying that he's done it thousands of times, and then seemingly for the first time in his life learning that, it's actually just a few beers in an hour can get you above the limit. I feel like that's something that you should be aware of as a head coach of a big-time college program.
And using it as a justification for not suspending an underage player who got a DUI also.
Yeah.
I mean, one thing is just talking anecdotally about it, like, why are you talking about this? But using it as the answer to why didn't you suspend this guy who probably should have at least gotten a slap on the wrist. A game, maybe something.
I mean, sure. Sure, the guy killed the guy in a bar fight, but it can happen to anybody. Realistically, it can happen.
Fights happen. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, there was a Sports Minute by Boomer Esiason earlier in the show. The All-Star Game's coming up tonight. Let the record reflect. Seth Payne and I don't ever want to look at the All-Star Game through this particular lens. Not while we're walking planet Earth. And also, CJ and Micah Parsons are business partners now on a very fun product.
I was having such a good day.
On a very fun product.
This was worse than me the other morning when I was the worst I've ever been. Great.
Go find it. It's on video. All right, we'll talk about both those things coming up next.
The Drive with
Advisor.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Seth, I've not heard this yet, but you heard it this morning during the show. Boomer Esiason. Sometimes the Boomer Sports Minute is kind of fun, especially when he does things that ironically reflect the attitude of a boomer.
A boomer,
yeah.
And I think he straddles the Gen X/boomer line. I'm not sure. But
drafted in 1984, I believe. So let's assume he's 22 years old in 1984. Tack on. Yeah, so he's in his early 60s. You know,
boomers were born between 1946 and 1964.
Okay. So he's, right about there. Right on the edge of boomers. And what are we?
He was born in 1961, so he's a boomer.
What are we, Gen X?
We're Gen X,
Okay, we're Gen X. Gotcha.
As I pointed out yesterday, and I could tell by the responses that some people were like, what the hell are you talking about, Seth? I could tell who the young people were. Is that Gen X and baby boomers don't get enough credit for growing up in a time where when you went to go buy condoms, you had to do it with an in-person cashier who may or may not have known your mother. And so I've never been as nervous in my life before any NFL game as I was in having to make that transaction as a young man in a small town where, a lot more of the adults know who you are than you knew who they are. And
I just didn't do it. That's why there's so many hot take kids running around the Farmington Valley in Connecticut these days.
Just didn't do it.
All right.
You didn't overcome your fear.
So Boomer Esiason does the Boomer Sports Minute, does a few of them during our show. And this particular one, Seth, is about the MLB All-Star game tonight. Is that right? This is Boomer's view on the Major League Baseball All-Star game, which takes place this evening in Atlanta.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I'm not all that amped up about tonight's All-Star game in Atlanta. It's become so commercialized and affected by social media that the Midsummer Classic lacks the mystery and excitement of the old days. As a kid, I loved seeing some of my beloved Mets taking part, so I am grateful MLB is finally letting players wear their own team uniforms again. At least we can look back fondly. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Okay, that is on the boomer scale of 1 to 10. How boomer is that take?
It's not even all that boomer, and it's actually this is why it caught my ear. Is that I agree with him. I 100% agree with him, and yet I don't want to hear myself talking about it exactly like that. That's where I was conflicted. I'm like, but you know what it is? I don't think it's a hot enough take because I think he's saying something that's kind of a given that it isn't what it used to be. None of these All-Star games are, but he just sounds like an old man sitting on a porch reflecting on I miss those days.
Yeah.
He sounds more nostalgic about the old days than he does firing off a hot take, potentially irrationally, extreme opinion about it.
I agree with him about the uniforms.
I do too. That's what scared me.
Yeah, of all the sports where you can get away with having, you don't have to go shirts and skins. We know base runners and hitters. Everybody else is on the other team.
It's a boomer take that I agree with, but it's the way he delivered it almost that bothered me more than anything because it was look, the young people feel the same way, and you can tell by the TV ratings on the various All-Star games. Nobody likes the new All-Star games and formats. Baseball is the one, though. Baseball is the one that it feels like more of a shame because it seemed like it should be the one that's most impervious to modern sports affecting it.
Well,
but in baseball, as in every other sport, people are starting to realize load management matters and recovering from injuries is paramount and all of that. That it's gonna dampen it.
This whole thing of pitchers getting selected and not going and not pitching was never a thing back in the day. And I think too. And back in my day, there was no interleague play. So this was, other than the World Series, this was the only cross-pollination of the two leagues. Yeah. I think there was a pride back in the 80s and maybe early 90s involved in American League versus National League because the games were different, right?
I think that's huge.
Yeah.
There is, and this is something that millennials and Zoomers really wouldn't understand. Some of the older millennials would understand this, but interleague play used to be a big deal.
Yeah.
Like a huge deal. It just didn't happen. So there was always a mystery about like what exactly is the AL like versus the NL? What are these players? How do they stack up against? And you'd see it in the World Series, and and it's obviously changed to an extreme degree over time.
Yeah.
That's a really good point.
Yeah.
Ban interleague play. That's my next boomer take.
It was
ban the DH and ban interleague play.
There were people who, when interleague play became a thing in the late '90s, were very upset about it. They liked the separation of the two leagues. I mean, there's people that like and dislike everything, but that was a big point of contention back in the day when they did that. And now you're right; it's extreme now. Like it used to be in interleague play, you would just play one division on the other side every year, and now it's you play everybody at least once each season.
1997 was when interleague play began.
Yep, that's what I thought.
So that is we're talking younger millennials that kind of just would have remembered the days back when interleague play wasn't a thing.
Wasn't a thing. Yeah. All right. So, do we feel boomer about this? C.J. Stroud and Micah Parsons are partnering up as spokesmen for a brand new product that I believe, by my research, just dropped yesterday. They're called Jams. They are high-protein peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. They did a commercial together. Now, I'm going to set the scene here because this is audio. The two of them are dressed in astronaut outfits and getting into a rocket ship to potentially go to the moon or some land far, far away.
Yeah.
Here's what the commercial sounds like.
Hey, Micah, you ever think we get here? Not like this. The pressure is different when the whole country's watching. We do this every week. Nah, it's different this time. It's not just about the liftoff. It's about what comes after we get this off the ground. This is pretty crazy, huh? Think they understand what this mission is really all about? Doesn't matter. Once we launch, they will.
Micah, bro, you forgot the jams.
Now rocket ship takes off. Forgot the jams, Micah. They're both carrying big boxes of peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
I haven't seen this yet.
Will you seek it out later?
Well, yes, during the next commercial break. That was awful. Which is fine, because this is what I want out of my athletes when they're in a commercial. They either have to be awful or they have to hit it out of the park. It cannot be in between. I don't want it sounded like, see, the only bit of authenticity sounded there, like from either of them. The only time it sounded like it wasn't acting was CJ at the very end.
Yeah.
I think CJ did sound a little bit more comfortable reading the lines than Micah Parsons did. But it was horrible acting by both of them, and I'm okay with that. You either got to be Peyton Manning, or you've got to be who's the worst in the HEB commercials?
Oh, Brock Osweiler.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Osweiler was terrible. He was terrible.
I gotta watch it. Maybe does it look better when you're watching
it's
it?
The commercial pops. Like, it's a good looking commercial.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not a cheesy, like, the production value of the commercial is pretty good. It's a brand new product that's dropping in Walmart, I believe. When was the 14th? Was that yesterday? What's today?
Yes, yesterday.
It was
Today's
yesterday.
the 15th.
Yeah, today's the 15th. So it dropped.
My math skills aren't what they once were, but I believe that makes that yesterday.
I believe 14 plus 1 is 15.
I'm damn near a boomer, everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm going to go buy this product. Jams?
Jams. Yeah, jams.
Even though, as a Gen Xer, when I hear jams, I think loud Hawaiian board shorts from my youth, where the 6 set of jams could get you a lot of popularity.
You want to hear something funny? And I'm going to send you this picture after the show, and then I'll let you decide whether I post it on social media. When I was a senior in high school, me and like 7 of my buddies went to Fort Lauderdale for spring break. Why our parents let us do that at 18 years old is beyond me, but we went down there and we partied. We got 2 rooms at an Econo Lodge, and we partied. And there's a picture that my buddy said. We have all these pictures from that trip. There's a picture of me stumbling into one of the hotel rooms wearing jams, a tank top with like 3 beers under one arm, a slice of pizza in my hand, and a cigarette hanging out of my mouth. And I look like I just woke up and put all these things. Like I look dazed.
The only thing that would have made that more complete is if you were wearing a Big Johnson T-shirt.
I might have been wearing some. Like
those were big on spring break.
They
back then.
They were. I don't know what the T-shirt said, but when we have I have a group text with all these buddies, and anytime I make a stupid comment on the group text about anything, one of them will just send that picture. That's the response. I'm gonna send you the picture. But I had. But I had jams, some serious jam, like green and pink and orange jams on in that pig. They were big in like 1988.
That was the thing. They were board shorts, but they were big and billowy, right? They were almost like they didn't look like the modern board shorts.
They were pretty tight. At least the ones I had were. Yeah, they were pretty tight.
Well, you had those muscular thighs back in the day.
I did okay back in the day, better than I am now. Someone said Gronk is the worst actor. I think Gronk is just Gronk.
Yeah, but he's a pretty bad actor. Like, I think that every single time I see him on television doing something, I can almost envision the producers and the writers being so excited about having this loose cannon Gronk.
Yeah.
And then he shows up and tries to read lines, and he feels like Sylvester Stallone in Rocky 2.
Rocky 2, yeah. It makes me smell mainly. Yeah.
You can't read the cue cards.
Can't read the cue cards. You wasted 4 hours because you can't read.
That's so sad. I forgot that it was that he couldn't read.
He couldn't read. When I wake up in the morning, I splash it on, and it makes me smell mainly.
It's really an indictment on the Philadelphia public school system.
Yes.
No big surprise there.
And CTE, yes.
By the way, talking about younger people not understanding about interleague play and everything, the last time I allowed myself to get furious about a Yankees fan on social media was when some Zoomer said after something about the Astros. This was a Yankees fan said, Yankees dominated the Astros for decades, and but now they act like they're like, no. The first time they ever played was 2003.
Yeah, dude.
They're there for decades.
All right, Payne and Pendergast.
And then I had to explain to the kid that they used to be in a different
right, the whole NL
league.
thing.
Yeah, that was news to him as well.
The whole NL thing. Yeah, that's not been quite as long. 2013. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday, July the 15th. Up next, we hit the Boomer All-Star thing. Oh, a great recruiting story by an NFL head coach who I've fallen in love with over the last few days. He went to Texas A&M. Hint, hint. This is great, Seth. I think as a coming from a farm family, you will 100% appreciate this story from Dan Campbell about recruiting UT versus Texas A&M, trying to land him.
Yeah.
You'll appreciate that. We'll do that coming up next.
Hey, Kirk Holmes, you'll appreciate this. If you're thinking about building a custom dream.
Pfizer.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll talk to the guys on In the Loop, find out what they've got coming up. Oh, I haven't checked to see what the question of the day is yet. I'll have to. Well, we'll find out together what the question of the day is in just a few minutes here. Payne and Pendergast with you. So this was good. This is Billy Lucci is one of the foremost authority, if not the foremost authority on Aggie sports, particularly football and basketball. Billy Lucci runs TexAgs.com. Been doing it for decades now. I know was at the very least friends with Dan Campbell when they were both at A&M, if not roommates at A&M with Dan Campbell.
Yeah.
Luch was there in that Dan Campbell, Steve McKinney era of Aggie football.
Yeah, Steve McKinney's got some great stories about Dan Campbell, too.
I'll bet.
All suitable for air, but I can't remember all of them. If you've ever run into Steve McKinney at one of his 27 McDonald's, just ask him for a Dan Campbell
Give me a good
story.
Dan, like a Big Mac, a fries, a Happy Meal, and a good Dan Campbell story.
Yeah.
Give me a mixed story, Steve.
The McKinney brothers would go up and visit Dan Campbell on his family's ranch every now and then.
Okay.
And you know, Steve would say, like, oh, well, yeah, it's no... Dan Campbell's whole I grew up on a ranch type stuff, like he grew up on a ranch and did all the ranch stuff and everything. It's not just for social media clicks. Steve. It sounded like Steve wasn't as open to doing everything that Dan Campbell was doing on the ranch.
Yeah. That's a good setup for this anecdote that Dan Campbell told Billy Lucci in an interview that they did earlier this week. So when Dan Campbell was in high school, he was being recruited, not surprisingly, by both Texas and Texas A&M. He prefaced the story you're about to hear by saying that his dad really wanted him to go to A&M. It's more your vibe. It's more sort of, it's more our kind of people, A&M versus UT. But, Dan Campbell's going to listen.
Yeah.
So this is the story. The person's name that he mentions Bucky. It's not Bucky Richardson. The Bucky that he mentions at the beginning of this story is former Texas either recruiting coordinator or football recruiter of some sort, a person named Bucky Godbolt, who had scheduled a home visit to Dan Campbell's house. This was the moment, or this was the instance that Dan Campbell and his family realized probably should go to A&M.
Bucky comes out there, recruiting coordinator, or, came out recruiting me from Texas, and we live out in the middle of nowhere. So I had to give him, you're in the dirt road, you're going to take a left when you see this, yada, yada, you're going to cross the bridge and, all this. And, you're writing down what I'm telling you here. And so he gets there and he gets out of his truck. And, of course, mom and dad come out, we got dinner. They made dinner for him. They get out of the house. He gets out of the car and his eyes are, they're like this big. And he's got this look like, what? He goes, man, I've never seen a black deer like that, and my dad because I knew what it was immediately, and my dad just looks at me and drops his head like, and so I know that was already strike one, and ended up they were Spanish goats that our neighbors had that had gotten out through the creek bed, and they were on our side of the fence. But they're just our neighbors' goats, man. They're just Spanish goats. And so my dad, when he said that, it was a downer. And needless to say, RC shows up about 3 weeks later. He knew exactly what they were.
Some great Spanish goats out there.
Those are beautiful Spanish goats you got there, Larry. And he was like, well, those aren't mine, appreciate that, coach. But those are, he's all in now.
Yeah. Wine and cheese crowd.
I've never seen a black deer like that. That's as bad as Ross Tucker not knowing the difference between a raccoon and a skunk.
Okay.
that's actually not as bad as Ross Tucker.
No.
Ross Tucker not know. I like school children who grow up in the city and have never left the city know the difference between a raccoon and a skunk.
Dude.
If you watch cartoons you know the difference between a raccoon and a skunk.
Yes.
How the hell does Ross Tucker, Princeton grad, by the way, not know the difference between a raccoon and a skunk? I am way more forgiving of thinking that a Spanish goat might be a black deer than I am of the alternative.
Well, especially you never know what time of day it is driving up there. You drive up, you're driving down this long driveway up to the ranch is how I envision it.
Yeah.
And you're showing up at dinner time, depending on what time of year it is. The sun, it might be dusk and you can't really just see some black-colored creatures over there, that kind of thing.
But it's not like he didn't know the difference between like an elk and a deer or something.
Yeah.
I would be more. I would if somebody. It's a pretty bad one. Especially compared to R.C. Slocum. Obviously, that's going to be the big. I can't get over this. That Ross doesn't know the difference between a raccoon and a
I didn't
skunk.
know we were going to circle back to Ross with this, but I'm glad we did, because that was a travesty.
I can't get it out of my head.
It's a travesty. It really is. It really is a travesty. Dan Campbell, man. If you haven't watched Quarterback yet, the Netflix series, you're going to come away liking Dan Campbell even more. He's awesome in it. And that story makes me like Dan Campbell even more.
The funniest thing about Dan Campbell is that he comes off so much like just like a big meathead type of dude, and yet by far the most public criticism of him has been when he goes with the analytics.
Yeah.
in game situations. He'll go with the analytics, and people act like he's being a big dumbhead idiot or a big dumb, meathead idiot.
Yeah.
But no, he's actually going with the analytics there. Just which way do you want it, everybody?
Yeah.
Do you want a bunch of nerds like Mike McDaniel, or do you want actual full-grown men who also go by the analytics?
Who embrace math.
Just, come on, you can't have it both ways.
Amen. Okay, so Seth, Ben found he found the audio of the quotes that I read of Gundy talking about that DUI situation. We got on that topic because we were talking about SEC Media Days before, and Seth said that his favorite Media Day moment was Mike Gundy
explaining why he didn't suspend Ollie Gordon after a DUI.
And admitted to having driven after 3 or 4 beers thousands of times himself. All right, let's see if it sounds any better. When we read the quotes, it was bad. Does it sound any better with Mike Gundy delivering this story?
So I looked it up on my phone. What would be the legal limit? Like in Oklahoma is 0.08, and Ollie was 0.1. So I looked it up, and it was based on body weight. Not to get into the legal side of it, but I thought really 2 or 3 beers or 4. I'm not justifying what Ollie did. I'm telling you what decision I made. Well, I thought I've probably done that 1,000 times in my life. And I, it's just fine. So I got lucky. People get lucky. Ollie made a decision that he wished he could have done better. But when I talked to Ollie, I told him, I said, you're lucky you got out light because you make a lot of money to play football.
Does make a lot of money to play football, Ollie Gordon. This isn't the age of NIL when this happened.
I feel like it was the only way I give him a pass on how bad an answer that was that he was trying to make some sense of basically not saying, hey, the reason I didn't suspend him is because he's a really good player. That's no explanation was going to make sense. So at least he went with the one that tried to probably resonated with a lot of people, and that he says this thing that was like, yeah, look, lots of people have probably made bad decisions. He didn't have to go and admit to that he's made that bad decision thousands of times in his career.
That would have been funny if the AD walked into the press conference after that, walked up to Gundy, and said, and Gundy's like, well, what I don't know who the AD is, but like, hey, Bob, what are you here for? Are you here to actually suspend Ollie Gordon? And he's like, no, I'm here to fire you.
Yeah. If anything, he should have. And then he also it sounded like he was making a plea to raise the limit on DUI.
On the BAC
realistically, limit? I feel like you should be able to have 6 beers in an hour and get in a vehicle.
Yeah.
Oh, God, sometimes, if you want to go down a rabbit hole, when they first started enforcing a lot of the drinking, because kids, in the 80s, it was a big deal. People used to look at drunk driving almost as something funny that drunks on television shows did.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, yeah, got to put Andy in the tank. We caught him driving 97 miles an hour in an old pickup because we were dumb back then. We didn't have all the information. But they did interviews of people about open container laws and everything. And it was all these guys. It's funny to think back. There were guys talking to a television camera saying, I mean, this is America. If I can't have a couple of beers in my truck on the way home from work, I feel like my rights are being stripped and everything. And I'm like, I kind of see where you're coming from.
America.
Kind of get it, buddy.
Well, it was funny when we were in Jamaica. We were in our limo to the hotel. It's like a 2-hour drive from the airport, and it's on one road, 1 lane each way. And we were told that we would have beer in the car when we got there. Well, there were none in there, but the driver told us that, well, we'll stop somewhere and get some red stripe for you guys. I said, okay. And he pulls into like a convenience store, somewhere, 20 minutes outside of Montego Bay. And he comes out with like 6 red stripes for me and Amy. And he's got this gigantic Corona, and he gets back in the thing and just starts drinking the Corona while he's driving us. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm not going to tell people how to handle things in their country. I think I was texting Lopez.
Sure were.
I texted Lopez. I'm like, our driver's drinking a Corona right now.
Their country, Sean. We have drive-up daiquiri bars. I mean, or drive-up. Excuse me, not a bar. A drive-up daiquiri joint.
A stand.
Where, like you go and you get something through your window, a frozen drink.
Yeah.
That unless you live 3 minutes down the road, guess what's happening to that daiquiri?
And I don't know if it's the same way here because I don't drive through them here. But when I was married in my first marriage, my ex-wife was from Louisiana. We used to go there all the time. Well, they're like drive-through daiquiri places are everywhere in southern Louisiana. Yeah. And as someone from the Northeast, where they're very vigilant against drinking and driving, compared to Louisiana, I think everywhere is more vigilant than Louisiana.
Yeah.
When I first visited down there, I was totally taken aback. I'm like, you're allowed to do this? And my ex-wife says, yeah, the law is because they tape the lid to the cup. That makes it legal. I'm like, what?
A foolproof plan to keep people from drinking it. Because if there's one thing we know about Louisianans, that most of them struggle with fine motor skill stuff like that.
There's still a straw going in the top of it.
Yeah. But they're already drunk. The chance of them figuring out how to maneuver around that whole scenario is very unlikely.
Yeah.
Real quick, I'm sorry, John.
No, that's
fine. And Reggie. But Gary Moeller, all time. One of my greatest regrets in life was when I had the opportunity when he was my defensive coordinator for 1 year, and I never got drunk with him. The story of Gary Moeller when he got arrested when he was the head coach at Michigan.
Take me away,
at the University of Michigan. This was the report. He had a dozen rinks at the Excalibur restaurant before they escorted him to the parking lot and called him a cab. He was singing. He was attempting to dance with a few patrons. He was monopolizing the time of the waitresses and overall being loud and obnoxious. Moeller was staggering and swaying in the parking lot before he pushed and punched an officer. That's the way. That's the America I want to live in.
That's getting your money's worth. That's efficiency right there. He filled up an entire stat sheet right there.
That is the head coach at the University of Michigan.
Yeah, not for long. Not for long. Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
By the way, he was making $225,000 a year. I'm talking about how things have changed
big bucks back then.
Time.
Yeah, big bucks. John Lopez is here. Reggie Atatula is back.
He's back.
That was a lot of excitement.
Yeah, man. I am excited to see you. How you doing?
Doing pretty well, man.
Good to have you back. Yeah, good to have you back.
I don't believe you.
By the way, that kind of made-up story, that quote, whatever, that Seth made, might have been a direct quote from some of those PSAs back, or some of those news reports back in the day.
Yeah.
Hey, I just have the little paper bag was invented here for that reason. Remember the little...
Oh, the bag that goes around a 40. A single can.
Yeah.
That was a big thing for me when I moved down here from Connecticut in 1994. I stop in. I think the convenience stores back then were stop and goes. There were a lot of them along. I lived in West Chase in an apartment, and there were like 6 stop and goes along Westheimer over like a 3-mile stretch. And I remember the first time I walked in, I'm like, what is this big vat full of ice with beers?
Yeah.
Well, this is going to be very tempting on the way home every day, I must say.
I wonder why.
Yeah.
And by the way, real quick, it's even his salary at the time was $130,000 a year. Yeah, go ahead and adjust for inflation.
That's
mid-90s. Crazy.
That's like 90, that's like 93, 94.
That's nuts how much it's changed with the salaries of coaches.
Wild. Yeah.
Talk about players all you want. My God.
Yeah. Crazy. Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. What's the question of the day, boys?
Well, I'm assuming you're familiar with one Jazz Chisholm last night.
Yeah.
He said, I'm not even going to practice.
Yeah.
What's something you probably should have practiced before you tried it?
Oh, boy.
The one that came to mind for me is way back in the day when I was probably in my early 30s, I decided, you know what? As much as I like the outdoors, I'm going to learn how to surf.
Oh, boy. Okay.
Rented a surfboard and went out there.
Yeah.
I should have practiced.
The
board hit me right in the crotch.
Yeah.
Exactly where you thought it might.
As it does.
Right in the crotch, and I face planted onto the board.
Yeah.
On my first attempt.
I'm with you, John. Surfing is probably it might be one of the biggest things in life that looks like it shouldn't be that hard, but the first time you try it feels like it might actually be impossible.
It was. That was the first and only time I tried it.
I got picked at halftime of a Notre Dame basketball game back in the day, and I knew it was coming. I got picked like 2 days before to shoot free throws at halftime to win Garth Brooks tickets. And I didn't play, high school basketball, but I played Y-ball. My jump shot. I don't look like I don't know how to shoot a basketball.
Right.
I definitely should have practiced though. I hadn't shot a free throw in a long, long time, and I think you got to shoot 10. And
they gave you a lot.
I made it was like you got to make X amount out of 10. I think is what it was.
Right.
I made 1. I was 1 for 10. I definitely should have practiced because I would have loved to have gotten those Garth Brooks tickets.
You think?
I love Garth Brooks. Yeah.
I'll tell you, the one year at training camp, Dom Capers had the offensive line compete versus the defensive line in fielding punts. And it was for something, whichever position group, position group that caught the most punts was going to get out of meetings for the evening or something. And man, I wish I had done that once before in my life. My God. The only thing I'm trying to do is don't just duck away at the last moment. Yeah, don't look like I'm scared of the ball. Oh, I was so bad at it. As I'm saying this, I can feel the shame rising up in me.
That's one of the fielding punts, and I'll put fielding fly balls in the same category. Is maybe one of the most underrated things in terms of how easy professionals make it look. That is super hard to do if you don't do it on a regular basis.
And especially, I'd mess around in high school and stuff for my high school punter slash defensive end.
Yeah.
But getting it off of the jugs machine on a windy day outside with the sun up, oh my God. I don't know how anybody ever catches one.
It's crazy. and add 11 guys running at you while you're trying to do it. You know, that's
mercifully
wild.
I didn't have that.
No. Yep. All right, fellas. Reggie, good to have you back, my friend.
Nice to be back.
Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you guys as well.
Yes.
I missed you.
Yeah, it was good. This will be fun. In the loop, back together again.
You're darn
Reunited,
right.
and it feels so good. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Oh, antibodies, and just be responsible on your drive home today, okay?
I will. I'm drinking this Power.
What is that in there?
Powerade Zero. Powerade Zero, man. No sugar.
I didn't think you were that excited to see me that you needed to break out.
Sean, can you go ahead and put the six-pack in the bed of your pickup truck on the way home? Okay, can I trust you to do that at least?
Yes, I guess so.
Right.
It is tempting. We got that fridge out there in the common area over there.
You can't walk 20 feet without getting booze.
Yeah, in this
building.
place, it is.
That's one thing Sarah Fraser has done magnificently is she keeps it 1970s all the time.
Oh yeah.
When it comes to,
in which ways?
If you want to start drinking after your show is over at 10 a.m., we've got 19 different options.
Yeah, we've all started already, so jump in. Yeah. All right. We are done. We are out of time. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. This version of Crosstalk has been brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing.
I love it.
Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
I say with great pleasure. Damn Skippy, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. You know who it is. John Lopez. I am Reginald Atatula, back from a little bit of time off. And, of course, Figgy Fig always making sure that we sound good, making sure that we...
Little vacation, little beach, little fishing,
no
surfing.
No. You can always get involved with the program, 713-572-4610. That is the number to text. And always appreciation to the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers live stream.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on Twitch, 610 Houston. Appreciate you guys welcoming me back to the airwaves. No, it was not on vacation per se.
What's the matter with you, man?
I will say I was off work, and sometimes that's enough, right? Sometimes that is enough. But I had a little bit something else to do. If you'll oblige me, indulge me as I become a little self-centered for a moment. But I know that a few people were curious, and I'm probably
the reason I brought it up, I wouldn't have done it, but you're wearing a shirt.
I am.
People are going to ask.
That's why I wore the shirt, because people were going to ask, where were you? Well, maybe some people. I don't know how many people.
Well, they're going to ask you
care
about the shirt.
But yes, I wore the shirt. in order to answer some of the questions, hopefully. And the shirt, can you do a little reading for me?
It's move the microphone. It's a great day to be a donor, hematology, stem cell transplant. How about that?
There you go. So my time off was spent in Nashville, Tennessee, at the Vanderbilt University Medical Center. I might be telling more information than my mom probably wants, but it is what it is. I'm trying to be a more transparent human being with our listenership. But yeah, I did that because I was a bone marrow donor.
How about that?
In order to kind of harvest the stem cells and help towards my little brother who has sickle cell anemia, help towards what I believe is a curative process for him.
Well, good for you, man.
So yeah, that was what I was doing. I mean, not for me.
Yeah.
You know what the surgery process was for me?
Go to sleep.
I blinked, and then I woke up, and I was laying them back. Like that's all. Yeah. That's all I experienced.
So even
thankfully.
afterward, you were cool.
Recovery process was pretty good for me. I mean, I did not have major pains. Kind of dull aches was mostly what I was dealing with. So very fortunate, very happy that it went that way. Still got a little pain in the lower back, but hey, man, it's nothing I wouldn't trade for what the upside is of it. Just I say that one to let you know that I wasn't just out here lollygagging, although I think it was within my right if I wanted to. But also, all of that, the self-indulgence is to say, if you do have an opportunity to donate, whether obviously a little selfishly is just my kin, but I mean, obviously, if you have the opportunity to donate to someone in an even more altruistic way, please do. It is really and truly giving life.
Yeah, man.
All right, let's get to the stuff that people care about for real. Somebody said, "Who's the stranger on the airwave? Where's Luke?" I anticipated that, and you know what? I appreciate it.
Hey, Luke was going strong for what? Probably 7 days.
At least
he was.
Yeah.
And I tapped in a little bit, and I mean, not that I was expecting anything different. I was like, hey, man, I might need to get back to work. Luke is cooking, brother. Very good. Hating-ass Luke showed up, too. I love it, man.
He was in that seat from Monday to Monday, I want to say.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So shout out, much appreciation to Luke Morrow filling in. We've got such a great staff here, man.
We do.
Anybody jumps in, and you're going to have a good time. Let's try and have another good time here on a Tuesday, as this Tuesday sees us 7 days removed from the start of Texans training camp 2025. Can't believe we are almost there. And so with that being the case,
they report a week from today, baby.
They sure do. Well, is a report a week from today?
Yeah, and they practice on Wednesday. Yeah,
that is correct. All right. So my days were slid in a way in my mind.
So what day y'all going out there?
We'll be there Wednesday.
Yeah.
Wednesday.
Is it Wednesday?
Yeah.
We don't report with them?
No, we can.
I was like, we don't need to get fitted for nothing.
Y'all can watch them mow the lawn.
Height, weight. Of course, you're 5'11" and a half.
Don't do that.
So,
Don't do that.
We already know that.
I only been back for like 6 minutes, bro. How did that happen?
You put him on the depth chart, 5'11.5.
But that's where you're wrong. Because even on the depth charts, they're going to at least lie and add an inch or two. So no, we're not doing that. But with the Texans reporting a week from today, what are your best case and worst case scenarios at these important position battles? Again, get involved on the text line 713-572-4610.
Yeah, look, I feel like the first time I see Blake Fisher, he's going to punch me square in the nose, and it's
I
not,
can see it.
and it's not really personal. I think a lot of people are wondering about right tackle. And who's going to be there, and some of the so like best case and worst case is how I want to put it. Best case scenario, again, please don't punch me in the nose. I don't want Blake Fisher to be the right tackle.
Oh, see, when you say it like that,
I don't want. I think I want him. I'd love for him to be a swing tackle, a backup tackle, or whatever it might be. But you drafted Tay Ursery. He can play left tackle. Obviously, I'm guessing he's going to be able to switch. And I think he took some reps, didn't he, at right tackle as well during minicamp? I think he did.
I mean, some reps, but it seemed like the majority, the lion's share went to Blake Fisher at right tackle.
Trent Brown is still out there.
You just love bringing up this Trent Brown, don't you?
I do. I don't.
Do we know where he is in his recovery process?
No. And he was held out and all that. And I don't know how good he's going to be, but I know what he's done. That's where I land with that. Ideally, best case scenario at right tackle, Tay Ursery. Worst case scenario, a bad Trent Brown. That would be me. How about you at any other position, really? Because I popped some up there, and I'm curious if you have a best case or worst case with whether it's right tackle, left tackle, maybe wide receiver. Where does it fall for you?
I think you. That's a interesting perspective. I don't get there in the same way that you do because I am not as down on Blake Fisher, although as I'm rewatching, I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm seeing some of the things that maybe I did not see that I imagine that you put you in a place where you're like, I don't want this to be my primary option at right tackle. But I do feel okay, especially with the idea of next to him, a veteran and seemingly accepting more of a veteran's role as we would typically or stereotypically maybe view it, Titus Howard at right guard. I do like Blake Fisher there, but I do understand where you're going. Ariante Ursary would be the best case scenario because that means that Ariante Ursary, one, has signed a contract, which we will talk about more.
Boy.
But one also that Ariante Ursary is up to speed and playing at a level where you feel not only confident in him playing, but also confident in him being better than what you've gotten out of Blake Fisher, which even however you feel about Blake Fisher, he was at least like near some level of like average starting right tackle. Right. And so if you have a guy who's like, all right, I feel comfortable that he'll be average starting right tackle on day one, that's a good thing. The only thing that would give me pause on that is that best case scenario? Because probably absolute best case scenario overall for Ariante Ursary is in particular is he's good enough to be the left tackle right now.
Oh, that would be the ultimate. That would be the absolute ultimate for sure.
But that's probably unreasonable. Although it would be, I think, the best case scenario. Worst case scenario is probably like Trent Brown would have to be in that space because again he's coming off of that torn patellar tendon. Like we're still. The ramp up is still necessary. So the idea that maybe they get to a point where they don't feel comfortable enough about Blake Fisher, that they don't have enough figured out on the interior to even move Titus Howard back out to right tackle, that they would have to go, hey, coming quickly off of an injury here, we need you so badly, Trent Brown, to step into this place that here you go. I think that would be the worst case scenario.
Another one that I have is tight end. To me, best case scenario is not Dalton Schultz. Again, all due respect. I think we know what he is.
Man, you just setting yourself up for some
a lot of punches in the nose.
I was watching.
Remember, you're gonna be out there next week, man. You're gonna see these guys. They're gonna step to you as a man.
Yeah, you know me.
As a man. Hey, come over here. I just want to talk.
Hey, the first interview on In the Loop will be Blake Fisher.
It'll be Dalton Schultz and Blake Fisher.
Can somebody make sure to reference the Jeffrey Simmons situation? Get you one of them.
No, in all seriousness, Dalton Schultz, I think has a very important role on this team, but that's not the best case scenario. I mean, I think we know what his ceiling is. He's reached it. He's a veteran, et cetera. And he had a down year last year that really wasn't his fault. And I always point that out. That was Bobby Slowick's fault for putting him on those islands, and having to block these fools all by himself. This has nothing to do with what I think of Dalton Schultz. The best case scenario, though, is Cade Stover steps up. And Cade Stover is the complete tight end that a New England Patriots-styled offense loves.
Yeah, I think that's fair. If the pass catching or the passing portion of the game for him gets to a place where it's just like, okay, we don't need to play Dalton Schultz.
They'll go two tight ends.
Right, exactly. We don't need him to be the primary tight end, even though you've invested a good amount in him to be that caliber of tight end.
Right.
That would still be kind of a little bit of a something to swallow within this. But you're right. Like if Cade Stover takes that level of jump, and I know our guy John Harris is very fond of that possibility in this season. If he takes that kind of jump, you know that he is capable. He has the physicality and the want to be the blocker that you need, especially in a system that would prioritize that. That would be absolute best case scenario, with all due respect to Dalton Schultz. So I do anticipate a better season. I do wonder how much better, though, because better for him does not inherently mean that it's going to be matched what the contractual expectations are and what you would hope from him in this season.
I expect a better season just because of the system. I mean, they were frankly just unfair to him last year. Let me ask you this. What's the best and worst case scenario at running back?
That is a very interesting one because there's a lot of space for that when you look at the entirety of the room being Mixon, and then you also add Chubb, then you have Dameon Pierce, and also Woody Marks, and then let me make sure I'm not forgetting Dare. Is there anybody else? JJ Taylor that you could get in there as well. Best case scenario is that Nick Chubb looks like pre-injury Nick Chubb, and Joe Mixon continues to be able to handle the load sans injury. And you just get a two-headed monster that is really, really terrifying. I think you would need a little bit of Woody Marks in there as well, just because of the future aspect of it, right? Like, I think there has to be some element of him in here as well, because the worst-case scenario would also be some level of, I don't know. There's a lot of different permutations on worst-case scenario.
Well, you mentioned mine because I've been a big fan of Nick Chubb. I'm more confident in what he will look like. And, of course, I'm just basing this off of workouts, so that could be unfair too. But I'm very confident in what he'll look like here. But really the best-case scenario for me is not just Joe Mixon the given and Nick Chubb looking good. It's like, hey, have y'all seen Woody Marks? Have y'all noticed him? Because here's the other thing that it's weird how the point that a team is at in their existence changes the way you look at particular players. Woody Marks was drafted in the same round as Dameon Pierce, 4th round pick. Mm-hmm. And everybody, when Dameon Pierce was a rookie, we were like, all right, this guy's going to be really, something or whatever. And people are just like, well, let's see what Woody Marks does. What if Woody Marks steps up and looks the part? A 4th round pick is not a real low pick for a running back.
No, it's not. Despite the way that you wanted to draft a running back in the end of the first round or something. No, you're right. And I think that within that, then comes the idea of, and maybe it's all within the idea of when you look at a running back and they kind of, in certain people's eyes, look like a gadget back or a pass catching back, which I think is that's what he can do. Some of the idea of Woody Marks. He made it very clear when he sat down with Mark Vandermeer, with John Harris on Texas All Access. No, I'm capable of toting this rock. Mm-hmm. If he displays that at such a high level that you go, oh, okay, we need to find a way to make sure that he's in here and getting impact, and also growing into a place where these guys that you have, Chubb, Mixon, yes, they're good, but also they're a little bit older on the running back scale without trying to push them out of anybody's door.
Right.
The idea of, we have a dude who's young and that could be the future of this position at the very least on the rookie deal and maybe into a second deal, which is obviously like the upper echelon of a running back in this league. That would be best case scenario. Worst case scenario has to have some level of dealings with like injury issues and, not making the right selections when it comes to cut down day with this particular room.
For me, worst case scenario is very simple, and I don't think this is what's going to happen because, as I mentioned, I'm very high on him right now. But if you look at Nick Chubb and you're like, ooh boy, ooh boy, that's not the Nick Chubb I remember. That's the worst case scenario. If it's just like it ain't there.
You think so? Just Chubb itself?
I don't think that's the worst case scenario because you didn't. This is literally kicking the tires.
Well, I get it, but then you have to. You have to rely on Dameon Pierce and Woody Marks and J.J. Taylor.
Yeah, I think the worst case scenario is everything can look like it did last season where it was just Joe Mixon. And nobody else, he got to carry all of the load again.
That's kind of where I'm going in the same vein.
Yeah, but I think that would then assume, and I guess it would be a fair question to ask, and it's one that we're going to see, how does Dameon Pierce perform in this particular system that we are imagining is going to suit him better? He seems to be pretty excited about the prospect of playing and what he has seen of the Nick Haley offense.
Right.
And so you would have to assume that he also still is not producing in a way that is more akin to year one than it was to last year for him. And then you would also be assuming that Woody Marks is not ready to give you anything. And then you'd also be assuming that like Dare is not sufficient in whatever role that you're asking of him. Like it would have to be a lot of those types of things, which I think would actually be more of a failure on coordinator at that point and obviously general manager at that point. I think it would, for me, the absolute worst case scenario is the position battle playing out in a way where you depend on the wrong guys when you cut down. Like, let's say that, hey, we're keeping Nick Chubb. You get rid of Dameon Pierce. Maybe there's some level of, and I don't know if they're willing to go to this place where they're like, hey, Woody Marks is actually going to be our third down back, and thank you, Dare, for everything you've done. And then the guys that you have decided to, put your chips on are not capable of doing that, whether it's like not being sufficient enough injuries then come into play, or if Woody Marks just isn't ready at that point.
Real quick, what's best case scenario at wide receiver? And worst?
Best case scenario is the young guys are ready to go, right? Like that's best case scenario when you talk about Jaden Higgins is capable of taking all this up. Jalen Noel is ready to step in and be that next additional level. Or you know what? Actually, the best case scenario is that Nick Cacerio has a really tough job on cut down because all these dudes have come out and played well. Because again, the Mechie thing is also an interesting one. If he comes out and finally shows himself to be the guy that we anticipated when you actually drafted him, even if you have to get rid of him, that's a guy that, hey, anybody want to come give me a trade, trade for this cat? Right? Like, and then you're recouping some more draft capital as well. Xavier Hutchinson's another guy that has been good for you, and I imagine somewhere in the league can be use him, even if all these guys are are ready to go. So I think best case scenario is that everybody shows up well, and now you have an opportunity to get some more capital into this team once you send some of these guys away.
Yeah, I was going to say the best case scenario for the receivers is Higgins. We look at Higgins like, damn, Nick Caserio gave him that guaranteed contract, fully guaranteed.
That's true.
That's a steal right there.
Yeah,
that's a steal. He playing like a first-round pick.
Yeah,
I think that will be probably the best case scenario right now.
I agree. I guess worst case would be some combination of Mechie and Braxton Berrios all of a sudden have to be on the field. I don't know. I mean, maybe they'll thrive. We'll find out.
I think the worst case for me would be similar to the running back position, where it might be again like last season. It's only Nico and everybody else is hurt or not really producing. Where you back to square one, back to what you was doing last season.
Yeah, I think the optionality of like the young guys being ready, and then you're able to kind of make this more of a young room that continues to project even further forward, opening up an offense that has a better window for longer. The only question about that at that point also is then, do you want a room where you don't have a lot of veterans, I guess, per se? But I guess then you would look at Nico is starting to become a little bit more veteran. Of course, Christian Kirk, you import that in, and then what does the depth look like beyond 4? Like, is it Justin Watson as your 5th guy or what have you? I don't know. But there you go. A preliminary look at what the best worst case scenarios would be for the important position battles, at least as we think of them right now. A week away from reporting to training camp. A good question from the 713. Where's Jawar Jordan? He was a 3rd-round pick, is what the thought was. No, he was a 6th. Jawar Jordan was a 6th. And I don't know that he factors into the picture majorly anyways.
I don't either.
I hope.
We'll see.
I mean, he just
how y'all gonna disrespect that man? Like, I'm just playing.
Small back. Like I enjoy like both him and JJ Taylor. I enjoy when they get on the field. It's evident by the way that the Texans have handled this that they don't view them as like significant answers to anything in a major way. Like at best, they're guys that they feel comfortable bringing in. In instances where you need some depth or what have you. But I like them as players. It's not that they're bad players. I just don't know that they're raised to the level of mattering, especially for a team that should be contending heavily in the AFC. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Getting going on a Tuesday. Coming up next, the Astros, obviously we're in the All-Star break, All-Star game tonight, but let's talk a little bit about the Astros and what do they have to do to guarantee that they'll be in position to make a big run in the second half of the season, and what is your confidence level? 713-572-4610. We'll discuss it next.
All right, where are my fishermen at? Where's my preposition at? Anyway,
Volunteer. Every donation brings hope. Every hand makes a difference. That's SALArmyEDS.org.
Peggy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Clogging the toilet like at somebody else's house and you can't find a
Dumb and Dumber?
Awkward at all.
When you Dumb and Dumber it?
Not awkward at all.
Yes, it is too.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Is that new to the intro? Did we just add that?
Yeah, we just added that.
Today?
I had it in the tub.
Okay, all right.
I had it in the tub. I'm like, I got to wait till we get back.
I stand by that take, by the way.
Yeah.
I stand by that take.
I'm sure you do.
The added point that I will, though, as you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, I will add, though, you got to make that move quick. Right, like you can't, because I was watching a Josh Johnson clip, a very good comedian, who I've been likened to, interestingly enough, at times. And he has like a whole thing about going to a party where he ain't know nobody, and the person he was supposed to be coming with wasn't there yet. Ended up in the bathroom, found a situation that was not his, but was beyond. But he had already used the restroom, and then somebody knocked on the door.
You're done.
So it's like, hey man.
Yeah.
He had to get out of here. He's like, I got a funny situation. Obviously, you can go see that, listen to what he actually went through. But I'm like, you got to make that quick. Like, all right, hey, man, this got clogged up. Hey, just let you know, you can't sit on this for like 5, 10,
You can't wait till somebody else discovers it.
Yeah, that's
hey, who clogged the toilet?
That's shameful. That's
me. Yeah, that's me. My bad.
This is you. You fouled in a basketball game. Put your hand up. Just put your hand up. That's fine. That's you. All right, let's keep going here on a Tuesday. It was a little sentimental in the room a second ago. Not gonna lie.
It was.
Because
he said, "I missed you," and I said, "Well, I missed you."
Oh man, when's the last time that happened? On the show.
I don't know.
By the way, it was 2 weeks.
Yep.
Because I was off on vacation, and then he was off.
It's
on
been
vacation.
2 weeks since we had us three.
Yeah. Question is, did they miss us?
Let us know.
Switching the music.
713-572-4610. All right, the Astros we're still in All-Star break. Obviously, All-Star game tonight. And I was thinking about this earlier this morning. I was like, how excited am I for this particular All-Star game? From a special Astros perspective, there's things about it that I'm excited for. But I go, damn, 3 of your 4 representatives ain't playing.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Jeremy Pena obviously dealing with the injury. Stock Paredes doing with the family matter that he has to attend to. And then Hunter Brown, he's not throwing. All right, there's air quotes that just went up from one John Lopez. Appreciate you. Josh Hader might throw, I imagine. I feel like he probably gets an opportunity in the nod with how well he's played. However, we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. He should.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm like, I don't know how I feel about that. So I'm already mentally headed towards the second half, or the proverbial second half of the season, where you're starting with a home run derby champion, Cal Raleigh, and the
I like
Mariners.
that though.
You do?
Oh, heck yeah! Astros gonna win 3 out of 4
with the opportunity. This slowing down the Mariners a little bit, or
the
home
run derby hangover.
We'll talk more about that in the next segment. As Jazz Chisholm had the complete opposite of the Cal Raleigh experience. But what is your confidence level in the second half of the season, and what do they have to do to guarantee they'll be in a position to make a run in the second half?
Yeah, how do you feel right now? They just tore through 3 of the best teams in the National League, and
then finished 1-5,
and then 1-5. I started thinking about this. I don't think the Tigers are going anywhere.
You know what? Let's table what they have to do. Let's talk about that tomorrow, because I just do want to talk about how they run into the break.
Yeah.
My question very much was, is this it? Right? Because we've been waiting for the other shoot a foot.
Yeah,
Goodness
that
gracious.
too. How much did you miss us?
Apparently not enough. Other shoe to drop.
Yeah.
Right? Hey, the zombie Astros, you lop off a leg, you lop off a hand, you lop off an ear, and here they are still coming to get you. Right? Is this where it is just a nub? Like, is this where we're just talking about torso and no other propelling situation? Like, that was the thing that was the feeling that I had, especially during that Rangers series, because especially you had the Lance McCullers outing where, are we down to 2 starting pitchers? Because it was the Lance McCullers thing, and maybe I was just deluding myself. It's quite possible I've done that a decent amount. That Lance McCullers would be the guy that, here's your third starter, and if you got a majority of guys in that starting rotation that you feel like you can depend on, that can bridge the gap as you get other guys in there and try and tread water, especially as a team where you've been pitching forward. If the Lance McCullers thing is not going to be that, then you're just leaning on Hunter Brown, you're leaning on Framber Valdez, and they seem to lose a little bit of gas towards the end of this. And I was like, is this going to be that issue, especially as you deal with all of the injuries to guys in the lineup? I'm looking at Kennedy Corona, with due respect to him. I'm looking at Bryce Matthews with eyes as big as saucers, stepping up to the plate, and I'm just like, we're getting to a point where we're really scraping the barrel with all due respect to those guys. Not necessarily that they are bad, but they're in situations where they're asked to carry a lot.
Yeah, the way I would put it is, we always wondered, boy, I guess the Astros are just a plug-and-play team. You call somebody up, whether it's a pitcher or a position player, and boom, they produce. It's amazing. They're the zombies, as you put it, et cetera. But I think the last week of the season showed us, there is a line. There is a line where you just can't call anybody up and expect them to produce at that high level. They did it for years. They did it big time this season, whether it was Caleb Ort. I mean, just not necessarily just calling people up, but guys that you didn't expect, to performing at a high level. There was no line, it seemed. This last week we saw, there's a line. You can't contend, at least in the postseason, if you just consistently put this type of team out there. So number one, obviously, is you got to get healthy. Number two,
get healthy.
Number two you got to figure out something with your number 3 starter, and is it Lance McCullers Jr.? I was in the camp of, boy, if they get him, then it's all over with. If they get the old Lance McCullers. Well, it's not the old Lance McCullers. We talked about it yesterday. Outside of Fromber and Hunter Brown, the rest of the Astros starting pitchers are 29 and 29. That's not going to get it done. So you have to figure something out there.
How much of that 29 and 29 do you give a little grace and understanding that there's just not a ton of run support?
Mm-hmm.
Because this is
but
my
that
thing
ties
about
together.
Sure, but this is my thing about wins and losses in baseball. And of course, I'm going to be new age guy that everybody hates. Fine, I'll be that. But it's always, it doesn't tell enough of the story for us to lean too heavily on it. I think there is value within it. Don't get me wrong. But 29 and 29, where you have a team. And the best pitchers in the world are going to also hopefully get some good offense, and they're going to maybe be picked up by their teammates. It's still a team sport. Yeah, unless you're Paul Skeens out, which hazard pay. Can he get some hazard pay?
Yeah.
That's always what I think of when you have pitchers in that situation. But, yeah, you're always going to have, and hopefully you're going to have guys that pick you up. This Astros team has been doing a lot of, hey, we'll give you this much and not much more.
Yeah, and maybe a late inning comeback or something.
Right, and so how much of that do you also give to the idea of those guys, the margin for error is so incredibly thin that it really does take Herculean effort in order to, it really has been a Cy Young candidate and a bona fide all-star in Hunter Brown, and then Framber Valdez, who, probably if you do not have the, baseball having needing a representative from every team, has an opportunity to possibly be an all-star in his own right. Yeah. That is the level of effort that it has taken to be that good on the other ones outside of your 29 and 20.
No, there's something to that, but this Astros team has always been about the pitching. I know they've had much better clutch hitting and much better hitting in general in the past, but it really has always come down to the pitching, so that's what it's going to have to come down to. Again, I think another aspect is what's the rest of the American League look like right now compared to you? The Tigers, as I mentioned at the start, I think they're studs. I think they're going to be there the whole time. Yankees are starting to feel, outside of the 2 guys that have Tommy John surgery, but they're starting to feel better.
What a great caveat! If you don't look over here at the dudes with the arms falling off.
Outside of that, they're starting to feel pretty good about getting guys back. The Yankees. I don't know what to think of the Mariners. We'll find out here real soon.
Yeah, dog. Yeah. That's a great question because. It's not. I would love to just go same old Mariners, but it's not same old Mariners. 451 runs this year is not the best, but it's also not bad. We'll find out some of that. Can I ask you this? Because the pitching is where we kind of sat on. I kind of want to talk about this a little bit further because again, you need to find out who your third pitcher is. I 100% agree with you. Power ranking on who that is. How do we feel about that? Because there's guys that we need to come back from injury. I will give you the options. Obviously, Lance McCullers Jr. remains an option, although I don't believe in the way that you talked about him that you feel like he is going to be 1 or 2 on those options.
I just don't know.
Eric Getty coming back from the broken hand. Of course, that is not, that was a freak injury, but, freak injuries can be problematic around these parts as well. You got Luis Garcia, who is ramping up, but, a couple years removed from Tommy John. You got Christian Javier. You got maybe, J.P. France. I don't know how you feel about him as a possibility. All those guys are still, in theory, guys that could come back during the season and provide you that third pitcher at, varying different timelines. Which of those guys do you kind of rank first, maybe second, possibly third in the guys that could possibly come in and give you, be that third pitcher? Man. With the added caveat that maybe you go and add one. Maybe that's a question that you've added as well.
I would lean heavily toward adding a starting pitcher.
Wow. With all these guys that are capable.
I get it, man, but it's the Astros. And Luis Garcia, I think just yesterday, Dana Brown was talking about how he got, he threw for however many simulated game or whatever the heck it was. Here it is right here. Struck out 3 over 2 scoreless innings in his second rehab start yesterday in the Florida Coast League.
What's that figure? On track? Is that on track?
Yeah. Look like on schedule.
I can't believe that. But if I had to pick one outside of a trade, it would probably be Luis Garcia, just based on that he's actually pitching.
So you go trade and Luis Garcia, 1 or 2, however you choose.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just wait for a couple days. And
then it's a setback,
You're going to see something like, he had a little soreness in his forearm.
I I'm such a sucker. I'm ready to be hurt again. I'm like, all right, Luis Garcia, baby, come on, dog.
Every time.
Let's go.
Every time. Yeah.
I've learned nothing. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, there's good questions here on the text line. I'll return to some of those. Like I see you 979 getting in there as well. But coming up next, it's time to get to our question of the day. And it's a good one based off of the home run derby that happened last night. What's something that you probably should have practiced before trying? Because Jazz Chisholm looked like he was out there trying to hit liners as opposed to home runs. 713-572-4610. That is the number to text, and we will talk about that next.
Yeah, let's talk about ability trees right now. Louis Flory got another text yesterday.
processing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get to our question of the day here on a Tuesday. What's something you probably should have practiced before trying? 713-572-4610. We all, I think, can relate to an experience like that where you know, maybe have a little too much hubris within your body. And you end up in a place where you're like, I can do that. And then you realize very quickly, maybe I couldn't have done it.
That looks
in
easy.
the way that I anticipated. Let us know, because it seems like Jazz Chisholm got himself into that type of place. Home Run Derby last night on ESPN and ESPN2, which is a note that I really want to make because I know that watching the Derby has gotten real uncomfortable for folks.
What was on ESPN2?
They had the StatCast edition of the broadcast. And I realized, I saw your face and I realized.
I'm like, I don't need that part. Though.
No, but you do. Here's the thing, you do. Because all right, I get it.
Oh, that ball went 145 miles an hour.
They really did.
Oh, I'm going to get to that, trust me.
They really did. Yeah. They really were just jumping up and down about, the exit velocity and look at all the...
Yeah. I thought you was on the broadcast for a minute, man.
However...
Who cares?
However... It's the home run derby. That's what home runs are. Like, he hit it really hard and went far. Like, that's the whole excitement of a home run. That's why put it in the StatCast. But the thing about the StatCast version of it, though, that I will give you is because they used a particular angle that I think that they were using somewhat, but not as much.
Is that the little circular camera thing or whatever? It's on a swivel, on a whatever?
I can't recall.
I saw a couple
360 camera.
Yeah, the 360, yeah.
I don't even know if it was that much. It was obviously a downward angle that obviously looked upwards that gave you a little bit a better idea at the launch angle. But then also they had a split screen continuously compared to the ESPN broadcast where they keep going back and forth between the hit and where it lands, except with the timing, the next hit is coming before the last one lands, so you're not able to follow.
Yeah.
But on the StatCast, they were able to, you were able to see it come off the bat, and this is where the stats, I think, helped. You know generally what's a home run based off of, he got the right angle, he hit it hard enough, that one's probably going to go. And you, as a golf fan, you'll love this, they had the ball tracer.
Yeah, that's the best.
Like when not only did they had a color-coded ball tracer, yellow off the bat and then pink, like that T-Mobile pink once it went out. So you could kind of watch it, just watch the at-bat and then see, okay, I think this is gone.
Yeah.
And then you could see it kind of confirmed if you just looked at one side. And if you wanted to really see it go, they had kind of a wide, and not even wide, like a drone shot angle towards the outfield where you could see it really go.
Yeah.
So I thought that it really situated it incredibly well. And that might be a saving grace for the home run derby because it's really hard to consume.
What happened to the back?
That's all you had to do. That's all. And plus, and I do agree with Luke Morrow on this. And Adam.
Oh, here comes some hating.
No, and Adam Spillane was talking about it too.
He was.
You can't appreciate the home runs as much.
And I think that's why I think.
But
the
even the split screen, you're kind of like, oh, where am I looking? What's going on and all that. Where you could just see the entirety of the home run, 10 outs, appreciate 513 feet. Or whatever it was, and then go to the next one. But regardless of that, the question of the day is what's something you probably should have practiced before you tried? Jazz Chisholm said, I ain't even going to practice. His stepdad was throwing him. By the way, I wonder if there's issues there because anyway.
Wow. What are you doing right now?
But you're not my real dad. Anyway, no, he loves that guy, and he promised him that at some point he would get him on a Major League Baseball field. And he did.
Shout out to him.
And it was awesome, except for Jazz Chisholm. He had, 27 pop-outs?
Are we calling some of those pop-outs? He was hitting liners.
He was hitting liners
down the first base line.
He had 3 home runs.
And I was just like, okay.
Probably should have practiced.
We in here talking about practice.
Best part about the whole thing to me was when Chisholm walked out, he had the hat turned backwards just slightly. He had more swag than anybody else. He had that, what they call the bat. It was called he named his bat. It had all these
the aura.
See, those be the red flags. Right Remember,
Jalen turned into somebody's daddy. See, that's the problem.
Yeah, see, Jalen.
You need to respect the game.
Jalen Green did the same thing when he entered the dunk contest.
Yeah,
he had the grill in his mouth. I think he had the chain and all the other stuff.
Too worried about looking good and playing good.
The Demon Slayer. His bat was the Demon Slayer.
Yeah,
and I was like, this dude is.
See, if you was a betting man and you saw that, you're like, nah, I ain't betting on him. he ain't about to do nothing.
The best part, he was more swagged out than anybody else.
That's how it always go.
And then hit 3 home runs. Probably should have practiced. What's something you should have practiced before you started?
All right, so for mine, a little bit of backstory. I played soccer growing up. I don't know if anybody's too surprised. I did play basketball. Didn't play baseball. Played a little football once I got to grade school, as everybody does in Texas because it's Texas.
Yeah.
But I played soccer growing up, and I played a little bit of select. I'm not trying to say I was like really good, but I played a little bit of select, just to give you an idea. I was a goalkeeper. And so with that being the case, like I believe myself to be, hey man, I can kick a ball. Got to football, in high school. I think it was freshman year. Like, all right, let's do some kicker tryouts. I was like, I can kick the football. I have never kicked a football.
It's a different animal.
It looked very. And this is the thing. I told people like I play soccer and everything. Like, all right, cool, go ahead, step and kick. It was demoralizing. I'm talking about didn't get off the ground type kick. Like it was just like
a hot grounder, like a jazz home run.
Exactly. That's exactly what it was. And I was like, I didn't kick a second one.
Yeah.
I wanted to kick a second one, but I was like, the damage is done. Don't even worry about it. So I was like, I probably should have like tried at some point because I do think I had the capability of kicking a football. I was just like, no, this is the embarrassment. Like I've broken the seal on the embarrassment. You can't put that back in,
Mine was, I've been fishing my whole life, 50 plus years. I've always fished, always loved the outdoors, always gone outdoors. So one day it was really windy, too windy to fish. So there was a good surf. There was a good surf out. I think I was in Surfside down near Lake Jackson. And I said, you know what? How hard could surfing possibly be? I'm here. I got the day off. I'm going to go rent a surfboard. And I was like, I think I was like 30, 31. I was already married and all that. And
midlife crisis stuff?
Yeah. Well, I don't know about that. But I was like, I'm going to grab this surfboard. I'm going to go out. And then the guy was, of course, like, we can give you a quick lesson if you want, or, an hour long or whatever you want. I said, no, I'm good.
Famous last words.
I'm good. I paddled out like a pro, had my stomach on I just looked like I should have been on TV.
Watching too much Baywatch.
I was just paddling out. And then I got out there and I turned the board and here comes a little wave. And I like froze because well, how do you pop up? Like, how do you get up on a surfboard?
You know how you would know the answer to that?
If I took a lesson, if I practiced. So I just kind of got on my knees, got up, surfboard comes straight out from me. And probably top 3 most painful racks in the boys that I've ever had in my life. I mean, it came
only
up
top 3, huh?
Like a slingshot. It might be number 1. It went wham, right on them. And so immediately I'm like in excruciating pain. And then the board comes up and hits me square in the face.
Oh, see, no. The first part was just just generally the failure.
Yeah.
The second part was a reminder. Like I think that I believe that strongly. I have a great respect, and I will use the biblical word. I have a great fear of the water and the ocean because it is more powerful than people give it credit for.
Oh my gosh! And so then I had to find fortunately I had the ankle thing on where the board doesn't go too far away from you. I had to grab my board, float it in, gave the boy my board back. And that was the first and only time I ever surfed in my life.
That's right. And to be fair, did you even really surf?
I didn't.
It's a question that's worth asking.
I did not.
So on the text line, a number of answers coming in. Somebody said, definitely skiing. Boy, so much snow, it was ridiculous. I don't even know how you, is there a lot of practicing? I guess you could kind of go on the bunny runs or even before that, they give you the pizza, French fries kind of idea to give you an idea how to start. So did you just hop on the slope skiing? Because you are a wild boy. I know people die like that.
That's right.
That is bold. I have never skied, and even I know, hey.
Yeah, I think ice skating is a little tough, man. I know how to roller skate, but I tried the ice skate. I'm like, oh, this is different.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I will say,
I never did it again.
I was supposed to go skating this past winter because I have not been ice skating, and I was going to be the guy who did not do any practice and jumped in there and thinking I could do it.
I thought it was the same thing. I'm like, okay, I could roller skate, whatever. I got on that ice rink. I'm like, oh, this is different. I can't dance while skate.
No, you cannot.
I'm like, nah. But a couple of them popped up in my mind. To me, this was back when I was in broadcasting school. We had to do a presentation. Everybody had to do a presentation, which is public speaking.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, I could do this. I could just talk about this new iPhone that just came out and all this other stuff. Man, I got out there and started stuttering. I froze up. I forgot what my name was.
That's
man.
what a mirror is for. You got to practice the mirror, man.
I had no idea. And the other one, and a lot of people don't realize this with me being a former rapper or used to rap.
Mm-hmm.
You got to practice a little bit before you jump up on that stage, man. You think you just know your music and just go up there and rap it?
Forgetting your own words is crazy.
Oh, man. I was fumbling. I was forgetting all my lyrics. It was totally different, man. And it's so hard performing in front of, like, let's say like 10 to 12 people rather than hundreds of people.
No, sure.
So you just looking at these 12 people, they don't know your song. So they just staring at you, man, not nodding the head. And I'm sitting there like, man, I probably should have practiced this song.
Yeah. Keep those coming in, 713-572-4610. There's a number of them that I still want to get to. I'll see if I can do a little bit of that on the other side. Somebody, King Young said, I grew up rollerblading. Ice skating was easy to catch on to. Okay, cool. I'm back to my hubris. I'm just going to hop on there and see what happens.
Yeah, I couldn't ice skate, man.
It's also weird. I can snow ski and I can't water ski.
Those feel like different. Those feel like different.
Yeah.
Look, I say that with no knowledge of either, to be fair, but those feel like different
Definitely
skill sets.
cannot surf.
Yeah, we did learn that. We tried to water ski and not being able to swim. Oh, yeah, that's just bad. That's just bad ideas. All right, we'll get some more of those in a little bit. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where wide receiver just got paid, what that says about a Texans deal, and we continue talk. I want to get your opinion on this Teddy Bridgewater thing because it's fascinating.
Oh, yeah.
We'll do it next.
All right.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
This offense needs to go the way of C.J. Stroud. This offense doesn't need to go the way of Nick Cater. When there's
exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL, but a couple more mentions I want to have from the question of the day. What's something that you probably should have practiced before you actually did it? Shout out to Jazz Chisholm, who said that if he does do the home run derby again, first he'll have to hit 20 home runs before that point, but he will actually practice.
Hey, man, might be good advice.
He said he didn't want to change his swing, and I'm like, yeah, it looks like a regular season swing for sure. You're hitting singles and maybe doubles down the line. I will say there was some of those was like, oh, that's a double down the line. I like that. Somebody said skateboarding since they were 8, so they thought they could surf. Grabbed their friend's board. Damn near drowned.
Yeah, man.
Yep. Apparently, that is a big deal. Breathing control and lyrics. There's a lot of people getting at you with the.
Yeah, no, that's a real thing, man.
Performing, but then also just public speaking.
Yeah, like just being comfortable up there, knowing what to say, how to engage with the crowd. You don't think about all that stuff till you're up there.
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh, now I'm rapping my lyrics. I'm out of breath. I'm running around the stage and all that stuff. You got to practice that, man.
And a really good answer that came in when we teased it during the crosstalk. Driving stick shift home from their first car from the dealership.
So good.
Oh, that's such a good answer.
So good.
That's such a good answer. Because that had to be harrowing. You're like, oh, no, I get it.
I can do that.
I got it.
I can do that.
Oh, no. You done ruined the whole car before you even got it home off the lot.
Yep.
And you done used up all the value, too.
Still a pet peeve of mine. Most people need to learn how to drive.
No, they don't. It's not necessary anymore.
Yeah, it is.
Manual cars are not out here.
That is not necessary.
There are a lot of standard cars out here.
There really aren't.
Yes.
There really aren't anymore.
It's fun.
I don't disagree with that.
It's fun.
I'm not disagreeing at all with that. I just don't think that it's as necessary.
Like the world not about to end, and there's only manuals out here where you got to use a manual.
You don't know that.
Man.
That is fair. You don't know that.
You probably still have a landline too, don't you?
No, I do not. Well, I can't even remember the last time I had a landline. It's just fun.
What was your phone number?
732-8560.
Okay, good. I was about to say you're just about to put somebody out there. People be calling that person's number for no reason.
Mine was 752-8080.
All right, there we go.
Okay, very good. I'm not doing that same thing. Mostly because I am one of the idiots that don't remember numbers anymore. I know my mama's number by heart, and that's it. I'm going to tell you that for damn sure. All right, from the 936X. And we move on to around the NFL now.
Most people do.
We got yesterday news of the newest wide receiver getting paid, and his name is Jets wide receiver Garrett Wilson. That's not his full name. I added the other part. His name is Garrett Wilson. But he does play for the Jets, and he is now, over the next 4 years, $130 million richer. Or not the next 4 years, actually. It's a $130 million extension, 4 years, but it's tacked on, obviously, to the end of the current deal that he is still on the rookie deal. I think, what is that, starting 2 years, if memory serves correctly?
Yeah.
There. But, I mean, this is it makes him one of the highest paid receivers, at least over the average annual value at that span. This is big money for Garrett Wilson, who's been really good, but has he been better than Nico Collins in your mind?
Well, he's had, 3 straight 1,000-yard seasons?
He has.
To start his career, which is a better start than Nico Collins had.
Nico's last 2 have been 1,000-yard seasons.
But not necessarily a better receiver altogether, but he's in the same class. I mean, he's absolutely in the same class. My thing on this is just, with every receiver, every player, but every receiver specifically that gets signed, that deal just looks better and better and better for Nico Collins.
Yeah, is that the best? That's the best one, right? Like that's the best deal that Nick Cacerio signed, right?
Yeah. I hate people keep bringing it up too because I know Nico gonna be like, hey, yo, I'm better than this dude. Right
I looked
here.
it up. He can't really negotiate till 26, which is next year.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but that's the funny thing about that though, Reggie, is let's say Nico goes nuts. Like 1,500 yards, 1,400 yards, and then, 97 catches and all-pro and all that. Come 2026, he's going to have to, right?
Yeah, if he get an all-pro, it's almost for certain he will go back to the table.
But this is where it gets dicey. 2026 is also Will Anderson Jr. and C.J. Stroud.
That ain't his problem.
Yeah, I mean, this is where
that is not his problem.
Yeah.
This is where teams around the league keep looking at Nick Caserio, give these dudes the bag and short contracts, and like, hey man, you messing up the money right now.
Yeah.
And he has a great opportunity to mess up the money in a great way because he's got three cornerstone players that are all coming up, and the MO has been established from him, and they have all played in such a way or delivered performances that make it so that, there's not really any good case to not give these guys money. The one case that is there to not give Nico Collins like just earth-shattering money is sustainability, is injury.
Sure.
And so this will be an interesting season for that as well, because again, he got injured last year. I don't necessarily blame him for that, but I think that comes in when you're negotiating.
Of course.
That will be the one thing, is if he has a sustained injury during the season, that might be the only – I don't want to use the word saving grace here because I don't think the Texans even view it that way. They seem happy to pay guys when they perform for them. But I think that might be the only thing that kind of keeps a level of a governor on what is going to be the next outcome. Because, again, I think that they've set an MO of short contracts, relatively big money. And if we're talking about Garrett Wilson at 32.5 average annual value, we're talking about Justin Jefferson signing last year a $35 million. It feels like average annual value for him is probably going to be up there, relatively highly guaranteed, and for a pretty short contract.
Right now, Nico Collins, I believe, is either 12 or 13 in among receivers in average annual value. And if he has a monster year, I mean, I don't blame him. And the Texans have some decisions to make.
Honestly, I can see the Texans kind of looking out for him too, man, because it seems like they look out for the players they really like and appreciate.
Yeah.
They pay them a little earlier and stuff like that. So I can see them actually working something out to keep him happy.
Yeah.
I will be interested though if you're starting to see, because Nico is going to be one of the earlier ones that you see. They gave him a deal, and now we negotiate on the back end. If there's any level of reciprocity, not that the NFLPA should want that, right? You always, anytime in a negotiation, especially from a union perspective, get the most that you possibly can.
Yeah.
But if there's any level of reciprocity of, hey, we got to you early like Figgy's talking about, we gave you money early and all this, do you then give us a little bit of a, do you scratch our back on this side? I can't imagine that's the case, but we'll see that.
I don't know who his agent is, but if he go to the Mo Together, man, I ain't scratching nothing.
You know what that hand motion is? Ski mask. But this is an interesting thing that comes in on the text line from the 281. Nico better stay healthy if he wants to renegotiate. Now, you did mention, right, there's 2 more years on that 3-year deal that he signed.
Yeah.
Is that correct? Yes.
Yeah.
So, obviously, after this season, he would be available to negotiate.
Eligibles,
most people would want to negotiate in that space. If he does sustain, let's say, the same injury, or not the same exact injury,
then
but the same
nothing
time
changes.
frame, like he misses 5 weeks. Do you think that there's anything within him that goes, I'd wait and go to the next one and see if I get money, or is it just we've proved as a Nico Collins team that this dude is one of the best, amongst the best. We're just going to negotiate at this point and get the money.
I think he would wait. I think he should wait. If let's say he plays 12 games, 13 games, whatever it may be, the injury thing is going to be over his head. He's going to have to come back the next year and prove I can go 16, 17. I think he would wait. Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like you just go and get that money. Like, I feel like he's going to be able to secure big money regardless, but we'll see what that looks like. Continuing around the NFL, let's see. Where should I go? Let's get this because I did tease it. So Teddy Bridgewater, former NFL quarterback as recently as last season, where he came back and served as, Jared Goff's backup in December. I think he only threw 1 pass, if memory serves, in the playoffs. But, he had gotten back into South Florida and gotten into high school, coaching and such.
Yeah.
Now, of course, he left that job in order to return back to football. But on social media this past weekend, if memory serves, he got out there kind of asking, or not, it was earlier this month, in fact, and it was on Facebook. He asked for some donations from, fans and the general public to help, support the school that he is also coaching with, saying that he paid for Uber rides, meals, and recovery services for his players last season. So he asked fans to donate to help cover those kind of expenses. Then we found out that the Florida High School Athletic Association, they suspended, or actually not the Athletic Association, the school, Miami Northwestern, Class 3A.
Because he was, quote, volunteer, so the Athletic Association couldn't necessarily suspend him.
That's right. But the school suspended him And he's a volunteer because obviously he gave up the job in order to go back and play football. But the school suspended him for impermissible benefits. And I just want to tee this one up. I want to lob this one up. How do you feel about the school doing that? The Athletic Association is going to gather more information into this. But how do you feel about that particular happening with Teddy Bridgewater?
Well, you got to pick the times that you use your harshest words. You got to be. You got to
harsh words coming.
You got to pick them. Diligently. This is stupid. It's not just dumb. It's
all he had was stupid. I thought he was going to use some real words.
It's stupid. Not only should they not suspend him, they should build a damn statue. They should build it. Like, this is a guy that had the money, dug into his own pocket. And keep in mind, maybe some people, glossed over the particulars of what he actually did. This wasn't like impermissible benefits like giving a player from another school money to come to your school or paying your players. This was rehab, lunches, getting home from practice,
Uber rides,
stuff like that. This was like just basic things that people that players at that school cannot afford. Not only should they not suspend him, they should build a damn statue for him.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, especially if you played sports, which I know a lot of our listenership does, I think that's, especially being in Texas, but I think in America, we've made, sports, especially for youth sports, a part of the development process, and I think rightfully so. So I think we can all attest to the various things that help develop us, and we can all recall some coach or maybe some teacher or some role model that, did little things like that to help you along your way because it takes a village and all that. And so it did feel bad to see that portion of it, and I think you're right. Like, this does feel really dumb to see a guy doing those types of things and then leveraging the visibility that he has to maybe get some more support for his kids. But the bigger thing, my bigger takeaway was, it was a reminder for me, high school football is professional, man. Like, all of this, we got dudes that are like transferring and going, and you talked about it, like the people that are cutting things off on the side. That wasn't this. Yeah. But the reason why those rules exist is because, and we've all seen, right? Like, a guy goes to a big school, even though it's not technically in that district or whatever, in order to go and play sports. High school sports is even professional. I think I've long held that college sports has been professional for a long time. And you can't even fight that one. Good luck to you on that one at this point. High school sports has been professionalized in a way which does not seem to serve anybody really here. Like, that's the thing that really gets me, is just how professionalized, because the idea that we have on the books and need to have on the books a rule against impermissible benefits, when how many times do we talk about educators having to go in their own pocket to help, and even that is kind of outside of the bounds, especially when it comes to this, because we're trying to prevent or, secure the sanctity of the sport, when in all reality, what we're supposed to be securing is the growth and development of these kids.
Yeah, shout out to Katie and North Shore. Anyway,
I didn't want to say names specifically, but we know what time it is.
And it's not just them. You're right. It does happen. And I think the biggest thing is, like, some kids' mother or father or whatever gets a job in the district, and it's more of a loophole kind of stuff to get kids to go to schools. It is pro in that sense, but again, and maybe they're just the whole thing is just tainted, and they had to do this. But this is like basic stuff. Even way back in the day when I played, or Seth played or whatever, I know it goes on every week. Some kid, like a coach, I can't make it to practice, man, blah, blah. Oh, you know what? Yeah. I'll pick you up. Even that. My coaches used to pick us up. And even that is technically against the rule.
And it's very pricey to be able to play stuff like that. Like, even as far as, like, uniforms and this and all that type of stuff. It costs a lot of money, and some of these cats don't have it like that with their personal situation and stuff.
Yeah. And the tough thing about it is, I don't necessarily see the way to fix it per se. Because as much as we can come in all high and mighty on that should not be the case. If you do take that out, like, it just does allow more of this opportunity to fester, because it's not like you're going to change this at the high school level, because the money's big enough. Like, the money is just too big.
Yeah, I was going to say the only way you could possibly fix it is the school got to step in and start providing maybe transportation, providing lunches or whatever stuff like that. But
you that's a whole other. I was like, you want to have the conversation about school funding?
That's the best way to fix it.
I'll have that conversation with you. Maybe not on these.
If they was providing all that stuff, I don't think people had to go out, go in their pockets to help.
Right. Yeah. 100%. And then finally, right here, I'll hit you with this one here. Ndamukong Suh announced that he was retiring over the weekend. I mean, I will never forget. And it's tough because
you mentioned the Nebraska game, the Texas game?
Yes. I'm sorry. Ndamukong Suh has been an incredible NFL player. I don't think that is overstating level play. He was just such a monster in college that it overshadows it, and I feel bad.
Yes.
I just remember him in Nebraska eating people's entire existence.
He won games at the defensive tackle position.
Correct.
How many players can do that? Why'd you win the game? That dude right there. But he's a defensive tackle. That dude right there. That dude right there beat us. But you're right. As a pro, an absolute monster. What are you, 5 Pro Bowls?
5-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro, which honestly feels low. Mm-hmm. But this is where you start to get to the point where you go, okay, no. And maybe I'll ask the question, right? Mm-hmm. But I think I know a pretty easy answer. Super Bowl champion one time, obviously, with Bucks. 2010s, all 2010s team. Mm-hmm. Rookie of the year, all that. Defensive Rookie of the Year, obviously, in 2010. I think once you get to the All-Decade team.
Oh, he's in.
Hall of Fame.
I know what your question is.
Right, Hall of Famer, correct?
Yeah, he is absolutely in. He's All-Decade team is to me that's all I need to know.
All right, so I might be soaring in youthful ignorance here with this question to round this up. Is he, because again, I'm just operating from is he the guy who helped usher in the D tackles are stars again, or are mean
this era?
In this era?
There was a lull kind of in the 80s, because the 70s had some of the best defense. We're going to actually talk about one here in a little bit.
He played defensive tackle.
Yeah, who's celebrating a birthday. But the 70s had some monster defenses. Randy White,
That's right. I've heard of him.
Guys like that. And then the 80s, there was a lull. But this era, Ndamukong Suh.
Yeah. So shout out to Ndamukong Suh. Fantastic career. And just thank God you're no longer wreaking havoc on the Big 12. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, Reed Shepherd's been shut down for Summer League action. That happened yesterday before their third Summer League game. Are you convinced that Reed Shepherd is ready for the backup point guard role at this point? 713-572-4610. Let's discuss it next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Injuries are going to happen in sports. I get all that.
SportsRadio.org.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to start by saying something insensitive, and I hope that disclaimer does enough for me. I just pulled up Summer League stats, which first and foremost, I felt kind of wild doing that because that's not preseason. That's Summer League. It's a whole different level.
Welcome back, Reggie.
But I looked at the Hawks game. Obviously, Rockets-Hawks Summer League game happened yesterday. Do you want to know the final score? Because I don't. And I was like, who are these people? With all due respect to them. And again, that was the insensitive thing. But the reason why I had that was because Reed Sheppard was shut down before that game. As a lot of teams will do this with their best players that are playing in Summer League. Yeah. Is that the player will play the first couple of games, make sure that, hey, we see what we want to see, give you a little bit of that, but we don't need to run you through all of this for you to get hurt. We've kind of gotten a feel of what it is, shut it down. The number one overall pick in this draft, Cooper Flagg, was shut down by the Mavericks in the same way, in the same timing. So this is kind of to be expected. But with what we've seen in Summer League, because, this was the time to all eyes on Reed Sheppard, the number three pick last season, a guy who was previously supposed to be Offensive Rookie of the Year leader and then ultimately just didn't get burned. Now this is opportunity. Hey, what are we seeing from him? From a team that is all but guaranteed that he will be your backup point guard. Are you convinced that he's ready for that particular role? 713-572-4610.
No, and I don't see how anybody could be convinced. Hopeful.
Okay.
It's easy to be hopeful because of what he can do offensively. But it was so funny. I was mentioning this to you before the show. Yeah, he put 31 up in a game. And then we're seeing they shut him down, after 2 games because he was averaging 24 points a game. He didn't look that good in the other game. It's shut him down, bring him back. You have high hopes, but convinced? Are you convinced?
No, and it's very particular. And I know B. Scott has gotten all of this as I'll apologize to B. Scott right now over the air for like blowing up his phone during these Summer League games. Like he has been the outlet for those things. But there's definitely some really good things. It really does feel, and I need to go back and watch it to like confirm it, but just feeling off of watching the first couple of games that one of the questions I had for Reed as rookie, I think he has answered, which is, or at least is done a good amount of answering, which is it feels like he has a good comfort on, I know when to go for mine and I know when to get somebody else involved, which is a huge thing if you're going to be an on-ball player, particularly a point guard. You have to, and a guy who is expected to go and shoot and score, it can't be, well, I just pass and then sometimes I look to score, because especially if you're running the bench mob, you're going to be leading that unit, and likelihood is you're going to need, your shooting and your offense is going to be necessary there. So you can't just, leave yourself out of it, but then you also can't over-index on you trying to score, because then what's the point of you being a distributor? Yeah. It feels like he has found a decent balance of that. That's cool. Pick and roll game. I would like to see more, but I feel comfortable in the idea that he can run that. He can do those things. He can use some explosion to get to where he needs to get. Those things I'm cool. I will come back, and I think I'm going to be the Reed Sheppard hater through no fault of like I don't dislike him. The defense, man. I know that he's out here getting steals right now, especially in Summer League. I know that he has good hands and a willingness to do that. I don't know how tenable it is, especially in an E-mate off the defense, but in general in the NBA, to have a guy who seems like he breaks down your entire defensive game plan by gambling for some of those steals, or just not being capable of, or not even not being capable. Sometimes it looks like he's not like putting in the amount of effort to stay in front, which I understand if you have the ball in your hand, doing both of those things is a lot. It does not feel like it's at the right level just yet.
And I think sometimes he is not capable, if we're being honest. They're certainly not, maybe not physically, but he hasn't been able to do it. Here's the thing. I mean, Reed Sheppard, look, of all the things that the Rockets have going for them, second favorite to win the NBA championship right now. I mean, that's pretty impressive. Reed Sheppard is down on the list, but he's important down on the list.
100%.
I mean, with Fred VanVleet and any injury, and we know, I've said this repeatedly, just expect, just no slight intended, just expect Kevin Durant to miss about 20 games next year. That's just what he does, and he probably should do. You expect him to be big time in the postseason, but if you're going to miss, Kevin Durant for 20 games or so, you're going to have Fred VanVleet as kind of the only point guard. You got to have Reed Sheppard doing more at the NBA level. You mentioned, what you saw from him in the summer league, the 2 summer league games. Keep in mind, he averaged 5.3 assists last summer league in the 2024 summer. So he was able to do it in the summer league. It's a different animal, man. It's a different animal when you're distributing and trying to lead an offense with the regular NBA team and in the regular NBA. So, yes, he showed some things, but he showed some things in the last summer league. So I'm hopeful, just not feeling like I would be confident.
From one of the 832s here on the text line, as I asked the question, are you confident that Reed Sheppard is prepared and ready for that backup point guard role that it seems very much the Rockets are going to thrust him into? And I will stop and say, I think that this is the right thing to do. You need to have him, give him opportunity and for that run up. And the 832 seems to concur as they say, I think Reed needs to play. Only way to get better. Agreed. I'm not entirely convinced though. Yeah. Some of the decision making is still questionable. Plus, I would rather him have a good game again before he shuts down. Now, so this other 832 makes a point, which I think is one of the big reasons why you definitely need to shut him down. He has a slight calf strain. But my thing about it is you're playing 82 games or, the better part of an 82-game season in the NBA. There's going to be some parts of that. And if I can only count on you, and again, this is harsh, and I don't mean it to sound as harsh as I'm sure as it does, but if I can only count on you to be viable in the ways that we want to use you in 100% optimal situations, we're not going to have very much of that.
Right. And they didn't last year. I mentioned, how we felt, coming out of the summer league last year. Dude was averaging 20 points and 5.5 assists just about. We felt pretty good. You can feel pretty good, but I don't think you can feel confident yet. He's got to do it at this level, and he's got to do it, with this squad in the rotation and getting more minutes.
Yeah. So, look, I'm very excited to see what it looks like with the more minutes and in that particular space. But the defense still worries me.
And defensively, of course.
The defense is, that's my big red flag for me personally, and I understand there's going to be a lot of people that will default to one of my least favorite NBA things in particular, which is you can't conflate steals as defense.
Oh no,
and it happens a lot, and Reed is getting them, and it is good that he is capable of getting them, and it's not because he's they're just giving them to him. He has a good eye for it. He has very good hands. He pokes the ball at the right time.
Yeah.
But at sometimes, Summer League is you don't have the best, truest hands passing the ball in some of these instances, and they're not playing on an offense that is well oiled. So sometimes it's just, hey, this guy threw it to a dude in a different colored jersey. That's not by all means what Reed was doing here, but also there's times, and again, I don't know how to soften this. I'm just going to say it, and I'm going to ask for forgiveness on the backside. There's some times where he plays defense that makes it seem like in his mind he goes, this is all good, I'll get it back on the other side.
Yeah, it could be.
That is cool for a superstar player to play that kind of defense. That is not good for a role player, even if he is going to be a premier role player, to have a seemingly that kind of defensive. And that's the thing is, I can agree, or I can live with you. You're just not great at defense.
Yeah, look,
I can't live with what feels like you're not maximizing your effort on that.
You got to be Steph Curry on offense if you're going to have that type of defense.
Yeah, and as far as your steals point, I've always said steals is a part of a great defender's game, but steals doesn't make you a great defender.
Correct.
Whether it's Kawhi or, go back as far as you want. A lot of guys are good off-ball defenders, and maybe that leads to steals. And, James Harden was a pretty good off-ball defender. I always said that. I thought he was good at reading passing lanes and all that.
Especially when he could play in the post.
Yeah.
Use his strength.
Yeah, but that didn't make him a great defender. Yeah.
Right, and Reed is not going to be a great defender. I don't think I'm surprising anybody by saying that.
Adequate.
He got to be better at offense. He got to be banging that offense.
And that's the fun part. Those shots looked fun.
Yeah, no, he can knock it down.
Take all of my skepticism, and now let's have fun. Oh, my God. It is so fun to watch him, come off a screen and pull up with the level of confidence that he's had from depth. And then, can we talk about the little bit of trash talking that he showed? That is the additional parts, the confidence that I know that he has had, but that is becoming a little bit more evident, rather. I think that is the fun part. So, when I say I'm not confident about him stepping into that role at this point, but I am, as you said, hopeful, and I do have a level of optimism in what it's going to look like. I don't think that the Rockets are entirely out of place for putting him there, but I am still very intrigued to see what it looks like early on in preseason and really early on into the season. And hopefully, very hopefully, I'm really crossing my fingers that in a few months, I'll be proven wrong on this point, but I do still have that concern when it comes to Reed Sheppard right now, as he's been shut down summer league play out there in Las Vegas. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping here on a Tuesday, including what happened in the home run derby, and also there's another Rocket that technically has an injury. Let's talk about that more next.
Texans. deal. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get into what's poppin'. Actually, before we do that, just for myself, personally, One, that last segment we were talking about Reed.
Yeah.
And I feel like this happens all the time where I really do get the best crystallization of what I'm trying to say about a minute after the segment. And so,
and that was fire after the segment.
Yeah, you didn't get to hear it, but let me know. I was really killing it at that point. But when it comes to Reed, just to make sure it's abundantly clear, I still am very high on him. I think really with his defense, the way that I view it is just, even if you're ultimately going to be beat by a player, I want you to make it as hard as possible for that to happen, and it doesn't feel like that happens with him on defense.
Yeah.
That's really the ultimate of what I was trying to get to. I guess in a way, if I can be selfish again, what's popping is I am back, and that's not just, hey, congratulations to you, I am here. I did want to just give you an idea if anybody was like, yo, where was Reggie at for a week? It wasn't just vacation. I was in Nashville, Tennessee, at the Vanderbilt University Medical Clinic, and if you are looking on YouTube or Twitch, you can see that I am wearing a shirt that says it's a great day to be a donor because I was a bone marrow. I was a bone marrow donor. That was what I did over this past week, and so it was for my little brother. He's currently doing pretty well at this moment. But ultimately, I just wanted to use that as an opportunity, a launching point to, if you have the capability to be a donor in some way, shape, or fashion, I would tell you, I encourage you to do it. They knocked me out, woke back up, everything was good. It was.
I was really wondering, like, what the pain factor would be there.
I was too. This is my first surgery. I've literally never had. I am very, very fortunate. I played football, played soccer, played basketball, have not broken a bone in my body to this point. So I'm very lucky.
I never had broken anything either.
Y'all are nuts.
I'm very, very fortunate.
Y'all need to live a little more.
That was your takeaway, huh? You ain't jumped off nothing?
You ain't jumped off nothing?
Let me jump off a roof. Let me jump
Which is
on.
funny. I have jumped off stuff, like, because I remember there was me and a friend of mine who would like jump off a banister into their living room onto the couch. I didn't break an arm. He broke an arm. So I did things that could cause you to get hurt. I was just never the one who got hurt first that killed all the vibes. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think there's some wild stuff. Hell, I've been shot at one time.
That would have gotten you into surgery.
Yeah. Came out good, man.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. That's good. So I am
you,
good.
Man.
I'm here.
That's terrific.
I'm here. Just a very dull pain in my back. Y'all don't care about that, but I just want to use that as an opportunity again. Encourage folks to do good.
Could you throw if training camp started tomorrow?
No. I'm not allowed to run right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm not allowed to run. I'm not allowed to lift nothing over 10 pounds.
10 pounds?
Yeah. I'm real limited right now for the next few weeks. But that's, again, neither here nor there. That would very much put me out of the opportunity of playing in the All-Star game, which happens tonight. I don't think that I had any shot.
I don't think Jazz Chisholm lifted anything over 10 pounds.
I wouldn't have a snowball's chance in hell of being in any of the All-Star festivities that are happening this week. But All-Star game is tonight. Your interest level, John Lopez, is
not as high as the home run derby.
Really?
I've always liked the home run derby, even though I think it needs to go back, as we mentioned earlier, to the 10 outs so you can appreciate the home runs. But it's always fun. It was fun again last night. The introductions were way too long. Come on, Pat McAfee. Let's tighten that up a little bit.
They about to run Pat McAfee into the ground,
Dude,
man. He about to do everything.
Pat A. McAfee is what we about to start calling him.
Yeah, but he did need to tighten that up a little bit. But it was still fun. Yes, I'm going to watch the All-Star game. You always check in. That's one of those where you almost not feel obligated, but you're like, yeah, you can't help yourself. You're going to check in. But we'll see how long that check-in lasts, you know?
How you feel about the uniforms?
That's going to be the best part. Like, that's going to be the best part is, I imagine you can go from the nostalgia of it, but it's just one of the things in All-Star games that looks real cool, and it's a reminder of why this is supposed to be a special thing, is that you're getting dudes from all these different teams that ostensibly do not play together or have not had the opportunity to play together to show out and represent their teams, but also play on the same surface. So you can see, oh, well, there's Orioles hat.
Yeah.
Actually, are they wearing the...
They're wearing the hats, I believe.
Yeah. They're wearing the uniformed hats, but they're wearing the team jerseys.
And I don't like that. I still like old
They're wearing
school.
the team jerseys?
I still like,
Yes.
the team jerseys is the way to go. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, so you were talking about the home run derby jerseys.
Yeah.
Is that what you were talking about?
I thought they were wearing those.
No.
I didn't know they was wearing the actual team jersey.
Yeah, that was just the home run derby, AL, NL, in the style of the old Atlanta Braves kind of script. No.
I thought that was the theme.
We are
This
going
is
back
the
to
best.
white versus gray.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you get to wear your team's jersey. So the only opportunity that we might be able to see, actually, I don't know.
Batting practice and then the home run derby when you can wear the but
then the opportunity we'll get a chance to see the Astros is if Josh Hader makes it on the mound, because Jeremy Pena, Isaac Paredes, and Hunter Brown, none of them will be actively participating in the game. I wonder if they'll be. Well, I know Isaac won't be, but I know that Pena's there. Is Hunter there? I can't recall if he made it out. to Atlanta.
I don't know if he made it out or not, but the uniforms is the best part. It used to be like so cool to watch.
The best part?
Yes.
The game used to be the best part. What are you talking about?
Game, but the game's not played like that anymore necessarily.
Uniforms used to be the best part.
But like to see them run out there in their A's uniform next to an Astros uniform next to it, whatever. That's the best.
Jacob Wilson at short is going to be. Are they wearing green though?
I don't know.
I hope that he wears green.
Mm-hmm. That was always fun.
Yeah. Sorry, I got real nostalgic about the A's jerseys right there. Apologies.
The green was the best.
It is a really good look. Yeah. But I'm very excited to see what that particular what that skate looks like. Going back, you did mention the home run derby, and I do want to talk about something that is important as Big Dumper himself.
How about that?
Cal Riley is on Pat McAfee in front of our faces. He wins the home run derby, and there's a couple of things that I thought were interesting within this, which is, buddy, the only reason we had an opportunity for him to put on what was admittedly a very, very fun performance in the semifinal and final rounds of this, where he's just launching them and he gets on a run and shows why he is leading baseball in home runs, is because he had to go to a tiebreaker to get out of the first round that had him as he had his home run was longer than, what was it, Brent Rooker of the Braves by 0.96 inches.
Way to ruin the home run derby, nerds.
That was your takeaway?
Yes.
Reggie is offended at you right now, man.
Do a swing off. Just old school, hey, let's run it back. 5 pitches.
Reggie about to walk out this studio,
and I agree with him. That is true. I do like seeing the swing off.
Do the swing off. And here's the other thing. And Rooker, we have the audio, actually. They're like, well, they were both 471 feet. Oh, hold on. We got some nerds in the back that actually took it a little further than that.
Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't. I know we're both at 471 because that's obviously the number that they put up there. Maybe if they have it to the decimal point, they should display that during the Derby and not wait till everyone's done to bring out that information. That might be helpful.
Yeah, maybe they should.
That's a sassy response.
Yeah, maybe they should.
Very sassy.
That was like, come on, man. Just take 5 more swings. Whoever has the most advances.
I do wonder, though. Do those dudes get tired of that 5 more with those additional swings that we keep adding on top?
Yeah, and that's good for the Astros. Astros come out with the Mariners first. Yeah.
Touche.
That's good for the Astros. Just keep swinging that stick, big dumper.
How long have you been waiting to say that? Keep swinging that stick, big dumper, are the words that just came out of his mouth and then now mine as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Woo, okay, I don't know if that's where you expect to be. So that was one thing that happened. Then also, how'd you feel about what could have ended up being a I don't know, catastrophe? That might be too strong. The kids in the outfield has always been a funny thing to me because dudes are hitting like line drives out here, and you just got some 15-year-old out here just trying to catch that, I guess.
Dropping catches and all that stuff.
And now we got with O'Neal Cruz out there hitting just missiles, like a jet carrier. What was it? Like a fighter jet
airplane off a cruise ship.
That's right, because that's where those things take off from. But we had a kid rob a home run. Is this the first time that's happened? No, it's not. It's not the first time that happened, right?
I think it is.
Okay,
I think it happened before.
Robbed? I don't know if I've ever seen one robbed.
That's fair.
How do you not?
Or you had some kids trying to rob before. I think. Yes. This is first successful.
Wasn't that awesome?
At first, I was like, "Yo, what are you doing? How is there no protocol?" And then very quickly, the internet got me to a place where I was just like, "Yeah, I think it's hilarious."
That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
I mean, they still counted it.
Yeah, but here's the thing: I don't know if that was gone.
It was right on top of the fence. Yeah, I don't know if it was gone for sure or not.
I treat them like Bart Boy.
Yeah, that was the thing. Although I was like, hey, the broadcast was, showed the isolated video of him. Yeah. The Athletic actually got an interview with him. His name is out here in these streets. And I was like, you do know that we are not good people when it comes to like sports betting. If that had changed a number.
Oh, it did temporarily, but then they counted it.
No, but I was like, I don't know where we were on like the lines of because I'm sorry, I didn't get into what the betting was on the home run derby, and you might need to see somebody if that's the case. However,
because that could have been a thing where somebody had one less home run.
No, it was a thing. I saw it trending as it was happening. But then they counted it, so it didn't really matter because I think it would have gone out no matter what. It was right at the top.
But for the simple fact, you think.
Yeah, that's true.
That's creating the conversation right there.
Yeah.
Should we have the kids in the outfield at all? Because I feel like.
Oh yeah, that's fun.
We're hitting really hard baseballs at these dudes.
Well, they're not all tiny kids.
I mean, I think the kid that the dude out there was like 17.
Yeah,
they're just 15 to 17.
Just keep doing it until somebody get hurt.
Yeah.
When somebody get hurt, then put a net up.
You know what
like
that's called? The American way. That's what that's called.
Yeah.
Some other things that are popping. Kevin Durant, newest Houston Rocket, well, not the newest Houston Rocket, but the biggest acquisition of this offseason for the Houston Rockets. It was unveiled by Paper City, and I should give the actual attribution to the reporter that got that, so apologies on that front. But he recently had thumb surgery. Now it's his offhand, non-shooting hand, I believe, left in this instance, and supposedly the Rockets did not give it a thought when it came to whether or not that would change their desire to acquire him. Any level of concern, any level of reaction to this particular news?
Yeah, not really. I
mean, do he play for the Astros?
Yeah, that's part of it.
Okay, fair.
If he don't play for the Astros, then I'm good.
The Rockets had to have known this was coming. Everybody had to have known this was coming. They, quote, did not give it a second thought. I'm good with that. 3 months before they even begin training camp. Who knows what the surgery was? We'll find out, but I'm not real concerned with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. All right. So yeah, there you go. That's what's popping here on a Tuesday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. I don't know if I'm excited for this All-Star game.
Really? But you're gonna watch.
I'm gonna watch it.
Yeah.
It's the thing that's on. But yeah, the way that the game is played, it just feels like they've gotten baseball too, man.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like the game has kind of changed over the years. It used to be so competitive and so intense. So now I'm like in it for the uniforms.
Do they need to get back to this game meaning something? Though?
I think that's the dumbest recourse that you can have.
No, I'm saying it just not that the stakes. I'm talking about it just meant more to the players. They wanted to win it, and that's not the case anymore. Yeah.
That there is, I imagine, a case to be made for like, hey man, there's not as much pride in the team and the league, but some of the
players move around so much.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Kurt Flood, free agencies here, and there's all of those types of things. So yeah, man, that's a little bit different. But hopefully, I don't know. Hopefully, they find a way to restore the feeling. You know what I hope for? Less than like, oh, this is a great game. Can you give us a couple of moments? And the moment that I think of, and I'm sure you'll be able to recall it, was World Baseball Classic, Shohei Ohtani, Mike Trout.
Yeah.
Like, give me a couple moments like that where it's like, oh, okay, this at-bat should be really fun to see this particular matchup, whatever. That's what I'm hoping.
The thing is, it will only mean a lot if it's like later in the game where it is like the game is on the line.
Huh, okay.
Because I'm guessing they might be in the game a little early. And then, like Shohei would probably be in the game a little early and probably get taken out. He's going to be in the game in the ninth inning with 2 outs.
Well, I don't know if those guys is Shohei. All right, I'm realizing that I did not look at the NL rosters at all because I was like, wait.
I'm guessing he's starting, right?
Oh yeah.
I don't know if he's pitching or not.
I'd love to see some matchups like the kid that's people are wondering if he should be there, Mizorowski.
I forgot about that, and I don't think he should be there either. Maybe I'll save that for my confession.
I don't think he should be there, but I get it, and that's what the MLB All-Star Game is now. They want, they want the eyes.
See, this is what's wrong with baseball.
No, I don't disagree. But let's say
it's a popularity contest.
Let's say Miz, faces off against Ohtani. No, they're National League in Milwaukee, but faces off against Judge. Or whatever. That would be cool.
Yeah. I agree. I agree. All right. And then shout out to the 832 reminder us Hunter is there. So hopefully at least we can get some cutaways to the fellas that are out there, and hopefully we get a little bit
Put
of
them on the mic or something, man.
Yeah, man, let's do it.
Mic them up.
Well, I love it. I love what we're doing there. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I've returned with more rewatches as we continue to gear ourselves up for the 2025 season. I rewatched some of the 2024 season. This time, Week 7 at Green Bay, a tight football game, and I want to review it next.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I've been rewatching the 2024 Texans season to get myself ready for the 2025 season, just kind of taking stock of some of the things that happened last year. What are the things that maybe I can spin forward, learn from. So we'll continue that. Game 7, or week 7 rather, at Green Bay was the game that I watched most recently. Before I get there, we were talking about breaking bones, I think, at one point, because that was my first. I have never broken a bone. I've never had a surgery up until this past week.
Yeah.
And someone texted in, well, first and foremost, actually, I think Sean cared enough about this particular statement to come back up to the station and tell us in person that he had never broken a bone up until he said that he had never broken a bone. And
that'll do it.
Very quickly thereafter, boom, broken collarbone. Now, he was playing.
You and Figgy both coming in with casts tomorrow.
Forgot about that sound.
I'm sure he probably made that noise.
Which is funny was about an injury.
Yeah.
But, yeah, he said that very quickly thereafter, a broken bone. Now, he was playing tackle football, so be like that sometimes. And from 281, they said they made it out of their childhood without any significant injuries. Then they joined the Marines. And then they broke their wrist, dislocated their shoulder, broke their foot, and then broke their hand. So yeah. you covered the gamut. You basically caught up.
Join the Marines, break everything.
Yeah. That's
a good endorsement.
Yeah, that's when you show up to the bar and like, hey, we already have 2. Catch up. He's like, I got you. Break.
Yeah.
So yeah, shout out to you, and shout out to all the people who have managed to not break bones. If you've broken a bone, I guess shout out to you as well. He's still kicking and everything. All right. Rewatch Week 7 at Green Bay, a 24-22 loss to the Green Bay Packers. And it's interesting because there's a few things that came through here. This was a Kamari Lassiter out game, so you had D'Angelo Ross starting at the cornerback on the stage right, left side of the defense. What do you recall from this game?
I'm trying to make sure I have this right as I'm looking back on this game, and you can probably help me because you just rewatched it as I was watching the Bear. But
I would like to talk about that at some point, but not right now. Not right now.
I think this was the game when we came back on Monday and said, all right, about this offense. And I know we'd seen some signs. We talked about it when, before you left. The offense was kind of showing us some things, but I think this was what pretty much solidified, boy, I don't know. I don't know if this thing is going to be what we thought it was.
Which is interesting because they ran the ball decently well in this game with Joe Mixon, obviously, and to the point where I think C.J. Stroud had, his least amount of passing yards headed into a half in this game. I believe it was 44, if memory serves me correctly. Yeah, 44 pass yards, the second fewest yards that he had in a single and a half in C.J.'s career to that point. And it's because they had been fairly successful running the football and doing what they needed to do as much as you, I guess, reasonably could expect to that point. The game started off, though, for me thinking about, D'Angelo Ross is out there for Kamari Lassiter, and I thought this would be insightful considering that Ross still has an opportunity of being cornerback 3, or at least like your cornerback on the outside. And the very first play, D'Angelo Ross gets tripped up, falls down on an out. Just right at the cut, right at the break, he just trips, and that's Romeo Doubs going across his face, 15-yard out, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, cool, here we go. And it's 5-man pressure, they shrink the pocket, and it's just like, all right, well, this is going to be the case. And let me tell you, somebody who watched the entire game, it continued happening where I go, I don't know how comfortable, I do know, and it's not very comfortable I am with D'Angelo Ross having to be your third kind of option after you're starting cornerbacks on the outside. That still remains for me a place that I want to see some level of development for this Texans team.
And that's where we are again. We know what we have, and we know there might be a drop-off at some point. I do remember that. Obviously, there was also...
and there was more of them. Now, there was a Dontavian Wicks fade or like go route that he got, and it looked like I was like, oh, well, D'Angelo Ross is the mark. And I was like, nah, actually, that one was a Kalen Bullock thing that I'll talk about.
I think we talked about it that following week. We actually talked about that play. Yeah,
because that was a Kalen Bullock, and that was really just this offense versus at the defense at this point. That was LaFleur actually having some good play calling, seeing, this is cover 2. We're going to run a seam route as well as this go, and we're going to hold that safety in so that he can't get to the outside with this go route. But that's neither here nor there. Very soon in the game, speaking of cornerbacks, another dude who's just been really good, especially with his face to the offense rather, is Jalen Petrie, and this is cut 2 here, Fig, of the highlights. As very soon in the game, you were already able to continue what had been a run for Jordan Love at that point in the season of throwing at least an interception. Jalen Petrie and Neville Hewitt combined to help this happen.
Kraft, the tight end, and Jacobs line up short side left. 3 receivers wide side right. Empty backfield here on 3rd and 3 at the 50. Love looks it over. Hansen close to the line. Love takes the snap, fires, and it's picked off. Hewitt to his left, 40, 30, 20, cutting inside the 20 of Green Bay, and Neville's got the ball inside the 15-yard line on the pick.
You heard 2 names there. Hansen, as in Jake Hansen, and Neville Hewitt.
Correct. I'm glad you picked up where I was going there. I'm glad that you had the antennas working.
A linebacker from the Jets who's a tackling machine.
That's right. And obviously, I think to start with, I want to acknowledge the fantastic play that Jalen Petrie made. This is like double outs from the 2 inside receivers where the outside receiver is running a go route. Pardon me for not knowing what that particular route concept is, but that's what's happening here. And really, the read should be, hey, if the outside cornerback is staying with the outside route, okay, well then hit that inside out route. And that's what Jordan Love was trying to do, except Jalen Petrie read him entirely and breaks on the ball, obviously breaks the pass up, and then Neville Hewitt catches kind of the ricochet, takes it the other way. He is so good, Petrie is, when he has an opportunity to play with his eyes on the defense. I think this is where him in coverage is still pretty good, more than we give him credit for at times. It's almost linebacker-like coverage where if he can play...
I was just going to say, it's a different kind of coverage.
Yeah.
It's not like, hey, I'm going to line up on this slot or whomever and just blanket them. It's physicality, it's instincts, it's being able to get a hand on the ball, but not necessarily blanket a guy.
Right.
And that was exactly what happened.
Right. And so I don't know what that changes. And I know Miko's defense is pretty locked in the ways that it plays, and it utilizes him really well. But is there ways to maybe even accentuate that further? Just because it's just time and time again, you see how well he plays with that. But you mentioned one thing I wanted to get to him. I think we might talk about this even more as we continue on the show. Is this is a game in which you didn't have that depth at linebacker.
No Toa, no Al-Shaair.
Correct. Obviously, no Christian Harris
was out.
Yeah, it's very early in the season. Any week before Week 14 was early in the season last year when it came to Christian Harris. And so you had Neville Hewitt and you had Jake Hansen. I'll go ahead and spoil it watching the entirety of the game here. Admirable effort, but there is a clear, hey, these guys are replacement level. And I say that as respectfully as I possibly can. I'm excited, though, that this year the possibility is that you do not have an instance where you have a feeling of that is a replacement player at linebacker.
That is 100% where I was going. And now we don't know about Christian Harris. We'll find out. But you brought in E.J. Speed. You got to figure Toto, and he became quite an asset as the season progressed. So you've got some guys that can all of a sudden fill that void.
Yeah, and it was vital because
you would think
the Packers ran the ball well in this game. They ran, I think, if memory serves, and I should have this in front of me, but of course, trying to run with a whole bunch of tabs at the same time has put me in a place where I'm not operating the way that I need to. But I remember something like 6.3 yards per carry for Josh Jacobs in this game. Like, very, very effective run the football.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want to say all of that by any means is the linebacking core, but there was a number of times where if they trigger in the way that I've seen Toto trigger, if they're in the right places like Azeez tends to be, almost instinctively, you have significantly fewer, explosives that happen in that game.
12 carries, 76 yards, 6.3 average, and a long of 27 for Josh Jacobs. They actually held them in check rushing the ball as a team, but he got his.
This is an interesting question, circling back to Petrie before we move on here. Does Kelsey go off against the Chiefs if Jalen Petrie is healthy?
Ooh, I don't think so.
I don't think he goes off.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Kelsey, before and after that game was not nearly as explosive as he was against the Texans. So I don't think I think that's an easy answer.
Yeah, especially again if you're able to have kind of zone opportunities where yes, Travis Kelsey is then still very good at finding spaces in the zone. But again, you have another guy who breaks incredibly well, especially when he's able to have eyes on the football, and Jalen Petrie
and physical
in that space. Yeah, and of course, like Jimmy was doing a good job stepping in that space. But I mean, again, I've been very fascinated by the places where Jalen Petrie is good. He is really, really good. That shows up. You remember Green Bay muffing a punt in this one? Like this was just a funny game to watch.
Yeah,
up and down. But I hate to do this so much, but it was a huge thing in this season, but also in this game. There were so many instances where I go, "Hey, there's meat left on the bone here with what we're doing here." And even when you had good plays, even when you were right, you were kind of wrong. There was a really good first down counter play that Bobby Slowick called, and you had Dalton Schultz, I believe, or no, you had Cade Stover, I think, who was in as a fullback, and the counter play was good. It works out really well, but Cade Stover as the linebacker takes like a step and a half to the right before he goes on the counter, and Joe Mixon just like a half step.
Yeah.
And so you end up with a situation where at the line of scrimmage, when you get there, Joe Mixon is ahead of his blocker.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, either this is a lack of execution, where Stover maybe takes too big of a false step in order to get those linebackers to move, which they do, or Joe Mixon, and I highly doubt that he's just like executing this counter step incorrectly. But I'm like, either way, it's either that or just this is the way the play is designed, and it's designed poorly for that blocker to get there before it. But either way, that all still falls on the coordinator and Bobby Slowick. And yes, I understand I'm in the place where I'm like, hey, look at Bobby Slowick, he did a bad job.
Yeah.
But the thought that I had with this was, these are the places that I think Nick Haley can be effective without the pressures that I think would normally land on a first-time play caller in, I need to make the right play in time. These are the things that preparation early on, ahead of time, and the design of the play, but then also the emphasis that he has made on, hey, understanding what the intent of the play is, so that you execute the play to its purpose as opposed to just into the way that it's drawn. I think that these are the types of things that you'll see executed better, and you don't have instances like that where even if you have a good play, you wring more out of it because it's well thought of.
What's been the catchword literally since Bobby Slowick departed and was let go? Technique. We've heard technique about the offensive line. We've heard technique from D'Amico Ryans just in general about how they have to do it on the practice field. What you're describing, what you're talking about, is the technique, and that goes from the offensive line into the backfield and the fullback in this case.
Yeah. A few more things that I wanted to mention in here. There's some other execution types things. There's a Will Anderson Jr. sack in this one. There is a Daniil Hunter sack, and there's a Stingley pass breakup. All of those big plays. And, I could play them all. I could talk deeply about them. I think the point is just whenever you need a play, even when, maybe you're not having the absolute best game, the big players show up on this defense.
Have to.
And it's just the thing that they do. I love that about this defense. And then CJ was still making plays under real duress in this game. And I have been actively, as kind of a overarching thing with this rewatch, waiting for where is the moment where I can intelligibly see, okay, the pressure is starting to crack CJ.
I think this was one of them. I said that at the very beginning. He threw for 86 yards.
Yes.
10 of 21. And
some of that is they just ran the football a whole bunch.
But also was sacked 4 times.
Yes, in the second half.
And hit a lot. And I think this was when we started to realize, or at least I did anyway, this is not working the way we thought it would in terms of just simple protection. CJ was truly running for his life back there, as we talked about at the end of the year too.
Yeah. And then that starts to happen. The offense stalling in the red area when they have an opportunity to maybe go up and put the game, kind of salt the game away a little bit.
Yeah.
And then you have the Green Bay 2-minute drill where you have, a tight end and man coverage, 8 yards, sit down route plus a missed tackle, which again comes back to those linebackers in the middle of the field, 13 yards. And then a Romeo Doubs slant on Sting, who gives him a good amount of cushion, which I didn't fully understand. There's 12 yards, now you're field goal range, right?
Yeah.
Like that ended the game there. I did want to talk about one more thing before I wrap this particularly up. Game week 7 last year versus Green Bay. There was a couple of 2-point conversion tries in this game.
That's right.
Then neither of them were completed for the Texans. And this was a 2-point game. I don't know that I'm necessarily going to make that the reason why you lost. It did remind me we need to revisit at some point D'Amico Ryans' decision making on when to go for it on fourth, those kind of decisions, when to kick field goals. Because it felt odd. I don't know that I will say it felt inherently bad, but it just felt odd all season long.
He was asked about it afterwards. I do remember that. Yeah.
And I want to evaluate that somehow. I don't know if there's a metric or a way that we could, but it just feels like there needs to be some evaluation, because I still think that's a place for him to develop. And I do wonder how much that decision to go for it was built in with the relationship that he had with Bobby Slowick and maybe a trust that he has. And what does that
how much did that change?
What does that look like with Nick Caley?
Yeah, how
I
much
don't
did
know,
that change? Yeah.
but I'm very curious as to what that is.
Yeah.
There you go. My rewatch of Week 7 Green Bay Packers from the 2024 season as we gear up. We're a week away from players reporting for training camp of the 2025 NFL season. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next is about the time where we do our lunchtime confessions, and we will do those next.
The Drive with
armyeds.org.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Well, Figgy, I guess I got to tell Reggie.
Uh-oh.
You were probably, you might have been sedated at the time. So I know you didn't hear this unless it came through the grapevine. But that pillow that I've had for 20 years?
Yeah.
My wife threw it away without telling me.
Good. Good for her. Shout out to Jan.
But
love that for her.
Which stinks, of course.
The pillow?
No. Well, yeah,
Yes.
maybe a little bit.
Yes.
I will say, shortly after, like the day or two after, I put something, because she put it in the recycle bin. I put something in the recycle bin. I could smell the pillow.
Oh, God. Lord have mercy.
When I put
and you're upset that this is going?
Well, here's the confession is I have to tell you, because we've talked about my lovely pillow that I'm going to dearly miss, and I had for at least 20 years.
I don't think you are. I think you're going to get a new pillow and realize that you've been sleeping on an old, stinky, ineffective pillow.
The new pillow just didn't quite hit, but that's a separate story. Maybe it'll get there at some point. But here's the other part of this I wanted to share, because most people sided with me on this.
Oh, I doubt it.
Figgy, I think you did ultimately.
I can't wait to disagree.
She didn't tell me she was going to throw it away. She just said real casually, we were fixing the bed, and she goes, "Yeah, I threw that other pillow away." And I was just like, "What?
All right,
you've got to at least tell me."
Yeah, or at least
you've got to.
I would say at least announce that she's doing that.
Going to throw it away.
Hey, John, I'm throwing this pillow out.
Yeah.
Even if she said whether you like it or not, I'm throwing this pillow out.
Right, but that was the biggest mistake. That was what grinded my gears.
This is where y'all being married people changes this. Good for her. How many years did you have with that pillow again?
At least 20.
20 years,
I don't
man.
remember exactly.
How many of those has Jan been in your life?
All 20.
Okay.
Well, some better than others, but
All
yeah.
right.
Yeah.
She let you keep that pillow way longer than you gave up.
But tell me.
Buddy, the tell is that it's been 20 years.
But see, it's at that point it's deeper than the pillow.
Yeah.
Because now she might feel comfortable to do that all the time. It might be something else where
if you keep something for 15 years longer than you should, it'll get thrown away without notice.
But see, like I said, it's deeper than the pillow.
It is.
Now you might have something else that's laying around the house that might have been around for maybe 2 years.
I keep an old rod that belonged to a fishing pole that my dad handmade out of a bamboo stick. I keep it in my office. What if she just decides, you know what, that's ugly, I'm going to throw it away?
Does it stink?
No.
just asking questions. That's all.
Yeah. My only pushback is I felt like I think she still should have thrown it away. Don't get me wrong, but I would have been like, "Hey, Johnny, just to let you know, I'm throwing this out right now. There ain't nothing you could do about it. I'm over this.
Yeah.
I'm throwing it out."
Yeah.
Nah, justice for Jan. I think she did the right. She did the right thing. I think honestly, if I was gonna, give her any level of criticism here, is that she waited so long to lay down the law.
Oh, she tried a few times.
But she didn't succeed. Is my point. Like that thing we shouldn't be talking about that in the year of our Lord 2026, 25. I don't even know what year it is anymore.
Yeah.
You got me all riled up.
These are my confessions.
So tonight in the All-Star game, there's going to be a young man named Jacob, Mizorowski, who is a starting pitcher for the Milwaukee Brewers, and he has had all of 5 starts in the majors, and he is going to be an all-star.
Yep.
And they have been very, very good starts for the young man. Don't get me wrong.
It was 100 consistently.
He has been real good. I gotta admit, you can't get me. I don't know how good you would have to be in 5 starts in your rookie debut for you to be an all-star in my book. Like legitimately, I understand that probably sounds unfair because if you're playing all-star caliber, then you're playing all-star caliber. But at this point, with only 5 starts, make it to the all-star as a pitcher. That's the thing. Like pitching is very much a situation where if you were inclined to do all-star snubs searching, pitching is so easy to find so many pitchers that did not make the All-Star game that were capable and have played a large amount of the season. So for baseball to then throw in a dude who, yes, he's been good. I don't want to take that away from him. It's going to be an honor. It is always an honor to be an All-Star.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like you're taking away from the honor of one of these things that has been losing some of its luster, which is the MLB All-Star game. And it feels like you're doing to yourself something that is situation and circumstance has done to your game. You're now compounding it by not giving the adequate respect to the game. And it really hits because baseball is typically the sport that we look at as being very good at respecting its history and its game.
I agree with you, but I also need to point out that's kind of not the point anymore with the All-Star game. They want to get young eyes, new phenoms, the buzz, the social media. I totally agree with you, but I totally get why they did this. Keep in mind, Paul Skeens last year was an All-Star. He only had 11 starts. That's not a lot. 11 starts for kind of in the same vein.
Kind of 11-5. That's
but 11 is nothing.
Yeah, it's a very big distinction from 11-5.
All I'm saying is that's what they're doing. Paul Skeens last year, Miz this year. They're just trying to get the kind of the buzz going with these guys.
I do. You already started with slippery slope talking about what happens now. She can throw that away. What else can she throw away?
Right.
There is a level of slippery slope talk that we're doing here as well, where we're going like, oh, well, I mean, why not do the buzz? And then how far do you go into the buzz? Are we doing the Mac McClung thing where we're pulling somebody up from the minors in order to play in the All-Star game in order to generate that is the question that I then have.
I think they should they might as well just do something like, hey, future All-Star.
Well, the future's game,
spot.
But that's for minor leagues.
Yeah, no, not the future's game, but like a certain spot, kind of like that Albert Pujols spot they created for the I guess future legend or whatever. They just put them on the team.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they should have one for like a young up and coming star, just like that spot, instead of just making them an All-Star after 5 starts.
I like what you're doing here, Commissioner Figgy. I like what's happening.
Yeah, I don't know if that's gonna work or not, but
I do like the 3-4-6 saying. I believe that John was told and he ignored it. That's a possibility.
No,
he might have memory holded.
I would have remembered that.
I don't know. I feel like he memory holded. She was like, "I'm throwing this away, John," and you were like, "All right, whatever." You said that before.
She ain't gonna do it. She been saying that for 20 years.
These are my confessions.
All right, so I ain't tell y'all, or I ain't say it on the air, but last Wednesday I was dog sitting. Jackson's cousin. I call it Jackson's cousin. His name is Cocaine. So it's a small little white dog named Cocaine.
So the Clips album got you big, huh? That's what happened. You were like, oh, the Clips album, we got to get cocaine in some way.
Yeah. So I was dog sitting for a couple of days. I finally took the dog home yesterday. But it was a situation happened. I want to say it was Saturday. I think it was Saturday.
Okay.
So little backstory. I stay next to a field, like a big old open field full of grass. And once in a while, I take Jackson out there, let him run around for like 5 minutes, and then he'd come back in the house type deal. So I decided, okay, I got Cocaine right here. Let me have both of them go out there and run out there.
Yeah.
Jackson took off like he usually do.
Yeah.
Cocaine took off the opposite way.
Oh, no.
So I'm like, Cocaine. He kept going. Cocaine. So now I'm over here. I'm freaking out.
Worst.
I'm freaking out because first of all, this is not my dog. I don't know if he's gonna take off for good or is he gonna come back.
True. Some dogs are just like,
I'm
gone.
runners.
Some dogs are like, I'll be back.
At this point, I'm panicking.
Yeah.
So I call Jack. I'm like, Jackson, playtime over.
Yeah.
Go in the house. I gotta go get the other dog. So I'm over here like, cocaine. Well, I thought
your neighbors think you're the worst drug dealer of all time.
I thought about it. I'm like, you know what? Cane. Man, this dude started playing around to the point I got close to him and he did that little move where he act like he about to come.
He juked you?
Yeah, he kept.
He juked
I'm
you.
like, come here.
He's breaking ankles out there.
Yeah, I'm scared to say. I'm like, come here. I had to pick him up. I got out. Your ass back to the house, man. Had me running all over the place. I'm sitting there like, Cocaine.
Yeah.
Cocaine. I'm like, man, this is the worst name ever.
Some neighborhoods you would have had like 3 or 4 people say, I got you.
Just imagine if a cop was riding past.
Yeah.
Cocaine. Cocaine.
No, it's my dog's name. Sure.
Yeah.
Hey, we need to talk to you for a second.
That brother took off. He was like, I'm like, man, is he about to run away?
Yeah.
It blew my whole mood. I'm like, Noah Jackson, come in the house. It's over. Like,
Jackson didn't get to go out?
Nope.
Ruined it for
he was out
everybody.
for about 30 seconds. And I'm like, nope. Everybody in the house now.
Oh, Lord.
Just ruin yard time for everybody.
You ruined it for everybody.
These are my confessions.
All right, I have not seen Superman, nor will I see Superman after I heard a review today.
Oh,
I'm big. You guys know I'm big on reviews. I try to really make sure there's a lot of reviews.
Are you a Superman guy?
Make sure they're bona fide. I would have seen it. I've seen a couple of them in the past.
You're not really a comic movie.
Not really, but it's a blockbuster.
You should get into it, man.
Yeah, I'm not but I saw go back to Michael Keaton and then what was the other? Anyway, Dark Knight.
Oh, I thought you were going to say the Dean Cain.
No, Dark Knight. But then I was like, maybe I'm going to see this. Maybe see this new Superman movie. But then I heard this review.
What I'm getting into is this stunk. As for someone who's a old-time TV show Superman guy trying to get entertained for a couple hours and wants to see Superman, this movie was pure torture to sit through. Torture. I mean, I'll tell you this. If my name was on the credits, I'd hide it. That's how bad it was. This was 2 hours of this new Superman. It was he wasn't Christopher Reeves, but he was
That's
okay
way
Superman.
back.
It's old school.
That's way
man.
back.
2 hours of him getting the crap beat out of him. Who wants to see Superman get beat up for 2 hours? He's getting beat up by everybody. Plus, you have other superheroes in the movie. I didn't go there to see some guy named Mr. Terrific. I didn't go there to see the Green Lantern or some lady named Hawk something or other. I don't even know who she was. Okay, these other superheroes who he calls on. Who are these other superheroes? This is a Superman movie.
Yeah, you can tell
Francesa can give a take forever, bro. Francesa
He
will
went
give
on
a
for
take
like 3.5
anything.
minutes on this.
It's like 8 minutes.
It's 8 minutes?
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Like, his points were really valid. Like,
but Francesa ain't the king of sports talk for nothing.
Yeah, I get it, but you could tell he's a little old school. First of all, he mentioned Christopher Reeves.
That was before even the Keaton one that I talked about.
At that point, if you thinking you about to get a Christopher Reeves type of Superman, yeah, you in for a long one now.
You know what? It worked. I ain't watching it.
I haven't even tapped in.
I'll wait.
I'm going to watch it. But I haven't even tapped into like reviews or anything. I've seen that there's buzz, but I have not actually seen the buzz. I am just amazed that Francesa was out here like this needs grade. Actually, I don't even think that's grade A. I might be doing too much, but at least this is grade B. Yeah. Francesa take for Superman, dog. Like I guess anything can get it when it's Mike Francesa.
Hey, it worked. I'm gonna wait. I'll wait for it to come out streaming.
And already we're getting two sides of all sorts of the Superman thing here on the text line. I cannot wait to put eyes on this movie and get a feel for what it actually means. Although, to be fair, I might not be the judge that you want because I enjoy the superhero movies. I have been in on those. So
yeah.
All right. Those are our lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. And if nothing else, I enjoy hearing Mike Francesa talk. Pure torture.
Torture.
Yeah. All right. Coming up next is a little game that's about to come up here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610 as a legendary football player passed. Sorry. Yeah.
Hold on.
Wait. I think I might have accidentally killed somebody. Let me roll that back. Apologies. The oldest living NFL player turns 93 years old today. He has not passed. And so Lopez actually wanted to run us through some of the great NFL players
physically unable to perform or still with us.
Yeah, are they still quote in the league? We will do that next.
All right, let's talk about Low T Center locations everywhere. Look, you.
HomeTitleLock.com. HomeTitleLock.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, I'm Reginald Atatula. Yeah, it's really me. And then Figgy Fig here hanging out with you on a Tuesday. Hope your Tuesday has been going really well. It's flying by, man. It's good to be back in the saddle, but moving along. So excited to have a day like this. Everybody's going up and down on this Superman. I didn't realize the Superman was going to be this damn polarizing.
Yeah. I saw the preview a few months ago. One of our engineers showed me the preview. I'm like, oh, it look cool. But, yeah, man, I didn't know it was going to be this polarizing like this.
I would have never guessed.
I might have to go see it.
I would have never. I'm definitely going to see it. I didn't realize that it was going to be a statement in saying that I was going to go see it. I didn't realize that was going to be the case. I thought I was just watching a summer blockbuster. Who knows? All right, let's do this here because today, happy birthday, is the 93rd, in fact, birthday of an NFL legend. Rosie Greer is the NFL legend that I will admit, in my youthful ignorance, do not know a ton about.
He was one of the most interesting football players of his time. Pro Bowler, All-Pro, I believe. And then after his career, and frankly, the reason this came up is I thought he was no longer,
in the league, is the way that we will say that in order to try and be respectful.
In the league.
But
he turned 93. Dude made movies afterwards. He hosted television shows.
That happened a lot.
He sang at Carnegie Hall.
Wow.
No, he was a multi-talented guy besides just being a badass.
You know what that reminded me of? Just that moment? Like all the guys that did that in their after career. I watched one of the things I did in my time off. I read Taking Flight, so I did see how Dan Pastorini did some of that as well in his time.
Yeah, he did that as well. He was a minister. He was just
Rosie Greer now.
Yeah, actually, he was a bodyguard. This is a little known Rosie Greer fact for you. If you want to win a bar bet, I don't know why people say that. Who would bet on it? But anyway,
well, that was before we had our phones, smartphones, right?
He was a bodyguard for Robert Kennedy when he was running for president, and was there when Robert Kennedy got shot.
Oh wow!
Yeah, Rosie Greer was quite a good player and quite a good person, which led me to believe.
You said was again.
Oh, that's right.
Did he pass?
Well,
Still in the league.
You killed him earlier.
Wait, hold on. I almost did, but I rectified it before I got to that.
John said, you started it.
Yeah, you started it. All right, so.
Play along, by the way, 713-572-4610. Is this player still in the league or not? Do you want to go through and
it's
yes,
different
no?
Sports.
Is he still active?
I'm asking you guys, and then our listeners can play along.
Let's go through yes, no, and then on the backside come through and see if we were right. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay.
Let's start with golf. Lee Trevino. Multi-time major champion Lee Trevino.
Lee is still with us.
Is he still in the league or not?
Lee is still with us. Lee is still with us, I think. I don't know about you.
Oh, man, I was about to roll with you because you sound so confident saying that. I don't know. I'm gonna say he out the league.
He's out the league.
No,
I'm not saying. No, I'm going to give you at the end.
Oh, okay, good. You said that in a way where I was like, oh.
No, you're saying he's out the league. You're saying he's in. Let's go to football. That's where Rosie Greer was. Let's go to football. How about, here is one, Gale Sayers.
Oh. This is interesting because I don't think I've thought about Gale Sayers.
He just got the lead recently, I thought.
I was about to say I don't think he's still in the league with us at this point.
All right, so keep your scores.
I got you. I'm keeping it. I'm keeping it.
Staying in football, legendary quarterback Fran Tarkenton.
Oh, this is tough because I've actually had the good fortune of getting to talk to Fran Tarkenton. You know, it's one of those things where when I was doing college radio, one of the other dudes I was doing college radio with had a girlfriend whose cousin was, a granddaughter of, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so through that roundabout way on college airwaves, we got to say hello to Fran Tarkenton. And all of that gives me no information on whether or not he's still with us.
I'm going to say he's still in the league. And I'm guessing.
I don't think Fran is still with us.
Because I'm trying to think, because if he was out, I would think it would be a big deal on TV and stuff like that.
Like I
don't remember I don't remember it being a big deal on television.
I recall there being some level of news about Fran Tarkenton a few years ago, and I'm like, was that news? You know what I mean?
I'm gonna say in.
I feel really bad. All right, this segment is making me feel a lot worse than I thought it would.
So it makes you wonder. Rod Carew, baseball.
Rod,
man, I ain't gonna lie. I have no idea.
You don't even have an image on.
You gotta guess.
You don't even have an image on Rod.
I'm gonna just let you. This is about to be a wild guess. I think out of respect, I'm gonna say in.
It's just in. We just going in.
Yeah, it won't be as bad.
I will go with you on that because I don't have a great. There's a lot of people talking about various things. Oh, like Gale Sayers or Brian Song.
The movie. It was a great movie.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm not saying I have not thought of Gale Sayers as like a player. I have not thought about what he's up to or maybe not up to at this given time period. That's what I meant when I said that. Apologies to you, 832.
Bill Russell.
Oh, well, that one. Yeah. I mean, we got his number on jerseys now. Yeah. We were tired of
that was a big deal.
I thought I would throw you guys a bone.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
At one point.
I also was like, am I, did I miss something here? But no, he's not still in the league, but always in our hearts.
Legendary Packers quarterback Bart Starr.
That is a good one. I don't think Bart Starr is still in the league, but I also
I'm gonna say out.
Don't have very much confidence in that.
It's crazy. Legendary baseball pitcher, Whitey Ford.
See, here's the problem, right? And this, again.
You know these names.
I know that I've heard the name Whitey Ford a ton. The thing is, especially with baseball, Whitey sound like it could play in 1880, it could play in 1980, or really any time in between there, right? Like I don't really know. So this is really
sound
bad.
like he played with Babe Ruth.
I'm just gonna lean on no that he's not still with us, but I feel like anyways.
Figgy?
I say out. I'm gonna say out.
All right. How about back to golf? I'll give you a couple more, and then we'll get the answers here.
Shout out to Kicks Rocks, giving us some of the answers before they. That was not what we're trying to do here.
Multi-time major champion again, Seve Ballesteros.
This is the first one that I'm actually not familiar with.
You don't know Seve Ballesteros?
I actually sincerely
think he
don't know
won 2 Masters and a British Open.
Okay, so this is probably not going to help the game, but I think you already know that I don't know what's happening here. But I do want to ask you, like, what time period are we talking about golfing-wise?
Into the 90s and early 2000s, I believe.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe like Champions Tour by the time we got to the 90s. But the 90s I was not checking on golf. I'm going to be honest. I tap into golf really exclusively with Tiger, damn near right at the turn of the century.
Yeah, so right after that.
So right after that, it's going to be hard for me to get to that. Somebody said, "Oh my God, do they know who these athletes are?" No, we know who these athletes are. It's a different question.
A lot
to
of
ask
them I don't. I got to be honest, man.
You really don't?
No, like a lot. I mean, I know some of them, but most of them I'm kind of I don't.
Yeah, and the point is, it's interesting how obviously athletes once they go out of the eye of public, it's like we kind of honestly, unless there's particular dates on the calendar that bring them back to our remembrance where we have an opportunity to celebrate them again. Sadly enough, for a lot of guys, we wait until that notice of no longer in the league of sorts to then
because most of the time some of these athletes they just go under the radar after they quit playing.
Yeah, Rosie Greer.
Yeah, unless you
had a great career afterwards and then kind of faded away.
Unless you're doing a lot of research on back in the day and stuff like that, looking at some tape.
Yeah, I'll give you one more here. It's a football one. Dick Butkus. Bears.
I know that.
Mustache and everything. This is another one because I was like, I feel like I've seen him recently, but I also there's a point in time where I'm like, was that him?
I'm gonna say out.
I'm gonna say still here, and I'm gonna feel bad about it. Yeah, I'm gonna say still
if
here.
You're wrong.
All
right, y'all ready for some answers?
Probably not. Oh, shout out to Kicks Rocks. He said he's not Googling. He's also giving his guesses on the YouTube page. I just want you to understand. I feel bad about myself as well. So if you feel bad about the answers
these
I
are
gave,
legends, by the way.
I understand.
Legends.
I understand why you feel that way.
Just like Rosie Greer. All right, I'll start with Lee Trevino. Still with us.
Yeah, baby. Count the point for your boy.
Seve Ballesteros. I'm just going by sport here because that's how I separated it.
Sure.
Gone too soon. 2011.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
He died at age 54.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he died at age 54.
Yeah, neither of us guessed there because that would have been just.
I think I just didn't. We guessed that. That was the second one, right?
No,
that was the second golf.
That was the second to last. That was the penultimate guess that we had.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm just going down my list here, so it's not in any particular order, Figgy. We mentioned Dick Butkus.
Yep.
Died October 5th, 2023.
That's right.
I remember that. Yeah.
You are correct. And I was like, I think I remember the moment, but I also did not remember it vibrantly. So I kind of just wanted to be, oh, yes, actually, I do remember now. I remember the conversations that were being had. I do remember the conversation. So you got that correct. I didn't.
Yeah.
Yes, you did. And the other one I said was Fran Tarkenton.
Mm-hmm.
Still with us. At age 85.
Oh, man.
Fran Tarkenton still with us.
Okay, so.
Still active.
Shout out to you, Fig.
Is one way to put it. Let me go into my basketball file here. Who did I have with basketball?
Bill Russell.
Bill Russell. Yeah, that was too easy. So let me go to baseball. Who did I have there? Whitey Ford.
Mm-hmm.
Gone in 2020 at the age of 91.
There we go.
There we go. 2020.
2020. He lived until 2020.
Shout out to the name Whitey.
Yeah.
That was what I was like, come on, man. Like, I've heard of Whitey Ford. And some of this is just like the general, as we get further and further away, even though we have decades that are very well defined, I think as we get further and further away, those definition of decades get harder, at least for me. I get a little blind to it. So, the distinction between the 60s and the 40s in certain instances are tough. Yeah. I don't know when, sincerely don't remember when Whitey Ford played, to be honest.
Probably 60s.
Okay, good.
Because he played with Mantle and Maris.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, he was the best pitcher.
Very good
on those Yankees teams.
100%. Okay.
Yeah.
It came back to me as you say that. Like I can now connect the dots, but it's like that could, like I said, the distinction between the 60s, the 40s, and maybe even to the 30s, like it doesn't really mean much. Although that's a huge. I mean, the distinction between now and the 90s is huge. So yeah, that very much could change all of this.
Rod Carew, batting champion, one of the last players to ever flirt all the way into September to bat 400. Rod Carew, still with us.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
At the age of 80. Did I say Bob Gibson? No, I didn't say Bob.
No,
Gibson.
you didn't give us Bob.
Who else did I say that?
You gave us, well, in baseball?
Or just any of them?
I think the remainder are football guys, if I remember, because you gave us Gale Sayers.
Gale Sayers, gone in 2020.
Yeah,
in
I remember
September
that
at the age of 77.
Okay, and then you also gave us Bart Starr.
Bart Starr passed away.
Okay.
Bart Starr left us in 2019 at the age of 85. So,
yep,
legends.
I mean, as much as
we don't even know.
And that's
I didn't know. That's how because Rosie Greer, I would have bet money and lost. That I thought we lost him. He was no longer active.
This is interesting. Just like random note that comes in from the 619 on the text line. Lee Trevino has a freeway exit in El Paso.
He does.
Did not realize that.
I didn't realize that either.
Figure you win 6-5.
Okay. Bob Cousy.
Or sorry, no. Bob Cousy?
No, I'm just saying. Bob Cousy, is he still with us, or he?
Let me see if Cousy's even
7-6
on my list. I don't know. I think Bob Cousy's
See?
Nah, he is.
There's people.
Yeah.
No, the funny thing is, he was just. I think it was like last year.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, we talked about this. Yeah.
Yeah, Bob Cousy. He was weighing in on Kyrie Irving.
Yes,
at one point. I'm like, what?
Well, he was the original got handles guy. That's the thing.
No, I think he was giving Kyrie Irving the hard time, saying something. I'm like, what? He's still alive? Bob Cousy?
Shout out to the legends of the game, man.
Still sound good too, man.
Shout out to all of you who know more than myself and Figgy. I appreciate you hanging out with us. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Thanks for having fun with us. Coming up next, we've been going through ESPN's series of top 10 players at every position. Today, off-ball linebackers. Is there disrespect, or are we potentially looking at maybe like a trouble spot? I don't know. We'll talk about it next.
Texans. CFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on this Tuesday. Been going through ESPN. They've been dropping during this time that I love to call List Week. Dropping lists to get you through and get you ready for training camps, which technically are already starting because you have the Chargers and you have the Lions.
5 or 6 start today.
Is that so?
I believe so. One started Saturday. That was the Chargers, because that's how this whole thing about the second rounders not being signed.
Yeah, because Trey Harris out of Ole Miss, the wide receiver, is holding out, which I still want to talk about that because I find that to be deeply interesting. There is a feeling that, hey, Nick Cacerio started messes things up, but he really messed things up for the Chargers. Or not Chargers, rather the Cleveland Browns specifically, because that was the only other second rounder ahead of Jaden Higgins, who got his 4 years fully guaranteed.
But now they're all in.
But yeah, this it doesn't happen.
Seem to be.
It does seem to be, which again, this feels like this was an NFLPA concerted effort that I imagine did not start just because Jaden Higgins got his fully guaranteed. I imagine they decided, no, we're gonna see if we can stand on this at this particular time. And the Texans and the Browns are the only ones who have done it. In fact, the Texans still having Ariante Ursery out there as a second rounder as well, who is not signed. And that really doesn't lead me to the question of when does he get signed? Because the Texans have, again, shown a willingness to guarantee money, but that's for at least a Jaden Higgins that it seems like is going to be a starter. Are they willing to do this? And also, are they willing to go from just being maybe a Nick Caserio and maybe the ownership, depending on how it's viewed, an annoyance to the rest of the league and the rest of the owners, to like a real precedent setter, as opposed to not just your 33rd pick up there, but actually, or 34th pick up at the top of the second round, but deep in the middle of the second round, guaranteeing fully a deal for Ariante Ursery, which again, I don't even know how much they would want to, considering he's not slotted to be a starter at this point.
It almost doesn't matter.
But if he doesn't get his contract signed, he can't get into training camp. And I would very much like to see him in training camp try and ply his trade and see what you can add to that line.
There's 30 of them out
There's
there.
30 of them.
There's 30 of them.
Like, ain't no scragglers. Ain't nobody break the line.
Signed second rounders. It's crazy.
Yeah, so I'm very, very much still intrigued in that. But another thing, obviously, that is intriguing and interesting in is the ESPN, the way that they've been ranking their top 10s, and they've reached outside linebackers, everybody's most favorite sexy position on the football field. Off-ball linebackers is what I meant.
Yeah.
And within this, they give us the list, right? We have the top 10 off-ball linebackers now. The way that and you guys have been doing.
We've had quarterbacks. We've had, I don't know if we've even had running backs yet, but we have different positions going on. And the Texans have kind of been, we had edge rushers and 2 guys were in the top 10.
Sure.
Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, quarterbacks. CJ was
that was a whole conversation,
mention.
Wasn't it? Shout out to Dan Orlovsky being like, nah, that's stupid.
Yeah. But, so now we got to outside linebackers, off-ball linebacker, whatever you want to say. And I saw this, and I want to just ask you guys. So, Texans didn't have anybody in the top 10.
No.
Probably not a big surprise. They didn't have anybody as an honorable mention, which was interesting. And only one off-ball linebacker had even 1 vote, and that was Christian Harris.
Yeah, that was the thing that I found very intriguing, because if you, in a vacuum, were to come to any Texas fan and say, hey, there is one player that is being considered from this particular Texans team as potentially a top however many, how many is that? Because, I mean, how many?
It would be 15, 16 by the time you get to all the honorable mentions.
It's beyond 15, 16, like maybe top 20, 30 linebacker in the league, receiving kind of votes in this type of honor. Who would your first guess would have been? I imagine that, like, Azeez, because he's that central figure.
Azeez or Totoa?
I don't think
DJ Speed.
I have a great respect for what Henry To'oTo'o was made of himself.
He had a great year. Well, for what we expected, yeah.
I don't know that I'd be like, top 30 linebacker. And again, I don't think that that's disrespectful. I don't think that that's the place that he is.
Yeah. Maybe Speed.
I mean, he was a starter last year, but I don't know that.
Yeah.
I kind of get how you get to Christian Harris, but I also don't, because when has Christian Harris played enough for you to have that particular feeling?
That's just coming off of his playoff performance, to be honest.
Like that is all entirely off
two
that.
seasons ago.
But it is fair
2 seasons ago.
It is fair to acknowledge though that if he is playing, the talent is clearly there.
Yeah.
I just don't know what to make of him at this point.
And I don't know how much the Texans do. The way they handled him at the end of last year, maybe they were just being protective, still not participating in the minicamp. We'll find out here pretty soon about this. But my thing with this outside linebacker is, like, are we overlooking something like a potential, hitch in the get along, as people like to say? Potential.
Which people? Who?
Texans. People from this state. Are we overlooking a potential trouble spot?
I don't think so. Will Anderson Jr. was on the Ross Tucker podcast, and I believe that it was, this feels like hating, pulling the curtain back, recorded during
it's during Super Bowl
Radio Row.
Right after he hopped on with us.
Yeah,
that's
true.
right.
That is true.
Yeah.
But, he was talking about, the ways in which you have, as you mentioned, two incredible pass rushers with two incredible cornerbacks, and the symbiotic relationship between back and front. But that does leave the middle. And as I've asked many times, how do you attack this defense? At least one loyal listener has been like, yeah, linebacker, you try and get them in coverage. I think there's always going to be a level of, I guess weakness, for lack of a better term, but I don't feel like this is an egregious weakness. You have good depth there at the linebacking space. With it, I just don't know that it's going to be like the same level compared. Like you stand next to 10s here, my guy. Yeah. So a nice 7 or an 8, not going to compare in that same way. But I feel like that's probably where you are linebacker-wise, because, again, with provided health, Azeez and Henry Toto, I feel great about them playing all the time. And then the addition of E.J. Speed gives me another guy that I feel comfortable playing a consistent amount. The question just is, your best, at least by someone in football, your best potential linebacker just has been a big old question mark, and that's with very little things that point to the idea of I can expect him back in to be contributed.
My thing was maybe just the fact that you were so good at edge rusher, it sort of mitigates what you might not be at the very top off-ball linebacker. Somewhat, especially as rush ends, outside linebackers, that kind of thing.
Well, what are we mitigating in that space? Because we talk about
their impact. Because you're going to be so good rushing with your hands, maybe you just need to be solid tacklers, at the linebacker position.
That's exactly.
You know what I mean?
But, I think that the place where you talk about mitigating is not the exterior, or the exterior pass rushing, it's the interior of the defensive line. I think that, because that's where you talk about, if you're
exterior too. They're collapsing pockets, they're filling lanes and all that, but still.
Yeah, but in those instances, your linebackers are usually in coverage. They're not necessarily having a similar responsibility. I think the shared responsibility happens more in the run game, run stopping, when you have linebackers and defensive tackles kind of charged with similar responsibilities in stopping the run. And I think that is where it is fair to look at this defense and go, is there a level of, is there another level with this where it's, hey, stopping the run better and then tackling better, which seems insane to ask of a defense that legitimately feels at least on the precipice, if not actually already in the space of being an elite one. But I view it less as, are we overlooking something, and more of, is this just the space where you're just above average, or is it going to be a place where you're really good? Because I think that is the slight, node that changes. Is this defense really, really, really good, or is this defense unbleep-wittable?
Well, it's funny you say that, because let's talk. You just mentioned, are they just above average? And I'm talking about the linebacker, the linebacker position now, off ball. Or are they just above average, or are they really, really good? Well, I'll go through the list. We know the ones at the top are really, really good. Number 1 was Fred Warner.
Yes.
Roquan Smith.
And Fred Warner can cover his ass off while also being a menace down.
Zach Bond was 3. Nick Bolton from the Chiefs was 4.
Can I stop you right quick?
Yeah.
Because Zach Bond was unranked last year. Zach Bond kind of had that feel around him last year. That was the whole conversation that was headed to the Super Bowl, was like, oh, this Zach Bond, and made himself a lot of money and everything. And he did, in fact, make that money. He went from making $3.5 last year to now a $51 million deal the next. So that is good, but you feel like that's the right spot for Zach Bond? He had a fantastic season, but just, is 1 year enough for you to go from I'm not ranked, all of a sudden you the third best linebacker in all of what we do?
I wouldn't say he wasn't the third best linebacker in all of football. The guy was in defensive MVP conversations. But you're right, it is just 1 year, but we all know what we saw out of that cat.
Yes, he was very good.
He was very, very good. Maybe I get your point, but I would say I wouldn't have a problem with it. Nick Bolton 4, Frankie Louvu 5 from the Commanders.
I like Frankie Louvu.
I do too. And then here's where we start getting into. Are the Texans as good as we thought they were at this position? Because I'll go 6 through 10, but then really interesting when we get to the honorable mentions. Tremaine Edmonds, Levante David.
Levante David feels like he's not the same dude, but he's still really good.
Right. 8, DeMarvion Overshown.
Young, versatile cat.
Dre Greenlaw from the Broncos 9.
Always been good, just coming off the injuries.
And Quincy Williams, Jets 10.
Yeah.
But now let's go through some of these honorable mentions that got more votes than even the one that Christian Harris got. Blake Cashman, Minnesota Vikings. Familiar name.
This ends up being a fun one. I heard Sean and Seth having a conversation about this as well, and one of the things that was brought up was just, is there anything within you that thinks that maybe the Texans made the wrong move, not retaining Blake Cashman, and then ultimately
he was really good here, man. He was really good here.
His
last year, we talked about it. He was talked about as maybe a Pro Bowler and all this other stuff. Fit, and this isn't even like, well, maybe it's a better fit in Minnesota. No, he fit D'Amico's defense.
Yeah,
I mean, it was
I think
a good fit.
I think people was worried about the money thing.
Right.
He's gonna get. He's gonna cash in a big check.
Mm-hmm.
I see what you did there because his name is Cashman.
I was trying to do it.
To answer your question a little bit.
Availability is one of those things, but also I do wonder, how did you feel about Cashman as leader guy? Because I think that's one of the things that you got with Aziz that I think was worth some of the move.
I mean, wasn't he a captain?
I don't think so.
I think he was a captain with the Vikings.
With the Vikings.
No, I know.
Okay.
No, I'm saying I'm wondering about the Texans, but I know he is with the Vikings, which is interesting. How about these guys? You take these guys. They're getting more votes than any Texans linebacker. Jamian Sherwood from the Jets, young player, sort of ascending, that kind of thing. Matt Milano from the Bills, good player.
Matt Milano's been a really good player.
Yeah, good player. Obviously, Patrick Queen has been a good player. He's got honorable mention votes. Bobby Wagner, aging but good. Some of these others.
Are you avoiding Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah because you don't want to say his name?
No, I'm getting to it. The other one that I was having trouble
He's like,
with,
there's a lot of letters in there.
That's a good move.
Foyesade Oluwukun.
Oh, look and see. I don't post him in Day, but it's cool.
From Jacksonville was going to be in the next one. These are all guys that are getting more votes than any Texans linebacker.
This might just be, again, you standing next 10s while you were 7. And again, I'm not actually doing the math on that, just kind of getting the point across. Mm-hmm. It's easy to look at the Texans defense and name a lot of guys before you start naming linebackers.
Yeah.
Right? You name cornerbacks, you name edge rushers. You could probably name maybe 2, 3 possibly edge rushers. You name safeties in here. You're like, oh, yeah, that's right. But, Azeez Al-Shaair was really good in the middle. And Henry To'o, man, a lot of tackles playing really well. Like, I think it's just there's only so much space, especially if we're talking about, like, from a national perspective, for everybody to go, like, oh, no, everybody on this defense, like, all of them, all 11 of them in depth, right? So I don't think that the Texans have anything, to worry about within this. And this text, I think it's fair that somebody looks at and says, hey, you can't, I don't know that it's possible to have a top 10 player at each position. I think that's part of what the salary cap does. But at the same time, like, I don't think that's even necessary. They do what's necessary for what this defense needs. And this defense has proven with these guys that you have, plus an additional guy who was a starter elsewhere that at least profiles as a depth guy right now, that they can get the job done, not just get the job done, but be incredible while doing it. I have no real concerns. The only thing is Christian Harris going to be a part of it?
Yeah.
Because, again, that's the guy that has the most talent, really should be at the top end of this, but we just have not seen him. And, of course, hopefully we get some answers during training camp, upwards inflection.
We should. Well, assuming he's out there.
Yeah. And a fair point. Do you agree with this? 713, does the dirty plays, quote-unquote, affected Al-Shaair when it comes to this?
Maybe.
You think so?
Maybe.
Who's voting on this?
This is executives and front office people. That's why this list has been sort of making the rounds. This is NFL people ranking them.
But also coaches and scouts.
And coaches, yeah.
I don't know if they probably would take that into effect, though.
Yeah.
If it was like
as much, maybe?
If it was like writers and stuff like that, then I would probably agree.
All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, about that time we hand things over to Figgy Fig for Figgy's mixtape. What you got for us, bro?
Yeah, so it's a crack on the floor of the Space Needle in Seattle, and they have no plans on fixing it, but they did address it. So I'll let you know what they had to say. Plus,
what?
Plus,
did Big Dumper do that?
He might have. I don't know. Plus, what are some phrases you hate hearing from a woman? 713-572-46.
Oh, all right. We'll do that next.
Area 45 with Bijani.
Every hand makes a difference. That's SALArmyEDS.org.
You are allowed to smoke on your balcony, man.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yep, it's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to everyone out there. So, have you guys been in Seattle, John? Have you been to Seattle before?
Yeah, I've been there a few times.
Reggie, have you been to Seattle?
I haven't yet.
Okay, I had a chance to go to Seattle a couple years ago.
I remember that.
Yeah, I went for my birthday.
Yeah.
And I went up on the Space Needle. Mm-hmm. Did you go on the Space Needle?
I think the second time I went, I took my family and we did, yeah.
Okay, so the Space Needle in Seattle, you could probably see that Space Needle if you watch some, I think Frasier.
Frasier. Yeah. I love that as soon as you said if you watch, I was like, here comes Frasier.
Yep, Frasier.
Yeah, I was about to say, for some reason, I was about to say Sleepless in Seattle.
Well, that too.
Is it in there? Okay.
Yeah, that's a movie.
I feel like it would have to be.
Yeah, that's a movie, yeah.
I wasn't sure. I'd never seen it, so I wasn't sure if it was in there.
There are some landmarks in any city that no matter what, in media, if this city pops up, you're going to see this landmark.
Yep.
And Seattle is easily, you are going to see the Space Needle.
Yeah, so I had a chance to go out there. I thought it was pretty cool, man. It's a little scary. I was scared to actually sit on the little bench. That's
it's like intimidating.
Yeah. I know I had nothing to be worried about, but I'm just scared to just sit on that little bench and lean back.
Yeah.
Wait, what are you talking about?
So it's a glass.
It goes around the outside. I do remember it now.
Yeah, because if you up on the Space Needle, you can look out and see the glass and all that stuff. And I think it's a slight
angle,
it's a slight angle, and they had some benches right there. You could just sit there.
Oh, and lean back on the glass.
Yeah, I was a little scared to do that. But they've been making the social media rounds lately because people were talking about how it's a crack in the floor. It's an actual crack on the floor. Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, that changes. I was like, is it concrete up there?
It's glass.
Yeah, okay. No, it's glass.
Well, that's good. I'm sure that's great.
Yeah, so it's a crack on the floor to the point that I guess officials had to make a statement about this.
You don't say.
Yeah. So here is Como News 4 in Seattle with the story.
As the summer tourism surge arrives in Seattle, the city's most famous landmark, the Space Needle, is bracing for thousands of visitors. But recently, a video circulating on social media shows what looks like a crack on the glass floor, causing some to question its safety.
Mary, the folks over at the Space Needle say cracks do happen, but only on the top barrier layer, which protects the 10 layers of glass underneath it. The very top layer of the glass floor, a scuff plate for shoe marks. The scuff plate gets scratched, and sometimes it will crack. It's kind of like a phone screen protector.
Our team makes an assessment kind of from a safety standpoint, but similar to your cell phone. Think about how often you might drop it and it gets a little crack or it gets a little scuff. Once again, that protective piece on top is basically what we're replacing. Just to give you an example of how strong our glass is here at the Space Needle, imagine the entire Seahawks team came to visit and all the offensive players they face also came to visit, and they jumped up and down. Well, we wouldn't break a sweat.
Yeah.
So I want to. So this is my question for.
So why is there a crack right there? That's the question I'm asking.
This is my question for the both of y'all. Would y'all go up there in general if you knew it was a crack in the floor?
Have they replaced it?
I don't think that. So
she's saying no. They're going to replace it.
So they replace it every 2 years. They say they replace it every 2 years.
But not till the 2 years.
Yeah, yeah. So would you go up there still? And plus, if all the people she just named, so the Seahawks offensive linemen and all the defenses they are facing.
Do Lake and Tomlinson get to come back through?
Yeah, so
he was on the Seahawks last year.
So everybody the Seahawks is facing, all that defense, all the defensive players to take a picture or jump up and down. Would y'all be down for that? Would y'all do that?
No.
I might go up there, but I would stay far away from that glass panel.
So you wouldn't do like a rave type of
hell no.
Into the mosh
pit. Do a little jumping up and down.
She really sold that well, and I didn't believe it.
And that's my thing. Is
dang word of it.
That's what you got to do. You got to instill public confidence in this thing. And I understand, I recognize it. My problem is, it's the screen protector. It's the barrier that protects the layers underneath. But now I got a crack in it. So what happened when that one breaks?
Yeah.
My thing is she made it sound all cool with the screen protector.
Yeah.
But what if a whole bunch of offensive linemen stand on that phone at that point?
And how does she know it's just the top layer? She goes, that's just the top layer.
Well, I mean, I feel like
you can buff that right out. Are you sure? Remember the documentary on Titan? They were hearing all these cracks and everything on the sub that went down to see the Titanic.
Oh, yeah.
And they're like, oh, no, that happens all the time. Oh, does it? Does it?
Yeah, that's a mental thing. It's a mental thing for y'all, man. Get out your mental.
Somebody said y'all don't watch enough Final Destination Bloodlines talking about that Seattle thing. Yeah. My thing about it is all these circumstances, and it hasn't. All it takes one time.
Yeah.
All it takes one time.
Just one time.
The whole the barrier, it's just a barrier glass. Okay, but it's a barrier for a reason, so put a new barrier on.
Yeah.
So y'all wait until they change out the floor, put a new little screen protector on the floor, then y'all good.
Yeah, I'm good.
So right now, y'all not good.
I'm out. I'm out. How about you? You're talking big.
No, I'm not. You see, I wouldn't even sit on the bench up there. I wouldn't even sit if I seen a crack up there, I would be like, nah, baby, let's go.
Let's go.
Nah, I ain't chancing that. All right, it's the mixtape in the Loot Sports Radio 610. So I got a list of random phrases that men absolutely hate hearing from women. 713-572-4610. This your time to vent. If you got a phrase that your lovely lady always say to you that just drives you nuts, let me know. Text some men, let me know. So the first one on this list, I'm going to go down this list real quick and let me know which one you agree with or not.
All right.
So the first one I see is do whatever you want.
You're done.
Red flag.
Do whatever you want.
No, you're done. Not only red flag, you're done.
Friend, understand, she does not mean do whatever you want. This is one of those interesting situations that instantly makes it opposite day.
No.
That is, no. Yeah, but that's a good point.
It's not even a red flag. It's over.
I was about to say, how many times can you come back from do whatever you want? Yeah, because y'all done already had some conversations.
If my lady told me to do whatever you want, I'm not doing that. Whatever it was, I'm not doing it.
That's right.
And now we got to sit down and talk and see what's up. What's going on?
That's it.
What's going on in your mental? The next one is, I guess.
You're also done.
Or I'm fine.
Once again, done. You're done.
I don't even know if you're done, but I'm fine sometimes ends up in a place where you're like, I got to find out what you're clearly not fine about. Or you're not in a place where you want to help me find out what you clearly not fine about. But I also bet you want me to find out what you're not fine about. And that's the most frustrating part of that.
Yeah. What about this one? Do you like my friend?
Okay, I'm actually glad you brought this one up.
Do you like my friend?
Because a lot of
question.
a lot of men immediately default to just lying. But here's my theory on this.
The John Lopez School of Marriage and Relationships.
Yes.
How long have you been married for?
40 years.
Okay, how long did you have that pillow before it got thrown away?
20 years.
Sorry, I'm just being a jerk. My bad.
So, when a woman asks you this question, she already knows that you like her friend. For the most part. She wouldn't ask you, do you like her? Or do you think she's pretty or whatever? We all know, we've all been asked that. She already knows that you do because you've been with each other. You have little,
Are you telling me she's the feds? Like when the feds come in and they're like, we need you to talk about this right here. Like they don't need you to. They have documentation.
Exactly. The right answer is to lean into it, as I often do in a lot of things. Say, yeah, she's hot. And then it's kind of almost over because she knows.
I don't know about.
There's a needed disclaimer here. Don't listen to John Lopez.
No, because if you say no, I don't. Yes, you do. I can tell. But if you say, yeah, she's hot, doesn't mean you're going to do anything.
Yeah. I also think because I think this is how I feel when a woman asks you that. She probably feel like her friend is good looking and hot, and she want to know how you feel about it. She might be a little intimidated, so she want to know, hey.
So lean into it. They know what's coming. They know how you feel. They know what the friend looks like.
Me, I would be like, yeah, she cool.
Yeah,
she cool. Yeah. I ain't not cool with the L on. She cool. COO. She cool. Yeah, cool. What about this one? This is my number one though. We need to talk.
Oh man.
Don't text me. We need to talk.
This is a great answer because it is not the actual talk. It is just an announcement of the talk that needs to happen later. And if we gonna have to have the talk, good, bad, or indifferent. how about we have the acknowledgement when the talk happens? That's one of those things I just generally don't like is having to, of course, there's certain situations where you need to plan ahead, but like having to think about a thing before I need to think about a thing, which we need to talk is inherently the opposite.
You don't want to schedule it.
Yeah.
You don't want to schedule it.
Like I tell my wife this all the time. She always do stuff like, hey, can I ask you a question? I'm like, nope. Like, just ask me the question. Don't ask permission to ask me a question. Just ask the question.
Yeah.
Or if you want me to do something, just, hey, can you hand me this? Da, 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 da. Don't say, hey, can you do me a favor?
We need to talk.
Like, why is you doing all these extra words?
The can you do me a favor might just be like a turn of phrase. You getting a little mad at that one.
Yeah, but can we need to talk. Or
we need to talk is definitely
can I ask you a question? Like, just ask me.
All right. How do y'all feel about this particular response? It comes from Trey on the YouTube page. It says, you have to teach them to not ask questions they don't want honest answers to. So, in essence, he was like, I set it up pretty early. That I'm just going to answer this exactly the way I hear it, and you're just going to have to live with that. Do you agree with that sentiment?
The sentiment is sound, but it is not going to work.
Okay. Relationship expert John Lopez.
It will not work.
I'm kind of training my wife to that because whenever she said, "Can I ask you a question?" I just said, "Nah,
Does that ever stop the question?
No. So now she come back around and just ask me whatever she was going to ask. Instead of, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
But yeah. What about this one? They couldn't handle me. If she just said, they couldn't handle me.
She's toxic.
Yeah. I feel like if you say something like that.
We're being honest, right? She's toxic.
You got a lot. You must have a lot.
I never agreed to any honesty here. Y'all in your honest boat by yourself.
Yeah.
What about this one? I'm not hungry.
Yeah, that one's tough.
Mm-hmm.
That one's tough. Because it also isn't universal.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you just got to find out what's happening with your lady. But yes, way too often. Or it's not even the I'm not hungry. Well, maybe it is the I'm not hungry because then eventually you get food and they get a little bit of it.
Yeah.
But it might more so be the, I don't know, you pick. You know what I mean? Like that cat and mouse game.
To me, that's almost two different things. Yeah, the restaurant game is awful. We've all acknowledged that. I don't know anything, whatever.
Yeah.
But I looked at this one a little bit different. Like, I'm not hungry, almost as if, like, she's mad.
Oh.
Yeah.
Whatever, I'm not
Look,
hungry.
John, you're giving me a lot of experience on 40 years, but you're also saying a lot of things that makes me think you've been in a lot of these situations.
What gave it away?
You got Jan over here with the hunger strikes.
Yeah. And it's even funnier when she liked this spot or she hungry.
Yeah.
And you like, hey, I'm about to go about to go here.
Yes.
You want something? I'm not hungry.
That's she's mad about something.
Yeah.
Yeah, that I looked at that a little differently.
Yeah. What about this one? Man up.
Man up?
Yeah.
That she wants to fight. She's asking.
I don't like anybody to tell me to man up.
Unless she's asking to fight.
Unless I'm like being trained on something like in the gym in the trainer. Come on, man up, man up.
Yeah, that's different.
Yeah, don't tell me to man up. You man up. Let me see you man up.
Wow, that's a good one from the 346. Do you want to go to such and such with me? But then when you say no, she gets angry. Like he said, just tell me, let's go.
Yeah.
See, that's my point, man. Just tell, hey, we going to here. We going here.
Right.
All right, I'll go.
Mm-hmm.
But then she'll be like, I want to feel like your mother.
Yeah.
Y'all just vent.
I don't want to feel like your mother.
Do y'all notice that once a quarter we get into a Figgy's mixtape where y'all just get vent? Y'all get to venting.
Hey, that's healthy, man.
I'm not venting.
That is we can't keep all this stuff inside.
That is true. That is true.
I just wear it on my sleeve. I'm just being honest.
I don't want to feel like your mother.
Yeah.
You're lucky she don't listen to the show, man.
She gonna listen one day.
It's gonna happen.
And
I'm going to laugh.
One day she gonna be in the car with some friends.
Yeah.
Like, he's on the right. Let me see what he's talking about. And I'm sitting here. I'm not your mother.
And that's the worst type of mad she gonna be because you embarrass her in front of company. And
Yes.
That hypothetical that you've set up there.
Yeah.
But until that time, you're gonna keep doing it though, huh?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep doing it.
All right, very, very fun. Another edition of Figgy's Mixtape right here.
I'm not your mother.
In the loop on Sports Radio 610. A lot of these keep coming. Does this dress make me look fat? Again, fair. Toxic, all sorts of things. All right, appreciate you guys getting involved and blowing up the text line.
Say fatter.
Dog, that is not even just answering the question. that is intentionally kamikazing the circumstance.
That's when you want to just fight.
I see it.
I will say I don't have to go through. I could be totally honest with, what she wearing. If I like it, if I don't like it, I could be totally honest. And she good. She actually give me praise for that.
Look at that. Look at you saving it.
She like, I don't want you have me going out here looking like a fool.
You gotta
let me know if it don't look good.
You got a text from her, right? That's why you started changing your tone right here. Make sure you sound nice.
I gotta give her a little credit.
All right, very good. All right, coming up next, let's cross talk with the fellas of the drive, Clint and Ron. But before we get there, SEC Media Day is going on. There's a couple of things that I found interesting coming out of it. Let's talk about that next.
The Drive with Stoerner.
glass. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us here on this Tuesday, getting ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive here in a moment. We'll get to what I teased here in a little bit, but we got a little bit of news happening in the world of the NFL as the Jets continue to make some deals happen. This is the time where it seems like they want to do it. And so in an interesting kind of mirror with the Texans, where the Texans have obviously Nico Collins on one of these really good deals, and they have they recently got Derek Stingley on his 3-year, $90 million deal, obviously $30 million average annual value, and the practical guarantee of that is $89. So basically all that guaranteed. We see Sauce Gardner join Garrett Wilson, who he got his contract announced yesterday. And Sauce Gardner, Ahmad Gardner, if you like reading people's government names, gets a 4-year, $120.4 million deal. So the average annual value is $30.1 million. And I
had to have it, didn't he?
Why do you think that $100,000 was important here, Figgy, on the average annual value?
Yeah.
Because I'm the highest pay. I get more money.
Dude, this is so funny to me.
It's the measuring contest.
Well, and those two guys are going to be measured against each other, for a long, long time. And he's like, well, for now, I'm going to go ahead and get that extra $100,000 every year.
I mean, good for the agents to get that, because obviously those are the types of things that make your clients feel good, and hopefully, I imagine, can at least for the agency, go out to potential clients to say, hey, look what we did. We got a little extra for our guy to be at the top for guys for whom it matters.
Yeah.
But again, this highlights what Nick Caserio has as his particular bargaining chip, and maybe one that, again, makes others in the league upset, is that not only did he set the market in a way that Sauce Gardner came back over top and put money on it, but he also did it at 3 years for Derek Stingley as in that extension. So, yeah, that's another one of those instances where you go, all right, you're setting the market, but also you're not giving us negotiating space because you're not getting years from the players in the ways that other teams operate. It seems to be a good plan of attack for the team in order to keep guys happy because, again, this is giving to players in a way that really the NFL is not giving in any space. I mean, we're seeing, and I'm still fascinated by the potential collusion case, and then also what's happening with the NFLPA. There's a level of trying to get your home in order for the Players Association right now. I imagine the Players Association is very grateful for Nick Caserio and this Texans front office for the ways that they operate, giving their players a little bit of some of the goodness as opposed to fighting on all fronts as the NFL can want to.
He's out here setting markets, man. For second rounders, for cornerbacks,
that's right.
For whomever it might be. I don't
helping
mind
the cause,
and I would argue it helps the team a lot too.
You think Nick Caserio's angling for the once that PA coordinator job or what have you comes open? Do you think that's what's happening here at all?
Yeah, I don't know about that, but there's a lot to be argued that this is good for the team too. Kind of that Astros Jim Crane, we're not doing deals longer than 6 years kind of mentality. Like, it's good for the players because they can re-up quicker. It's good for the team because they don't have to re-up them.
They don't,
and
but
they
also
have for a shorter amount of time and see if kind of a make good almost, because it's all about the guarantee anyway.
Exactly, but that's the thing is with football, that extra year that you tack on there is likely not going to be guaranteed in most of these spaces anyway. So that guarantee,
the guarantee gets bigger on 4-year deals than 3-year deals.
Possibly,
generally speaking.
I mean, it's tough to talk about this when the genesis for this conversation in particular is, hey, remember Derek Stingley got a 3-year, $90 million deal that 89 was guaranteed? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like then we end up in a place where it's tough to talk about the guarantee getting bigger when you damn near guaranteed all
bigger
of it.
than a 4-year, and bigger than a 3-year is a 4-year. Like, I can almost assure you that Sauce's guarantee is going to be bigger. I haven't seen it yet. But when it comes out, I'm sure it will be.
And the guarantee actually, according to Adam Schefter, and again, this is what I'm guessing is the practical guarantee as opposed to like the guarantee at signing, 85.65. Right. So he even, which shout out to the Jets finding a way to not have to give more of a guarantee than the Texans did, or get closer to that damn near fully guaranteed that the Texans did. So I guess that's a place where Derek Stingley wins. But less still, the Texans give more guarantee compared to what the Jets give on an additional year of length there. Is there at all any concern that the Texans can continue to do this, or has it just operated in a way where you feel comfortable and you're happy with it?
I'm comfortable with it, and I've said it for a long time. I think it's absolutely true. Nick Caserio always is 3 steps ahead. He plays a lot of chess with his contracts, with his moves, all of it. So I do have a lot of confidence when it comes to that area. Now, he might not always get the right guys, but in terms of planning like that, I do have a I'm confident.
I love this. Somebody says Stingley's the highest paid after Texas. I like what you're doing there. Shout out to the great state of Texas. I'm still, though, I will be interested to see the big contract thing that lays on Nick Caserio's desk is something that we were talking about a little bit earlier, which is when does Ariante Ursary get signed? Obviously, you have 7 days because Texans report to camp literally next week.
Mm-hmm.
And so, but you got to get it done by then if you want to get him out here actually working out and playing football.
Yeah. And not only that, you got to get other guys signed as well. But Ursary in particular at that position in that room, we talked about it to start the show. What are best case and worst case scenarios? Best case scenario is this guy gets signed and he starts threatening to be a starter. At either right tackle or left tackle.
Yeah, so that's still something that we'll be watching for the remainder and through the week. Hopefully not for the remainder of the week. Hopefully that gets done in a way where you have a resolution there. But, again, this feels like a labor negotiation, like one of these big watershed labor negotiation circumstances and it seems like the NFLPA. And, of course, I'm not basing this off of any, reporting or whatever, but just you look at 32 players get drafted in the second round. 2 of them have signed contracts, both of them guaranteed, and all of the other players are unsigned, some of them not showing up to camp. This feels like one of those moments where the NFLPA is trying to make some level of action, almost like when I saw the Lamar Jackson thing when we got to that place, and now you're in restricted free agency and you got NFL teams like the Atlanta Falcons openly saying they don't want that guy, and I was like, oh, okay. Yeah. I see. We are entering into a place where this isn't player versus this isn't individual player versus individual office. This is the fullness of the NFLPA having a entirely of the league conversation or what have you. So I'm again, we'll see that what that space looks like.
The closer you get to camp, the better it is for the Players Association, the players.
One would imagine,
right?
One would imagine, but for individual teams, it's still one guy that you're having.
30 second rounders not reporting.
What do you think that does, though? Because in theory, each team, the pressure for the individual team does not change because all of other 30 haven't, does it? It's still the individual pressure of this player that we drafted is not here.
But 30 times
in theory,
over,
you want that guy to.
But 30 times over, or even 25, whatever it may be, that makes the collusion thing look real.
And I guess the pressure that then is applied though is if one person in the line breaks, right? One of these teams breaks, and God forbid it's one of them that had a lower draft pick, right? Maybe you're talking about in the 50s or what have you of the second round, and now everybody above them goes, well, see, that guy got his guaranteed. Yeah. Now go ahead and pony up. That might answer the question, but it might not answer it in a way that team owners are very happy about. So interested in what is happening there. All right, you're in the loop. Appreciate you hanging out with us this Tuesday all day long. It's been fun to be back in the saddle, and even more fun to have an opportunity to say again, the D&M Auto Leasing brings you the opportunity. This crosstalk with the fellas of the drive. It's Clint Stoerner. It's Ron the Show Hughley. Fellas, how you living?
What's good? What's good? I was like, who in the hell is this guy over here? I ain't heard that voice in a minute. What's going on, baby?
Hey, not much. Excited to be back in the saddle. Excited to see you fine fellas. Appreciate
About that time, ain't it?
It really is. We're getting right here to football time, and it's one of those things that I'm sure everybody's been thinking about, but again, it hit me anew as, you get Trey Harris not showing up with the Chargers. And it highlights again how all these second rounders are still not signed, and one of those second rounders is Ariante Ursary. Are you in a place with me where you're just like, yo, when is this going to get done? And is Nick Cacerio holding out for the rest of these guys, especially when you got the Jaden Higgins thing done, and you were the reason, kind of, I guess, anecdotally, one of the reasons that maybe people look up and go, oh, this thing started.
Yeah, I don't, I hadn't thought much about it, to be honest with you. I guess the what does it mean kind of deal. I overthink stuff like this. I mean, I would like to think that Ariante Ursary is not a guy that's going to be heavily leaned upon, I don't think. And so, is it one of those deals where, hey, if he wants to hold out at any point in time, there's no rush to get the deal done. If he doesn't want to, it's okay. Whereas Jaden Higgins is a guy that, hey man, he's got to contribute. He's got to get here. He's got to learn the. I'd like to think that it's important for both of them.
I think Ursery's going to be really weighted. I mean, they're going to really want him to compete.
Well, look, I think they want him to compete, but you're at a point with Higgins where he's got to play. I mean, he's got to be an outside receiver. And now, look, I think I'm probably overthinking it. I don't think any of this comes into Nick Caserio's mind as he's going into it.
Well, maybe they said it going into the draft that one of the things that they think about is what you are going to contribute to the team. It would stand to reason that also tracks in getting the contracts done and such.
Well, I would think that from an alignment, assignment, adjustments on the fly, kind of what his job entails, I would think that Higgins needs to be in there getting every rep, mind on the game from jump. Whereas with maybe Ariante Ursery, there's a little bit of leeway there, and maybe. I don't know. I mean, this whole thing of guaranteed money, I understand why. And if I were one of them, I'd want to push the envelope as well. But the whole thing with guaranteed money is going to shake this football thing up for a while.
Oh, absolutely. I think that's the big story we're talking about. Like, there's 30 guys still waiting for him.
Yeah, I'm so intrigued just generally about like the labor disputes that happen, and I'm gonna need to give you a call and have a conversation about like how your experiences with the players union and everything, because I'm very intrigued at the moment that the players union is in, where I mean I'm sure you guys saw and talked about the letter that they put out last week, and I was like, ooh, this sounds dicey. You got Don Van Natta coming to your house asking you about stuff. It feels like this players union is getting to a place where even as it hasn't been as respected, it's looking even dicier, especially when you talk about like the executive committee at the very top of it.
Yeah, look, you're just players now, and this isn't as negative as it sounds, but players now are quote unquote as entitled as they've ever been, and they won't, for good reason, they want complete transparency. There's going to be hiccups. We talked about that when that first popped. I was like, if the wrong player, a player that's powerful enough, really gets stuck in his craw, and he wants to make a lot of noise about it, this could become a major problem for the NFL.
That's just the issue, though. It's just so many players, and as you know, Clint, the vast majority of the players are the players who don't want to go on strike, who don't want to, who don't want to afford,
don't want to sacrifice, for the rest of the
to do it. So. That's why, as you said, not as strong as the other unions. That's probably a big piece of it. It's just so many players and so many players that need to be working.
The quiet part about it as well, though, is I think as union culture in America in general has kind of walked back, all these unions aren't nearly as strong as they used to be either. That's a whole different thing that I will not drag you into. But fellas, I will ask you the question of the day just so we have a little fun before I let you guys get off and running. Is there anything that you think of that you probably should have practiced before trying? Because y'all see Jazz Chisholm out here hitting singles and doubles in a home run derby.
He said he wasn't going to practice. And he didn't.
He was crushing him, baby.
Yeah.
Just doubles down the line. I was like, okay.
That's precisely why I picked Roker, who can went on to piss the bed, but that's precisely why I didn't. I felt like he was a guy that was going to take it serious, and he was going to be all business. He wasn't going to go up there and not practice. Yeah. Boy, did that backfire.
Yeah, but Jazz knew. Like Jazz was taking a spot because I believe nobody else was going to take it, and he went it. He didn't have no chance, man.
But he dressed the part, man. He came out there looking.
Well, got to look fly. Anytime you pop out, got to look good.
He looked good. Yeah, he stood over there. He looked good. That's put Jake Myers in it.
The minute I got smoked because of about 2 inches worth of a home run.
Oh, we're going to talk about that. Yeah, we're going to talk about that,
0.96.
We're going to talk about that.
Come on, man. I turned it off. I went to bed.
Really, that did it for you.
I went to bed.
Well, yeah, he's hosted
because he was.
Well, did you see old buddy? That all I needed was really old buddy.
I thought they were going to have a swing off.
Well, no, they should have. I called my wife. It's going to be fun.
Well, they said it. Carl Ravitch said it. He said we're going to have a swing. I think we're going to have a swing off.
Well, I thought old buddy that went last. Who's the guy that who's the
Matt Olson?
Matt Olson. I thought. I mean, he needed 2 bombs like towards the end, and it was over, and we would have tied. No, he couldn't do it. He messed the bed. He peed down his leg, and instead, I'm having to have these jokers at the house and pay for everything because of 0.9 feet or whatever the hell it was.
0.96 inches.
Inches. Was it really that low?
I was in safely.
Oh man,
I turned it off.
Old O'Neal Cruz hit 3 right off the rip.
Yeah. O'Neal Cruz was out here.
Bam. I said it's out.
You had O'Neal Cruz?
Yeah, I went last. I said everybody. I knew where I was going. I knew they weren't going to pick O'Neal Cruz.
What's O'Neal? Ain't he like 6'7"?
Yeah, Tyler picked Cal Raleigh, so Tyler won.
I'd like to think that one of my picks. I mean, I literally was thinking about 3 different guys. I picked O'Cooney Jr. first of all. He didn't even go.
He didn't.
No. And then I switched to Roker, and he couldn't.
Who was the other one?
Big Wood.
Oh, what? Well, a lot of people had him.
He didn't do nothing either.
Yeah.
Hell, I'd have been paying for it no matter what. You let me pick 3, 4 guys.
I knew where I was going. I'm getting O'Neal.
I should have
513.
513.
Hey, J-Lo, when I picked the only guy that wasn't competing.
Are you more impressed by the totality of what Cal Raleigh did, or impressed by the distance that O'Neal was hitting? Like what?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Which gets you is because I know a lot of people
have to go with totality. I like when they start racking them up.
A lot of people get going about when they think about the home run derby is that Josh Hamilton one, where he just went insane. Although he was was left-handed hitting it to 315.
It's close, but when they get in the little grooves like a 3-point contest, and they just start
when he hit that,
who was it that started 7 of 9 or 7 of 8?
Yeah, when he was banging that roof over and over again, when he was hitting that roof, and then O'Neal hit that thing, and everybody just looking at him. That was 513. I said, my God, this dude, this nut here, man.
Yeah. I like when they get in that zone.
Zone.
And you will not be surprised to find out that I watched this on the StatCast edition of it, and so O'Neal Cruz just launch angle and 119 exit velocity had me going. But all right, appreciate you. Rocking with us.
Of course it did.
That's right. I'm on brand if nothing else. And, of course, you can catch that tomorrow because we are done for today. Of course, we leave you in the very capable hands of the fine fellas of The Drive. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live. Welcome back, Reg, in the building. All right, so Tyler, I was safe and easy. When old O'Neal, but y'all were sitting there kind of sweating it out.
I didn't think I had a chance. When I looked up, there were 17, and I think 2 guys still had to go. I was like, this don't stand a chance. And hell, it almost did.
But you just had to beat, one of our guys. Now, obviously, you knew after.
I was so confident I didn't even watch it.
Yeah, I know.
Big jumper.
You almost didn't make it, And I do believe now we're going to adhere to the rules here. So you are hosting. And if you missed it yesterday, we had a little All-Star. We put a little action on the All-Star game in which we each picked a guy. Tyler picked who ended up being the winner, Cal Raleigh, and I picked O'Neal Cruz.
I needed a win, guys.
Who led after the first round and hit the furthest balls all over the park all night, and then Clint picked Brent Roker, and Brent and Raleigh finished their 17 apiece at the end, and they both hit home runs 477. So the tie usually, because they don't want to have them more swinging, the tie usually goes to whoever hits it the longest, and they hit it the same distance. And I heard Carl Ravage on ESPN say, fellas, it looks like if Matt Olson doesn't get over 17 and eliminate them, we're going to have a swing-off.
Not so fast, my friend.
All right, swing-off. Here we go. And then they came back and said, no, by decimals. Cal Raleigh edged him out.
What? I mean,
and at that point, Clint was hosting the show. And let me tell you this.
Can I bring my dogs?
No.
Let me tell you this. Hold on. I'm telling the kids. They're rooting for I don't know why they were being a-holes last night, but they started rooting against O'Neal Cruz. We're rooting against O'Neal Cruz. No, we want to go on the trampoline. I want to go over here. No, going for everybody else. And I said, well, Tyler and Clint, they got pools. They got swimming pools. They do? Come on, Neil. Come on, O'Neal.
Let's go, Big Dumper.
Come on, O'Neal Cruz.
That good time trumped old giving dad hell, didn't it?
That swimming pool trumped it. And but no, I ain't gonna lie. I think you and Brent got screwed a little bit. That's got to be a swing off. Again, Tyler, we are going to adhere to the rules, and Clint clearly is hosting. But that should have been a swing.
I mean, the thing is, and look, I'm fine with it. I mean, if you lose, and I lost.
I mean, who in there said, let's measure this thing out real?
I'm going to bring my Speedo.
Well, I dare you to bring that Speedo. That'd be great.
I'm bringing it.
It's all talk.
Well, you shook me up there. I'm thinking, should I
I'm
really
bringing the Speedo.
That or not?
Oh, that's a good point. Maybe I should wear the board shorts.
I mean, why wouldn't they just do another round of the 3 outs? That 3 outs or homer deal.
That would make sense.
But, I mean, the entertainment would have been there as well. I mean, you got more entertainment out of the first round than you ever expected.
They're trying to bring the swings down, but I think that's just a part of it. If you don't, like, if you got to add to it to advance to the next round. And then that fool kept on. He ended up winning the whole damn thing after that. Then he got hot.
Well, I did. I'll be honest with you.
You were probably out after that, weren't you?
I was out definitely after that. But I was glad he went on. I thought as he was trying to pee down his leg in that first round, I'm thinking his daddy's pitching. His little brother, who by the way is taller than he is. You see that when he stood up?
The motivator.
His little brother's back there catching.
Yeah, stay big.
I mean, that's a cool story. I mean, for him to win it with Pops on the bump and little brother behind the plate is a cool story. It was the equivalent of your major league debut.
By the way, we all missed on Junior. Junior boy, he was out there launching them suckers. Yeah. He hits that bad boy hard. He was out there launching them suckers. He was so tired. I didn't think he was going to make it to the end. But no, it was a cool story. I do feel like. I feel like Cal's dad wanted to untuck his shirt.
Did he? I didn't watch it all the way to the end. Did he end up doing it?
No, he didn't. I think he'd have been more comfortable, but I feel like it is baseball etiquette that he tuck his jersey in.
He's old head too.
Yeah, he looked like he wanted to untuck his jersey, and he could really get comfortable. I think it would have helped his performance. He was in there, boy. He was in there with that tough tuck.
Got to untuck it then, man.
There are some guys that I wonder, why are you tucking that shirt in?
I don't get it.
There are guys with, I mean, you know the guts I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah, and it's T-shirts that got tucked in.
T-shirts or button-up shirts, and I obviously, clearly, this is just what they've always done.
Into them
cargo
shorts.
And they always woke up and just tucked in their shirts, and they have them belts, them like little leather ones.
Yeah.
Them little leather belts that roll through, and I'll just be like, man.
Probably some high white socks.
You about to sit down on this plane with this on? Come on, man. I know you want to untuck this thing, man. Get that belt off,
Relax a little bit.
They probably got the cell phone clip on the belt.
Yeah. No, I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. That's all right, man. It was a good story.
Cell phone clip.
That cell phone clip.
I can picture it all in my mind.
Shoot, usually I'm thinking a pistol, but yeah, cell phone clip too.
New Balances on, maybe some grass stains at the bottom.
Definitely New Balance. Maybe Skechers if he's coming around.
In Texas, some boots, some cowboy boots.
Or that.
And
Hush puppies.
Yeah, but no, good for him. By the way, I think O'Neal and Junior, they were serious. You know, the winner got $1 million for this thing. They got that chain, that trophy, and $1 million.
Woo! Love that money.
O'Neal Cruz makes $764,000 this year.
Double that income, didn't he?
He would have.
Junior
made $765,000. Cal Raleigh just signed for a 4-year, $106 million deal. He's a 1-1. Like he didn't get. Hey, Junior looked like, damn.
He was trying.
No, man. When it was over, he looked like he was like.
You know, that's a good point. It's crazy that I mean, I'm sure they want to. It's just a matter of getting invited. I'm surprised that more of them youngsters that ain't making that money yet aren't in there because they're battling their ass off.
They were, man. That's $1 million.
Yeah.
Like whatever. That's gonna be more than that night. That's more than your salary. Shoot, Junior needed that. He needed that. Now he gonna get paid. Now here in a second, he gonna go ahead and get paid in a little bit. But that would have been a big night for him, boy. I've been thinking this, and I'm just wondering if you all 713-572-4610, those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well. And I hate to put this in your mind if this is not in your mind, but I do. I wonder.
Hold on, so.
Have you gotten past the point now in your baseball watching life that you see a guy like Cal Raleigh who's got 38 home runs at the break?
The big dumper.
The big dumper, Tyler's winner, who is on pace.
That is a great name, especially when you look at him, too.
Yeah, it is. Who's on pace to hit 64, 65 home runs.
Shout out Roger Maris.
His career high coming into this year is 34. Ooh, for the whole season. Ooh.
What's he doing, y'all?
Have you gotten past the point where you don't see something like that and think, I wonder, is he juicing? Have you gotten past that? Because
never thought it once with this guy.
I'm just saying there's a period after McGuire and Palmeiro and all the guys and Black Sosa. There was a time White Sosa's a different animal, but Black Sosa. There's a time where you look at it, I'm like, yo, man, like you have cleared by 4 by the All-Star break your career high.
Yeah.
Out of nowhere. Where is this? Like, there is a time, like I remember when Albert Pujols was hitting home runs, we were like, all right, man, he's juicing. Like, have we reached a point now where a guy can do something like that and you don't immediately start wondering, what's he on?
Well, I don't know how he survives nowadays. I mean, now that it's so public knowledge of
Well, yeah, but these dudes be finding ways around.
Well, the question is did he find the one that hadn't been quite tested yet and made it legal yet, the next best thing kind of deal, and is he doping that way? I don't know.
I feel bad, and I hate that that's where my mind goes, but I'm like, where did Cal Raleigh come from? Aaron Judge, I can look at it, and we know what Tyler calls him, and you look at him and you feel like, all right, man, I can see Aaron Judge.
Big ass ugly ogre.
60. He's Cal Raleigh's out here catching every day. And he's had 38 home runs right now. And his career high is 34.
It's a very fair thing to be wondering, but you definitely don't look at a Cal Raleigh, the big dumper, and think immediately like, oh man, that is juicing, because he's a little softer. He's got that Lance Bergman body type.
You think that's what's working for him is the softness of it?
Yes.
No, but honestly, Kyle Raleigh has been going. Have you thought like?
I haven't thought it once.
You haven't thought it once?
Mm-mm.
I hadn't either.
I have.
Maybe he's corking his bat.
I have been like, where is this coming
Speaking
from?
of Sosa.
Well, he's got. Didn't they lean into?
Because
they lean into the torpedo bat last night and say that he's been. Is
that where
they made a comment? I don't know if they were referring to him or not, but it was when he was up there breaking my heart or costing me money.
And also, I know he is. Yeah, he's not sitting games either as a catcher. He's played 94 games.
There you go. Big Cal.
His knees gotta be hurt.
You know what I mean? The steroids or PEDs are not just about getting you bigger, but also recovery too.
Yep.
I've always wondered how Cal Ripken Jr. just escaped that conversation. But I mean, he's catching every day. And this dude is just a cliff. And I'm just like, I don't know. My man Ocho said, Ron, I absolutely think Cal Raleigh is using PEDs, but I don't care. I just don't get caught. Someone said, I've been thinking that. I think he is sticking the needle in his ass. Yeah, or someone said it's the torpedo bat. It might be court.
It seems like it could be a bat different. For me, I don't know. It is hard. The way I'm wired.
Well, this is good, though. That we've reached maybe a point that we've gotten past the McGuires and Sosas and Palmeiros somebody doesn't pop up.
If he starts flirting with 70, I got after hitting 34. If he doubles his season output, I got to believe somebody's going to be analyzing that bat and that ass for needle tracks. I got a feeling that's going to happen.
Like that. Yeah, we've all of a sudden reached where Barry was just hitting 40-something and Barry just jumped up to 73.
I don't
know. And his hat size jumped up like 3 or 4 sizes.
Were y'all old enough to remember the McGuire?
Yes, I remember the
McGuire-Sosa head-to-heads.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
It's one of my first core baseball memories.
Is that I mean, even with the World Series here in Houston and being a Houston guy, I don't know that I've ever been more excited about watching baseball.
That was height. That was the height.
That was fun.
That was the height of baseball more recently, the 98 thing, because I can't remember the last time baseball had a moment from that time and now where you were watching stuff that didn't pertain to your home team.
And watching it amped up every night.
Like, yes. And we didn't have in 98 the ability, like you didn't have the MLB package like I have where you could just go, like you're sitting in here. Oh, and it was huge that Sammy played for the Cubs. Well, we broke a mic. It was huge that Sammy played for the Cubs because WGN, they were on there almost every night, and you could watch them, and they were doing the live look-ins. When
I was about to say, I know as they got closer, SportsCenter would like cut in, and sure enough,
I remember watching. I remember just jumping out of my chair every time one of them hit a home run. I didn't have a fan. I didn't care either way who won it, who didn't. I remember watching them every night, just hoping one of them would hit one out of the park and just come unglued.
Wanted to see the Sammy hop.
I was in there. I remember I'm thinking, man, I am glued to Pirates Cubs right now.
This NL Central battle has got me on the edge of my seat.
And I know the Pirates weren't worth a damn, but I am glued to the Pirates and the Cubs.
Well, I need Big Andy. Big Andy, I need you. I broke the mic.
Know the
Andy.
weather?
I know you out there listening. Come on
lie,
through the studio, man. I broke the mic, bud.
I've been looking. I ain't gonna lie to you. I've been looking at Cal for a minute, thinking, Cal, come on, man.
He does not strike me as his forehead's not real big yet, and he's not real muscular. So he can maybe hide it a little bit.
I'm a Cal. You could have slowed into.
I tell you what, he is swinging the hell out of that lumber, though, isn't he?
He is.
Like literally, I know obviously he is with 38 bombs, but he is that rotational power that buddy's generating is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, he. What's the most? I mean, we can come back with it. What's the most a catcher has hit in a single season? I mean, he's got to be gonna just catch. I mean, he's playing every day. What's the most?
Piazza's got to be up there, huh?
Either Sal Perez hit, I think 49, 48 a couple of years ago. Has anybody hit 50? We'll figure it out. All right, coming up. What's on our mind? Andy's ready to fix the mic already outside. What's on our mind in training camp? Okay, stop. I almost said something. Free agents to watch for the Texans. We'll get into that coming up next. But before we get there, guys, let me tell you a little bit about Clayton Homes and their sign and sell.
donation brings hope. Every hand makes a difference. That's SALArmyEDS.org.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yep, Salvador Perez, the record 48 home runs, the most by a catcher. Johnny Bench just below him with 45. So
Cal probably gonna get that.
Oh, I would assume.
Can I give a shout out to my man Andy?
Big Andy, man.
Can I
Quick
give a
on
shout
the
out to
draw.
my man Andy?
Shout out to Andy.
I mean, for those out there watching on YouTube and Twitch, for those listening, you can get it. I broke my mic here. We got a little arm coming off this center column, and I broke my mic here.
Happens from time to time.
And we've had some time here where it's one of those corporate America, enter a ticket for it to be repaired and all this kind of jive, which would mean that I would have to move seats. So Ron and I's eye contact and able to communicate would change a bit. The cameras would be a little bit off. So if either one of us said it, or if I said anything noteworthy, the camera would probably miss it. A lot of moving and shaking, right? When in reality, if you got to my man Andy sitting down in the control room down there listening, you just mention it on air, and in the break, it's fixed. We keep this thing
like
moving.
a NASCAR pit
We
crew,
keep this
baby.
thing
I'm telling
moving.
you, man.
Now, Andy, make sure you submit the required paperwork to get this thing right. How you feel about it, Ron?
Did he give you all the weather report?
Yeah,
No,
I was gonna say,
we didn't have
Andy's
time,
more
man.
than a weatherman now.
Yeah, he's more than a weatherman. Forget that. Traffic and weatherman? Nah, hell no.
That's just it, man. He'll have it, though.
Came in here with a box of pieces, about 400 pieces in there. Which one you need? Which one you need?
Working quick.
Which one you need?
Thought Clem's going to have to slide over, but no.
Nope, not with Andy in the building.
Shout out to Andy.
I'd be out of my seat for 2 days if I'd had to submit a ticket. Andy, my man, appreciate you, cuz.
No ticket. Well, somebody's going to have to submit that ticket, but yes. Shout out to you, Andy.
Hey.
All right, training camp starts
right around the corner, ain't it?
Next Wednesday, training camp starts, and obviously we will be out there bringing you the best coverage out there here in Houston sports. But a little bit on our mind heading into it. Yesterday we kind of talked about some of the rookies to watch. What about the free agents to watch, Clint? And you can jump into 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Who are some of the free agents? You know them, the guys that the Texans have brought in. Who are some of the free agents that you have in mind?
Vets.
That you are hopefully just single vets, but that you are hoping to really watch to see what they're going to bring to this team.
Man, there's several of them, Ron. I think when you look at Gardner Johnson, the C.J. Gardner Johnson, the one that they brought in from was at Philly last year.
Yep.
Going to play that safety nickel position, can do kind of a little bit of a hybrid on the defensive side of the ball. Great playmaker. EJ Speed at the linebacker position. You don't sign a guy like that. I don't think you sign a guy like that for a depth player. I think you sign a guy like that to be a contributor. I think Christian Kirk is huge right there in the slot opposite Nico Collins and trying to fill the shoes of Stephon Diggs and Tank Dell. Nick Chubb could be an absolute, organization type changer if he is anywhere close to what he's been in the past. Couple him with Joe Mixon, it could be a problem. But I've got to go directly to the biggest, what I think is the biggest need on this team, and that was interior offensive line. They didn't sign anybody, Ron, that really blows your skirt up and goes, hell yeah, we went out there and we addressed the needs, baby. Let's rock and roll. They did sign a guy named Laken Tomlinson, and if you look, DeMeco Ryans spent some time with him in San Francisco. He has been a part of some offensive lines that at least have the mentality that you hope to create here in Houston, the physicality, the accountability, the team approach kind of deal. So I got to go with Laken Tomlinson. The left guard, or what's expected to be the left guard. I think there's more on his plate than just being the left guard for this team. I think he is the one that the tip of the spear, if you will, in the sense of like changing from the Laramie Tunsil mentality to a little bit more workmanlike, a little bit more accountability, a little bit more physicality approach. And he plays a position in today's football where if you can't protect and if you can't get push in the run game from the inside out, you're going to have a hard time winning football games when it matters the most. So I got to go with Laken Tomlinson as the biggest veteran free agent ad this year.
It was the worst position on the field for the Texans last year. I would argue, question. I believe left guard was the worst position. And when you take a look at how many guys did they run through there? And eventually they were forced to move their right tackle who they paid to play right tackle.
Yeah.
The guy who said, I am a right tackle, not going anywhere else. They had to move him over there. They went through Kenyon Green. They went through Juice Scruggs, I think, got a hit over there. Patterson got a hit over there. They ran through it all before they settled in on their right tackle. So that's a big one. I'm going to go a little selfish.
Okay.
Christian Kirk.
Yeah.
That is somebody right off the bat that it seemed that I won't even say skeptical. I would say that it felt like I was higher on Christian Kirk from the jump than maybe others were. And I do. I feel like if Christian Kirk can stay healthy and the CJ Stroud from more year one is around, I feel like he is going to be a volume player.
No question.
For this team and a big time piece for this team right there. And we saw what he did for when he was healthy for Trevor Lawrence in the slot. And it's not just, him being able to move the chains, which I think he has a real big ability to do that. There is some chunk play in there, at least, when he's been really at his best and healthy. So Christian Kirk, to me, is a really, really interesting free agent. Obviously, the upfront is more important because you can't do no Christian Kirk stuff without it. But I do, and you've talked about it, you think Christian Kirk, a slot guy, can help protection.
Yeah.
And can help with a lot of things. So I think for me, I was really high on him, and I kind of want to be right.
Well, look, the Christian Kirk ad is without a doubt huge for the Texans. You're talking about a guy that's a true slot that sees the game through the quarterback lens, that could be an answer in pressure situations, which would not just take pressure off of C.J. Stroud, but the offensive line as well. And we talk about the level of twitch and again, the playing the game between the ears at that slot position. But there's also, with Christian Kirk, a level of explosiveness that you don't typically find in your true slot wide receivers, and so our true slot receivers. So I do think there is several fronts with this football team where Christian Kirk could come up huge.
Yeah, I'm completely with you on that. So Christian Kirk, I see some other people talk. My man said Gardner Johnson, Kirk, and he thinks Darrell Taylor is slept on, is what Kick Rocks had to say. So some of the guys that you think that are free agents have a chance to not just have a chance, but guys you're watching as we enter training camp. All right, coming up is a big night in baseball, and hopefully we see some changes. I know there are some changes that are happening, but I hope we see one really big change. We'll discuss that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Well, one thing that'll never change.
281-441-4179. It's Ability Trees. Ability Trees, Houston. Say it. Leading tree care professional.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All-Star game tonight. The Astros really only have one guy who is actually going to be eligible to participate, and that is Josh Hader, right, Tyler?
That is correct, the fireman.
Hunter Brown's not pitching since he just pitched on Sunday.
Nope.
Jeremy Pena has the rib. He will be there.
Dropping panties.
But, yeah. That is, like, he ain't got to worry about the game, nothing. I just saw him in a video putting on a jacket. Shout out to Perry. I saw him on a video putting on a jacket, putting on sunglasses. Like he's about
Get your hunt on, young fella.
About ready to get it in. Go ahead, Jeremy. And then, but he's not playing for the rib issue. And then Isak Paredes is not going to be there. Family Matters. So he is not. A Family Matter, not Family Matters, starring.
Great show.
And
I knew that.
Yeah, great show. Huh.
It was big for me in my childhood.
It was big for me in my childhood.
Was it Urkel?
Yeah, it was Urkel. Yeah, starting.
What I called it, Urkel.
Oh yeah, that's what it wasn't Family Matters. It was Urkel.
Yeah.
Carl Winslow and company. Yeah. It's crazy. Nobody really became a big star off of that.
It must be one pull for up and two pulls for down.
They hung on to that way too long. Then they tried to make him Stefan. Then they tried to hang on to it when he became older, and he couldn't do the voice anymore. And I never wanted him and Laura to fall in love.
Wow.
I wanted him. Yeah. The chase and him getting shot down repeatedly. That was it. But once they fell in love and became a thing, it was like it just wasn't real to me anymore.
You think Urkel was really getting after it in real life?
Oh God, Jaleel.
Pull them suspenders down and go to work, young fella.
Come on, Jaleel
Loosen
White.
them suspenders and let them in.
Jaleel White was in there breaking hearts,
fogging them glasses. All of them.
And he was bringing the glasses with him, and but being himself. Because you saw when he was Stefan Urkel, you knew he was in there just.
About to bust this thing wide open.
Oh, yeah, man. Throwing the glasses on. He could get, oh, my God, with that laugh. When he do the, then I do that.
Then I do that.
And then he commits to doing that.
Oh, I'll do that, girl.
Go ahead, big dog.
You think he'd go into character?
Yes. Yeah, he would do anything. like him and guys like him and Mark Paul Gossett, whatever his name is, who played Zach Morris. Yeah, they just go into character. Just go in there and just lay it. Like then, early 90s.
About to change your life, girl.
About to change it. Like, oh, stop. Be Stefan Urkel. Okay.
Busting that thing wide open.
They might even have some real freaks won't even be made. But no. The Astros got 4 guys going to the All-Star game. Josh Hader hopefully will be the one that we'll get to see. But is this the year this stupid stuff's over?
What is that? What are you talking about?
Is this the year that when we get out here today and they're in Atlanta and they start to introduce their American League All-Stars and they say, and now representing the Houston Astros, pitcher Hunter Brown. Is it just going to be like everybody else? Representing the Astros, shortstop Jeremy Pena. Do you think they're going to get booed out of the building again?
I don't know. Were they booed hard last year?
I believe they were, but I think Altuve was with them. Bregman was there too.
Yeah.
Maybe Bregman may not have been. I can't remember. His first half was a little slow. But I think Altuve was still in the mix. So I think he's still – it is – listen, you all know I don't have a dog in the fight. It has become the dumbest thing ever. especially now. Hunter Brown in 2017 was pitching at Wayne State in Michigan. Josh Hader in 2017 was starting his major league career with the Milwaukee Brewers.
Oh, my God.
Jeremy Pena was in Maine. Good God, what was he doing at Maine University?
Still dropping Pena.
Maine University. I didn't know there was such a thing.
What was he? He was playing ball at Maine. Really, if you want to really get down to it, he's coming off the summer of playing in the Cape Cod League. But he's in Maine. I mean, he had to be. They ain't had nothing like Jeremy Pena up there.
Man. Like shooting fish in a barrel, man.
God, man. He was unique. You knew it. You knew
Maine.
exactly.
How in the hell did he end up at Maine?
I think he's a Connecticut kid, isn't he? And then Isak Paredes had just started in the Arizona League for the Cubs, the Arizona League Cubs in 2017.
Makes sense to boo him.
So none of them had anything to do with it. Are we going to continue this charade? Because the interesting thing to me is I don't remember Carlos Correa getting booed when he's been in a Twins uniform. Because Carlos Correa
once they change uniforms, it's like amnesia.
So tonight, when Bregman is introduced for the Red Sox, does he get booed?
No.
But the thought is Hunter Brown and Jeremy Pena, they're going to get booed.
Most likely.
I
love it.
Do you? It is just stupid.
People's hate fuels this Astros team, man.
Yeah, but I mean, it can't
It
be.
falls on deaf ears. I mean, it's at the point where it's almost like what, I mean.
Some of these guys were teenagers.
Right.
I mean, Altuve does nothing but hit bombs when he gets booed. Like, bring it on.
I think it's probably run its course with him too. But at least to me, that all right, if Altuve was there, okay. Yeah. Like, these guys, none of them were in the organization. I can see if Forrest Whitley was there. He was in the organization, obviously.
Oh, man, all these dumbass fans, all they know is see orange team and see orange team back.
I am absolutely over. It is the dumbest thing. I am hoping that the fans and the people in Atlanta step up and end this charade. Because it is crazy. It's like they just hear Houston Astros. Boo!
Oh, yeah.
Boo!
Automatic.
Boo!
Cheaters!
Cheaters!
You're a bunch of cheaters!
Man, I was in Michigan.
Shut your dumb ass up.
23.
Nothing worse than an uneducated dumbass fan.
I'm honest to God, I'm going to watch.
Well, you two.
That is the number one thing I'm watching.
You two are boo birds, ain't you? I thought y'all said y'all boo it.
When it's deserved,
well, yeah. I'll boo when it's deserved.
If I was a fan of a different team, I'd know that this Astros squad.
I can't when it's deserved. I can't boo Hunter Brown, Josh Hader, Jeremy Pena, and Isak Paredes for the cheating scandal that they weren't even in the state for at the time.
That's fair.
I mean, Jeremy Pena couldn't be further away. Again, man, Maine. That is what was his collegiate life outside of baseball like up in Maine?
Ooh. That'd be a bit of a struggle even for Jeremy Pena.
No.
Maine?
I bet you they got some bad ones up there in Maine.
Shoot, yeah, 2.
Because that's where Cooper Flagg was doing work. Isn't Cooper Flagg a Maine kid? I think Cooper Flagg's from Maine.
Looks like one.
Why are you doing that?
Looks a hell of a lot more like one than Pena.
No, not with this new. Well, yes, Jeremy. No, I would not have picked Jeremy Pena, Maine.
Yeah, I had Miami. I got Miami all over that one.
I think he's Connecticut.
He had to be a military kid or something, right?
I think he was born. Yeah, he was born in the Dominican, he was born in the Dominican before his family took the choice to move to Providence, Rhode Island, when he was 9 years old. What made them just not go to New York? How did they just okay?
Probably state taxes.
Man. Yeah, you're right. Probably. Chill down there in Providence. Yeah, I didn't have him. Nothing about him says Maine. Someone texted in, I think him and A-Rod's nephew were roommates, and if you ever go to Maine, you'd get it. What does that mean? What is that?
Somebody from Maine texting in saying they want you?
See, this is somebody. See, I've told you this before, Tyler. Guys fellas have, and many of you listening know this, you have a good time, you run into something big, anywhere you will make that place ain't that bad to be.
Have a little success somewhere?
I've had some success in Ames, Iowa, and I have routinely told people for years, Ames is kind of cool.
Ames is a
cool
right
spot.
place.
It's
Don't go
really-
to Omaha, but Ames, Iowa? No, man. I mean, Omaha, Nebraska, no chance. Ames, Iowa? Yeah, man.
Ames, hey, man. You can run yourself and get a W in Des Moines, and you'll be like, I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
Hey, man, a sneaky spot
got
is that damn Des Moines, man. I tell you, they got a strip of 8 bars. I'm telling you.
I won a lot in Little Rock, Arkansas, but I ain't telling nobody it's a spot.
I tell you what, out in Odessa.
What you say, man?
I had a winning percentage that was really high.
Hey, you may be surprised, but old Russellville, man. somebody got some ass in Russellville, Arkansas. I tell you what now, Russellville ain't a bad spot. Ain't a bad spot. Talking about if you went to Maine, you'd know it. Yeah. Yeah, boy, Bangor, boy, it goes down.
Bangor, Maine.
It goes down up there.
Go into it prepared, I'm telling you.
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. Get out of here. All right, coming up as we continue, Blake Fisher. We haven't talked about him a lot, but he is going to be a vital piece to this offensive line and stepping in and appears to be a starter right off the bat. What's your confidence level in Blake Fisher? We'll get there coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, Serta Pro Painters, y'all. Look, I've dealt with flipping homes and renovating my current home. I've dealt with
KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line coming through. Had a great time. Fairbanks, Alaska. Very underrated. Okay. Getting wins in Fairbanks, Alaska, huh?
It's light 24 hours a day parts of the year over there.
Yeah. Never thought about going to Fairbanks, but all right.
Here, there's a good tale.
I ain't thought about it, and you ain't talking me into it.
But if you had a good moment there, you would. That's not bad.
Well, it's a long way to go for a good moment.
Apparently, there's some sexy Eskimos.
Bet
Want to warm up in this igloo?
I bet you did your thing in someone texted in Vermont. Vermont is beautiful. That it is.
Hey, if we just happen to end up in Little Rock, we'll talk about it. but I can't tell you about Little Rock from Houston.
Somebody texted in. Man, it goes down in Ruston, Louisiana.
Yes. No doubt about it, man.
And Billings, Montana.
Billings, Montana. Someone else had a great time.
I can tell you a story or two about Billings.
I bet you can't get O'Neill Cruz to say, man, it goes down in Pittsburgh. I bet he won't. That man looks like he wants up out of that place.
Black and yellow, black and yellow.
He looks like he wants to be a Marlin so bad he can't help himself. O'Neill Cruz. He's done enough of them damn sandwiches at that place to put them French fries on it and stuff. All right, Texans offensive line. That is a big discussion point, and that is most definitely. I'm sorry. Look at this. Look at this. They're showing the furthest hit home runs at the Derby last night, and it's all O'Neill Cruz, and then James Wood slides in with one right there, but he hit about 9 over 475 last night. Good God almighty. O'Neill Cruz just hit missiles. Anyway, it is going to be a huge talking point, the offensive line, coming up next week and throughout camp and throughout the season. And I want to start with one guy in particular, and that's Blake Fisher. Blake Fisher, who was a second-round pick last year, and we're not sure. Trent Brown did not participate in OTAs or in mandatory minicamp, but it would appear with Titus Howard moving into the right guard spot, and we have seen some stuff from Ursery kind of playing on at right and left tackle. But what we've seen is Blake Fisher at that right tackle spot, and it looks like right now it appears it's his spot to lose. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. I see you, Joel. I see you, Kick Rocks, Brandon and crew. Andrew, what's the confidence level for you with Blake Fisher entering his second year, getting some time at the right tackle position, and not just time, Clint, but time in the playoffs, time in big games down the stretch? What's your confidence level in him year two as the starting right tackle?
I think it's pretty high. I feel pretty good about Blake Fisher at the right tackle position. Now, I want to preface this by saying an average, a decent offensive coordinator is going to have answers for his tackles if and when they struggle. And young tackles in this league are going to struggle. So there are going to be situations where the opponent that week is going to dial in on Blake Fisher's weaknesses and attack him specifically. The offensive coordinator has to schematically and with help, whether it's a tight end or a running back, alignment or true all-out help, they've got to be able to help him survive in critical moments throughout the season. So I'll say that. I think that's the case with both tackles this year in Houston. There's times when Nick Caley's going to have to take care of those guys. And with that said, I think both of them will be fine. But sticking with the right tackle position, Blake Fisher is to me a guy that is more than serviceable. He'll be fine at right tackle. I think there's a level of dog. I think there's a level of physicality that's already there coming from Notre Dame. I think there's impressionable aspect to him of being a young player where the Lake and Tomlinson or whoever's coming in here to try to kind of change things. The O-line coach, he you would think that they'd be able to mold him and develop him into the player that they want him to be. So yeah, I am A-OK with Blake Fisher at the right tackle position starting for the Texans, and I think if he can stay healthy, I think he'll be fine.
Yeah, you hope that he learned and picked up some things, because I do think he got some, if it's going to work, he got some valuable experience last year playing in the playoff game against the Chiefs, where there were some struggles there, playing in the playoff game before that against the Chargers, against Bosa and Khalil Mack. Those are both really good pass rushers that can challenge him, veterans. You hope there is a jump that he takes up in year 2, and you hope that that the scheme and everybody's pulling together in a better way, that it helps him. Because, listen, I'm not going to lie to you. If we're just basing off of last year, like, I think there would be some concerns from Blake Fisher at right tackle based off everything we watched last year. But you do hope that there's some improvements of other things around him and himself.
Yeah, look, I think the natural development from year 1 to year 2 is big. I think all the reasons that everybody else struggled you would think also impacted his play as well. I think there's a lot of value in the fact that the young fella had to play sooner than they hoped he would have to play, and his shortcomings didn't stick out like a sore thumb, right? There was never a moment, I'm not saying he played great, but there was never a moment where, we're sitting there going, good God, what are we going to do with the right tackle position? This kid is just getting absolutely thumped.
It never got to Kenyon Green levels.
But, yeah, it never got to Kenyon Green level. It never got to Kendrick Green level. It never got to Shaq Mason level. To be honest with you, there were times when Titus Howard at left guard had worse moments than Blake Fisher ever even came close to having at right tackle. Now, they're two different positions. Games can be played and are handled differently outside than they are inside, so it's a different animal. But the fact that Blake Fisher survived and wasn't just like, oh, man, this kid is just overwhelmed getting the hell beat out of him, that I think there's value in that given what was going on in Houston last year. So the right tackle position, I think, is in good hands.
Do you think it's his?
I do think it's his. I think it's his, and if it's not, I think it's because
Ursery's?
Yeah, well, I think Ursery, there's a chance. Now, he's a different animal. Like when you look at Ariante Ursery, this year's second-round pick, correct?
Yep.
When you look at him, he's built different. He doesn't appear to be your same tackle. Like when I looked at Blake Fisher last year, I looked at a rookie. I was like, he's got some developing to do. Physically got some developing to do. You look at Cam Robinson, obviously he's there, but he looks like a big, lean, athletic tackle. Ariante Ursery looks like a dude that could play guard or tackle from a size standpoint, from a strength standpoint. I don't know if he's ready or not, but if he is mature beyond his years, which Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans have had a tendency to find those guys, if he is, and all of a sudden he brings more to the table in the run game, then I could see that competition being a little tighter than we may think. But right now, I think it's Blake Fisher's job to lose.
Yeah, I think Ursery's probably going to get more looks on the left side, and the competition with him and Cam Robinson may be a bit stronger than that. So Blake Fisher there as the right tackle, the one to look at today. Somebody who started games down the stretch. He started against the Chiefs, the Ravens, started against the Chiefs again in the playoffs, started against the Chargers. A lot of games down the stretch. So this isn't just going to be him walking in for the first time starting, which I think gives them a workout.
Well, you hope he also takes the step developmental wise. Like you hope he went in there and put on 10 pounds of sheer muscle. You hope that his cardio is
that is a difference for him. The bull rush and stuff that seemed, which is not surprising for a rookie offensive tackle.
Well, you look at, the ability to bend, so flexibility is huge. Just strength in general is absolutely huge. The guy, he's going to take the mental side of the game is he'll be on a whole nother level. Put it this way, I don't know how much better he got, but I think he'll be on a whole nother level from where he was last year in all aspects of playing the position. So whatever you thought of him last year, he should be significantly better. Is significantly better good enough to survive on the edge in this division, in this league with a first-place schedule? I don't know. We'll see. But he should have taken huge strides this offseason.
Yep. Speaking of right tackle, because speaking of tackle and Blake Fisher and all of this we were just talking about with the offense, we know we've been, over the last couple of weeks, been talking about this top 10 that ESPN's been doing, where they sit down with 70 executives, coaches, scouts, and they kind of vote their top 10 in honorable mention at every position group. Today, inside linebackers, interior linebackers were out. The Texans didn't have anybody on that list. They had one person receiving votes, and that was Christian Harris, oddly enough. But they've gone through all of the position groups. They've gone through quarterback. I'm talking about offensively. Quarterback, they've gone through tight end. They've gone through interior offensive line. They've gone through the tackles. They've gone through running backs. The one position they haven't gotten yet is receivers. And I've looked at this thing, Clint. And when you look at top 10 and honorable mention, they have 2 already. And I think they will add one more with Nico Collins. I think Nico Collins will be a top 10 receiver when that list comes out, I believe, tomorrow. But Joe Mixon is 9 at running back. And then C.J. Stroud, as we discussed yesterday, was honorable mention. I know that's not the end-all, be-all. And I know that doesn't take an account of what, somebody like a Higgins may do or what Nick Chubb may do coming back, or some of these offensive linemen, or what kind of guard that Titus Howard could be. But right now, Clint, within this list, the Texans have 3 guys that are going to be on it on the offensive side of the ball. 3. Nico, Mixon, and C.J. Stroud was an honorable mention. And when you kind of push that together with the new OC, new system, I just hope Texans fans are taking a beat and not jumping too high with the expectations of what this offense can be. Again, I know this stuff isn't the end-all, be-all. These scouts and coaches and executives don't know everything. But when you just say that kind of out loud, like they got 3 guys to make all of those lists at all the positions. They had nobody on the offensive line, interior, or tackles when it comes to top 10 or honorable mention. They had no tight end. They had 1 running back, right? And they had, it's just light. I just hope everybody is not jumping too much of a conclusion that they're going to be this much better than they were last year. Hopefully they are, but I think you've kind of said this a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised if it's not as big of a jump as some people may think.
Well, the 2025 Texans are going to have to do more with less. There's no doubt about that. You look at the same list last year. Stephon Diggs was on the list. Laramie Tunsil was firmly on the list. Yep. And you look at Dalton Schultz was on the – did I say Dalton Schultz? Dalton Schultz, Steph Diggs, and Laramie Tunsil. So you literally had 6 where this year you have 3.
Was an honorable mention.
Oh, was he? Yeah, so, you had 7, I guess, and this year you have 3. So, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You offensively are going to have to do more with less. Now, I'm a firm believer in the chemistry, in the accountability, and the physicality and all those things that they're trying to implement on the offensive side of the ball, particularly in the offensive line room. We will see if that shift in mentality, the shift in holding each other accountable, the change at offensive coordinator and O-line coach position, we'll see if all those things can offset the talent that left the building. And there's no doubt about it. They've got to do more with less this year, and we'll see if Nick Caley can get it done.
Yeah. All of those Just all of those changes and differences in there. Just, I mean, it's something that is real. And even me, I look at it, I'm like, all right, if they just get, average O-line play, they'll jump from 22nd, in total offense. They'll jump from 21 a game. They'll jump from, but you're looking at like, dude, as you said, man, they look less talented right now. Again,
no, they are.
Again, we don't know the jumps that Kirk will make. They've got some rookies in there that have a chance to be a big part of it. But I think there is a firm expectation that this offense is going to be better than it was last year. And I hope it is. But it shouldn't be just a thought of it's going to be this easy. What? There's not like an upgrade of C.J. Stroud over a Davis Mills.
Yeah. Look, this time of year, a lot of the excitement around a team, obviously, is you haven't played a game of late, and then the other part of it is offseason acquisitions. And last year, you acquired some game-changing type players on the offensive side of the football, Joe Mixon, Stephon Diggs, and you re-upped Dalton Schultz. And so you had plenty of reason to be excited out of your mind about what drives excitement in the offseason, which is those acquisitions. And the reality of it is this year on the offensive side of the football, you didn't see that. We're going to have to – I hope there's a lot of people out there that are trusting D'Amico, trusting Nick Caserio, and you're going to have to really lean into that this year because you don't have that caliber player that entered the building on the offensive side of the football. Even the ones that you did with the name, you got guys that either didn't play well last year in Dalton Schultz, or you got guys that were injured last year in Nick Chubb. Really the only one that just jumps off the plate, again, was injured, jumps off the field again, is Christian Kirk, who was injured last year. So, it's what drives excitement in the offseason just didn't really happen this year in Houston.
Christian Kirk feels different than the Diggs. Even though I think they're probably closer players, but it does feels different in star power. All right, coming up, it is Tuesday, a little real or fake. I say a statement. You let me know if it is real or fake. We'll do that coming up next, right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, check it out. The big focus in America today is on our health, and it's rightfully so. More and more people are looking beyond the pills, the steroids, and the surgeries to live your best life, and that's exactly why I'm here to tell you.
shelter and providing emotional and spiritual care to those affected. But they can't do it alone. You can help. Visit salarmyeds.org to donate or volunteer. Every donation brings hope. Every hand makes a difference. That's salarmyeds.org.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Let's play a little real or fake. A little real or fake. We do it every Tuesday. I say a statement. You let me know if it's real or fake. I'm going to start with your ass, Tyler.
I like the way you said that.
The Big Ten Conference will continue to be the best conference in college football in 2025, real or fake?
Well, that's assuming that you think they were the best conference in college football in 2024.
They were.
So, recent history, multiple years upon years would say otherwise. So I'm going to go fake on this one.
You going fake? You think the SEC will take back?
They might have something to say about
the crown of being the best conference in conference in college football. I did see some preseason rankings in terms of how people see the SEC going, and many people believe the best quarterback in the SEC and potential Heisman Trophy winner is the kid at South Carolina, and I saw South Carolina finishing in the 9th spot.
The Cocks.
when they put out the best team. So you made it the best quarterback and be the 9th best team in the conference. So you say fake. You think the SEC will get back to being the best conference?
Well, in all seriousness, I say fake just because, I'm going to take the field in this case, and it's very possible, given some squads in other conferences around college football, that no, they are not the best.
Yeah, it's only one other conference that's going to be in the conversation.
You never know.
It certainly is not the ACC and the Big 12.
That's fair.
And the Mountain West is not coming for grabs, or whatever this new Pac-12 is. Clint, real or fake, the Big Ten will continue to be the best conference in college football in 2025.
No, I think it's fake.
Do you?
Yeah.
Do you think they were the best last year?
I think you can argue that they were the best based on the final results and how many teams got in.
They won the last two national championships.
But we've got to get into the path you take to get there. I mean, like, I would never knock the Indiana Hoosiers, but the path they took to get there is absolutely ridiculous, right? But that's when you start talking about being like, we can't. But to me, when we're talking about conference strength, right? It's like, I don't want to hear about Alabama. I don't want to hear about Georgia. I don't want to hear about Michigan. I don't want to hear about Ohio State. Every conference has the Clemson, Florida State. The Pac-12 had USC and Oregon who would carry them. Everybody's got the 2 or 3 teams at the top that would carry them. To me, when you start talking about the strength of a conference, it's about the middle of the pack. And there's no doubt about it. I think the Big Ten is
USC is fighting for their lives right now. Lincoln, and that's a middle of the pack that used to run.
Yep.
You know, when you bring in Washington, Oregon, and SC.
But Oregon came in and won the whole damn thing, right? So it's like, But
then Ohio State won the whole thing.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah. So it's one of those where, to me, it's if you're discussing the strength of a conference, it's about how good and how deep is the middle of the pack, right? In Indiana, having a huge year last year for the Big Ten, it goes a long way in that discussion. SMU. And the ACC goes a long way in that discussion. When those kind of teams step up and come out of nowhere and make runs, it's obviously helps your conference. But I look at their conference and I just can't get there with the Big Ten. So I'm gonna go fake news, Ron. Fake news.
Fake. Yeah, I'm gonna say real. I just think those Pac-10 teams or Pac-12 teams that they took in. And it seemed like they took damn near all the good ones. They took the Washington, Oregon, SC in there. That has added to that middle. Because is Penn State potentially the best team in the country? I mean, I think they're up there with Drew Aller, their quarterback. Like this has got to be the year for James Franklin.
Yeah,
they're going to be preseason top 3, I would assume. I just think when you add it, I think that is what the SEC, as you've said for years, they're what 4 to 8 or to 10 has been so much stronger. I think adding, USC and Washington and Oregon and UCLA has made that strengthen. So like a team like Illinois that was ranked a lot last year, is down towards the bottom of that thing. So it's getting top heavy and getting more stronger in the middle there. So I'm gonna say it's real. All right, real or fake? Clint, Dak Prescott will finish above C.J. Stroud in the MVP voting this year. Real or fake?
Weak ass Cowboys.
Oh man, I'm gonna say. Wow, that's a tough one. I don't think either one of them will. But
Tyler, is it tough for you, Tyler? He's staring. The look he gave you.
I'm staring at you the same way the answer's staring you in the damn face. Hell no.
Yeah.
It's fake.
It's fake, he said.
I mean, you're talking about a guy that's, just a stat stuffer. You're talking about a guy that's got Pickens,
2 years ago, he was
Pickens
second.
and CeeDee Lamb and an up-and-coming tight end that's pretty damn good.
What's your point?
Will they win enough games? Well, but that's the big thing is both players, will they win enough games to be serious contenders? And
he's a Cowboy.
Well, even if Dallas does,
they both have stories.
Like if Dallas doesn't win a bunch of games, it's not going to be because the offense doesn't move the ball and score points, which hasn't been a problem for them when Dak is healthy. So
I don't have time to have a bad time.
I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say because I'm going to say real.
You're going to say real.
Dak
so
is going to finish ahead. Yes, I'm going to say yes. Like I think the approach. Look, I think the approach here in Houston is going to be ball control, play great defense, and stick to your head coach's guns.
Ooh.
Let your young OC come around. Let your young wide receivers come around.
Nick Caley, Brian Schottenheimer taking over.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the deal. So I would say Dak finishes ahead.
Because here is the thing, because clearly Tyler is on the it's fake. Here is the thing. Both of them, if both of them play well, I think both of them will get a lot of credit for them playing well. Right? Like if their offenses and their teams play well, I think both CJ and Dak will get a lot of credit for their playing. Now, I do think Dak's probably got more weapons right now, or more known reliable weapons that we would know going into it right now. I will say fake. I think CJ is playing with less than Dak is.
Yep.
God bless, brother.
And I feel like CJ's high moments are going to be seen more than CJ's low moments, and I think all of Dak's moments are going to be seen. You know what I mean? Like it's all gonna be talked about with Dak, low or high moments. I think more times than not, you're gonna hear about CJ's high moments as much as their low moments. Now, if they go out there and win 12 games, if Dallas wins 12 games
in that division,
if they win 11 games, Dak is going to be pushed up.
Yeah,
like he's going to get pushed up again. Like we said 2 years ago, the last time he played a healthy season, it was Lamar Jackson and then him in the MVP race. They were 1 and 2 in the MVP race. All right. Last one, late night eating, Tyler, going to you. I'm choosing tacos over burgers every time.
Ooh, that's fake for me. Depends on the day, the moment, how I'm feeling, what I'm craving. I can go either direction, just very dependent on the day and the time and what's happening in my life.
That is 100% real. I don't want nothing to do with a hamburger at 2 a.m. I want 82 tacos, and I don't even care where you get them from. The taco stand, Taco Bell, Jack in the Box, give me 82 of them joints.
I go for tenders, too.
Tender eating Tyler?
Like, if you tell me right now, if Trill Burger was wide open at 1 a.m.,
dude.
Oh,
a smash burger.
I think I'm going that over Jack in the Box.
I would say
the tacos or or even I think I'm going that over the taco.
I could be talked into it, but if somebody sat here right now and said, "Hey, 5 days this week, we're going to eat at 2:00 in the morning," I want tacos. It's not going to be burgers.
I'm just saying if there is a strong taco stand right there, or Trill Burgers right there, them smash burgers and everything, you're going tacos.
I'm going tacos.
Now I will say,
I think I'm going burgers.
And I think it depends on the day, but I will say in my life experience, what I've gone through to this point in life, I've definitely eaten Jack in the Box tacos late night more than any other.
I've done it both. I have done it both.
Like easily way more than any other late night fast food.
Have you ever had the Jack in the Box taco conversation when you're just hammered and you're smashing Jack in the Box tacos and somebody walks in and goes, "Hey, what kind of meat is that?" And you're like, "I don't
matter, bro.
It don't matter.
The tasty ass kind.
You ain't killing my buzz. Get the hell out of here."
That thing is running down. All right, come.
Fun story too. Jack in the Box tacos almost killed me. I'll fill you in later.
Coming up next, why Jack in the Box tacos almost killed Tyler Milner. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, fellas, I know really any time, but definitely summertime is the best time.
car makes more sense now than ever before. Call D&M Leasing today.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Damn, people got some Jack in the Box stories. Here on the text line, Jack in the Box cracked my veneers in the front twice. The tacos? Damn.
That's a super crunchy taco.
By the way, they can sneak me in them in that breakfast they sell 24 hours.
Oh, Breakfast Jack is clutch now.
Again, they are, but I feel like they know where they're going.
Unlike Arby's.
Yeah, I think like Arby's, they're throwing away a lot of stuff too. That menu is a little ridiculous. It's a little
like egg rolls.
It's just everything. It's a lot though.
Yeah.
Like, you can look over there. I think they got a number 28. They got they got a breakfast numbers. How
many damn numbers do you have?
God, dog, man. I mean, I honest to God, I feel like Jack in the Box could probably drop. Like they could probably drop 15 items. I bet you if we pulled up right now, people listening to the show, texting in 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, I bet you could pull up the Jack in the Box menu. I bet you we could find 12 to 15 things to immediately get rid of.
At least.
They've got 8 different breakfast sandwiches that are almost the same, except one is has sourdough bread on it, or another has a croissant. It's just like, come on,
croissant.
It's ridiculous. Yeah, man, you broke your tooth on a Jack in the Box taco. Damn. Well, I mean, you must have just went right after. You got to get to the middle soft part and the outside. The outside.
I want one right now.
And by the way, side note, for the last time I went there a long time ago, obviously, they got some new little dipping sauces or something.
Don't need them.
Oh yeah, I can. They got like an avocado one. It's a nice little dip in that taco. Text line coming in. Show you're too big to be eating Jack in the Box. No, I don't think anyone is. I think Jack in the Box you can enjoy. I haven't had it in a while, but yeah, I bet you, honest to God, we could pull up their menu. We could shave 15 things off that menu. It's just a little too aggressive. I mean, what's people getting outside of the tacos?
I'm trying to think.
And the Jumbo Jacks.
The Jack in the Box curly fries were money back in the day. There was a day when didn't they have taquitos that were off the charts back in the day too? I mean, real crunchy taquitos. And then there was a Jack in the Box sandwich that was kind of off the beaten path. It wasn't a burger. It wasn't.
Who said off the beaten path?
I'm a sucker for a junior bacon cheeseburger, but I don't think you're talking about that.
Those are good too. But I'm just saying, like something you dip. Like I wouldn't go to Jack in the Box for their bacon cheese, even though they are good. What is the sandwich I'm thinking of?
I don't know. They've got 108 things.
Was there some kind of pita or something? Some kind of.
Not that I know of. The ultimate cheeseburger?
No, there was some kind of again. It was off the beaten path for Jack in the Box. Even though Jack in the Box is kind of a catch-all, I guess.
I mean a catch, absolute all.
What was it? It came in a little pocket. Like the bread was a little pocket, and it had. Gosh dang!
Is it a gyro?
I don't remember that. There was a time when I'd go after that pretty hard too.
I mean, this is just ridiculous. Everything they got on this menu. I mean, my God, they could. I mean, they've got so many different breads. They have got to be just throwing stuff away every night. I mean, every location.
No, it's just frozen to all get out, and it ain't getting dropped until you order it.
And at some point, they got to get rid of. Some of those are frozen past the limit.
Boy, them curly. Oh yeah, the old date.
I was just saying, like,
all they need to hire my wife and tell her to go in there and inspect. My wife throws more food away when it's out of date.
How many egg rolls are they selling out there?
I don't get the egg roll craze. I've tried them. I don't think they're that great.
I mean, how many are they selling?
Would you like to hear how Jack in the Box tacos almost took your boy out?
Please. Someone said pita at Jack.
That's it? Yeah. All I could find was chicken in the pita. 80s there was a chicken supreme.
Pita.
But nah, man, like legit, Jack in the Box tacos almost took your boy out. My mom was pregnant with me.
If you're gonna go, that's the way.
Well,
maybe not before you're here though.
I wouldn't have had much memory of it.
My mom mashing tacos.
My mom and dad went to Jack in the Box. My mom's pregnant with me, about 7.5, 8 months pregnant with me, and they both got horrendous food poisoning from this location on the tacos, and she had to be like rushed into the delivery room and give birth to me about a month and a half early.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
You were an early bird.
You were an early bird because of Jack in the Box?
Yeah, I was supposed to be January 91. I was born December 2nd, 1990, because Jack in the Box had messed my parents up. My dad wasn't even there when I was born. He was hugging a toilet. But, yeah, apparently it was pretty crazy. I don't remember much, but my mom doesn't eat Jack in the Box anymore.
Well, I don't blame her for that.
Yeah,
I love it.
That wouldn't have stopped me, though. I would have just maybe go to a different location. Is what I would have done.
Hey man,
I don't think there's been a place that I've stopped going to, that I've had a bad experience in.
I don't go back to sushi no more. That's ruined for me.
You don't do sushi.
I used to love it, bro. I used to love sushi.
That's what our cookout's going to be, man. That's what our cookout's
Hell
going to be.
yeah.
Well, I mean, as a guest at the cookout, I would appreciate it if you had some other, menu options.
Yeah.
No more other menu.
All right, I'm bringing Sugar Bear.
Sushi on the bay, baby.
There you go. All right, hey, Lane Kiffin.
Sugar Bear.
Lane Kiffin at Media Days, at SEC Media Days.
At home.
Sweet Lane Kiffin.
Sugar Bear.
Okay. Lane Kiffin, also Sugar Bear's favorite. He was at SEC Media Days, Clint, and he started talking about old Nick Saban, and this has started to get a little run. I'd like to see your thoughts if you think this is a real thing. I don't know if I buy it, but this was Lane Kiffin at SEC Media Days talking about his old coach Nick Saban.
I wouldn't be surprised. I kind of always thought that was going to happen. I kind of thought it happened after 1 year, but and I say that just because even seeing recent stuff with him and talking to him on the phone. At first, I have no knowledge that he's coming back. I don't think anybody does that. He's so sharp still. I almost feel like it's a waste that he's not. No disrespect to the media and what you guys do, but his ability to coach players and change lives in that, and he's so good at it. I just think he'll be back, whether that's NFL or college.
All right, he said he thinks Nick Saban, who turned 74 on Halloween, he thinks Nick Saban will be back in the NFL or college. He's got this nice gig on ESPN where he's doing College Game Day, and seems to be pretty good at it, to be honest. Especially when you think about him and the other guys on the set, they seem to kind of play off each other well, and he is loosened up a bit too. You buy this at all?
No. Would you say Nick 74?
It'll be 74 on Halloween.
Why? I mean, they're just ain't. Nick does not strike.
He needs another championship, Clint.
There's a lot of coaches out there. Mac Brown really strikes me as one. How old is Mac now? Not a huge Mac Brown fan here, for the record. But
okay,
73.
Yeah, like Mac Brown strikes me as a guy that's going to have a real.
See, he looks so much younger than Mac Brown.
Yes, he does.
Turning 74 before the college football season starts.
A lot like athletes. Like, I think Mac Brown strikes me as a guy that's going to have a real hard time living a normal life. And he's not good enough.
Let's hope that what generally happens to other people who do that, like coaches who try to coach you all the way up to the end.
Yeah, right.
And then they go right
I'm
to
not
the
wishing
end.
that on anybody, but right at the end comes a little quicker. But like Mac Brown strikes me as a guy that's going to have a hard time not being in the spotlight. And the reality of it is he's not, the demand for him on TV is not there the way maybe it once was. Like Nick doesn't strike me as a guy that necessarily needs the limelight, and they're going to pay him more money to do TV than they're going to pay him to coach.
Yeah,
and he's 7. Like, I think Nick is going to enjoy this next phase versus go tarnish what he's already done, trying to revamp an organization.
The only thing to me, Clint, is if he really has an issue with the failure in the NFL. That's the only thing.
That's fair.
That's
NFL
the only, because it was so bad with the Dolphins, and he's better than that. And then he went right to Alabama and started rolling. But at 70, about to be 74, that's the only only route I could see is if he got an itch because it was so bad. There's nothing else for him to do in college.
Yeah, I think he got a rude awakening at the pros that guys weren't going to respond the way that young college athletes do. So I don't think that ever happens. I think he is retired from the game, just like I think the fajita pita, which is exactly what I was thinking about from Jack in the Box.
I'm seeing that on the text.
I think it's retired from the Jack in the Box menu, but that is the chicken fajita pita. Or I think they had beef as well, but chicken was the one I'd go with. Absolutely. You could taste that it was probably not a real chicken, maybe some kind of fake chicken.
It didn't matter.
It didn't matter.
Just like whatever
hammer down.
Just whatever that meat is inside
like
of it.
Like that liquid chicken.
Fajita pita. That is it.
Nicely, though.
Good find, text line.
Great job, Drive family.
Gosh, that's good, man.
Oh, someone text in, Ron, you sound like a fat person. Say food poisoning won't stop you from eating Jack in the Crack. I'm just saying, like if I had a favorite thing right now, whatever your favorite thing is right now, I need to get hurt by it 2 or 3 times.
I've had food poisoning a time or two, and I've gone back. The first time I ate sushi, I got a mouthful of wasabi, and it ruined me for about a year. But I went back.
I light you up.
Yeah, so that's not just a Ron problem. Don't quit being hateful.
I will go back.
I will
if
too.
It's like one of my favorites.
I'll go back with you. I'll tell you what I won't do.
You got to hurt. You got to get me 2 or 3 times.
I tell you what I won't do is drink orange juice and vodka again. I drank it out of a big gulp when I was about 13 years old, and I locked myself in the bathroom. I'll never do it again.
Screwdriver's a hell of a way to start a vacay.
You're right.
Never again.
But that's odd. Was that your first drink? One of your first?
Oof, no, beer was the first one.
No, so my first drink was gin and V8, and I'm never doing that again. I'm never doing
Bloody
tomato
Mary.
juice.
Ruin the Bloody Mary for you?
Never doing tomato juice. Worse. What you got coming?
Gin is terrible.
Awful.
All right, we got it's halftime, halfway through the Major League Baseball season, y'all. Best and worst from the Astros first half, and you can't go, generally speaking, widespread injuries or the organization's poor handling of said injuries. Ron, you can't do it. You can't do it. You can't go that route. That's low-hanging fruit. Best and worst from the Astros first half of the season. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I tell you what else will make
Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
The top-ranked show in the city.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do. It's Dirty's Daily. Presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
That's right, Mokaram Injury Lawyers, yo, hard as hell to say, easy to dial, 281-222-2222. If you or loved ones ever injured in an accident, you know who the hell to call. That's Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Big shout out to everybody out there listening and watching, for all y'all out there on YouTube and Twitch. But I want to give a special shout out to all those folks on that Odyssey app, man. If you don't have that Odyssey app, make sure you download it. AUDACY. You never know if you're going to need it to rewind. Use that rewind feature. You never know if you're going to need it to hit one of those segments that are podcasted. You never know if you need to catch that big orange wagon that Tyler Milner and Patrick Creighton at Podcasting Boys put out on the regular. You never know what you'll need it for, but keep it on your hip, and that way you're always on the ready. We got it's getting close, boys. It's getting close. The Texans players, Houston Texans players report next Tuesday. I believe it's the 22nd. I believe it's a week from today. They report on the 22nd. They hit the field on, I believe, Wednesday the 23rd.
Yep.
And so it's right around the corner, man. We're getting there. And I'm looking forward to another season. I'm going to be honest with y'all. I was always, maybe why I'm sitting in this chair and didn't play longer than I did. I was always a little sad that my off time and my summer was coming to an end, and I was excited about the season coming.
Yeah.
It's hard to get real excited about two-a-days.
I was wondering how you think that the fellas are feeling right now.
Well, I mean, if I was making the money some of these guys are making, had the security that that C.J. Stroud has, and the ability that C.J. Stroud, I'd probably get pretty excited about it. But and if I was working the schedule that these guys work today, I mean, I think we work longer hours in the radio business than they do in the football business. So the game has changed a little bit. So I would probably be a little more excited if I was a little more blessed and a little more financially stable. But I was always sad that my summer fun was coming to an end. I know y'all, those of y'all that know me do not find that very hard to believe at all, because I enjoy my downtime. But the Texans report a week from today. The fun and games are over. It's time to get down to business, and we will have boots on the ground out there every single day covering all the action with the Texans. There's not a better place to be once they start spinning the old pigskin around the football field. For all you fans out there, stay plugged in right here on Sports Radio 610. The Rockets are getting after the NBA Summer League play right now. Reed Shepard's out there for a couple nights. He did his thing. We'll get to that. That could be big for the Rockets this year. And the Astros are getting a much-needed break during the MLB All-Star week. And look, 713-572-4610. I think we need to hear from the people on this one. I got absolutely robbed last night, and it's going to end up costing me time and money that simply I didn't expect to have to spend. The All-Star game, Home Run Derby, we had a little cookout on the line, a little drive cookout on the line. Whoever's player hitter hit the fewest home runs had to agree to host, execute, and pay for the a cookout for the fellas. And
that's right.
Ron won the first round only because Tyler and our guys damn near pissed down their leg. Mine really did. But Tyler and I's guy both hit 17 home runs in the first round and was tied for that fourth spot. And they ended up, instead of having a swing off, they literally took a home run it was really less than a foot. It was less than a foot longer.
They had originally announced that they both hit them 477.
It was less than a foot longer than my guys. So Tyler's guy advanced, so I ended up having to do this. So we got some scheduling to do. I'll be honest with you, this is the kind of bet I don't mind losing, boys. I like to have a little party. I do think Tyler should probably buy a bottle of tequila or something at least for the party.
I think we'll probably bring a bottle of something.
I mean, something.
He'll bring the tequila. I'll bring the Sunny D.
I mean, something. Good gosh. I mean, that's Bush League if I've ever seen it. Not y'all bringing nothing, but the way that home run derby, and then he goes on to win it. He gets out of the first round by less than a foot, and then he goes on to win it, which happened to be Tyler's guy. So we got to get to planning that, boys. That's got to happen sooner rather than later.
I would say.
What time?
I'd say before the season starts.
Oh, before the season starts.
Before the football season starts. Are you
before the preseason?
No, before the regular season starts. I'm thinking in August somewhere. Before.
Well, the thing is, if we wait a little later, it'll be a little cooler.
Okay, I'm with that. I mean, off the bay at the breeze. Yeah.
Yeah, it's about that.
You set the date sometime in September.
Yeah, well, okay, I'll get that figured out. I'll get my bride on it. She's good at scheduling.
I mean, when he said sooner than later, Tyler, like, what were you thinking?
I was wondering if we were going to have this dinner together before or after Jordan comes back.
Okay.
Maybe the night he does. Maybe the night he does, and Ron can do his lineups too. And maybe we'll play our round of golf
in your backyard. I'll do the lineups.
No, this is gonna happen. This is gonna be fun. I'm looking forward to it. And more importantly, I'm looking forward to y'all's brides coming over, your family's coming over. I see you two jacklegs enough, but I'm looking forward to the families coming over and get a little quality time. That was a smooth play by you, Ron. To you're not a betting man, but you do put a bet out there. It's for team camaraderie.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind losing it. Yeah. It's a bet I don't mind losing.
I like it. Well, the one thing the Astros and Tyler can't do because it's the All-Star break is lose a game or lose money in best bets. But
praise be.
This is the time to kind of look back, guys, on the first half of the Astros season and just pick a few things. Your favorite or the best thing that you saw happening, and the worst thing that you saw happening in the first. And here's the deal: I'll put some stipulations on it because I think the low-hanging fruit of injuries in general, the widespread injuries, and the organization's poor handling of said injuries. I'm exhausted. We've talked about those. Off limits. Now, if you want to talk about an individual player being injured, sure. But the overall, we can't go there. That's rule number one, Ron. I'll start this thing off, boys. First half, Houston Astros obviously exceeded expectations tremendously. The most impressive thing, or the most important thing, or I think the biggest moment is the man that finished on a rough note the last two outings. I think Hunter Brown, for me, Hunter Brown's dominance in the first half of the Major League Baseball season has allowed the Astros to do what they've done. And not just him. I mean, to do what they've done, and for all of us to be somewhat believers. We knew who Framber Valdez is. He's been great. Framber needed a Batman to his Robin, or Robin to his Batman, however you want to couch that. He needed somebody to come along with him and be dominant. Whether it was for this year or the future, he needed somebody to help him out and carry the load. And Hunter Brown was absolutely, again, dominant. And I think that has, at least for me as a fan, has given me more hope than the other great things that we saw. Paredes' consistency, Jeremy Pena's arrival. I think there's a lot of good to take from that first half. But for me, Ron, it's Hunter Brown's dominance. We're talking about a guy being in the Cy Young conversation, when in reality, hell, Framber should be in it as well. I mean, those two guys leading the charge in the starting rotation gives me, as a fan, a lot of hope that this is real and they can make another run.
Someone agree with you. The best is Hunter Brown minus his last two starts. So that's what someone just texted in on the text line. For me, it is Joe Espada. Joe Espada and their staff. His leadership, but the rest of the staff, from the pitching coaches. I know Alex Cintron has caught a lot of hell, but the hitting coaches, for them to be able to, this group withstand what they have withstood from an injury perspective, and maybe this is a hint towards, my bad, but to a also production issue from certain players, to keep them afloat and to keep them coming back every day, and to be able to push the right buttons on, hey, when should Cooper Hummel play today? Or when should Taylor Trammell play today? Or when should Short play today? Or when should Melton play today? Or, what for them to pull push the right buttons on that, led by Joe Espada. But that comes down because, all those guys were ready, and were ready to go in and give them what they needed. So that, to me, has been the best, because, Clint, I'm not going to lie to you. I didn't know that they were able to keep this afloat and lead this and push the right buttons like they've had.
You mentioned Alex Cintron. He should be more – he should have more job security right now than maybe he's ever had. I mean, we've seen Zach Short win a couple of games. We've seen Hummel win a game. We've seen Zach DeZenzo was hugely clutch early in the season. We've seen Cam Smith. What's he hitting now? 270?
He was at 289. What's Cam at? Cam is,
are you
277?
You got to be kidding me. We've seen Jeremy Pena take a leap we want him to be a better regular season hitter, but damn. I mean, he's become one of the best leadoff guys in baseball if he can stay healthy. So, yeah, I'm with you, Ron. Alex Cintron should be a guy that right now, and to your point, Joe Espada.
Their whole coaching staff, to get the amount of different guys they've had to use. Yeah.
The level of success that young, unproven players are having, and how widespread it's been throughout the organization, I don't know how those guys aren't on cloud nine.
They've had too many unexpected guys come up, and they need to contribute, and they've contributed in a positive route for it just to be, they're getting lucky.
So I went Hunter Brown. Ron went Joe Espada. for the best. The worst part of the first half of the Astros season, again, excluding overall widespread injuries and excluding the organization's handling of said injuries, I'm going to go with a more specific injury. Jeremy Pena, that injury, Ron, is the worst part of the first half of the season for me. And I know it's not a long-term deal, but we're talking about a guy here that was exceeding expectations by a mile. We're talking about, as you mentioned, there was MVP conversations. We're talking about a guy that Altuve went to the manager and said, no, how about we let Jeremy Pena lead off? And him being an effective leadoff hitter with the speed and being able to create the activity in multiple ways on the base pass, is it difficult out? The at-bats are higher quality than they were before. For that to get interrupted with an injury, for me, is the worst part of the first half. I hope Jeremy Pena comes back and this is just a hiccup and picks up where he left off.
Yeah. For me, it is, and as we're not using the injuries as an excuse, for me, it is your planned 4 and 5 hitters in the lineup. Before the season started, I believe your planned 4 and 5 hitters were Christian Walker, who you gave $60 million to, $20 a year, after you already just paid a guy who previously was hoping to be your first baseman and 4-hole hitter, and then Yainer Diaz, who came off of being in the top 3 when it comes to Silver Slugger awards as the best hitting catcher in baseball last year. And those two have at one point dropped down to the 7 and 8 spot in the lineup. And now they have swung the bat a bit better here of late, but those two guys have just, especially with the injuries they have had with Jordan and now Pena and a lot of them, those guys have been healthy throughout, and they have made this even more unexplainable that they are in the position that they are in. 5-game lead. They can go 1 and 5 on a homestand to end the first half and still have a 5-game lead with the way those two have played in particular. So to me, the worst part has been the 4 and 5 hole. Playing 4 and 5 hole hitter.
Very, very, very fair. Hopefully those guys turn the corner and can start carrying.
But that's where Jeremy Pena started to move up. He had to move up over them.
Well, you got Isak Paredes, Jake Myers, Cam Smith. I mean, Altuve's contributed big. I mean, like those. They've been able to overcome it. That's one of the bigger stories of the first half for the Astros, is overcoming Yordan Alvarez and then a couple of guys slumping. Hell, everybody was slumping out of the gate, but they were able to overcome it. So I do want to tip the cap to, in this conversation in the first half, Isak Paredes. I mean, the first half he's had was absolutely tremendous. And it comes, obviously, right after Bregman departs and the historically slow-starting Alex Bregman. It's nice to have a third baseman that is really carrying the load for a good chunk of the first half. Hopefully he can keep that rolling.
Yeah. All right. You can continue to text yours in. Christian Walker has really been a popular choice here on the text line.
In terms of the worst part?
Yeah. Coming up, I feel bad because I have thoughts that I wish I didn't have. But I wonder if we've seen growth in this part of baseball, because personally I haven't grown from it. And I feel bad because it's one of the marquee players in the sport and one of the marquee players tonight at the All-Star game. I've reached a point where I'm thinking a little negative. We'll discuss that coming up next, right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, check it out. Sorry about that, Ryan. I didn't mean to step on you there. But you know what? You can't predict that, just like you can't predict the next storm and when it's going to hit Houston. At the end of the day, these storms, it is hurricane season, by the way, can cause major power outages around the city. Droughts can too. Freezes can as well. So what you need to do is I'm just going to encourage you to protect your family, man. Protect your family. Get that peace of mind that you deserve, and do it all with a Generac Home standby generator from Generator Supercenter. Get you a free estimate right now. They're the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. With expert installation and 24-hour monitoring, Generator Supercenter will not leave you in the dark. Financing is available. Take control of your power today, y'all, and do it all with Generator Supercenter of Houston. 281-251 6100. 281-251.
donation brings hope. Every hand makes a difference. That's SALArmyEDS.org.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, I gotta say, them Astros is looking clean on the red carpet. The one I have not seen yet is the one that I'm really waiting on, and that's Jeremy Pena. I'll be honest with you, Hunter Brown surprised me. Hunter Brown, I didn't know Hunter Brown was an aggressive dresser. Like he's got him a little full black suit with some sort of texture. I don't know if that's snake skin. I don't know what that is, but some sort of texture. Got that gold watch piercing out right there. Got the shades on. Turn your mic on.
It's almost got a gator. It's almost got a gator skin look to it, texture to it. It's clean now.
Yeah. I got to start catching old Hunter Brown on his regular.
I mean, Hunter's got a real chance to be next level.
Oh, Diesel.
Yeah,
he just really embracing that too. I do. I want to see. I want to see what my man Jeremy Payne is looking like. I know he came out here and brought it.
I mean, I don't know what. I'm going to go all black, similar to what Hunter did, but I think he's going to be down a couple of buttons.
Oh yeah, although
ain't no taco meat. It's going to be straight.
He
clean
should.
as a baby's butt.
He should come out there.
Oh, no doubt. I'd come out there. I'd pull the old Joe Burrow. I'd go no undershirt.
Yes, you was thinking that. That's what I was thinking.
Undershirt.
Yeah. Hell yeah. No undershirt. Just come out there and just let it rock. That's what David Njoku would do.
How about that? Tyler, we saw David Njoku at the damn Super Bowl outside the big media area, the convention center.
Mm-hmm.
He ain't got no shirt on, Chief. Shorts, Jordans, just standing out there talking to the media. I mean, he ain't got nothing. I mean,
hey, when I say
shorts on, ain't much bigger than a pair of boxers.
I'm about to say, when I say shorts, we're talking high inches.
That is a large.
Oh,
that is a large.
His thing almost came out.
There's a good chance that if there wasn't a liner in there, that it would have fell out the bottom.
Yes, I agree. Completely agree.
He'd have had 3 legs, two leg holes.
Yep, spot on. We would have really seen what Greg Olson was talking about in that rap for.
He's in the top 5 best looking
bodies.
In NFL, I don't know about that.
I don't know bodies. I don't know about him.
Hell, he's a big, mean looking son. From the neck.
I don't know if the ladies.
I'm just talking about like you can't put I don't know if you can put a human together much better than that dude's.
Who else? 713-572-4610. YouTube and Twitch. Who else? Cal Raleigh is not on the list. Who else?
Miles Garrett is on the list.
Miles Garrett is put together like that.
Miles Garrett may be as ripped as. Yeah, that's a good point. 2 of them are in the locker. At least they're winning something in Cleveland.
Yeah.
It's got to be the big dudes. You know what I mean? It's got to be the big dudes. Aaron Donald's not there no more, so he can't be in the mix. But he would have been one.
Aaron was put together.
What about
I think Danielle Hunter is probably on that list.
Yeah, man.
DK Metcalf.
DK, yes, that's a very good one.
Absolutely.
DK Metcalf is a
specimen.
Yeah, he's put together.
He eats all that candy, and it looks like he's got negative body fat.
It doesn't. I don't think it. I think he just does. I don't know if it's a look-like thing. I think he just does. Yeah. Best bodies in the business.
Them boys wasn't cheated at birth, were they?
No, they weren't. Yeah, and those guys that just roll out there and just, come out there and just practice with just them shorts on.
The crazy thing is how many of them out there couldn't play a lick.
Couldn't play a lick. Yeah. All right. All-Star game tonight. One of the big stars is the one who came up big for Tyler Milner last night. That's Cal Raleigh, and he is the big dumper. Yes. I gotta find out the origin story on that and where that started. Who came up with the big dumper? That's a good one. Someone texted in Von Miller. Maybe Peak Von Miller. I don't know if he's up there with the David Ujoka. David Njoku. I don't know if he's up
What
there.
are you saying?
I had to talk myself into. How do you say David's last name again? Njoku. I don't think he's up to that level yet. But he is. Cal Raleigh has hit 38 home runs.
Real quick before you get into that, you want me to tell you where it came from?
Where? Big Dumper?
The nickname Big Dumper for Cal Raleigh, catcher for the Seattle Mariners, obviously the champ of home run derby here, originated from his teammate Jared Kelenic. Raleigh himself explains the nickname stems from his large buttocks, which he jokingly acknowledges as both a blessing and a curse. So it's literally the dumper.
And a big ass.
Yeah, there you go, Nick. It is literally the dumper.
Any guess of what? Because Cal is not his name. Any guess of what his
Callahan's not his name?
No.
Calhoun?
Nah, man. I don't even know how.
Calvin.
Nah, it's he's really. I've never seen anyone get to Cal from here. His name is Caleb.
Interesting. I mean,
Caleb. His name's Caleb.
Interesting.
That's not even how it sounds. And when you
why would you? Yeah,
like Callahan, I can understand why you'd go by Cal.
Caleb
seems like you should go by Kale.
5 letters was just too long for him.
It feels
Caleb.
It feels like maybe at some point he got older and he wanted to be taken more serious as an adult, so he went with Cal.
It's working for him.
I think I would view Cal Raleigh a bit different if he was Caleb Raleigh.
If he's hitting 38 bombs in the first half, you would.
I'm with Cal.
Caleb John. Speaking of that, is anybody? Because this is, and I hope that I am in the minority of this. Has anyone else gotten past the point where you see somebody do what Cal Raleigh is doing, 38 home runs before the break, on pace to hit 64, 65 home runs? His career high is 34 in one full season. By the way, Cal Raleigh, I just said this to Tyler in his ear, he has played more games this year than any Astro, and he's the catcher. He's played 94 games.
We're the king of taking breaks.
But I mean, we're
the king of rest now. Rest and rotate, baby.
The highest for any player for the Astros is 93. Cal Raleigh, who should get a day off each week, he has played more games than anybody else. When you see, have you reached a point and you see him hit 38 home runs before the All-Star break, 34 is his career high, are you able to look at that and watch him and not think, is he juicing? Because that's what I am. I have been thinking that lately.
I am able, yes, for multiple reasons. One, it's early. Two, he doesn't look like a roid head, and I understand that roids don't always make you look like Arnold Schwarzenegger. I get it, but he doesn't. He doesn't scream. I got needle tracks in my ass. They've really leaned into this torpedo bat thing being a huge, So I don't know. I like right now. No, I didn't think that until you brought it up. But if I'm being completely honest, I don't cover the Mariners, so Cal Raleigh is far removed from my what I'm covering until last night, and really seeing him rip, I didn't even have his swing, to be honest with you.
Yeah, but it does feel like because I have not heard this conversation at all about Cal Raleigh,
right?
And normally there was a point anytime somebody started to do anything out of the ordinary of what they have normally done. Like there was some wonders, all right, I don't know, Aaron Judge is a big guy, but he's now hitting 60 home runs. Like what's going on? Like this is really, his previous high is 34 in a full season. He's at 38 already at the break. And I want that to be, that not to be the case anymore, but I do. I am still in a space where I'm like, yo,
well, 38, you can't help but at least.
I like.
Think about it.
That is a jump. That's a real jump.
I'll be honest. I didn't know he was at 38 until you told me that yesterday when we started talking about making a wager. 38.
38 as a catcher who's playing 94 games, and just rolling out every like that is. I don't know, man. I wish I wasn't, and I think hopefully for many of you, if that has not crossed your mind until now, then maybe this is a good thing for baseball, because there was a period there. Anytime somebody did something like, oh man, he's juicing, he's on it, he's juicing. Giancarlo Stanton, he's juicing. Maybe if Stanton came up with 38 before the break, maybe you look at his body, you may think a little different. But Cal Raleigh playing every day at catcher and just throwing bombs. So on pace. Hopefully he continues and has a fun summer with them continuing to hit bombs. All right, as we continue here, some things that's on our mind coming up when it comes to Texans training camp. We'll discuss all of that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about our Vision Homes, y'all. Look, it's small-town folks building big-time custom homes. And
800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I meant to bring this up. It looks like we lost Stefon Diggs and Cardi B as a relationship. Looks like that fizzled out before the damn thing even got started.
Did Steph say she was kind of funky or something?
I couldn't confirm if that was a real thing or not. I saw that going around, but I know she did the she's 17. She took all the photos of that involved him in them off of her social media. So that seemed to be a taker to them being done.
Right.
But we did get a new one.
Who's that?
Oh. One I did not see coming. I will say that. Houston's own Megan Thee Stallion. Pearland High School's own Megan Thee Stallion and Klay Thompson. They over the weekend announced their relationship and made that thing public by some photos, and Klay looked like my man. Who was it for the Astros that was with her on that first pitch?
Low Glove Hensley.
Low Hand Hensley, wasn't it?
Yeah,
what was his first name?
He looked
Drew?
like David.
David. That's
David Hensley. Except Klay was doing everything David really wanted to do. Yeah, Klay had a handful, and they announced that they were a new couple.
Klay does usually put it in the bucket whenever he's in H-Town.
It does, my man. Good God, man. I mean,
That's a good point. He did have a good run during her impressionable years.
Oh God, you talk about Splash Brothers. Good hell, man. Yes! I'm not gonna lie. This is a little different from his normal. Just in terms of how that is not a match that I would have guessed. I would not have guessed her and her history and Klay Thompson and his history of them coming together. My question to you and the people: in this scenario, who is the Travis Kelce? And when I say who is the Travis Kelce, we understand, yes, Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift when they came together. And by the way, Travis, hey, bruh, we got to be getting close. I mean, I don't mean to put pressure on nobody.
I like that one right there.
But we got to be getting close. She seems like a lady who wants to have children, and you two are both north of 35. I feel like we have reached a point. Got to believe there have been.
Is she north of 35?
She's the same age as him. Doesn't feel like it, doesn't feel like Taylor's there.
At some point, I guess she's still killing it, so it doesn't matter. But, I mean, how old do you get before you get out of the teeny bopper phase? I mean, isn't that the majority of her?
I don't know. I think New Kids on the Block are still on it. No,
I wouldn't say Taylor's new music's teeny bopper.
No, they've grown with her, but the kids still love her, though. I mean, my daughter loves Taylor Swift.
That's what I'm saying. 90% of, like, the people in my world that go to Taylor Swift are taking their little girls.
But they want to go too, though.
Yeah.
Well, my wife would definitely enjoy it.
Yeah. But clearly they were both stars. But clearly Travis Kelce has been the one whose profile has been raised. He has been the one who has benefited the most. Like, I'm not saying that that's why they got together. But since they've been together, I think Travis Kelce has become the most well-known football player in the world.
Let me hear you say hell.
I think if you would go around who is the most known football player, I think it's Travis Kelce, which is normally reserved for quarterbacks. Like that is where he is risen. Who's the Travis Kelce in this? Who is the one that's going to benefit the most in this relationship? Is it Klay Thompson or is it Megan Thee Stallion?
I mean, for me, it's Clay. Maybe that's unfair. Maybe I just haven't ever thought highly enough of Clay.
Or maybe it just feels that way here in Houston, where she's from.
And somebody texted in, damn, that dude's ugly to have pulled Megan Thee Stallion. Okay.
I don't know. I don't know. I think there's like Megan Thee Stallion just made an appearance on Love Island.
She did. She slid on there.
Doesn't shock me.
Yeah, I don't know that. I'll be honest with you. I don't know that either one of them, the popularity is going to skyrocket the way that Travis's did with. I don't know that either one of them will.
Well, I don't know if anybody's going to skyrocket like
different animal.
Yeah, that's different. But like I think there's somebody's going to benefit from this. Like that is their profile's going to raise to this in some form or fashion, or benefit from it in some way. And you think Megan? I would say Megan between the two of them is the bigger star. Like I would say she's the bigger star between the two. Got a big ass.
Well, I'll lean into you for that. It's a tough comparison to me because I obviously know Clay being in sports talk and being a sports fan, but like Clay is the third most talked about Golden State Warrior in that run, maybe the fourth behind Kerr if you include the head coach.
Well, hell, I mean, we talking about the Durant years, or are we talking about the non-Durant years? Right.
So, and then the first comment you made to open the segment of like, I don't know if I put these two together. Like, I think she's really good for the way people look at him and the outlook. Yeah.
See, I
mean, to know that Clay can go.
Me and Courtney had a real good conversation about this.
To know that Clay can dip his toe in the H-Town waters and have that level of success with Megan Thee Stallion, I think that's a plus for him.
Do you think having Clay on her arm potentially helps her crossover ability? Potentially, when I say helps her crossover ability, at least the perception of her looking different with Clay on her arm as opposed to, the last guy who shot her.
Man, that's
Tory Lane to the building. That is because, honest to God, like, how do you think the public views Megan Thee Stallion right now? I don't think it's fair. I think the public may view her as would ratchet be the fair word?
I was gonna say raunchy. It's in the same neighborhood.
Yeah.
That's how she's viewed by some.
Does Clay help that?
I think.
Does Clay on her arm help that?
I think she's dirty. I prefer dirty South.
Okay.
Than ratchet.
Yeah. Okay. But her and Beyonce are from the same place, but they don't have the same view.
Agreed. Agreed.
Does Clay Thompson help her with that? Does he help her on the arm?
See, I think she helps him for that. I think he needs to be more dirty South. He needs to be a little more rough around the edges. He needs to be a little bit more, for a lack of a better term, thug. He needs to be a little more rough. To me, I think. But you said something in the middle there. Like, I don't know that Meg is known nationwide, even remotely close to. Like, I think everybody in California right now that doesn't know Meg is looking up Meg and learning about Meg.
You said your wife, who is from Houston, Texas.
Yep.
Her favorite rapper, if I'm wrong, in Houston is the Mo City Don. Right?
Correct.
Like that's her. Correct. Zero is her favorite rapper.
Word for word.
You said she popped up on Love Island, and she didn't have Megan Thee Stallion.
Lowe didn't have her visual, didn't have her look until they started playing her one of her big hits, and obviously it rang a bell immediately. She knew it was. But when she first walked out from behind stage and they put on a camera, Lowe didn't know who it was. I said, "Baby, that's Megan Thee Stallion. That's H-Town. What are you talking about?"
I wonder, is there some potential crossover lighten the feel on her with Klay Thompson? Now we know where Klay's benefit.
I mean, Meg's throwing out the first pitch in Houston. Klay's throwing it out at half the Major League Baseball parks in the big leagues.
When you just look at some of the other guys that she has been associated with and dated.
Do you have them?
Well, the one that jumps out is the one she had that Tory Lanez, who she had that case with that shot her.
I'd say she may have stepped up a bit here. Clay better look out.
I mean, just the view of it. The look at it. I don't know. Yeah. We'll see. I wonder what this does, because I looked at it, I was like, wow, Megan and Clay. Okay, because then you could see, does Megan and Clay, does this mean Megan starts riding into this Steph Curry crew? Does she get into that lane because she's with Clay?
Well, I'm just going to tell you, I'm going to based off the Love Island episode I just watched. I don't see it. Not that it can't happen, and not that I don't think. Look, I think Steph and his old lady, they all got a little bit of that in them, but I think they hide it a little bit better. I don't think Meg gives a rip.
Right now, yeah.
Ain't no doubt. She said it claps when I walk.
Hey.
That's what she said on Love Island.
Travis found a way to hide it a little bit, hadn't he? Travis has saved it.
He figured out, didn't he?
He shifted it.
Chameleon.
Somehow shifted. Now he's on FX shows. All right, coming up. I love the text line coming through. Coming up, 5 o'clock for our All-Star game tonight. What will happen for your Astros? We'll get you ready for that and let you know who is going to go. And some big money news in the NFL. And, Nick Caserio looking good again with him getting out early on some of these moves. We'll fill you in on all of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, check it out now. Look, presenting your
Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
You're gonna get hard.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show and T-Mill have the latest. The latest is, remember, due to baseball being out right now and only the All-Star game going, there will be no best bets tonight and tomorrow. We'll be back on Friday as the baseball season gets going again. So you will miss out on that. No best bets tonight, and that's all right. Tyler is starting to get a little bit better here, getting some better luck. He won last night. He not only got out of being able to have to host an event at his house and us have to be around his 8 dogs, but he not only got out of it, he won the whole damn thing with Cal Raleigh. So maybe it's turning up and he's getting a little break in, and now he'll be ready to get back on a hot streak because if you remember yesterday, he went in the red every single day last week, including 0 for 5 to finish off the week. And now
Tyler Miller says he's still real optimistic.
He is, and hopefully that changes for him. But the All-Star game is tonight, and the Astros will have at least one eligible player out there. Now, they do have 4 who made the All-Star team. Hunter Brown with his great first half, although he will not pitch, being that he pitched on Sunday. Jeremy Pena, he is there. He will not play due to, obviously, the rib. Hopefully he'll be back on Friday in that Seattle series. Isaac Paredes made it as well. He will not be in attendance. He is handling a family matter. And then Josh Hader, who will be the only one eligible to pitch. Now, it could get dicey with pitchers sometimes. They're not able to get them all in. I'd be surprised if Josh Hader doesn't get an inning in there. So those are your 4 All-Stars. I know most of you all are good to go that 3 out of the 4 of them ain't playing, and you'd be all right if you didn't see Josh Hader tonight. Are you still in that range? I know kids out there listening probably want to see their Astros play out there, but I'm certain many of you listening be like, nah, man, don't play.
Yeah, look, Ron, for me, man, I'm looking squarely at how the Astros' injury luck has gone this year.
Oh, you ain't lying.
Really and beyond this year, by the way. I mean, it's not like it just started this year. It seems like every go-round we're just getting hit with an injury, and it happens to be an injury to a player that is at the time having a career year or pitching lights out or swinging the bat like he's never swung the bat before. And so, I would be A-OK with not seeing any of these guys in the game whatsoever. To your point, though, I'm sure Josh Hader makes his way to the bump.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, and he gets in and gets out. He has been great this year outside of the last game we were at where he blew his first save against the Rangers. He's been excellent this year. So hopefully he gets out there. By the way, do you your prediction, you get the sense that in pregame introductions, which is what I am really ready for and excited about tonight, you get the sense that the booing stuff will continue? The booing stuff will continue with the Astros?
I do.
I don't.
There's plenty of Astro hate out there.
I think, look, it's in Atlanta. I think well, it was in Seattle last year. Was it in Seattle last year? Was it Seattle last year? I think did I see that somewhere?
I think that's right.
That makes sense why they would boo the Astros in division. I think in Atlanta, I think we're on to bigger, better things the way that Atlanta often is, and I think we'll be A-OK.
I hope so.
You hope we do get booed?
No, I hope it's over.
Oh, you hope it's over?
Yeah, I hope it's over. It is this. It's silly to begin with because this is when did it all come out? I mean, we're working on 5+ years now of this thing all coming out, and at worst, though, as Tyler said earlier, Carlos Correa has been in the All-Star game as a Minnesota Twin, and he hasn't gotten booed because his uniform has changed. All four of these guys that will get announced, we'll see if Paredes gets announced if he's not there, but all four of the guys who made it, not a one of them were anywhere close to the Astros when all this stuff happened.
Right.
I mean, not one. Like, two of them were in college, in Maine and in Michigan.
None of them even knew they were going to be Astros.
No, none of them. Yeah, no. Like I said, two were in college. One was starting his first year with the Brewers, and one was playing for the Arizona Cubs. The Arizona Cubs.
The Arizona Penal League, the Cubs, the Chicago
Cubs. Yeah. So, like, it's like, I would, like I said, I would think it would be silly if Altuve were out there and they still booed him. I feel like we're past it, but I would at least understand it. This one would be just really stupid. Like, we're just going to boo guys just because they have the jersey, and then when they get to and representing the Boston Red Sox, Alex Bregman. Hell, he was there. Hell, he gave one of the bad speeches.
He was one of the faces.
Like, he's one of the faces. That will be the dumbest thing ever if Alex Bregman just gets the regular treatment of everyone else, and then they boo the hell out of Jeremy Pena when they say his name because it says Houston Astros in front of us. I am hopeful that is done. By the way, the lineups here, the American League, Labor Torres, Riley Green of the Tigers, best record in baseball, Aaron Judge, Cal Raleigh, Vlad Guerrero Jr., Ryan O'Hearn. Jesus. I mean, come on, Jordan. I mean, that's supposed to be. Ryan O'Hearn is the DH.
Jordan.
Junior Caminero, who had that great performance last night, is playing third base. Javi Baez, who has no business being starting in center field. Nonetheless, he is in the All-Star game, and then Jacob Wilson, who took the shortstop spot. Tarek Skubal of the Tigers is starting this game. Ohtani's leading off, so that should be fun. Him and Skubal going off. Ronald Acuna Jr., Ketel Marte is at second base. Freddie Freeman, Manny Machado, Will Smith, Kyle Tucker is in the starting lineup for the Cubs. In right field, Francisco Lindor, and then Pete Crow Armstrong with Paul Skeens getting the start tonight. So the pitching should be fun with those guys, and hopefully we get a good action and nobody gets hurt.
Skeens has got a chance of getting me to the game.
Really? To start?
Yep.
Does Skubal do it for you? Because he's impressive as hell.
I mean, he's impressive. Look, they're all at this level.
He looks like he's going to pull a hamstring.
They're all at this level impressive. But I mean, Paul Skeens is so new to the game, and Paul, like he is raw, man. Yeah. I mean, he looks like, and I know he's not because he's obviously having tremendous success, but he literally looks like he's getting up there and just throwing that thing with everything he's got.
Yeah.
And peacocks around the bump like he's been there 10 years.
And he knows he's probably going one inning.
Yes.
Maybe two tonight.
Even more fun. Yeah. He's got a chance to get me there for an inning or two.
Yeah, and he's got two guys he can just nail right up. That him and Aaron Judge, that's going to be a and if he gets to Cal Raleigh, that'll be a fun matchup. Someone texted and said the Astros were booed at the draft. It's not dead yet. So we'll see.
Well, you're in a bad spot if you're booing at the baseball draft.
I mean, shouldn't they move that? Is there something?
Wow, what happened? Where's it at?
I mean, just that it was Sunday?
Yeah, the time of year they do it all.
Move it on the schedule.
Yeah, it was Sunday. There were some baseball games still going on at the same time.
The national pastime.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the Jets, they made a big move with their two-time All-Pro corner, Sauce Gardner. They agreed to a massive contract, which makes him the highest-paid cornerback in NFL history, jumping one Derek Stingley Jr. of the Texans. He gets a 4-year, $120.4 million deal. 60-plus was guaranteed in this deal. It puts him at $30.1 million per year. So he becomes the highest paid corner in football. And this is no surprise. And you like it that that Nick Caserio was able to get the thing done quickly with Derek Stingley, and they were able to work it out, and then it became a deal that Sauce Gardner played off of him. And Sauce Gardner, in his 3 seasons in the NFL, his first 2 seasons, he was first-team All-Pro, which has never happened in the NFL. And last year, he and the Jets kind of took a step back, but you could see this coming. His first 2 years, he was All-Pro. He was going to get paid unless something crazy happened.
Yeah, look, when you're drafted that early on and you play immediately, you play really, really well, it's hard to screw that up, man. And not that he's done anything to screw anything up. I'm just saying once you're on the radar of being that good, you're going to get paid to some degree. This is interesting. I mean, one day they sign they pay their wide receiver.
The 2 guys that were
drafted in the same draft.
One was Offensive Rookie of the Year, just like CJ and Will, and the other was defense.
That's where I was going with it. It's fixing to be the Texans are up next. They're going to have to pay a quarterback, and they're going to have to pay Will Anderson right there, bang, bang, and maybe they do it all together since they're such good friends. Maybe they can do it all together and have one big party. It'd be about $90 million a year in 2 players.
We talked about Garrett Wilson yesterday and the type of player he is and receiver that he may grow to be. And then Sauce Gardner, they have clearly, which you understand, but they've clearly made priorities for those 2 guys. And they're putting big money in both those guys. They got a top 5 receiver and now the highest paid corner in the game.
Yeah, look, I mean,
kind of limits. Obviously, they're putting eggs in that basket, and they're paying big money to those guys and not a quarterback. Do you think those 2 players are the type of guys that can kind of offset or good enough to offset where they might have to get cheap at?
Well, look, I think they are. I mean, talent-wise, they are. Yeah. I don't know if they're C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson. In other words, I don't know if they're the caliber players that are true pillars that you build around.
You feel much better.
They're really good players, but
you feel much better about the positions that those 2 play in importance, the quarterback and pass.
I just, man, when you're paying this kind of money to guys, like it's going to be. It is going to be so easy to pay Will Anderson whatever the hell he needs simply because the value, I mean, just the on-field value, he's going to earn every penny that you pay him. The added value is the way that he is off the field, the bar that he sets, the way he holds guys accountable. Like, that's going to be the easiest check that Cal McNair and Hannah McNair have ever written. I don't know if these guys are cut from that same cloth or not. I mean, clearly you pay these guys record-setting money because they are absolute ballers. But if they also come with the ability to be a true pillar of an organization, especially because, look, I mean, Aaron Glenn is in a similar position that D'Amico Ryans was.
Yeah.
I mean, he takes over an organization that's been dysfunctional for a couple of years, and he's got to build this thing back up. He's obviously going to try to draft his quarterback, build his roster up, and draft his quarterback. And if he can't draft his quarterback, you know how the NFL works. There's always guys floating around. The next Jared Goff, he watched him trade and get Jared Goff and a bunch of draft picks, and look what happened in Detroit. So he's going to try to build a roster around him, and he's going to start with these 2 guys.
Yeah. All right, Sauce Gardner getting paid. The Jets, as you said, handing out big money to those rookies. But I guess, hell, if you draft 2 rookies in the first round, that's what you want. And the Texans, as you said, are going to be in that same situation next year. By the way,
the difference is the Texans are going to be in that position with a culture, a chemistry, a winning standard already built, already set. By the time you have to pay those guys, they're having to pay these guys, and we're still coming on the heels of not really knowing what the hell the Jets are going to do.
I wonder if the Texans stagger those 2 deals or they do what the Jets did and bang them in the same year.
I don't know how you stagger them.
Not go like CJ 1 year and then.
Both of those. Look, I don't. Again, you know where I see. I think Will is a no-brainer, and I think CJ. I think they like him so much that he's going to set the market. And I don't think either one of those scenarios is going to be willing to go an extra year.
Yeah. I just say both of those deals are going to be bigger.
No question.
Both of those deals are going to be bigger than what the Jets what the Jets paid those 2 players because of the position they play. So we'll see.
5 o'clock fire.
Moving on to another AFC. Well, not another. Moving on to an AFC contender, the Chiefs. They franchise tagged their guard, Trey Smith, and now they have today was the last day, Clint. If they weren't able to get a long-term deal done today, they would have had to play him on the franchise tag, and he would have just had $24 million right there without able to move. They finally get the deal done, and he signs a 4-year. This is a record contract for a guard, 4-year, $94 million deal, $70 million guaranteed. The biggest contract that we have ever seen from a guard in NFL history. And
the interior offensive line, right?
Interior offensive line. And we're looking at, obviously, this is a team that wanted to shore up their issues up front. And I think there is a belief still that if they shore up their issues up front, that they can still be an explosive offense like they have been in the past. And this was one of the things they had to do.
I'll say what I've said a million times. It is an average offensive coordinator can handle edge pressures, and a good technically sound quarterback with a sixth sense in the pocket can help handle edge pressure. There is absolutely no answer for internal up the middle pressure. Whether it's a run game and you're disrupting run game schemes, run blocking schemes, or it's pass protections and you are gutting the pass protection right into the quarterback's face. Now, you got guys like Lamar, Josh, you got guys like Jalen. They can spin out of there and go make plays outside with some athletic ability, but that's off script, off schedule. Good luck winning a championship doing that. That what we're seeing is overall is the NFL, we saw with the Aaron Donalds, the Chris Jones, these absolute beasts that are just destroying games either all game long or in critical moments from the inside out. We're seeing offenses respond to, okay, now we're going to get guards that can hold their own. We cannot continue to get penetration up the middle in the quarterback's face, disrupting all our run schemes. You know how hard it is to pull offensive line from one side to the other if you've got somebody penetrating 3-4 yards deep? Yeah. I mean, it's just and so we're seeing that, and I think that just shows you how important. Obviously, he's a great player. That's why he's getting paid. But that's how important that internal offensive line, inside O-line play is in the big picture here.
Yeah. Is C.J. Gardner-Johnson, is he the number one free agent to watch leading up to training camp and in training camp and in the preseason? Is he the number one free agent that the Texans were able to get in the offseason to watch for this team? We'll discuss that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Fellas, are you constantly tired, man? Are you lacking focus? How about dealing with
SalArmyEDS.org.
Gonna be a lot of ground and pound.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
There you go, Derek. Ground and pound. You think he's executed that by now?
I want my wife next.
Multiple times?
Absolutely.
She was ready. Probably didn't make.
A lot of ground and pound.
May not have made it out of the building.
I think they made it out of the building.
With her fine ass? I don't know.
No, her fine ass. So fine ass.
Yo, fine.
I think they made it out of the building.
You think they made it out of the building?
Yeah, I think they got back to the hotel room, and I think they got up this morning, maybe had a little brunch, showered. At first, they showered up a bit
together,
and then
started dropping.
They showered. They showered together. One of the showers. They showered together.
I think he was probably showered by himself, and then he probably laid spread eagle in the biscuit while his old lady showered, and then when she walked out, it was probably like just kind of the urge, and then it was one of those like maybe
spit on that thing.
Yeah. Maybe a little fondling there and a little ground and pound there, and then I think they were off to brunch.
You think he's a romantic? You think he maybe?
No. But I don't think.
You think he had strawberries and dipped chocolate?
Look, I don't think when she decided. I don't think when she decided that was going to be her old man. I think she decided to let romance.
You think he had a little champagne, a little
Marvin Gaye and Chardonnay.
Cristal. Is it Cristal still?
And I guarantee you, he shook the hell out of her and sprayed it dead in her face.
It did what in her face?
Yeah, the
sprayed her with the champagne, man.
Sicko. Yeah, I don't. He doesn't strike me as a guy that's real romantic. I don't think
he has any lack of nasty.
It's borderline barbaric, I would say,
in a good way.
Don't you think? Probably a tad bit physical.
Like you and me, baby, ain't nothing but mammals.
It was definitely physical.
So let's do it like they do on the Discovery Channel.
You and me, baby.
Ain't nothing but mammals. Shout out to Now 3.
Yeah. There you go. I'm sure they had a delightful time. I think you're cutting Derek short. I think Derek's a bit of a romantic.
If there is a romantic in Derek, it did not come out last night. I mean, if he has really been hemmed up.
Tyler, can you play that all the way through? How would you describe this? That's not romantic to the people that really. I mean, he expressed.
I don't think announcing to the people that you've been pent up a bit here training, and there's going to be some ground and pound with your fine ass. I don't think that was romantic.
He expressed to the world, to everybody, it's going to be some ground and pound going on here, but you'll find it. You don't think Lowe would think this was romantic if you said this to the world. You got it. Let's hear Derek. You don't think Lowe would think this is it?
What do you want next, my friend?
I've been gone for 2 weeks, so I want my wife next. It's gonna be a lot of ground and pounding. Ground and pounding. She know what it is. Fine ass.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the beast, Derek Lewis.
Maybe if he'd have just left it at one ground and pound.
No.
It's gonna be a lot of ground and pounding.
I mean, Lowe may be okay with it. But there ain't no Lowe ain't gonna get done. Lowe ain't gonna be on the way back and go, baby, that was romantic as hell.
That doesn't sound like somebody's about to have the room set up with roses.
Nah, ain't gonna rose petals involved. Nah, that ain't no rose petals involved. I mean, there may be a pole in the bedroom.
He's
there may be some whips and chains. Yes.
Somebody stop that man. Here comes
wine, rose petals, soft music. Maybe he's got that in him, but not. I don't think
not in that time.
Not as he's standing in the octagon. No,
he's got a nice bath drawn for.
He's got one thing in mind.
Ground and pound.
I mean, he can't get in. He can't get in quick enough. No, I mean, there ain't no slow play.
I said on the tease, Clint, is C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Is he the number one free agent to watch for you as we head to training camp? Somebody text in, no, Cam Robinson is that guy for them. Is Gardner Johnson the guy your mind is going to when you're thinking about the vets going into training camp?
No, it's not. That's a good one. Because I do think he is going to play a part in taking a really good defense to a great defense. I do think if he can stay healthy, he's going to do that. I think he can even on an already nasty defense. I think he's got ability to make it a little nastier. But no, I wouldn't go with him. If we're just talking about free agent ads this offseason that I think fans need to really, really lock into this year. It's a boring position, but it's a definite major need for this team. I think it's Laken Tomlinson, the left guard. One that is the biggest need in Houston was the interior offensive line play. As it pertains to the ability of them to go out and have success, to sustain any level of success, they've got to be better at the interior offensive line position. And whether we like it or not, they didn't make any splash moves up there. They did go with Laken Tomlinson. What is Laken Tomlinson? Well, he's a veteran. And most importantly, D'Amico Ryans knows exactly who he is. D'Amico Ryans was in the locker room with him in San Francisco for a couple of years, I believe. And whatever D'Amico wants this offensive line room to look like, sound like, feel like, whatever he wants that chemistry culture standard to be in the O-line room, I think he brought Laken Tomlinson in for a reason. I think Laken Tomlinson is the guy that he is tasked. Ultimately, it's the O-line coach. It's everybody. But I think Laken Tomlinson is the guy that has the mentality and the dog, the level of physicality, the approach to play an offensive line, the approach to helping your fellow offensive linemen, the understanding that it's a five-man game. It's not about just you being great. Like, I think Laken Tomlinson probably embodies exactly what D'Amico Ryans wants this offensive line to look like. So when we're talking about free agent ads, the biggest free agent ads, I got to go with one that's probably a little less popular than several other choices and go with Laken Tomlinson, the left guard.
And it's the worst position they had on the team last year.
No question.
Like, it was like, if you were to look at him and say, what is the worst position that the Texans had on the team last year? They had some spots where they struggled. By far, the left guard, they could not solve it. They could not solve it, and the best way they felt like they could solve it was to bring in Titus Howard, who is their right tackle, to play it. And that's after multiple people they attempted. A good 3 people they attempted, then they brought him over. And they didn't even say to themselves, they want him to stay at that position coming into this year. They want him to be a guard. They want him on the right side. They didn't even ask, and they didn't even say to themselves, we want him on the left side. So I think Tomlinson is not the biggest name, but he damn sure is feeling the void of what the worst position was on the field for this team last year. And I think that is a absolute big deal. Someone expressed EJ Speed to see if he replaces Harris.
Good one.
Why is Christian Harris getting replaced?
Don't go there. Don't let your mind go.
I mean, I'm not saying the texter doesn't have a point, but I don't know, man. I think that's your most talented linebacker that you're trying to replace with a guy who just got a $1 million contract. All right, coming up as we continue to roll things out, did Clint Stoerner get screwed last night? Did he get screwed last night?
Well, since you're asking. Oh, you're talking about the home run derby?
I'm not talking about whatever's happening in the Stoerner bedroom.
In the biscuit?
I'm not talking about that. You like to call it the biscuit. Maybe you showered and you were spread eagle in the biscuit. I don't want to get into that. You keep that to yourself. But did he get hosed last night? We'll discuss coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, it's about time that we stop, not start, because if you got this issue, you've already started. It's time to stop complaining about your allergy and sinus problems. It's time to stop complaining about the snoring, whether it's you or your significant other. It's time to do something about it.
HomeTitleLock.com. HomeTitleLock.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Maybe we can go into this more, but the texter bringing that up. You're right, Clint. I can't not make my mind go there. I just can't. If Christian Harris is just going to be sitting on the side and not have a major role on this defense, I just can't understand it. I just cannot understand it. Unless he is just injured and he is hurt. Now, mind you, we have not been able to see him yet, and hopefully at training camp, 48 is back on the field. But I'll be damned, man. If the thought is he is healthy scratched or he has been overtaken by the Henry To'oto'as and the even Alshire, none of them, any of them. Like that is going to be, again, as I said on the other side, I get what the texture's coming on with the EJ Speed thing, but that is just, that just doesn't, as the great David Culley once said, it just doesn't compute with me. That Christian Walker is just, or Christian, not Christian Walker, but Christian Harris is going to be relegated to a backup role. That is just.
Well, here's the deal: is I don't know that I've seen a team, and now look, take it for what it's worth. I mean, I've only covered the Texans for 6 years, but I don't know that I've ever seen a team stockpile linebackers that are really good linebackers, that are guys that are going to expect a lot of playing time. I mean, you got Henry To'oto'a, Azeez Al-Shaair, and EJ Speed. They really like Nick Neiman. I mean, you know, your Christian Harris has got a Q next to his name. I mean, there's just a lot of guys, man, that they really like that are going to expect playing time, not just depth guys. So
well, shouldn't he be one of them?
Yeah, absolutely he should. But it just seems like if you have Christian Harris, if you have Henry To'oto'a, if you have Azeez Al-Shaair, I mean, you've got a bunch of backups that have played really well, then why do you keep adding guys?
You're right. By the way,
like the EJ Speed ad is really, to me, is really telling.
Is it just saying? Is it just saying, man, we don't want to be in the situation we were last year where we were struggling with backups, and it's less than $2 million, maybe over $2 million if he hits his incentives, and we're just going to have that depth.
I think it could be many things. I think it'd be a couple of things. Let's put it that way. I think there is the one that hits you right in the face based on what we've seen recently or not seen recently from Christian Harris is the Christian Harris angle of what the hell happened. Is something wrong? Is he on the outs? That's the one that hits you right in the face. The other one is you do have two of those linebackers in Azeez Al-Shaair and Henry To'oto'a who are more built as old school Mike linebackers that are a true liability in obvious passing situations. And so are you building to be more multiple so that you then can go EJ Speed and Christian Harris with to have a little bit more speed and a little bit more coverability, if you will, then that would make sense. But, boy, it just seems the EJ Speed signing is interesting. It may be just gearing up to be the best damn defense in the league. It may also be an indication that there's something going on with Christian Harris that may not get right.
Yeah, if it's an injury thing, then I understand it. The other stuff, that's a strange thing to me. But we'll see. We'll learn more next week on Christian Harris. By the way, maybe we can get into this more later on in the week, but maybe it don't mean nothing, but 70 NFL execs, scouts, and coaches all believe that Christian Harris is the best linebacker of all those names that you named for the Texans. They believe that he is the best linebacker of all those names that you named. So we'll see.
Well, I mean, Ron, guess what dropped today?
What?
The NFL's top 10 interior Off-ball linebackers.
They had about 34 of them on the list.
Well, they had a ton of them on the list, but here's where I'm going with this. Guess who 2 of the top 9 were?
In the top 10?
One of them was number 1 was Fred Warner, who coached him in San Francisco.
Yeah.
Number 9 was Dre Greenlaw, who coached him in San Francisco. And then who turned around and came here and said Christian Harris is arguably the best linebacker that I've coached.
Most gifted linebacker he's ever coached.
And he just got through coaching 2 of the top 10 off-ball linebackers in the league.
And had Alshire as a backup.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't. It's the damnedest thing, man. It's the damnedest thing. So we'll see.
If he's not injured, we'll see. All right, coming up behind us, you know what it is. Texans All Access, as Mark Vandermeer and John Harris will hold it down for you as Texans insider Jonathan Alexander of the Chronicle joins the fellas to preview training camp, which starts in a week. So stay tuned for that. Texans All Access right behind us, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. And then when they get done, Area 45, live and local, they're back in action for you. The best late-night sports show in all of Houston. Sean Bijani and our guy Patrick Creighton, and somebody that could confuse Megan Thee Stallion, Chris Santiago. He is in the building. I mean,
shout out Santiago.
I bet Chris didn't realize how close he was to having a shot.
I'm telling you,
Chris better jump in them DMs.
Chris better start to grow his hair and stay with whatever look Clay's got. Whatever look Clay is going with, stay with it.
I don't know Santiago's old lady, but she better dig all 20 of her claws in, or she's going to be in trouble. I'm telling you.
Hey,
hot ass.
Hey, if Chris could be somewhere seated, and Megan walked past, he might be able to confuse you. Now, I think Megan can tell 6'7". But I mean, if he's seated,
you can't tell the height.
If you can't tell if he's seated, like I bet you right now, if Megan went to a movie theater and they were at a movie, and Chris was sitting down in the movie theater,
they could switch it up.
I think Megan would sit down, and it would take her a long time before she realized that wasn't Klay Thompson.
Well, I think. Look, I don't know.
Lit theater.
I don't know. No disrespect to Chris Santiago's girlfriend, because I'm assuming they're still together. I don't.
Lovely. Yeah, I met her.
Did you?
Yeah, I tried to get her up. Try to get her up into the VIP area at the rodeo, was denied.
Well, no disrespect. If that's still a thing and it's going strong, I wish y'all the best. But if not, if Santiago, if Santiago were single, I think there should be a video put out on social media. Hey, Meg, I didn't know you were into this look.
And I got better knees.
If Clay gets a little sideways on you, Clay gets acting a fool on you.
Better knees.
Hey, I'm right down here in the H, baby.
Achilles.
I saw your appearance on Love Island. Good job, baby. Look great in that gold bikini.
There it is.
Signing off, Big D Santiago.
Oh, Big D. Yeah, it is, baby.
Shout out Santiago.
I think you'd probably get a retweet.
Yeah,
I think you should probably do. I think ask your girlfriend permission. I think you should do it anyway.
Just a picture. Do I look like your man?
I didn't know you was into this look.
I didn't know you into this. I got it for you, and I'm into Houston too. Tyler, you think, honestly, listen, nothing's going to change. Clint is still going to host. If you missed it, we made a bet yesterday. We each were able to pick a hitter in the home run derby, and whoever finished last and was eliminated first would have to host all of us and our families over for a cookout. And now Cal Raleigh, who Tyler picked, ended up winning the whole thing, but he was stuck in a bit of a controversy with Clint's guy, and they both had the same amount of home runs after the first round. They not only had the same amount of home runs, after that they based it on whose home run, who hit the furthest one. Apparently, it was announced that they hit the same distance. Both of their home runs were both 477. And on the broadcast, Carl Ravitch for ESPN said, it looks like we're going to have a swing-off. And the next thing you know,
it's only way to go, right?
And then the next thing you know, they said, no. Cal Raleigh is going to win this because his ball was hit decimals further than
it was less than a foot.
Yes,
centimeters,
decimals further than the ball that Clint's guy hit, and thus Cal Raleigh moved on, and Clint was stuck hosting the event for us. Did he get screwed? I cannot believe they didn't have a swing off. Just 3 outs apiece. 3 outs apiece.
I mean,
who hits the most home runs?
This is
rules are rules.
Look,
there are rules, and we're going to adhere to them.
Look, how do we look? The ball, we don't even know like legitimate distances.
How do they even know?
One of them
Yeah.
landed in the upper